See, that looks just absolutely stacked in my eyes. So, but the other thing is that Raleigh, especially for this major, I think it's going to be the most competitive major that we have. There isn't a team here that you just go, okay, that's a walk. There's no one here. I even talked to G2 about Cyclops, and like, they're scary. They're very, very scary. Their mechanical skill, as we've expected out of the Japanese subsector, is insane. They said that every gunfight they peak, they almost win 90% of them. So I think you guys are going to be very impressed by a lot of these rosters that you have not seen before.
Yeah, exactly, and you're going to get a chance to see the folks from Cyclops over on our Bravo stream. If you're watching us, you're watching from the main stream at the moment, and we're going to be starting out, as you can see, with the schedule on the left side of your screen. It'll be Team Empire versus TSM in Group A to start at the festivities, right after our opening show here. Following that up here on this stream, we'll be covering Evil Geniuses versus NIP. We'll follow that one up with Fnatic as an APAC team will step up to the plate for the first time on the primary stream and go up against DarkZero Esports. And finally, to round out the day, it'll be the Japanese favorites, Nore-Rengo, going up against MIBR. Meanwhile, over on the Bravo stream, Stokes, what do we have happening there?
Oh, we got a lot going on. We start the day off with Rogue versus Team Secret, which will be handled by Flynn and Emzo over on the Bravo stream. And then we're going to have G2 versus Cyclops, followed up by Space Station versus Vodafone, and finally FaZe Clan versus Force.
It's going to be a lot of fun indeed. A lot of very close matches today. And the best part as well, we're back on LAN. We're back at a major as well. All these matches will be best of threes, folks. So fully testing the strengths of these teams. No more potential flukes or whatnot that could happen through the course of a best of one, as we've seen happen a lot throughout the online space in Rainbow Six. Not going to be happening here, as we have all best of threes for these matches. And to start out with Group A, let's take a look at the teams that are involved in it and see who might be coming out on top.
To prepare for this event, we haven't changed much because our mentality is if something is working, we will do the same, right? We just put up a lot more scrims, a lot more trainings. We had a boot camp for 2 weeks, so we discussed the main mistakes, tried to figure it out.
The biggest strength of our team is that we are very aggressive. We're not scared of anyone, and we just like to keep challenging people and see if they can kill us in gunfights.
.まずね、グループエンパイア、TSM、イモータルズ、この3つに関してはもうオンラインでね、日本でコーチと共にしっかりと動画見て対策してるんで、バッチシと勝ってグループステージに抜けれるかと思います。
To all the teams in the Group A, you guys can expect a new MIBR that will try new tactics in the field, and we are looking for the playoffs. We're gonna try our best.
I would say to our opponents is that don't challenge Bolo on LAN. He's a whole different beast.
あなた方と試合できて光栄です。悪いですけど勝たせてもらいます。
And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Those are your Group A teams that'll be stepping up to the plate here at the beginning and at the end of our stream for today, as we'll be seeing Nore-Rengo go up against MIBR, formerly known as Immortals, at the end of the stream here today on the primary stream. But to start things off, we will still stay in Group A. It's going to be Team Empire going up against TSM. We've got some new blood and some slightly less new blood facing off against each other.
It's a way to start the day, isn't it? It's going to be incredible. I mean, these two rosters, especially with how well Team Empire has been doing recently with Dan. They picked him up April 18th. It's only been 4 months, and this man's already a Pro League Finals victor. It's insane. But we do also have Shockwave here, which is a former member of Team Empire. He's going to be playing with Fours now. Then we have TSM, as you were saying, the new blood is going to be having to go up against the Russian machine. We'll have to see how it goes, man. It's the Raleigh Major. If there's a time to beat them, it's right now. It's just all about setting tones. Who's going to have the hot hand? We're on land. This is where everything counts. Everything matters. The game works beautifully. We're all very excited for it.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see as well how I think the Russian region in general continues to develop now that we have Shockwave's new team here. He seems to be bringing a very similar style to the table that he did to Empire. So it's going to be cool to see how that team continues to develop over the next couple days as well here through the group stage, and possibly further than that if we can see Fours push out of their group and into the quarterfinals. But to talk more about this matchup, of course, we have Empire stepping up to the plate, and they are not a team anyone should be doubting, starting to contest even the likes of G2's own Dynasty, which has seemed relatively uncontested for the past year or so now almost.
Yeah, I didn't even have a scratch on it up until that Coastline game, but after that, G2 had them on the ropes and just continued pounding down until they ended up winning that best of 5 pretty handedly. But again, that Coastline game that they played at the 6 Invitational against Team Empire, 22 rounds, remember the number correctly, but it is the longest map to ever be played instead of a sanctioned match.
Yeah, absolutely. And on top of that, of course, G2 is going to be looking to defend their own title once again here at the Major. And there's doubts as to whether they were going to be able to do that. It's going to be another test for them, of course, as teams are constantly getting better, constantly improving their own game plans, with Empire being the best example of that. Like we're saying earlier, we've got a lot of new blood coming into the fold here as well. Fours being the most prevalent out of that one. These by far the craziest as well when you look at their play style, and that's going to be fun to see come out. But then you've got the same thing coming in from North America with guys like TSM stepping up to the plate. Bolo, of course, the streamer, now turned pro player, still a streamer as well, and looking to make an impact for their first time on land. And it's not just all about Bolo, at least when it comes to TSM. You've got Merc, who has really impressed me with his online capability, his pre-aim, and just in general his aim placement is something that I haven't seen matched yet in Siege. It's a little bit hit or miss. Sometimes we don't see it from him in matchups if he's a little bit nervous or not warmed up too well. But when he's on, man, he is on, and you cannot challenge this man in an open 1v1. That on top of clutch capability from guys like even like Biologic and whatnot is starting to make TSM look like a pretty well-rounded roster, and one that I think is going to continue to rise over the next few months.
Yeah, I think the addition of Pyjamas is going to help them out a lot as well with that veteranism now coming online for TSM. They didn't have that before when they had Crusher, and now a Pyjamas sitting at the, I guess, the top of the hill for TSM, really. I mean, there's really no one else you look to and go, that's where you get all of this, strategy from for their roster. I mean, especially with the likes of Bolo and as well as Merc coming on. It's a whole new dynamic for them. But with that being said, we now have Team Empire up on the board, so we'll start a little bit of discussion about them. We have Shepard, Joystick, Dan, Scyther, and Karzeka. And the two people to notate here out of this entire roster, I mean, they all are all-stars in their own right, but it's going to be Joystick and Dan. Joystick for his cyborg plays, man. Everyone thinks that he's not even a human being. That's how good this man is at the game. But Dan, what do you think of Dan?
I think Dan is slotted into the role pretty much perfectly. He's done exactly what they needed to do, filling in for Shockwave, and it's like the team really hasn't skipped a beat for the most part here.
No.
Swapped right in and fulfilling the role pretty much perfectly. So he's been a nice slot in. Another player that I like to talk about as well is Shepard, who does a really good job, especially supporting Joystick in a lot of situations when it comes to either like defensive roaming capability or trying to support Joystick as he leads the charge on attack as well. Those two seem to work very well together, and it's an incredibly strong I mean, you can see it. Look at the rating, like exactly 1-to-1. One is just as strong as the other when it comes to the stats department. And that makes for a very scary combination if you aren't able to deal with both quickly, as it allows for things like easy trade capabilities, and through that, a team can get an early advantage on a round, which starts that snowball that a lot of teams, especially on a defensive side, are not able to deal with if they, say, lose their roamers early in a round to that combo.
Yeah, and you also have that assassin in the likes of Joystick, where he had the most opening kills at SI. I believe, if I remember correctly, it was 31, but he also had the most opening deaths. So it's either he gets that initial frag or he is the one that loses the gunfight. But again, he wins most of them. So at least you got that going for you.
Absolutely. We'll take a look at TSM's roster here in just a moment as well and see what exactly they're bringing to the table for this slam. We already talked about them a little bit, but here's the refresher in case you need it. Pyjamas, who stepped in recently, Biologic, achieved Bolo, excuse me, I always get that wrong, sorry. Bolo and Merc. Had to make that mistake at least once, so we'll get that out of the way early. But
it's early in the morning. We'll get
it's good. It's what is it? It's 9:57.
Yeah, we all had to wake up at 8 for this, but hey, it's good. It's
gamer
right.
time doesn't start till 10. That's when the games start.
Yeah, we're all very excited for this though. And again, here's TSM Pyjamas filling in for Crusher now. And again, if you guys did not watch TSM's matches coming up through the Raleigh qualifier, you need to go back and watch, because Pojo definitely still has it. Lol and chat if you guys know what I'm talking about.
On Clubhouse in that basement
That was
round,
incredible.
by far one of the most impressive clutches we've seen in the past few months in Siege. So it's going to be fun to see if he can carry over that type of performance here, at least in the stats department. He's leading the team right now, but like we were talking about before, Bolo with a really good playmaking capability. It's risky though, that's the thing, and this is where players on Empire might be able to punish things early on, is if they are able to catch Bolo, because he tends to take quite a few risks in order to make the plays that he makes, and sometimes it's a little more hit or miss. So we'll have to see how that pans out against a team that has been at the top echelon for almost a year now, like Empire.
Yeah, but you also have to talk about the two main fraggers on that team. You have Achieved, and you also have Merc. Those two together have been finding so many frags for this team, especially in the likes of Achieved. I mean, you guys saw he has the highest stat line besides Pojo rating-wise. Overall, he is plus 47 on his kills, though, as you guys did see on that previous screen. And Achieved is definitely no slouch. Again, he's surrounded by two people that are, in their own right, superstars. You have Bolo as well as Pojo Man. One coming from the comp scene, one coming up as a streamer, which everyone loves. When does Bolo play? It's going to be very soon.
Oh, 2 or 3 minutes.
2 or 3 minutes.
I had to guess. We're just missing one player from the lobby. And of course, we have to take a look at the maps, which I'm sure we will get on screen in just a second as well, to see where this matchup is going to be heading. As of course, folks, it is going to be a best of 3. When we jump into it here in just a second, we'll see where exactly the maps are going to be going. And here we go. It's time for the bans and picks. Like we said before, best of 3, so you can already see how it lands out. It's a ban, pick, ban, remainder. That's how we are going to do it here at Raleigh. Consulate and Villa are the first 2 knocked out by either team.
Clubhouse in. Guys, we're keeping Clubhouse in.
I was wondering if TSM likes to play on it, but yeah, Cafe is going to be the pick from TSM. Doesn't surprise me too much when you consider how dominant TSM have been. It's obviously the newest map to come into the pool. For those of you who might not have followed the scene in a while, we saw Oregon get swapped out for Cafe in the most recent update. So Cafe being brought back in, TSM has thrived on it in interregional matchups, so I think they want to bust it out here as well. Clubhouse, of course, being the expected pick from Empire. We've been seeing them stomp on it all across their lands, of course, and all across the online phase as well, with Coastline and Bank being the next bans. Coastline kind of a surprising one for TSM. They don't have the most amazing record up, but they play it a lot, so it's surprising to see them specifically ban it out. Border, interestingly enough, going to be the decider, which is really surprising for me, because up until this point, that was both these teams permaban.
Yeah, also, Empire's only played at Cafe 1 time.
Yeah, but
So
if you look at the stats, they also haven't had it banned by opponents, and they themselves haven't necessarily banned it out a whole lot. So it seems like a map that they're willing to play. I was talking to you in the pregame as well, or before we actually went live, that like, okay, maybe they're saving this as like a pocket pick for this event or something like that. And I think that may have confirmed my suspicions of the fact that they're willing to go for it. But yeah, you're looking at it now, the Border stats, right?
TSM has banned Border 17 times, everyone.
And if memory serves me correctly, I believe Empire has banned it 9 times recently.
They have banned it 9 times. Look at you.
Yeah. So, considering that, like I said, both these teams permabans, suddenly they're willing to flesh it out. So
sounds like a major.
I'm going to be honest, I want to get to that 3rd map now to see what these teams have prepped for Border.
Looks like a major. Sounds like a major.
It's a major.
It's a major.
The group stage still, but it is a major.
Yeah, I mean, hey, if there's a time to bring it out, I mean, in a map pool that is only 7 maps, you have to be able to play every single one. I mean, we don't have a lot to choose from just yet. Might be coming in a future update. We really don't know just yet. But as of right now, only 7 maps inside of the map pool. So you have to be prominent, or at least be able to play every single one of them if it comes down to that. Because you only get to ban 1 off rip. So, I mean, you're going to have your perma, but even with that, we really don't have the perma.
Yeah, no, both teams are like okay and willing to go to that. So
it seems more of a spot ban, like, okay, we really don't want to play you here. We're okay with this, but we really don't want to play you guys here. So I feel like throughout this land especially, it's going to be a lot more of, we don't feel confident in playing you guys on this map, but we're confident on it overall.
Like I said, and as well, like the choice to ban out Coastline, which is a map that, for the most part, like we don't really see Empire play that much at all. They've only got 1 map played on it in recent history, but TSM specifically chose to ban that out, which is one of their most played maps.
It doesn't have the best worst maps.
Yeah, it doesn't have the best record. I'll say that. They've only got a 4-3 record overall, and it's slightly in the positive with the win-loss ratio, but they have played it 7 times, which is tied for their most played, next to, I believe, like Cafe and maps like that, or excuse me, Clubhouse is actually tied for their most played map. Cafe comes as a close second, though, with 6 plays over the past few months. So it's going to be fun to see how this plays out, ladies and gentlemen. We are very, very close to match time indeed here. We should have most of our players in the lobby at this point. Just want a quick reminder that we are running 2 streams as usual here at the Major, folks. So if you want to check out the action that's going on over on the B stream, which, by the way, that's going to be Rogue versus Team Secret on that matchup, you can go ahead, either if you're on a PC, just add Bravo to the link above, or if you're watching us on any one of the streaming platforms, just go ahead and head back to the games directory. It should be right at the top of the list on twitch.tv or your respective platform /Rainbow6Bravo.
Yeah, but we also will be able to give you live updates over here if you guys are more interested in this game as well. And again, if you guys are on a browser source, you guys can also use that multitwitch.tv as well. If you guys don't know how to use that, it's multitwitch.tv /Rainbow6, the number 6 /Rainbow number 6 Bravo. And that will bring you to the multi-Twitch page where you can watch both streams at the exact same time, Blue.
Yep.
Exact same time.
Sure, keeping up with all the action. We've got 8 games, 8 best of 3s for you.
Got a lot of
today,
siege. Lots of
tomorrow as well.
Yeah.
So it's going to be fun.
Lots of siege, lots of talking. It's going to be a good day, man. I live, breathe, love this game. It's going to be a lot. And what a way to start the day as well. I mean, TSM versus Team Empire and Rogue versus Team Secret. What more could you want? The Bionicle on the table. Oh, that's the way to embrace it. I love it, Joystick.
Everybody's got their little trinkets and whatnot as well.
Yeah, and Taro actually gave Fnatic his koala again, so you guys will be seeing that as well.
Oh, that's right. The Fnatic guys have that, I believe.
Yeah, they have the kangaroo, and then he always brings the koala to the majors and gives it to him.
All right. Well, by the way, guys, our B stream game did just go live. So if you're interested in checking that out, please feel free to go head over to /Rainbow6Bravo on whichever stream you are currently watching us from. So they just jumped into it. They're also playing on Clubhouse as well, the map that we may see in this series too. So make sure you go ahead and check that out. This one, however, should be getting started within the next few seconds. We've got the GLHFs going into the chat now, and I believe that means we are just seconds away from getting started. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Our initial match of the Alpha stream. It's Team Empire versus TSM, and it goes to Cafe to start this matchup.
Yes, it does indeed. So, as we are going to be jumping into the ban phase now, it's going to be Team Empire on defense, TSM on offense. Team Empire presented with the first ban, and more than likely this is going to be a Montang ban. They don't like Montang. They've never liked Montang. It's actually going to be a Capitao, which, again, not a bad ban in its own right. Capitao is incredible on every single map at getting those defenders to move out of their places.
Aligns with recent trends and what we've been seeing, especially after his recent kind of side grade that he got. We've been seeing him used a lot more, especially for executes that are kind of connected to windowed areas and whatnot. He can cause quite a bit of a havoc from repel on or just on an execute position in general. So we'll see him get knocked out. Jackal also going to be eliminated. We've been seeing this become a trend recently. You kind of have the 2 different anti-roam styles now. You have a defensive anti-roam and a more aggressive anti-roam. Jackal being the best at that aggressive anti-roam, and normally not something that the defending team wants to deal with. So he gets knocked out. Echo, again, also a very common ban that we've been seeing in recent trends for Rainbow, especially with the yokais being very hard to spot in recent times. Most teams don't want to have to deal with that possibility in late round. Mira as well, a ban that we've been seeing for well over a year now.
And she's truly incredible on Cafe. She doesn't have a bad map, but there's definitely a spectrum, as in, like, for instance, Consulate is definitely not one of Mira's best maps. You can still play her there. We've seen G2 do it plenty of times, but obviously it's not one of her best maps. Whereas Cafe, she is truly a sight to behold, but we're not going to be seeing her just yet.
All right, we're getting into the first round here. Picks get locked in very quickly. As you might expect, we're going to start out at the cocktail lounge upstairs, which is pretty much where every defensive start ends up at. So we'll end up following the trends there. A couple 6 picks going to be used by both teams. Merc picking up the pick from their side, just waiting for the lock-in. There we go. He's going to head over to a Twitch, and Valkyrie is going to be picked up by Dan. So they kind of 6-pick into each other a little bit there, as they will kind of be used to counter each other out in a way.
Smart 6-pick. You never want to present Valkyrie off rip, because then that's just immediate 6-pick over to IQ. Your cameras don't work, and it's going to work out for Team Empire in spades here, as they will 6-pick over the Valkyrie, and the IQ gets 6-picked off.
It's interesting the 6-pick away from the IQ, however. That could be a little dangerous, as detecting the cameras from Dan is going to be a bit of a more difficult task now, unless the Twitch drone, is able to spot them. Unless, we see Merc with a good eye there to be able to pick those off in the early round, especially if they're tossed outside. They may go unhindered, which means that that's going to be some potential aggressive possibilities being opened up, especially in the early round for Empire.
Well, especially in recent history with how much Mozzie play we've had and how incredible his kit is. I mean, has 2 fantastic SMGs that's super shorty. Good at being able to break up flooring as well for Mozzie, Nitro Cell, and then the Pest Launcher. The thing that has definitely made him a staple inside of competitive, where he's able to steal drones with those little spiders that he launches onto the floor, has control of them, and can even have control of those Twitch drones of Merc. So this is going to make it quite difficult for them to try and get any intel, especially if they start bringing out that Mute Mozzie combo that we've seen start to rear its ugly head in recent history.
Yeah, Scyther specifically choosing to go with a P10 on his Mozzie loadout. We've been seeing, I think, a few more players tend to, especially at NA at least, tend to prefer the other one, the
Commando.
Just because it has a few extra bullets in it. It's got a slow fire rate, though. I think it's a little bit slower to kill generally. The P10, I've personally found it to be slightly short on ammo. You have to be very on point with your aim to be able to confirm the kill, especially if you're fighting at like medium to long range with it. At short range, though, that thing absolutely rips players apart. And I think that's why a lot of, especially more active roaming players, tend to go with that one over the Commando.
Yeah, the TTK on that is much, much shorter. Information now coming out from Merc, though, he's going to waste both of his Twitch drones trying to gain some intel inside of Christmas. This could actually be kind of a detriment because they're not going to have anything to get rid of those Evil Eyes except for explosives at this point. But Merc now has control of Christmas. Still in good timing as well. They need to get Pojo Man inside to get open the freezer wall.
Besides this, we've got Bolo looking to work his way in here. Starting to go for a little bit of pre-fire. No one from the side of Empire is going to choose to take that duel, though. They're still holding back relatively passively in their site setup positions. A little bit of roaming presence, though, and Joystick in the meanwhile saw a leap out through the windows, and he's going to be able to find Achieved in the early round. Makes it back in through the garage downstairs as well.
That's a huge pick as well. Achieved, known for his bug play and those nades, but it's going to be Shepard to tack on as Pojo Man will fall. It seems like Team Empire being able to continue this ride as Merc will fall next. Only Bolo and Bio left alive, and it seems that Team Empire has chosen the turtle route instead of getting overly aggressive. They're going to continue to use Joystick, but the crossfires from Karzeka will bear fruit as Bolo will fall as well, and it seems like this might be a perfect round to start things off for Team Empire.
Yeah, Bio unfortunately not really in a position where he can leverage much against this 1v5 situation. He was meant to sit up here, provide utility into the late round with those EMP grenades, but now has to drop in and basically work the execute from square one. Still, with not a whole lot of progress made on the destruction, you can see he's got access to work his way inside of the freezer at least, but unfortunately that's not much, especially with the diffuser down right at the doorway, and he would very easily find himself picked if he tried to push for this. So he's going to work his way up now. They should be able to detect on that. And oh, there you go. Nice and easy for Dan. He's got a small little punch hole there. Quickly takes out Bio, and it's a flawless round from Empire to start out the major.
What else do you expect from the Russian machine, honestly? That was just Team Empire as they've played before. I mean, truly insane play from them, not giving up anything over to TSM's side, and especially with the way that they play with their anchors. Nice, slow, don't over peek. If you're going to have someone peek, have your Jaeger peek, and that's going to be Joystick. Who else would you want to do it? He hops outside, able to claim that first frag, and that really started to make the teeter-totter lean in their favor. TSM could not pick up the pieces. They had to worry about someone roaming underneath now, and smart rotations by Joystick. Instead of trying to go for the immediate flank up red, which usually is just automatic death. You really don't want to take that route. He rotates white and starts holding down white hallway instead. Recognizing they had someone off-site, TSM tries to get aggressive up white hallway because you really need to relieve that pressure, especially for Bathroom, where we saw Dan end up picking that kill up for the last one of the round. But Team Empire ready on that front as well and end up taking the round flawlessly.
On the overall execute, though, yeah, TSM trying something that we've seen a lot of teams do, which is that pretty much straightforward attack through Christmas into the freezer. Like you were saying, they did have a little bit of presence downstairs to try and deal with the roamers. Ultimately, though, they could not make their way past that site setup that seems so strong for Empire. And this is going to be something that TSM are going to have to try and very quickly figure out. How do we get past these more like, you know, these very strong setups that we'll start to see from Empire? As Empire used to play this pretty crazy aggressive strategy too on defense, but I've noticed over the last couple of months, especially with the departure of Shockwave, they've kind of cooled it down a little bit. But that doesn't mean they don't know how to play against that kind of really fast, really aggressive style that TSM love to play in. I mean, TSM might find themselves a little bit out of their element here in certain situations.
Yeah, Cafe is a map where you can transition very, very well, top to bottom. It's more like Coastline, but not with the massive center. Instead, you can hop down from the top balcony, you can transition from the third floor to the second floor very quickly, and there's multiple staircases on this map. So roaming presence is definitely something that's coming quite easily, especially with the likes of Team Empire. You have Joystick and Scyther on Roam right now, with the other 3 on Anchor. And as we've already seen, Joystick definitely knows how to make a move and get some presence. But again, especially with that last round, playing things very slow here. And oh no, it might be seeming that Joystick's going to go fishing out the window again. He opens up white stairs, but nothing just yet.
He nearly found one at the beginning of the round, actually. He should have been able to see a player that walked by him just over there by the pink van, but I think he missed the cue on it or just decided not to react to it. And as a result, that means he's still hidden. They don't necessarily know he's going to get aggressive. A nade retrieved. Don't think it's going to meet its mark, unfortunately, as it looks like either Dan or Joystick are going to be able to work rather. Dan does get caught on a rotate, though. Pyjamas able to isolate him out. There's already some good adjustments from TSM. They've slowed it down immensely. They're not going straight for Dragon capability, trying to use utility a lot more. However, the trade comes in from Karzeka as he knocks out Bolo in response.
Beautiful angle there by Karzeka on the Valkyrie, playing over on near new balcony over inside of Cocktail. But quick shots, it's going to be Joystick to win it out as Merc will fall. It's going to continue to be the Team Empire show for now. TSM having a good crunch on initially, but Chief seems to have fallen off his angle. What they were trying to do is they were trying to pressure Cocktail and force them out of their hideout inside of Cocktail towards the bar area or up White Hallway, where the other remaining TSM members were lying in wait, but doesn't appear to have worked out too well just yet. Dan has already rotated out as well. Karzeka will finally fall. They now have all of the upstairs control, but now they have to worry about Scyther as well as Shepard down in the middle hallway.
And they've been able to pinch out that pressure upstairs at a minimum here. Still have about a minute left to work with, so not doing terrible in time. You can see they've still got this good soft destruction they can work top to bottom play with, specifically coming in from their buck as well. Scyther almost nearly being caught also as Biologic starts to pressure the red stairs, which means Scyther's going to have to pull back now. He can't really afford to take any out in the open fights. And Shepard, of course, on smoke is just not going to be attempting that. So this is really restricted Empire. It's now all on TSM to make the execute happen with the remaining 30 seconds here. There's Shepard, though, still finding impact. He's able to knock it achieved over towards white stairs.
Quick shots by Scyther, but nothing's going to make any contact as they're trying to go into Radiant Diffuser, now going down on the likes of Pyjamas. Shepard rotating upstairs to try and play the vertical angle with that shotgun. It seems that they already do have the Florin open, though, as he will be able to see the Thermite. He's going to go down. Bio, all that remains. Scyther does have the hot mark. Bio's already rotated outside, though. Is he aware of this rotation, or do they still think he's inside of the room? It does appear that they are ready. Scyther's going to hold the door and have Shepard rotate for the diffuser. Will he be able to win out this gunfight? If Bio sprints here, it's all over. Nitro Cell coming out, and that's going to be the kill for Scyther. A quick sail and explosion to mark the death of Biologic, and that'll be 2 rounds for Team Empire, picking up the pieces here in round 2.
A great continuation here from Team Empire. In fact, that first kill they got that Shepard found through the punch hole that was upstairs in the floorboard, that was actually opened up by Buck himself. So ultimately, TSM messed themselves up a little bit at the end of the round, but definitely not something that they would have been able to kind of foresee, so can't really fault them for that one too much. Just a little unfortunate. At the end of the day, though, good adaptation by those 2 remaining players in the site from Empire to bring back a round that seemed to be under the control of TSM, but unfortunately wasn't TSM not able to get the read onto the roaming presence there at the very end, specifically from Shepard. Caught them off and then isolated that down to a 2v1, which, as you saw with the Nitro Cell specifically, they were able to handle quite easily.
Yeah, I think for Team Empire right now, we've always expected this cool, calm, and collected playstyle from them. They never get panicked, even in a round. If it's 2v5, 2v4, 1v5, it doesn't matter. That remaining member is always cool, calm, and collected, and they find a way to box out of it. And with that round there, that's exactly what they had. It seemed that TSM just did not want to stack together. They really didn't have any post-information after those initial contacts with Team Empire, and that's what really punished them, because Shepard was allowed to just rotate through downstairs, really wherever he wanted to go, and they didn't cut him off. Instead, they spread out the offense, and that's not what you want to do. You want to pick your point of contact, and you want to move as a unit. When you spread, it makes it a lot easier to win those 1v1s, and especially with the likes of Shepard with an SMG-11, that gun's insane. You do not want to give him those ones.
Well, we are in a pause right now, ladies and gentlemen, in case you weren't able to catch that. You can see like Karzeka looking like he's having a good time here to start out the matchup, and why shouldn't it? A 2-0 lead over your opponents on defense here for Cafe on their own map pick. Certainly a confident start as well. They've got Clubhouse coming up after this one, so no reason why they shouldn't be feeling confident. Meanwhile, we've got Rogue and Team Secret still fighting it out on our Bravo stream. They just got through, and a nice clutch from Rogue, from Vertical specifically at that, to start putting them into their matchup versus Team Secret, which currently sits at 2-1 in the favor of Team Secret, if you're wanting to check that one out.
Yeah, once again, make sure you guys are using all those links. Use a double tab, use something. There's so much Rainbow Six Siege going on today, tomorrow, the next day, over the weekend. It's major week, baby. You got to be excited about it.
Lots of Siege to watch over the next 7 days, folks. Well, except for Thursday. But
we won't talk about that.
We won't talk about that one. That's rehearsal day.
We need to be able to breathe. That's what Thursday's for. That's breathe day for the casters, so we don't have to talk. All right, well, jumping into round 3 now. We'll be going downstairs to the kitchen, my favorite place. It's where all the food's made, obviously.
Okay.
So, Team Empire now looking for 3 rounds, and once again, if they're able to get this 3rd round, you just start up once again on your rotations. That will open up the top floor. They start back up top, then go to middle, and possibly bottom once again if they're able to get the perfect defensive side. Otherwise, TSM will be staring down the barrel of something very, very dangerous on their own map pick, which is starting off 0 to 6. And I don't think that's how they really wanted this one to start. Again, I really feel like TSM just needs to play closer together in those after those initial contact points, because as of right now, it seems like Team Empire is more or less just laid back, allowing them to really tangle with their defensive players that are roaming, more like Joystick, and he's been able to get a lot of picks so far. If they continue to allow this to happen, I don't see TSM making it out of this alive.
Scyther was able to successfully grab a drone in the setup phase here, so he's going to have himself a lot more aggressive capabilities. They could put that drone in quite a few different places, actually. Right now it's on the 3rd floor, but if they wanted to swing it around back over, say, to the 1st floor, they could have, a camera right on Bakery Doorway, or another pivotal entry point here that I'm sure TSM is going to want to use. And as a result of that, that means Team Empire has a lot of control over TSM until that's dealt with.
TSM focusing their sights on the mid floor, and why wouldn't you? You have Achieved on Buck as well as you have Bolo on the Zofia. We've been seeing him more in a supportive flex role recently instead of a extremely aggressive role. That's really what we've seen Merc and Achieved in, but it seems like Bolo is trying to sit more at the forefront with the Zofia instead of going with what we've seen him play before with that Habana or Capitao or things along those lines. But TSM worried more about the drone game now, trying to find Joystick, but they do have Dan on Vigil. We've seen him play this before, and he's done a bang-up job, especially at Milan. But Joystick going to destroy a drone and immediately rotates, does not want TSM to have any active information.
Yeah, and that should be a good amount of the drones from TSM gone at this point. I would say at least half of them now gone, if not more than that. So for late round here, depending on how much droning they've already been able to do downstairs, they could be going in a little bit blind here, which is always such a dangerous thing for a team on attack to do. It looks like they still have a few more at least, but they need to keep these alive here in order to get intel. But it's a good early find here. They're able to isolate out Dan on the Vigil as well and strike first to bring it down to a 5v4.
I like TSM's take here. They're isolating staircases and making it to where it's extremely hard for Team Empire to rotate. Dan trying to rotate up new stairs, ends up getting punished by Bio over on the door. Nitro Cell rings off, but it's not going to make any contact. Bio did take a little bit of damage, but nothing fatal just yet. Only a minute left. This appears that Bio might be waiting for a claim, or he does not have one. He's already set his down, and this is where Achieve starts playing Wrecking Crew, as he will be able to open up all of the train museum flooring. But again, these angles work both ways. So you see Karzeka trying to claim a life from Prep.
So a lot of reconstruction being done at the moment by Achieve in order to see down into that kitchen and hopefully isolate a few players out. But as you can see from the silhouettes, Empire doesn't really have a whole lot of presence. Ooh, that could have been dangerous. Almost the nade getting caught there on the bars. It does make it down, but as you can tell, without any silhouettes down there, it's not really going to mark any impact, unfortunately.
Never throw leaning, kids. Never throw while you're leaning. It messes up the trajectory, and a lot of the times you will bounce something off and almost die. Pojo's going to actually start planning as the Nitro Cell goes off. Where is Pojo planning? Merc's going to find a kill as well. They recognize out now where that is going off. Toxic Babe out as he's going to have to crawl across the floor, but Pojo's not going to take any damage from those Toxic Babes. Next one's going to hit the top of the door. Shepard destroys it, and it seems like TSM might be finding their first round.
Yeah, TSM really just kind of sneaking this one in as well. Pojo Man is walking into Prep Kitchen. It didn't seem like Empire were able to catch it. I don't know if they were too focused on dealing with the buck upstairs or something else went wrong, but with Bolo picking up the next kill on Shepard, it's isolated out. Karzeka surrounded in a 1v4. He's got less than half the defuse time left. Yes, he will be able to get the easy kill against Merc because he was pre-aimed for it. Pojo Man quickly trades, and there you have it. TSM onto the board after the initial 2 went to Empire.
Very good post plant by TSM, and you really have to wonder how they got that diffuser off with all the information that they had presented in their operator pickups. I mean, you have the Vigil. excuse me, you have the Mozzie, you have the Valkyrie, and yet you still get punished that easily just by a man jumping over into the actual kitchen. It wasn't prep, it was the actual kitchen. Usually you have someone playing inside a freezer, but they really didn't have that opportunity, especially with the pressure coming from upstairs by the likes of Achieve. They had to actually vacate that area, so very smart play by Pojo to attack the kitchen. Had two of his members with him downstairs to be able to hold those crossfires to get that diffuser down. Just a very heads-up play by TSM to get their first round.
Well, that's how it starts for TSM. Now it's time to see if they can build it. We're going back up to Bar and Cocktail Lounge. Probably one of the most one-sided rounds we've seen all game, though. And it went very heavily into the favor of Empire. There was a few very easily correctable mistakes just with the strategy TSM were employing on this attack, though. So I would expect a much more improved attack this time from TSM. But let's see if they have indeed learned their lesson from trying to kind of just take a fragging role in this one, trying to knock out players from Empire in just the cross-angle duel that we have between Cigar and the very back of the bar itself. Or if they are going to fall into that same mistake again and allow for Empire to pick up potentially another flawless round against them.
Cafe especially, you have to watch for those nitro cells, man. A lot of nitro cell play happens on this map with the amount of verticality and soft destruction Cafe now has after the update. And we saw that come out the last round. TSM did end up winning it, but again, you have to worry about that whenever you're on a soft floor. Pulse can ruin your entire day on this map. There's so many things that explosives can do, specifically on Cafe, that isn't as effective on other maps. But it seems like TSM will be running straight to the roof this time. This is the site where Team Empire picked up their very first round that was perfect. So hopefully TSM can at least get a body this time.
See if that is indeed going to be the case. Same openings being popped up by Bolo here, just to give them control over the red stairs hatch as well, give them the opportunity to jump into Cigar very quickly and work control from there. Still 2 minutes remaining, so we shouldn't really need to see anything hyper-aggressive just yet for TSM. Still a lot of posturing. The site's generally got a pretty straightforward pattern to its attack, and there's usually not a whole lot of room for variance on it. So things will generally play out the same way, and that means that TSM are going to have a lot of excess time to play with. How they use that, though, is still yet to be seen. There you go. You can see Merc already working his way into Christmas, getting some easy control there. They open up the sidewall, disallow for any players to sneak up on them from the inside of the bar itself, and in a moment here, they'll probably work to open up the freezer door.
The issue for TSM here is that they're playing right into the hand that Team Empire is dealing, and that is, hey, please push us, Christmas. If you don't push us anywhere else, then this is going to be pretty easy. They have a crossfire set up from New Balcony, the one that's sitting over by the window. Then you have New Drop that's across. So
Joystick, I think, at White Stairs, too. Yep,
yeah, Joystick's on White Stairs. That's what I'm saying. They need to try and pressure the mid floor and get rid of Scyther and then pressure this back stairs. Otherwise, all this is just a contested gunfight over and over again with Team Empire, especially in the likes of Karzeki. He has that mean crossfire looking over into Freezer. And then you have Dan that's sitting inside of Bathroom. Frag grenade to go out. I don't think it's going to pick the man up. No, he's going to rotate over towards bench hard, and he's going to sit right next to the door, plays his time instead, as it looks like Achieve wants to get aggressive here, but you have to worry about that crossfire once again.
Yeah, and unfortunately, without the Twitch, oh, that's actually Joystick finally getting a little bit over-aggressive. Biologic able to catch it. Merc gets a second kill as well. They do lose Bolo in the process to Karzeka from well across the way, but at the moment, TSM winning the trade, which is exactly what they need. The problem is, though, the defensive setup here from the guys on Empire is still strong, but Merc, again, bringing his team back into the fold here with some kills that were desperately needed. Now another one found by Merc as he gets 3 on the round, and Biologic cleans it up. TSM do win the opening cut fragging duel here for the 3rd floor, and as a result of that, they'll pick up the tying point at 2-2.
Very smart rotate by Bio there. I don't know if that was called by IGL or what exactly happened, but that's exactly what they needed to get rid of. That white staircase is the linchpin of this site. It holds down the entire hallway, and it makes it to where it's a lot harder to put pressure on Dan. You have to try and force yourself through that freezer, and a lot of the times they're going to have someone with an ACOG looking through that broken hole into there. So, with that being said, Joystick falls. Dan to immediately follow TSM with the round after a smart adjustment.
Not going to see the guys on Empire skip a beat, though. Instead of going right back to it, they'll continue on with their site rotation and head downstairs into Reading Room and Fireplace. So once again, they'll reattempt this site, but we are now tied. TSM has figured out how to start countering on Empire. They're starting to pick apart these defensive setups. Unfortunately, they've only got 2 rounds left where they can utilize those strategies before they switch sides, but it's enough, at least for now, to keep them on even footing with their Russian opponents.
And I think the main thing that a lot of people are going to look to, especially people that don't watch the NA region, is that, you know, a lot of people don't think TSM is up to snuff with Team Empire. TSM really hasn't had that testing match. That fight or flight has not kicked in for them just yet. They were at Valencia and showed pretty well there. But again, you didn't have some of the best teams in the world playing at that LAN. Now, they're playing up against one of arguably the best teams in the world in the likes of Team Empire. And as of right now, they're stacking up pretty well. Smart adjustments, but we haven't seen Team Empire been pushed to the limit just yet. I'm going to be very interested to see if this does go the full distance and on map 3 exactly what will happen. Because, again, with the likes of these new-blooded players and the likes of Merc, I mean, Merc has not been on a Pro League team for that long. He just recently got picked up by TSM when this roster was formed originally. So, I'll have to see if he can continue on this reign, because as of right now, it seems like it's just another day in the office for him.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Once again, a slow start here for the guys on TSM. Not trying to get too much control just yet, as they know that there's probably some decent roaming presence around specifically the 3rd floor and roaming into the 2nd floor as well. So they need to be very careful about their entry point here to make sure they don't get tripped up, as of course, as we know, Empire loves to play that aggressive game and challenge their opponents at the first step.
They've done a very good job of passive play so far, though. Usually it's Joystick that's the one that's overly aggressive whenever he smells literally anything. If he gets a hint of it, it's over, and he's going to try and get aggressive. But instead, Joystick has been biding his time on White Stairs. It's worked out pretty well for them, all except for that last round where he got a little aggressive on Bio on the window, trying to contest that upside-down rappel. But Joystick's going to try and continue his hold here on White Stairs, as they have went reading room this time around.
I think that is like a good way to play against the guys from TSM, because TSM love to take those open fights if you give it to them, and by denying that and forcing basically do that and just go for wide open peaks, it allows, as you were saying in the last round, it plays TSM right in Empire's hands. Another peek from Joystick certainly takes the man a moment, but he gets the 2nd kill against Bio, bringing us down to what? Another one he finds achieved as well down the White Hall. And what is happening to TSM? They're falling apart to a single man from Empire right now.
Have you not learned of this man's tale? You don't give him ones, folks. You don't give it to him. It doesn't matter how many bullets are in the mag. Joystick will find a way, and he'll make it happen. That's what's going to come of Merc, Achieved, and Bio. All fall to the likes of Joystick. A quick shot, but it'll be Bolo to tack on instead.
This could start to turn around a little bit here. Joystick should probably go down in a moment as well, because he's just got a sliver of HP left, and he knows it too. He is long gone, bails away from the White Stairs, as his job is well done and dusted at this point. And with the loss of his teammate, they can't afford to take an additional loss, as that will reignite the possibility for a win on their opponents.
I believe we're going to have Joystick actually rotating up red here to try and continue to put a pin in this round, and they're both going to immediately vacate the area. Gets aggressive on side. It's Bolo to start things off once again. A quick shot, but they're both going to be down. Bolo can still pick himself up, but it doesn't matter. Shepard immediately identifying out that he has it downed. Like so, Bolo quickly picking up that kill. That'll execute both of them since they were both downed. That's going to put a pin in that round. Again, just shown up by what Joystick can truly do. And the man is put inside of a box on White Stairs and just continues to take those ones, downing every single member. Doesn't matter if it's an ACOG, doesn't matter if it's a hollow site. This man definitely has the aim and the means to get it done.
All right, well, the last round of the defense and attack for each of these teams now. And we're going to see Empire take it back down to the kitchen one final time, as TSM will look to try and tie it up now, 3-3.
I'm kind of at a loss for words on how they're handling Joystick on White Stairs. He does have an ADS there, so obviously you can't immediately nade him, as they usually have achieved on those nade players. Buck, Sledge, things along those lines that bring those frag grenades. Those are usually his routine too that he plays. But they haven't tried to nade out Joystick just yet because of that ADS. But you are bringing a Thatcher. I would say rotate that Thatcher over towards Christmas instead. Have somebody play that window or just the outside balcony area. Have that EMP go down on the top of White Stairs. Get rid of that ADS and then try and frag out the man on the staircase, because I don't think you want to try and take a gunfight with Joystick. It doesn't matter if he doesn't have a zoomed sight. All he needs is to know where you are. That pre-fire ripping apart most of the members of TSM.
Yeah, they need someone to flush him out, and as you were mentioning, they just haven't really found that capability yet, which has led to them taking... It's not even like conjoined pushes either, it's just, like you said, it's a lot of ones.
You don't want to give ones.
Yeah, not to him anyway.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of people you don't want to give ones to at this tournament. I think there's one on every single team that you're just like, I'd rather not peek, you know? Much rather lean on utility and just having a frag grenade explode.
And Joystick is certainly one of the strongest ones out of that. You don't want to be giving it to. Which unfortunately, that's how TSM fell into in the last round there. And it killed their chances for the most part of closing out the round. Still some hope though for them to at least tie it up and give them a relatively good half at 3-3. They need to attack and successfully get access to this kitchen once again.
There you go.
Just like the last time they played against it, though, they are going to be able to catch Joystick this time. Knock him out, and once more, give him a little bit of a 5v4 advantage at the beginning of the round.
It seems like if Joystick falls initially for Team Empire, it's a TSM round, but if he's able to stay alive, then TSM just has a very, very bad time so far here on Cafe. This is going to be the last round of the offensive side for TSM. Then we switch sides. Team Empire will be over on offense. TSM will be on defense. I can definitely tell you that Team Empire has been scrimming this map. Again, only a 7-map pool. So you have to be able to play every single one of these maps because somebody is going to be taking you to them throughout this tournament. Team Empire so far definitely seems proficient on this map. Merc marking out the phone so that Bio can rotate and get those cameras, but Bio's all the way down inside of reading.
So we've got Biologic. He's going to work his way back upstairs probably in a sec just to grab the cameras real quick. He doesn't give the team a massive amount of intel, but they might get lucky with a spot or two here if they can find anything from it. And off of this one, rest of the team still trying to get into position. You can see obviously Achieve doing a little bit of reconstruction. Now that they've moved away from the buck play that they had earlier, starting to isolate out these players inside of Kitchen if they can find any. But it didn't really seem like Empire was caught by this too much. The last time they played on Kitchen, they were pretty good at avoiding this and even starting to fire back through some of these punch holes too. So they're being careful that Karzeka gonna get flushed out by a Twitch drone. He's forced into the next room. This will start to open up a little bit more execute capability for TSM.
I like Team Empire's style so far on their defense. If they do lose that initial roamer, then they all just rotate back to site and go, okay, you still have to clear out the rest of the map. You still have to try and get some pressure on site, and you're going to be on crunched time. The defense is always in favor of time, especially when it gets under that minute mark. The more you can delay, the better, and that's exactly what Team Empire is trying to bring to the table. And so far, it's been working out. You really have to be worried for TSM, though, with Dan still on the table with those vigil effects working their magic. Pojo, though, to start things off here in the post-minute.
So, Pojo with another pick here. Scyther trying to get aggressive to find something. Dan does the same thing, more than anything looking to avoid what happened in the last round where TSM were able to kind of brute force their way in and get an early plan off. Bolo, though, will quickly punish Dan for attempting to stop that. And it brings the Empire roster down to just a 2v4 now. But only 15 seconds left. We need to start seeing TSM get into position to plant, and they've done just that. Scyther's rotate up on top is not going to give him an angle in order to knock out the planter. He's got safe harbor in that back corner. So the plant goes down, and now it all comes into the post plant. Can the members of Empire pull off this 2v4, somehow reaffirm their position on the site? As if not, it's going to be a tie game. TSM at 3-3 achieved. Takes the first duel against Shepard. Not able to find much, but he does get wrapped on by Scyther a second later.
Oh, as it seems to all fall apart now. A double for Scyther as he continues to tack on. Has to go for the defuse. It's going to be held down by Shepard. They're going to have to try and get aggressive through this door. It's a fake, though. Quick shots. Does Shepard find one? Shepard with a quick peek. Doesn't have too much time, and Bio going to bide his time as well. As Bio's trying to rotate, he's going to have to rotate back through. Shepard's going to stick it. Has to act quickly. Will he hop off? He will, but Bio to find it. TSM ties it up on their offensive side.
So close, and once again, another amazing attempt at a clutch here from the guys from Empire, but falling just short. TSM take it, their strong kitchen attack. Like we were saying before, that ties us up now at 3-3 for halftime. The teams will switch sides, and now it's going to be TSM on the defense, Empire on the attack.
It seems like TSM has all predictated exactly where they want to plant on that site. Again, Kitchen has been completely redone for Cafe, so it seems that TSM's default plant is right there behind the Kitchen counter. They end up clearing out Freezer from those holes up above that they were using Sludge for, and I actually like Sludge a little bit more here because it's a lot quieter. Instead of using that skeleton key where it's like, oh, hello, I am here, I am present.
I am a shotgun.
Yeah, I have a shotgun, exactly. So, with that being said, we are going to be flipping sides now. Team Empire will be on offense, TSM will be on defense. And what do you know, Blue? We're starting on bar to start things off all the way upstairs. For Team Empire, that defensive side was pretty good, I would say, especially with the rounds that they won. It really was in the favor of Team Empire. There was no fight back from TSM. But for TSM's round, things kind of started getting close to the chest in those post runs. There was no round where you're like, okay, obviously TSM wins this. There was a lot of fight back from Team Empire, leaning on the backbone of their roster, which is going to be your anchor players. Most of the time working out for them, but especially in that last round, just could not find that one that they needed to end up getting that diffuser done.
Big question for me now that we move into TSM's defense is how actively are they going to try and play their own defensive setup here? And also a big question mark right now that's showing up for the TSM roster. Raul's achieved right now, pulling off a donut 0-4-6.
4 assists, man. That's when you know you're getting into the gunfights you want. You just can't finish the fight. You can't finish the fight, and it seems that Achieved hasn't been able to find it just yet. He is going to be on the Valkyrie for this round, so he'll be able to provide some intelligence, as well as Bolo is going to be... Can we just call him Alda, man, at this point? Because that Alda is truly insane. He's going to be on the Maestro. Alda, 81 bullets. You guys know the meme, but...
Bio on the M80 as well, or M870.
Yeah, that's definitely something, isn't it?
Oh, no.
Oh, he's going to hop outside and then get...
He got one, too. Okay. He got Dan.
That's a big pick as well. That's going to be the Thatcher. They're not going to be able to get any of these open. Bio more than likely already has those bandits down as well, so they're going to have to rotate underneath. We have Merc doing his best joystick impression, and who else would you pick? You talked about him earlier. Merc's aim is truly insane. You give him the Jaeger, let him use that 416C, and he will definitely show you some crazy stuff.
So, I was wondering how aggressive we would see TSM play on their defense. I don't know if I was expecting this aggressive. So far, this has worked out great for them. A 2-for-1 exchange at the beginning of the round. You can see Karzeka is still afraid to go into the window because we have the active hold on the inside of Christmas. Now, they're going to pop open the red stair, or the red stairs hatch leading into Christmas. This will probably, never mind. This will probably start to first back Merc, but apparently not. He runs out a window. What? Oh! How is he not being stopped? Picks up another kill, still going, by the way, still alive at this point as he works his way back into Garage. Shepard was only able to trade onto another player, which is not even part of this fight. Now we'll look for a few more, but no, Bolo, the Elder Man himself, shuts it down from the other side of the site, and TSM absolutely thrashed their way through their opening defensive round.
And that is a pinnacle of TSM. Merc, 3 kills, does it all, and guess what, guys? It's a GN in chat from Merc. You guys didn't get to see it, but it was there. I thought we were going to get a Pojo Man lol for a second.
You're on NA turf now.
You're on NA turf now, boy. This is where toxicity shows its head, but no, it's all in good fun. It's all in good competition, and trust me, we love to see it. Get Empire riled up. That's what they're really trying to do. Break that mental fortitude, which, again, to get under Team Empire skin is going to take quite a bit.
Pretty much the direct opposite of what we saw from Empire when they played onto this site, though. I mean, and to be fair, Empire also dominated their opening round too. Flawless, in fact. Didn't even have that trade happen, but they played it much more controlled, much more weighted, and directly countered out the strat for TSM, whereas TSM took it right to Empire's face, and for the most part, won a lot of 1v1s at the end of the day, won a lot of relatively risky fights, and as a result of that, we're given a massive advantage to shut up the round.
Well, again, you do not expect an M870 to hop out a window and get aggressive on your rappel, but that shotgun's the most powerful in the game. So, you hop out the window, quick shot to the man rappelling to your left. Yeah, you're going to lose the gunfight to the guy rappelling, but you killed Thatcher. That's a massive pick. Those Valkyrie cameras helping out a lot outside, being able to identify the rappel. Bio coming up huge, but Bio was definitely not the one that we're going to be talking about that last round. It's going to be Merc and how he was able to get aggressive onto Christmas, and that really was off the back of Biologic's efforts. They didn't have the crossfire that they needed. All they had were the ones on the windows, which allowed Merc to hop from the window that he's currently spawn killing from. But again, aggressive plays are not meant to be, dumb. They're calculated. That's exactly what Merc is bringing to the table right now. Just because it is aggressive does not mean that it's going to be something wrong. This also a fantastic angle that's going to be held by Merc. You can actually see the window from a long angle, but if you rappel to that initial floor where you see all the air vent units, he can actually shoot them as they're rappelling up, and it makes it very, very difficult. Buck's going to get aggressive on the window. Scyther might allocate for a grenade, but instead he's going to hop up the minibar, and Merc will vacate the area.
We've got 2 more players on the second floor as well, looking to mess around with these guys. Achieve specifically right by the window on the Valkyrie right now, looking to try something on the hop out towards that balcony potentially too. Actually, never mind. Looking at this now, it's red stairs, in fact. Ready to go with the Nitro Cell when someone hops in.
Be quite dangerous and definitely a way to say hello. Nitro Cell there to start things off. But slow tidings right now for Team Empires. They're trying to find any scrap of information. Everything they found so far has just been Merc inside of Christmas, and all he did was show face and immediately vacate the area. We will finally have someone inside. It's going to be Karzeka to start things off with the Zofia.
Christmas control is going to be pretty easily taken, this time by the guys from Empire, since we have moved down a level. They don't need to immediately deny that presence, but they still want to fight for it, as a top-down control is still very important for the defensive setup due to the amount of presence it will give the attackers. Bolo, though, able to strike back, this time on the dock instead of the Maestro, due to the fact that he needs to remain slightly more mobile than before. So he goes on to him. Allows for him to find the early pick onto the Buck, which is actually going to destroy quite a bit of that soft destruction potential. They're going to have to rely on players like Zofia now in order to turn it back. Speaking of turning it back, though, we see both Joystick and Dan find picks against Biologic. along with Pyjamas knocking out the smoke in the early round and giving the Team Empire roster quite a bit more time to attack. Joystick with another surgical pick here against Merc.
Yeah, rotates up white stairs, able to find Merc as he was looking down white hall instead. Dan actually getting taken down by Achieve. Bolo needs to be able to rotate back downstairs safely. It's only Achieved on site right now as they're trying to get some information on Bolo. They will find him on the new balcony as Karzek is going to get aggressive. Bolo immediately vacates the area though, rotating through reading to continue to try and play out his life. They do have angles to try and find him, but nothing for the reading room. So that will grant him safe harbor for now. So he's going to continue to try and rock things out with this ACOG.
So guys from Empire still looking for entry angles here, even though it's only a two-man setup left alive downstairs. They don't want to go into it blind. They don't really have time to drone it necessarily either. This is going to start to become a little bit of an issue here now for Empire, is the lack of time needed in order to execute properly. Flash goes into the dining room. They'll hop in, take control of the train yard. They move their way forward. A nice opening pick here from Shepard to find Achieve. Now all the pressure goes to Bolo himself. He'll take the duel against his opponent from the other side here, but ultimately will fall to Joystick, finally working his way down those white stairs and finishing off the round for Empire. Will remain tied at 4-4.
Again, cool, calm, and collected is Team Empire in these instances. Even when it gets down to that 3v2, it isn't an initial take. They gain some information. They try and figure out what these remaining members are. Masking their drop with that stun with the thermite, able to get downstairs, apply some pressure, force Achieved into a really bad spot. They were trying to pinch him from the back of pillars as well as the man had jumped off the balcony immediately when that gunfight started from train to pillars onto the Valkyrie, but Achieved loses out that gunfight and he really hasn't found too much just yet. He finally found his first kill onto Dan outside, but it really didn't matter at the end of the day. So we're still tied here on Cafe, and it seems like we're definitely in for a treat here in the early morning.
Yeah. Just in case you guys are wondering about what's going on back on our Bravo stream, by the way, we just managed to see, I believe it was Team Secret, pick up the most recent round. So they are actually at the same, well, spoiler alert, they are actually at the same exact scoreline that this match is at right now. They are also tied 4-4 in their match on Clubhouse, and that once again is Rogue going up against Team Secret over on our Bravo stream.
Well, what do you know? We have Joystick top fragging Team Empire. Wouldn't you? Would you not believe it?
That's, yeah.
Crazy. Never would have guessed it.
Big surprise.
Yeah, big surprises here. Well, TSM now going to be going back to the mid floor here, but instead they're going to be going to reading / dining, which is a newer site here on Cafe. Works out pretty well, especially with the upstairs. This upstairs is definitely a pinnacle of all of these mid-floor sites. You want to be able to hold down the verticality, otherwise you're immediately going to get punished. Team Empire bringing plenty of soft destruction to be able to handle that, but what we saw before was the Merc and Bolo show upstairs, and it worked out pretty well for the most part until Team Empire was able to get their footing on that mid-floor. Eventually, Joystick rotates up white stairs, puts a nail in the coffin of Merc and really spells disaster for the rest of the round for TSM. They really have to be worried about that route, especially that they're holding the mid floor, especially with this site in particular. If you allow that rotation up white, there's something going wrong with your setup. You should have information or at least have somebody with eyes on that white staircase.
TSM also with some quick adjustments here too. They realized the aggression might have been overplayed by a slight amount going into the second round there. Obviously we saw a lot of picks specifically coming in, if I remember correctly, from Shepard back on the gridlock in the last round, or Joystick it might have been as well. So as a result of that, they've now pulled back the aggression slightly. They're not trying to directly peek the opening windows or anything like that. They are still trying to contest some pretty early angles, however, against Empire's executes. They definitely still want those early kills. They're just not being as proactive in pursuing them as they were in the first two rounds.
Yeah, they do still have quite a few people in Rome or just trying to contest Team Empire even gaining access to the building. They do have Christmas control right now, but they're taking things slow and steady, getting a drone in relatively every square inch of this upstairs. We do still have one body remaining upstairs. I believe it's in bathroom. Yes, it's going to be Merc inside of the upstairs bathroom. He does have support from the likes of Bio on white stairs, who has rotated recently. Gets aggressive. Stun grenades coming through now. They do have one of those pests on the door as well, so no drone's going to be able to come through, but Merc will be able to rotate safely. Bolo is still playing new balcony.
So starting to adjust. Start to play a little bit more passive here at very minimum. Give them a feign. There might still be this aggressive setup somewhere upstairs, and you can tell, I mean, Empire's very careful with how they're proceeding here. They're still very worried about someone trying to run out against them or try some things. You can see right now a lot of active droning presence having to be coming in from Empire in order to avert those fears, on top of things like the gridlock setups to try and restrict players like Bolo here on the back balcony. It'll force them into the open, right into Scyther's waiting arms, who will finally get the first kill of the round with just under a minute left. Merc, though, a nice close angle to trade this back. He's got some problems, though, waiting behind the piano. He fails to account for it. Shepard trades him right back out, and that opens up a downstairs push here for at least some of the members of Empire. Achieve, though, stealing away another one as he finds Joystick. Oh, and Scyther sent flying by a Nitro Cell from Biologic.
Always have to worry about those explosives from underneath. 27 seconds left, and Team Empire trying to pick up the pieces. It's only Karzeka and Shepard as they're still trying to establish vertical angles. Clears out the laundry room. Nothing to be had just yet. They have to try and find some presence on site, but Pyjamas still alive. All those toxic babes are still online. Still plenty of utility to worry about as the Chief's going to continue to try and tack on. It'll be Shepard to claim his life, though. Only 6 seconds remain as the toxic babe will ring true. They have to rotate all the way around. They're not going to have enough time. And on that note, it will be TSM once again taking the lead.
2 more rounds away now from closing out the opening map in their own map pick here. Starting to look a lot more confident on the defense. And on top of that, a lot more of their strategies for the defense here tend to be panning out much better for them.
I will say this. Don't get as antsy on defense. You saw Bolo overpeaking just a little bit. Slow it down. Team Empire, especially on those rounds where you have them on the ropes, are wasting a lot of time with drone game and everything else. Bio's doing his job. He got quite a few drones on that last round, as well as they were destroying quite a few. So that economy for their drones was just absolutely destroyed. They had nothing to try and gain information. When you give them one of those easy gunfights, especially when they know you've been peeking that new balcony quite a bit, you end up losing that pressure that you had on bar, and then you're going to have somebody try and pick it up with a gun that does not have an ACOG, which makes it a little bit more difficult. Again, we've seen Merc do it plenty in the past with those long-distance gunfights with a hollow sight or a 1x sight, but again, it makes it a little bit easier when you do have that MP5 with the ACOG, especially with someone that has such good aim like Bolo. But said he falls, doesn't really matter at the end of the day. I'm more or less being nitpicky, but that's okay.
It's been Biologic, by the way, on TSM has been cleaning up shop this game, especially since they've swapped over to the defensive side. We've seen a lot more players start to kick it up as well. It's increased his own confidence, but he himself just crossing over the 10 frag mark recently, leading the charge by quite a bit.
He's been a very big talking point for TSM as well, because during the online phases, Bio hasn't been the most flashy player. You know, he's been more of the, okay, we got to grind this out. I can get some impact frags, but nothing really else has been coming from this man.
I think he's a really consistent player, in my opinion.
Yeah, exactly. He's consistent, but he's not the person you lean on to go, okay, you're going to be the one that gets every single frag. As of right now, it seems like Bio definitely has it on Cafe. Again, it's a best of 3. They don't just win one map and they're done. We're to the major, Blue. We're to the major. Everything that you guys are seeing today is going to be a best of 3. So, and that being said, we're going to jump straight into round 10. Team Empire has not been able to gain free access to the upstairs so far. I'm going to say it's going to continue here, as we're more than likely going to see Merc trying to get aggressive.
Besides this, of course, we've got Karzeka with the window getting open. He's trying to check all the extremities of it. They're sick. Like I said before, they're still worried about that aggressive roaming presence from TSM right at the window. That was a problem for them in the opening round here. It's since been pulled back quite a bit because Empire countered it out pretty much immediately in round 2 of this half. But even so, they're still keeping some aggressive presence, as you can see at the door there leading into Christmas. They're going to try to see if they can get some early picks, just on slightly less aggressive angles than they'd been using the last time this site was played, where they were pretty much directly inside of Christmas, trying to contest them for the second they leaped in the window.
You do have Christmas access right now, but you really have to worry about that white hall. We've seen how much contention that has had throughout the map. And if you guys are, again, newer to Rainbow Six Siege or the competitive scene, or just really haven't seen Cafe played just yet, this is more or less the crux of this entire map. It's that white staircase as well as that white hallway for gaining access to the upstairs. You always have to worry about it. Merc going to continue to try and bide his time. As quick peek here from Merc as well. Oh, from inside. Oh, very close as he continues to try and contest the drop from Skylight. But it's going to be Shepard to actually fall initially. He has been downed and quickly picked up by Achieved with the Nitro Cell. That's going to be a massive pick. They did not recognize out that mid floor. And once again, you have to worry about this. Even at this level, you see people not worrying about that mid floor, and it gets them punished.
So another player down, however, that's their hard breach as well, which is going to be really bad news here if they weren't able to get open the fridge wall that they needed in order to successfully push themselves into the site. Scyther, he's going to be able to find one of these Valkyrie cams, but now this is the problem. They don't have an easy path into the freezes. They have to walk out. There's the hole in the floor as well, which allows for Achieve to run right back, start finding more picks. Joystick will make a wraparound. Dan also catches Biologic too, but Merc and Pyjamas trade those frags right back, and it's now all on Joystick. They should be able to hear this barbed wire getting popped. You can see Pyjamas throwing out smoke grenades to stop him from making the push. Meanwhile, the rest of TSM can set up at the other side of Christmas and the Whitehall in order to stop any chance of this. Now, the third smoke grenade does get countered, but regardless, he'll run into the well-established setup at this point from TSM. An easy closeout for them as they put themselves on map point now.
Again, if you thought TSM was going to come in here and lay down, you were sorely mistaken. There was not a lot of their series that were broadcasted at Valencia. Blue wasn't even there. I was the only one out of this pair that was there. TSM is no slouch. They are a very scary team on LAN, especially with the likes of Pojo coming into the roster, adding some more veteranism to it. It's truly incredible. They've I would say, definitely grown inside of their play style. They've put Bolo on a role that I feel like he's more comfortable. He gets to take a lot more gunfights. He isn't still learning, okay, this is how comp is played at a high tier level. They've allowed him to come into his own, especially with the likes of the amount of ACOGs he's been playing. Bolo's been on an ACOG almost every single operator. Actually, he has. He's been playing Zofia, as well as Maestro, and now he's going to be, actually he's going to be on Maestro now, as well as Doc. So those have been his three main operators that we've seen him play so far. And he's definitely been showing exactly what he can achieve. Speaking of achieve though, finally found some kills, 4, 4, and 10 now, and the 10 really doesn't matter. What matters is those impact frags, especially on that last round. He came up massive for his team. Again, guys, it does not matter how many kills you get, it just matters that the kills that you do get are important.
He's playing an aggressive role anyway at the moment, so you kind of expect it to be a little bit more hit or miss with his kills, especially from the defensive side now. With the Valkyrie utility being added into it, and a lot of these cameras actually going relatively undiscovered until late round. We saw one that was on the inside of the bar itself that didn't end up getting caught, and may have led to quite a bit of slowdown on Empire's part. Things like that as well are also added impact from this player that obviously you're not going to see on something like a scoreboard. But here we go, folks, into what could be the very final round of this opening map. Mind you, once again, it is a best-of-3 series, so it won't end right here. But it's time to see now if TSM can close it out here and take a 1-0 lead.
Just an update from our Bravo stream. Once again, if you guys want to be watching that, it's Team Secret versus Rogue right now. Team Secret in the lead 6-4 on Clubhouse as we have the exact same scoreline over.
Are we watching the same game?
Yeah, apparently a mirror match that's going on right now, but it is going to be Team Secret in the lead. Again, a lot of people, I guess, did not watch the Vegas Minor Blue. They're not aware of Farrell and what he can do. Truly incredible player. But right now, 6-4 over there, and once again, Rogue faltering right now to the likes of Team Secret. But seems like the Americans will be picking things up over on our side of things, where TSM is currently in the lead up against the Russian machine and might have this first round.
Oh, what?
Where was that Nitro cell? What in the hell was that? That was... Okay, all right, well.
That was like 800 IQ with that one right there.
Immediate rotation as well by the likes of Murky. Is going to be playing the Vigil this time around, recognizing how the Team Empire has done quite a good job. Oh, he had the Nitro Cell placed over on MIBR. That is
nice. I mean, that's a crazy early
17 million IQ. Just recognized how this man will rappel through this window and get exploded.
Like, our guy just got a pre-placed Nitro Cell.
Somebody was on camera. They had a Valkyrie camera inside of that room, and he blew it up right as he got the information that someone swung in. So amazing play by TSM to set that up, recognizing now that someone is more than likely going to swing from MIBR. Because again, then Chief doesn't have that Nitro Cell on his person, so it makes it a lot harder to try and blow anybody else up. If no one swings through that window, then that's a lost cause. So, high risk, high reward.
Yep. Unfortunately, in this case, the trade does happen a second later due to the timing of it. Joystick ends up running into the window, and at that point in time, Chief pretty much not ready to take another fight, so he ends up going down to it. We're still in an even battle as a result of that. And as you can see, we've already got Empire with full control over the train museum, and by that, an extension into the mining room as well, giving them quite a bit of top-to-floor play. It'll clear out quite a bit of the kitchen and start to open up execute possibility. There's that over-aggressive tendency, though, where it's going to start to bite back against TSM's favor. Merc gets caught lurking there by Dan, and now the advantage shifts into the Russians' court.
I feel like especially following into this next round that the roam game by TSM might be a little bit better on these post-minute times, where they're going to try and rotate just a little bit slower, recognizing now that Team Empire are not afraid to run this all the way down. A newer effect has been added to those breaching charges as well. If you're directly under them, when they explode, they kind of stun you just a little bit in a very weird fashion, but Joystick will continue to tack on for Team Empire as TSM seems to be falling apart. It's going to be Bolo to try and find some frags. He will down the man with the diffuser, but Scyther to find Bolo. It's going to be all left up to Pojo Man with that MP7, not rocking the shotgun this time on Bandit. Diffuser will get picked up, so we'll be able to recognize that one from behind the bar. Does not have the Nitro Cell to try and pick up anything. Just going to play for the cross and listen. It's going going to be scythed with a frag grenade, but he'll pick it up with the lead of the weapon instead. Team Empire trying to bring this one back. They're one step closer to pushing this to overtime.
So besides that nice pre-placed Nitro Cell at the beginning, overall the roam game from TSM much weaker on that kitchen site. Not anywhere close to the amount of delay we had seen on previous rounds. I mean, for the most part, Empire just kind of walked right through their own little early round setup here and got full control of the train yard with still like a minute and a half left on the clock, which made the execute very easy, as they pretty much had, you know, in terms of siege anyway, unlimited time to play with in order to get down to that site. Exactly,
and I think the main thing again is that the roam game that's in the post is just not very good. If they have that immediate early pressure, if they have that immediate early pressure and are able to get anything from it, then TSM can just walk through the round, basically. Especially with Christmas. I mean, they more or less use that as the teeter-totter of their rounds, where if they can get that early aggression and shut down that Christmas take, then TSM walks away with the round. That time they tried to shut it down with a pre-placed Nitro Cell, but things still fell apart. And again, I don't like to play playing the blame game, but Merc, slow things down a little bit, just a touch. You're now recognizing out that, okay, Team Empire, slow and steady wins the race for them. It's not as bad as we've seen Vitality before, where it's literally they'll attack in the last 15 seconds every single time, but they still like to bide their time, find as much information as possible, and then make the play. You're just allowing them to knock down one more chess piece before they do it.
Especially with consideration to the fact that they've already been able to force Empire to run out of time on one other round. Like, now to be fair to Merc, this is a mistake he hasn't made that often. I think that's really like the only time he's truly overextended himself so far in this half, but it is a mistake that I've seen in the past from him as well, so it's something that we do need to be worried about when it comes to TSM's long-term game here. Great Valkyrie cam on the outside. Taking a look here as well. Some of the action that's been going on. Back over on our other stream where we just saw, in fact, a little bit of spoiler warning, so feel free to mute the stream for the next couple seconds if you don't want to hear this, but Team Secret just managed to win map number 1 against Rogue, 7-4. So they will take the lead in that series.
I'll give you one guess who had the most kills on Team Secret.
I mean, I can see it, so.
Yeah, it's Feral.
Yeah. I was going to say, it's not really much of a question.
If you guys were not aware of what Feral can do and did not watch the Vegas Minor, he's a truly incredible player. That's how they ended up getting to this tournament as well, was winning the Vegas Minor up against the Stream at the time, or LFO now, now Vodafone Giants. They've went through quite a transition phase in the last handful of months.
They were still a Stream at that event, weren't they?
Yes, they were. They were a Stream, and immediately after that they were LFO, and now they're Vodafone Giants.
Back to this game for just a moment here. We've got Dan starting things off. Great. Manages to find Achieved first this round. No Nitro Cell business this time. Pojo Man, though, does catch a response, and it's against Joystick as well, who's been pivotal to the entry power here for Empire on this attack. That could have some bad omens for Empire in the late round. Bolo also able to get incredibly aggressive, knocks out Scyther with a push into Christmas, and then takes out a drone for good measure, too. He's been pushed back to the balcony, but Shepard's way too late to this party. No way he's going to catch him right here.
Yeah, you gotta put some respect on that name, for the love of God, because if you peek into this wrong, the man's gonna rip your head off. Wide swing, and it's actually gonna be Karzeka to win. It's a trade! Bolo, Karzeka battling it out, but again, TSM going to come out on top. That's not a bad trade by Bolo. Merc continues to tack on. Shepard will fall. It's all up to Dan. We haven't seen too much of him from this game just yet. Merc with the one, as he will get aggressive. Merc wins it out on an aggressive peak, and it's gonna be TSM winning the first map here on Cafe.
So a great start for TSM as they do take control of their own map pick. Definitely some bumps in the road, but when it comes to their defense, a solid victory and some very consistent aggression, especially from players like Merc, with that one round where he overextended a little bit and potentially costed his team the late round play, but besides that, had an amazingly impactful half there, and really put a number on to the guys from Empire and forced them to change their playstyle pretty much entirely, having to slow things down immensely from the way they started things off, and really forcing them to play just incredibly slowly, allowing for TSM to continue finding these aggressive picks.
And it was truly incredible how TSM was able to adapt, as you were saying, and I really like the current roles that they have all of these members in, especially with the likes of Bolo. Again, prior to this, we've seen him in a lot more supportive roles, holding those long angles, not really being able to get too aggressive. But this time around, Bolo was showing exactly what he can do, and they were able to slow down just a little bit later. Those early rounds on their defensive half were a little bit too aggressive. They were able to pick up some rounds off of getting extremely aggressive on Christmas, but later on in the rounds, Team Empire finally found their stride up against that playstyle. TSM had to quickly shift gears to try and fix things, but they were going to be able to come out on top in the end.
Well, guys, another challenge stands before TSM, and it's going to be coming up right after this. It's Clubhouse, Empire's best map. Stick with us. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Raleigh Major. It's Team Empire, it's TSM. We're already through map 1 on Cafe, where we saw TSM, yes, TSM win 7-5 up against the Russian machine. Once again, my name is Stokes, and I'm joined here by Blue. We'll be taking you guys through this initial match up here on the #1 stream.
And it's going to be a lot of fun to see how our second map plays out, as we are going to be heading into Clubhouse, which is a map most of you guys should know is pretty much uncontested territory right now when it comes to Empire's dominance on that map. But it's also a map that we see TSM liking to play on. They feel the ability to take on Empire on this matchup and feel quite confident on it. So we're going to have to see how that one pans out, as we just saw Cafe, like you were mentioning, go over to the way of TSM. A little bit of a bumpy start, at least for those guys, but on the defensive half, they took full control and were able to shut it down. And I believe going into Clubhouse, they might be able to start off on defense again, depending on the way the side selection worked out. So that could allow for them to once again thrive under those circumstances if their early round aggressive plays continue to work out, which it should, as it's Clubhouse we're going into a map where roamers, as we've seen, can always have quite a bit of impact.
Yeah, Clubhouse is a map that's kind of difficult to roam on just because of there's only 2 staircases, easy to lock down, especially with Gridlock and Nomad in play. You still do have the hatch inside a bar that you can drop, but besides that, very hard to get downstairs and try and transition. You can always try and go through garage as well, but again, this map takes a little bit of finesse to get that roam game to work, and we've seen Team Empire do it in spades prior to this, especially with that Milan final where we saw them absolutely pick apart EG. It was just not the best showing. And again, with the likes of Team Empire on Clubhouse, this is one of the only teams where they go on the offensive side and you go, they're probably going to win their offensive side 5-1, 4-2. Clubhouse for Team Empire is almost attacker-sided. It's actually insane.
Yeah, it's going to be really cool to see how that plays out. Another really interesting factor of this one that we talked about in the pregame, but I want to bring up once again for anyone that might have joined us throughout the course of the first map, is that the third map is Border. And that might not sound like too crazy, like, okay, it's Border, so what? But
it's the new Oregon.
If you look at the stats for both of these teams, for both TSM and Empire, up until this event, Border... A nice one there, Paul. He's making his sponsors happy, that's for sure. But if you look at the stats from both of these teams, up until this event, it was their permaban for both teams. Empire banned it out 9 times in previous series. TSM banned it out 19 times in previous series. But they were both willing to go for it, both willing to leave it into the pool. And that's going to make for a really interesting third map if we end up, or 17 times, excuse me, not 19 times for TSM banning it. But regardless, it's going to make for a really interesting affair, as it will basically be the first time, at least in quite a while, that we've seen either team play on that map.
Yeah, it should be truly incredible to see. Again, as you said, there's not going to be too much VOD on either of these teams for that map, or if any at all. It might be from forever ago, when Team Empire wasn't Team Empire and when TSM was not TSM, or when there was not as many of the names that are currently on the roster as there was before, because everybody's had roster moves. We had them all across the spectrum for both of these teams, but that doesn't matter now, folks. It's TSM, it's Team Empire. We're going to Clubhouse. Can TSM stand up to the Russian machine on a map that they are so known for?
Let's find out, folks. The ban phase is getting started right now. By the way, our Bravo stream has also started its second map on Banks. Make sure you head over there to check things out, as they're going to be jumping into their second game as well. We just saw the folks from Team Secret come out on top of it, and now are looking to close out the series.
Habana banned out, and we were actually talking about this before once we learned that Clubhouse was going to be in the map pool. And you said, well, I think Maverick's going to be banned. I said, more than likely they'll either both be banned or Habana will be banned because of her ability to get all of the hatches that you need, as well as still play a Thermite. But instead they're going to ban out the Habana instead of the Maverick. So that being said, that means that Mav is going to have to help quite a bit to get those hatches open. Takes a lot longer time, which is why, personally, I favor the Habana ban over the Maverick ban. Maverick makes CCTV a lot easier, but banning out the Habana makes it to where you have to have that prowess with that torch to be able to get all of the hatches open that you need. But with that being said, we have Capital, Mira, as well as Echo banned out, and we've talked about Echo quite a bit recently. Those drones now extremely invisible and just not something you want to play into.
Banning out the Hibana as well is going to paint a giant target on Thermite's back throughout this entire series as well, and with how aggressive both teams' defensive sides have been, if they can find an opportunity to pick him off, it's going to be a massive advantage going to that team. So they're definitely going to want to keep their eyes on that and any potential capability to pick them off that might present itself. To start things out, though, we're going to head over to the basement. As you might expect, it's kind of been a split amongst teams recently between a basement start and a start over in cash/CCTV. So it's pretty much the dealer's choice when it comes to that. And like we were saying before, because of the fact that this is Team Empire's choice, TSM got the side choice to start this one out, and they are going to continue to play on the defense, just how they ended our second map. Our first map, excuse me.
All right, well, downstairs is going to start things off for TSM, and this is one of the maps that we saw Pojo play on originally when he did come back to this roster from being a coach, and was permanently set in stone that he was going to be playing with the roster, and that's where, well, we originated the wall meme in chat for Pojo, as he got some truly insane clutches on Clubhouse.
Very amazing stuff from him indeed. We're going to hopefully get to see a little bit more of that. But even more impressive this time, too, is it'll go up against a team like Empire, who's already proven themselves on the international stage multiple times throughout the last year or so now. But to start things out, of course, we've got the players from TSM working their way around to set up. Primarily, Pyjamas setting up these cameras, a little bit of presence onto the inside of Garage. You can actually see quite a bit of spread, too, from TSM, so it is looking like they're going to try to throw a little bit of a roam game into this one, too, in order to add that extra presence and maybe catch a few players from Empire in the early round here. See specifically second floor, they've got quite a bit, and that's normally to catch a team that kind of ignores that second floor presence and tries to go forward into a standard execute. If you do ignore that, obviously those roamers upstairs can collapse upon you when you try to execute and pretty much have a free way to kill your entire team. So you need to deal with that upstairs before you can focus on the basement attack.
Well, it seems that Merc has been locked inside of Stash/Logistics as Joystick is staring him down. Dan working his way across on the side, but Achieve going to get a very aggressive. And this time it works out. He didn't show up too well last map, but it does seem like Vigil's actually going to be the one marked out. It's not going to be Merc. This might actually spell disaster unless Joystick checks this cross. He's going to mark once again to see if he can find the footsteps. He knows he's playing close. Gets aggressive. Merc with the nitro cells. A little bit of panic comes out. Can rotate out safely. The hatch is still open, but he's going to continue to bide his time. Joystick's actually going to be able to see that shotgun barrel as well, as it appears that he will be able to rotate back through construction. So Merc being able to stay alive is very, very big here.
So now we are going to see Joystick continue to look for entry capabilities here. Not a whole lot going to be isolated out under these circumstances, at least. They are trying to find Achieved, and he's going to get caught mid-reload. Joystick able to take him out, finally trading back down into the 4v4. He'll take care of some of the cash stacks, which would open up Merc a little bit more. The scan, not going to be able to find anyone in the nearby vicinity, but Shepard able to catch Merc when he tries to get aggressive and push over towards CCTV. And with Shepard finding that pick, now the advantage shifts over towards Empire in a 4v3.
But I wouldn't hold your breath for him just yet, because they still have to try and get some pressure downstairs, and this roam game has wasted so much time. Bolo's still inside of the bathroom as well, trying to play Deadpool's advocate towards Team Empire right now. They thought everything was clear, but not for long, as it's going to continue to attack on. Bio's upstairs as well. There's only one man downstairs. It's Pojo. They have to try and trade this out, but Bio's going to continue to be able to play his life. He's inside of Kitchen. They have no Jackal track to try and help them out. They have to try and drone this out. It's only the two hard breaches left. 30 seconds left as TSM continues to try and put the pressure on. Bio continue to try and win out this gunfight, but it's going to be Scyther as they rip open the Moto hatch. All that remains is Pojo. Both going to try and get aggressive towards Moto, but it's going to be Pojo to try and tack on. He finds the head upside. They're mixing a 1v1, but Shepard wins it out at the last second. Very close here in round number 1 between these two teams.
Pojo's so close to the clutch, unfortunately committed just a little bit too much ammo in order to get that first kill. Had to go for the reload and is caught on the rotate back to the half bar. Empire barely squeak out that opening round. Now take the lead at 1-0. TSM will go right back to the basement site though, since it was so close. They will attempt it a second time.
Truly incredible stuff from Team Empire. Once again, the grit of this Russian team, no matter what is in front of them, they can be down 1 versus 3, 2 versus 5, whatever it is. It's truly incredible.
As we move into the next round here,
Attackers need to locate and defuse
we will see
as they can.
if we can catch that adjustment from the members of TSM. They can maybe slow things down a little bit. Like I said, very, very aggressive, especially in the early round for them. And it had good results for the most part. Unfortunately, got traded onto way too heavily as they tried to peel that pressure back down into the basement itself. And as a result of that, Empire did end up taking control of that clutch situation in the late round here. As you can see, though, pretty much everybody getting a piece of the pie in that last round. Very even spread of kills amongst the entire scoreboard right now.
Yeah, but one person's got more, and I wonder why. It was Shepard able to finally clutch that up. Again, not off the back of a lack of heroics from the likes of Pojo. Thought he had it up until the end, but instead immediately tries to go for the reload, tries to find some bullets instead of switching to the Deagle, and definitely came up short. But not for lack of trying. We saw a lot of roam pressure here by TSM, and it seems like they want to try and go for the same exact route. So got quite a bit of pressure from Bio, as well as Pojo will rotate back down to site. So very interesting spread by TSM on how they enjoy taking, or at least holding, this basement. Very surprised to see that Team Empire hasn't tried to make an adjustment, but at the end of the day, actually really not that surprised. It is Team Empire. It's the same thing over and over again with minor adjustments to continue to pummel down a defense. We'll have to see if it continues working.
So some really posturing here as we just have Joystick working his way around, popping open a couple of the hatches that'll give them access to the second floor. As once again, they'll look to isolate out that roaming presence. You can see, though, it's a lot less prevalent this time from the side of TSM. They don't have nearly as much upstairs trying to delay these players. In fact, it doesn't really look like there's much in terms of roaming presence at all. They've kept it down in the basement for the most part, with maybe 1 or 2 players roaming closer towards garage, with an easy evacuation route back downstairs if that proves necessary. So trying to play much closer to the chest this time due to those rotation issues in the first round.
I really like how TSM has a body in almost every single important part of this map. At every single place where there is a turn of events, either to an important room or something along those lines, there is a member of TSM trying to defend that area. We have achieved currently in more or less the breezeway in between both of the main parts of the building, excuse me. So Merc will be on the main stairs. Achieved to pick it up, though, as since there's so many roamers, it's really hard to continue to track all of them. You can only track one at a time. Scyther will find Achieve, but the mute of Merc has already rotated back downstairs. Quick shots as Joystick's going to take quite a bit of damage, but the pre-fire will bear fruit.
Reloading.
So more opening picks here. And the roaming presence here from TSM not finding as much impact, at least as we saw on Cafe. Bolo going to be next up to the bat here as he tries to rotate himself into the bar area. Through pool first, catches Scyther in the midst of trying to open up the hatch. Shepard will trade him, but not before Bolo also takes out Joystick. An even impact, that's for sure, and it's brought his team back into the fold. Now back down to a 2v2 again.
Well, this time it's Pojo and Bile. That's what we had exactly last time, but instead of Shepard and Scyther, it's Shepard and Dan to try and pick up the pieces and win yet another round here on Clubhouse. Gonna have to try and find Bio once again. Pojo was the man, was able to try and battle things back the last time, making it a 1v1, but lost out due to the lack of bullets in that MPX. This time TSM taking things just a little bit slower. Dan getting rid of that barbed wire inside of the hallway, going to pop open the above side as they're worried about somebody trying to bandit trick, but there is not even a bandit in play. Dan will actually be able to find Bio as he peeks back into some bullets. It's going to be all left up to the Valkyrie. Quick shots as 2 remain. It's going to be Shepard once again to shut down Pojo Man, and Team Empire walk away with round number 2.
Same exact circumstances for the most part here too, except this time Empire have a little bit more room to execute, so it's even easier to close out the 2v2. Great follow-ups from Empire, not messing up in these clutch situations, and it's allowing for them to control the game right now at 2-0. Finally, we'll see TSM decide, all right, we can't win these late round situations, guys. We're getting traded way too heavily in the mid round as well. Don't think we can play this site. We've got to rotate, so they're going to head up to Cash next.
The roam game is actually working out very well downstairs. They're getting a lot of pressure, but the issue is that they just do not have enough manpower downstairs when it comes down to crunch time. And it's punished them both times, especially with the likes of Bio. He's just been dying a little bit too quickly to help out Pojo, and it's really been a detriment, especially on that last round where they were just able to pinch out instead of having to come from one door with 1 man remaining. And again, you have to look at Bio for that one because he ended up getting stuck behind the bomb chassis and losing out that gunfight to Dan, who just pre-fired at head level after initially making contact. Ended up finding the likes of Bio, which led to that round victory for Team Empire.
So into another round we go, another attempt for TSM. Start putting some rounds onto the board here for Empire to continue their late round dominance. I think we'll see a lot more straightforward action this time now that we've moved over to Cash and CCTV. Probably not going to be as much room for those roamers to slow them down in the early round, although they can certainly try their best to delay in areas like the garage, or depending on the execute strategy from Empire, places like construction as well.
Well, if you're a TSM fan, I would say that you really don't have to worry anymore. I know everyone had a big question mark on what it would be for a major event for, you know, the young gunners and likes of Bolo and as well as Merc, where, you know, they really haven't been in this environment before, and how are they going to perform? Well, I can tell you that they're definitely going to perform just like it's another day in the office, and that's what we've seen so far. Both of them getting aggressive when it's needed. Nothing really shaking on either end of the spectrum.
So once again, Execute will be lining up its potential here with the focus on the balconies first to get them access to the site, and from there they can start setting up some cross angles. Scyther will have to try and open up some of this with the Maverick, but he does delay, and there's kind of good reason behind that. You can see there's presence right on the other side of that wall, so might be a little bit cautious at this point just to make sure that that player on the other side isn't able to catch him, which thankfully with the way he's approaching this hatch opening, it's probably not going to happen. So he's going to be pretty safe to pop this open and get rid of these walls just through your standard means on Maverick.
Yeah, and you can't Maverick the bottom of the floor anymore while repelled. You have to lay down like you see Scyther right now. Was a little bit of an adjustment, because if you do it on repel, you actually get shocked the entire time now. And you really don't want that. So a little bit of time taken to open this up. Scyther's in a very dangerous spot, but finally is able to vacate the area. He tried to make it soft, but it doesn't seem like it worked. Was not able to make a solid line across at all. So seems like they might be rotating for a construction stake instead. We do have Karzeka as well as Joystick lined up inside of Logistics as well as Master.
So Joystick popping open the majority of construction here just to catch anyone from TSM that might try to roam into there. Like I said before, they've been big fans of trying to play for aggressive tendencies, and this actually is a pretty good Jackal spot.
Merc has to hate him right now. Every single one of these tracks from Joystick has been Merc, and the man has died almost every single time. It's almost like a marker that he just cannot get rid of, but seems like this time he might be able to play out his life on Cash Stairs instead and want to maintain that Nitro cell.
Not going to be able to find any impact, though, as a result of that, as his opponent should be well aware of his position, and more than likely will try to avoid or just pre-aim for him when they move in. Scyther, though, is going to end up being first to be found here, but Joystick able to trade that right back. Pyjamas, though, keeping it in an advantage situation for TSM, as now the time starts to run low. Empire need to execute soon, but as you can see, they don't really have any good angles to play off of, despite getting the wall open. They don't have that easy capability to work their way into the site because the four-man setup is still there on the inside of the site. Drone presence going to be thrown to the inside of Cash to try and find out where some of the members of TSM are hiding. They're only able to find one with it, however. There's still one player as well, keeping them at a cross angle in Garage is not going to allow for an easy execute. Pyjamas pushes out into construction to find Karzeka. Empire continue to fall to pieces, and just like that, we'll see Shepard and Dan get picked off by Biologic and Bolo to give TSM their first round on number 3.
Empire just stalling out at the end right there, and TSM slowly but surely battling back. They're still down one round, but CCTV works out very well, and it just seemed that Team Empire really didn't know how to work the Maverick torch. I mean, I really hate to put it on that, but they weren't able to make the wall soft. They finally got the wall open, but it was already after TSM had all the picks that they possibly wanted. They still had control of Garage, which makes it extremely hard to get anybody inside of CCTV. Yeah, congratulations, you have the wall open, but have fun trying to kill the man off of Catwalk without any bottom pressure.
No intel for the most part as well. It seemed like they were pretty lacking on that result, because in the past they'd been pretty good at kind of hunting these players down one by one and trying to isolate them out. Didn't really see that this time. Obviously the roaming presence had been pulled back from TSM. They were playing a lot more passive with it, but even the drone intel they were getting, they weren't really able to execute upon it because they were so bunkered down into the site, especially past that 1 minute mark where Empire just really couldn't find anything, and it was TSM's round from that point, in my opinion.
Again, Pojo has played at this level for an extremely long time. He's seen almost everything that can possibly be thrown at you. And with those quick adjustments are really what's going to bring TSM to victory here if they're able to beat Team Empire. And that would be a shock to the ecosystem of Rainbow Six Siege. This team of, well, a content creator and basically a band of misfits that really couldn't find any success inside of the competitive side of R6, all except for Pojo, but things had fallen off with the likes of DZ. So again, you have to look at it and go, okay, it comes together with these 4 people that really haven't found any success inside of, you know, Pro League, any of that just yet. Come together with Pojo, man, you get that veteranism in there, and it's truly showing just how incredible you can be, even if you haven't played on this stage before.
So back to the basement for the 3rd time of this half here so far. TSM are going to try it once more now that they've kind of figured out how to play at least a little bit more passively.
Oh, Merc. Okay, we're going to have Merc on Maestro instead this time around.
Which makes me a bit worried, because it means we're going to see a really aggressive Maestro play, especially towards blue stairs there.
Complete honesty, you can pre-fire literally everything with that gun.
Yeah.
So if he loses a gunfight, that's on him. I'm just
it's taking a risk though, right? Because it's sacrificed.
Oh, absolutely.
Late round utility there of the black eye cameras. But to be fair, like that happens a pretty low number of times in my opinion, where the black eye cameras are actually that useful, especially for denying plants.
It's more for information. If you haven't set it properly, it's more for information than you're just a man with an incredible gun. But the main person I want to talk about for TSM on this defense is going to be achieved on that pulse. If you're able to run everything through pulse, especially on this site, you can literally almost be seeming like you're cheating with your team. You gain so much intel with this cardiac sensor, especially when you're playing these bottom sites. You can literally dictate everything that your team does, and they can peek with information on almost every single kill, which is something that no other operator can provide.
With that much utility being added into the fray here, it's definitely going to cause some worries for Empire once they realize exactly what they're dealing with You're going to be able to see that pulse be used very, very quickly here. Speaking of which, where do we see him hiding out at? All right, so at the moment trying to counter a memorial drop in the opening of that hatch. We may see him start to at least turn his camera, if not necessarily shift the player himself over to try and counter out the kitchen hatch drop as well. But it can be really good for finding that utility. As we're going to see, though, first hatch is opened up leading into Memorial. Shepard going to drop a drone down there to start hunting these players down. So Achieved not going for as much active denial this time. Doesn't necessarily have the support to do it, unfortunately, on his own. But he still has that Nitro Cell to try and pick off a player early if he wants it.
I'm loving this adjustment by TSM. They've recognized out that Team Empire will bide their time as long as possible to try and gain information. So instead, TSM has went, okay, we're going to Turtle Site, allow them to just sit and spin on this timer. And when they finally get aggressive, we're going to have everything in the world to try and shut that down. But it has to work out. Toxic Babes now ring through. It's going to be an immediate trade between the two teams as Shepard as well as Bolo will fall. Both big picks, especially with the Thermite.
So down.
Oh. Scyther might be coming up Mud Tunnel.
It's looking like he's got the drone capability for it at this point. Scanned it out. We'll have to see if this works, so they don't have a whole lot of time in order to execute upon this. Oh, Achieved just a little bit early on that Nitro Cell. Might have gotten much better damage against one of the members of Empire if he had waited a couple more seconds, but too little too late, unfortunately. Now the execute coming in. Joystick starts this off with an entry. Rest of the team not going to be much further behind. Now they've managed to work their way into Arsenal. The plant coming down from Dan. Joystick knocks out Scyther in the process, though, but then follows it up with a knife onto Merc. Where is TSM's response? We don't see anything from them. Pojo finally with the run out through Church, but that doesn't matter. Achieved also goes down without much contest. The Arsenal defense just falls to pieces, and Empire walk right in.
Again, TSM, very good idea. I like the adjustment they had, recognizing out that, okay, Empire is going to take their time to try and get this execute off. The issue is they didn't go, okay, Team Empire is more than likely going to try and adjust when they go for this initial take. So Team Empire shows the face of, okay, we're going to attack Church. Smile. No, we're not going to attack Church. We're actually attacking Armory. We send 2 people through Blue as well as 1 through Mud Tunnel. They don't even recognize out that the man's coming Mud Tunnel, but it doesn't matter because Joystick's going to kill his teammate anyways. But it doesn't matter either because they already had the pressure that they needed on Armory to try and get that diffuser down. And this is exactly what happened. They end up taking over all of Armory instead of going for Church, which TSM thought was going to be the main focus, and it wasn't.
A big mistake on the reading of the intel there by TSM, and it's going to cost them the potential tie at 2-2. Instead, Empire pushes ahead again on this attack at 3-1, with only 2 rounds left for TSM to try and at least tie it up now at 3-3. They're going to head over towards a bedroom gym defense next, so it should be a pretty typical setup from them on their defensive matrix. You're not expecting anything out of the ordinary, but once more, this is also going to put the pressure on to the guys from Empire. There's only 1 round so far. But the guys on TSM was back over on Cash and CCTV, which is a site that plays somewhat similarly to this one. So if Empire runs into the same issues they had on that site of not getting intel, not being able to isolate out the roamers due to them playing more passively, on top of a few other issues that also pop up on this site, we could be looking at a second round here for TSM.
Attackers are moving out to locate a
A
bomb.
strat that we've seen quite a few times now as it's became quite prolific holding down the cash room when you're holding the master bedroom as well as weights. See if it works out this time around. Saw it happen quite a few times at the 6 Invitational, and especially from the likes of Fnatic.
So now Empire starting to look, just trying to make sure there's nothing too crazy, nothing aggressive being thrown out here by TSM. For the most part, they've been avoiding that on this map. You're not able to do it as much as you can on Cafe. Oh, shit. Oh, a surgeon in training here as he manages to isolate out Merc. He knew that they had presence in this site before. Catches it out this time and eliminates the Legion before he can have any impact.
And the earlier you kill Legion, the less effective he is. He is a very annoying operator in those late round games where there seems to be a goo mine on every single door that gets stuck in your ankle. You have to go through that entire process of getting out or suffer the consequences of damage as well as not being able to sprint. But not going to have to worry about that too much here in round number 5 as Merc will get eliminated early on. That should be the Jaeger. Yes, it will. It's going to be achieved downstairs on blue stairs. Actually, can possibly rotate up Cash, but don't think we're going to be seeing that just yet. We did have Bio, I believe, that was also playing on Cash stairs. As, yes, he will be actually inside of Cash room now. They still have quite a bit of time to delay. They still want to get about 30 seconds off this clock, but they might have to pay blood for it.
Dan's going to be working his way in. Soft Destruction to pop open the window and give them a little bit more vision onto the inside of the site. Joystick, he's taking care of a default cam real quick. He probably got spotted in the process of this. They know he's right around the corner, and you can see trying to take challenge onto him, but once again, it's not going to work out. Pojo Man ends up getting knocked out by Dan on the peak. You still have another player that could cause problems, but he's going to get pinched in a second too by Dan. There you go. Achieved is able to trade it back on the Jaeger. It's a small Joe. Never mind. He gets a second. Bolo goes down, but Achieved also caught seconds later by Scyther. Seals the deal for Empire. Was looking a bit dodgy there for a second with the Achieved push, but Empire controls it and does shut down the round.
Again, there's a reason that you don't take Empire to Clubhouse, and it's for reasons like this. It's not just the defensive side that they're good at. They are truly insane on this offense. And the best that TSM can possibly get right now is a 4-2. But with how things have been going, I assume we're going down the 5-1 route.
It's looking likely at this point. We are going to go back over to CCTV and Cash, which is the only one site so far by TSM, but it seems as though that Empire has already made up for the issues that they've suffered on that site previously, at least looking at the last round's attack. A lot of this depends, in my opinion, on how TSM try to play it. Once again, they try to go aggressive on that round and extend their grasp over towards CCTV and Cash and even Garage towards the end of the round and try to pinch out the execute from Empire, but that does not work. The passive play, the much more restrained in-sight play from them, has so far been the only thing that has yielded results and given them a round on this defensive half.
All right, well, start round 6. We'll see if TSM will finally be able to battle back. And will Merc get out of this absolute nightmare of a defensive half for him? Has not been able to find a single frag yet. Truly a detriment, especially with how well he was performing on Cafe. But it seems like Team Empire definitely has his number for the time being.
A lot of that coming back to the Jackal capability being added back into this map as well. He was banned out in map number 1, this time left in the pool, quite obviously. Joystick, along with a few other players from Empire, have been thriving with the use of him.
And Mark searching for any bit of drone that he can possibly find. Goes for the spawn peek here as well from the lobby door, but definitely not going to come up with anything just yet. And with the likes of Team Empire, I can almost guarantee you we're going to be seeing the exact same thing again. Merc has adjusted where he's roaming this time around, but Joystick going to be able to get those footsteps from the main staircase. He's been there almost every single time that they start, and he's going to do the exact same thing. Pop logistics hatch, rotate to Jacuzzi, open up the Jacuzzi balcony wall, and start his roam clear from there.
So we're also going to see, it's looking like they'll be able to get access as, yeah, Achieved, unfortunately not going to be able to trick it. The wall will be open much, much more early this time compared to the last round we played against this site. But they had to use Maverick in order to get it. And they didn't get it open until like about a minute left on the clock. So now they've got a lot more time to work with. All they have to focus on now is establishing the angles needed, especially from Garage and outside of that window on the other side of Cash, in order to make this execute happen. And well, they were just gifted the pick against Biologics. It looks like he was dealing with pressure in the Garage itself. So with Dan finding that kill, this gets a whole lot easier for Empire.
Yes, it does, and the hunt already going down for Valkyrie as well, as Joystick's going to track him once again. Again, for roamers, it's absolute nightmare fuel when your number continues to get called, and it seems like it's going to be all on the site presence now, as Achieve will finally find Joystick. They're trying to battle back, but Merc as well as Achieve are already off-site. They can get this diffuser down for practically free at this point. They do still have the rotate through the wall, and it seems like nobody's worried about Garage right now. This could be massive. It is. It's going to knock down the diffuser, as they still have to be worried about Merc inside of Garage. Bio's rotating back, Achieve is rotating back as well, as the Bandit have to try and pick this diffuser up. Still plenty of time, as they do still have control of Cash, but Merc to find Karzeka. That's a massive pick. Diffuser go down one again, as Scyther has to try and don this mantle. Starts trying to get the diffuser down next to the broken hole. He's going to stick it as well. He can immediately rotate out the balcony. Quick shots, rotates out, but it's not get this diffuser down. They both know exactly where he is now, as they're just going to have to try and bide their time. Waste as much of Scyther's time as possible on this balcony. Pre-fire's coming through from Merc now as well.
Smart late round play here coming in from TSM. Should net them the win. And there you go, Achieved a slot through the wall. He knew the general position of Scyther. Just that one final shot, as he was already very low, needed to finish him off, as TSM do still end up with a little bit of fight left in them after all. It is, however, still going to keep them behind on their coming off of their defensive half at 2-4 against Empire. And that gives Empire quite a bit of an advantage if they can show just as much dominance on this defensive side as they did on the attack.
Again, you might not have a very good showing, but at least you have impact when it matters. And that's exactly what we're going to have from Merc right there, as they're able to pick up their second round. But now they're on the less favorable side of Clubhouse, arguably. So we'll see if they're able to find the same success that Team Empire had on their offensive half. Or are you going to have Merc with a 6th pick? It's going to be Ash over to Zofia. Everything else right as rain. Bolo going to be on the sledge as well as Achieved on the buck. So plenty of soft destruction picked up by the offense. We're not going to have a Thatcher picked up, though, which is not the best. Not the best, especially with the site that we're currently on.
Especially considering as well, you've got the double electrifying combo of Bandit along with Kaid as well. That's going to add a lot more defensive setup here for Empire and potentially just counter out any attempts from TSM in order to get open either the balcony wall or even the construction wall too, as with Kaid being added into it on top of him, on top of the usual Bandit edition, they're going to have plenty of those electrical reinforcements to get both walls.
Well, the scary thing is now is that they have to clear mid floor to try and get Achieved underneath to use those bucks to get rid of the Bandit batteries, because there's no real other option. I mean, you could possibly try and frag grenade it. You're going to have to burn the ADSs that Joystick puts down on the wall. From the balcony, the master balcony is what most people call that, which is right behind the scoreboard right now. That window that you see Shepard standing next to, you open that up and then burn the ADSs, try and get a nade in to get those destroyed, but more than likely you're going to get challenged from construction or somewhere else. It's definitely not the best avenue to try and get rid of things, so more than likely we are going to see TSM go for a mid-floor clear and get some pressure inside of the lounge area.
You can already see Bolo going for a front door entry. He'll pop that open with a sledge real quick, and now they've got to be a little bit more careful just due to the fact that they don't necessarily know how Empire are going to judge their roaming presence on this map so far. Yeah, no Jackal being used, which is surprising considering how prevalent it was, but Joystick strikes first, and importantly, he kills the buck. So if they were planning to go for that under-the-floor strategy in order to knock out the batteries and or K reinforcements on the balcony wall, can't do that anymore.
Again, the most opening kills in the entire game of Rainbow Six Siege has been done by Joystick. 31 at SI, he's incredible player, once again. Going to get droned out by Biologic, but again, you don't want to give this man his ones. He's going to waste quite a bit of time, and all he has to truly do is show face. Bolo's already taking quite a bit of damage, but it'll be Merc to find Joystick. Rotated underneath, I do believe, yes he did. He found him downstairs. Rotated him down the blue stairs, quickly rotated into blue, and very nice adjustment as Merc came down main.
Not necessarily the worst death in the world for Joystick at this point, though, considering he already found impact, and his teammates also did some damage onto the sledge as well. Biologic, instead of trying to play around fancily, thankfully they brought the Maverick to the table so they can still manage to pop open this wall regardless. Just a little bit more riskier now, since, as you were mentioning before, you can't necessarily go for the upside-down rappel in order to fully safely open that. But now the problem is if they want to get open the other side, if they want to have the pinch potential to come in from an area like construction, they're going to have to constantly move Maverick all over the place, which is not very time efficient here. And you can see it, they have moved him over as he's now going to be focused onto the garage push as well, now that the walls have been softened on the balcony, as far as I can tell.
Once again, what else would you expect from Team Empire here on Clubhouse? There's a reason you don't take him here. And
that was a bold walk from Cars there.
Yeah, Kozeka really thought he was going fishing, didn't he? Definitely did not come up with much. Scyther sees the shadow of the lifeline and is actually going to get bursted with one of those concussions, but definitely not going to come up with anything just yet. Dan on a rotation as well. This could be the play that's needed for Team Empire to try and bring this round back. Right now, it's more or less in a midst of Merc murdering literally everyone as he's looking for the ace so far, but Scyther to shut him down, as it's only Scyther and Shepard left alive on site. 30 seconds remaining. They still need to get this diffuser down. It's going to be the likes of Pyjamas' hands. So Bolo and Bio are the other two remaining members as Bolo tries to go for a nade. Quick shots, though, by the Maverick will end up downing one. And it's going to be Bio to continue to, or excuse me, Pyjamas to continue to tack on TSM with the first offensive round.
And I'll correct myself, they never got either of those walls open, actually just using the Maverick lines in order to provide the crossfire angle that was needed for them to execute onto the site, mainly through garage.
We actually saw something similar on Border when you and I casted Team Secret when they ended up banning out the Habana and the Thermite.
That's right.
If you remember correctly. They would take Maestro, or excuse me, they would take Montang, put him on the door of Armory Lockers on Border, then Maverick straight across a line so they could see in, have that, that Maestro, oh my goodness gracious, that Montang, thank you, that Montang, to apply pressure to half wall, get that man to move, and get that frag. So a little bit of rudimentary work with the torch, especially after losing out your Thermite. Some good plays.
Monte, by the way, another operator we haven't seen too much of on this map just yet. Sometimes ends up being pretty prevalent, especially for cash and CCTV takes. However, doesn't really fit the play style of either of these teams as far as I remember, so it's probably unlikely that we will see him brought unless there's a... at least it would be TSM, you know, at this point, that really want to change up their game plan, which I don't expect them to do.
Oh, but Team Empire will be going downstairs now. Things pretty equally spread, and it appears that Merc has woken up. 5-2 and 5 now.
especially on the attacking side here. He had a great first round. Some really great weighted aggression, too.
He's not getting jackal tracked 7 times.
Yeah,
so.
that helps. But
it does help a lot when people don't know where you are.
Being able to isolate out Joystick in the early round on top of just some really smart weighted play closer to the garage at the end definitely was pivotal in helping his team to close out that one. As it was still a pretty risky round at the end of the day for TSM. Didn't necessarily seem like they had it going in their favor until the very end when they had that strategy established. But also Empire not able to deal with those Mavericks, so we'll have to take another look at that if they end up going to that site again, which I would say is likely. Empire seems pretty locked in their rotation, as once again, instead of reattempting that site, like you were mentioning, they're now downstairs. So which that fits the profile for what they were doing back on a cafe as well.
Well, Team Empire going to start things off the exact same way. Joystick onto Achieved. It's Buck dead to the hands of Joystick once again. You got to worry about that Achieved. You got to check your angles, buddy, because Joystick's going to continue to nail that man, and it's not looking good for TSM once again. They were able to bring it back last time, but especially on this site, things are going to get pretty difficult because he did not bring a sledge. So their soft destruction has all of a sudden went down massively. Not able to rip apart that bathroom, or excuse me, that kitchen floor nearly as well any longer.
Yeah, just hunting these guys down one by one. We'll have a, we're going to have a Claymore go over the oil pit just to make sure nobody tries to sneak up on them from the defensive side. Already seen that attempted a couple of times, so we're going to counter that out. Or to just deter them than anything, as it's very unlikely someone would actually run into that, considering they'd have to walk right up the ladder with their head peeking through those lasers. Still down a man, but guys from TSM taking things very carefully. Merc nearly losing his life. It's a good thing it was a quick peek. He is able to work his way back up above the safety barrier on the top of those blue stairs. He's got to be very careful if he wants to attempt to re-peek it again, even with the support from his lifeline there.
It's going to be a minute, though, as Merc's going to continue to try and put pressure on Blue, just have a body somewhere else and not allow rotations up through Oil Pit, which actually could happen, but Joystick's definitely not going to attempt it. Doesn't have any impact, so would have to have somebody try and rotate through the sight lines of Merc, which would probably be a bad idea at this point. We do have breaching charges on Bolo. Thank God for TSM, otherwise things were going to get very, very hairy there, especially since Merc is all the way across, but it's not going to matter as Bolo will get taken down. Dan watching the angle from underneath. The little shelving unit that you can use to impact trick the hatch.
So down another player here. TSM slowly losing manpower one by one as they try to attack this site. Empire remaining stalwart as always, not moving an inch from their setup for the most part and not getting over aggressive either, especially since they got the early kill. Joystick reading Pojo Man like a book right there. On top of seeing the shadow, makes an easy pickup for him. Scyther will find Bio. And now the only man left alive was the one who survived the peak earlier here. Merc, only with a sliver of HP left. Unfortunately, not going to have much of a capability in order to push this.
Don't do it, Merc.
I mean, you can see Empire has the full setup against this man right now.
Oh my God.
There is literally 4 players looking in the blue specifically for his push. So this is not going to pan out. You got to try and do something a little bit less predictable. But even upstairs at the bar, and he can see it or realizes that there's a possibility anyway. Karzeka's waiting for him here too.
Well, as soon as Merc drops this, it's going to be a 5-3, and it's actually going to be Shepard through the hatch instead. Flawless round by Team Empire. They've been able to find one so far on every map that they've played, and seems like Clubhouse is going to be no different. So Cafe and Clubhouse both having a perfect round by Team Empire on them. But for TSM, it's just that they're getting caught out on these silly peaks that you really shouldn't be taking just yet. They really didn't have any pressure downstairs. They had the breaching charges open for the back of Armory, but there's always that one angle from underneath that little shelving unit that's very dangerous to peek, because if somebody's watching it, then you're almost immediately dead, but if they're not, you're able to obviously pick up that angle, and you're more than likely going to get a free kill off of it. But for TSM, just picked apart on almost every single front, especially for that last round. They have to try and battle back now. We're going to CCTV room once again for Team Empire. This is the site where TSM were able to pick up the pieces after Achieved fell and win out their first offensive round. But first things first, Achieved needs to stay alive. Just stay alive this round. This Joystick,
use that buck.
Yeah, Joystick for every single round so far on their defensive half has started off with the opening kill, which is exactly what we expect, but it's been on to Achieved almost every single time, and especially on the sites that they've been to in most recent history, he's been that pivotal point for TSM. They need him alive to be able to try and achieve something.
So now It's going to be up to TSM to see how they play this one out. Judging from the lineup on Empire, it's looking like in general we're going to see them start to shift back the aggression once again, with Joystick and potentially Dan being the exception to that. Dan maybe not so much, considering that he needs to be available to Trick if that's going to be a focus of theirs, because they swapped out the Cade from previous rounds. So besides Joystick, you can expect continuation of that passive play that we were seeing in the last round.
Oh.
Joystick is really all they need when it comes to the roaming presence. He's already found impact. Number 2 might be looming in the future here as well. He's already been able to find the Thatcher. Now we could try to take out the Bucker. Maybe another player lurking closer to Garage.
Russian Cyborg continues to tack on. So the wall will be thermited behind him. It's going to be one of the garage doors, as Joystick's going to be in pretty bad shape if he sticks around, so he immediately vacates the area. This man moves like a dancer around these maps. It's truly incredible to watch his roam game and how quickly he's able to gather intel and chooses to rotate off or not. Achieved soon might be in battle once again, as continues to drone, but they're not going to drone oil pit. And that's exactly where Joystick is lying in wait. He's going to be able to continue this out. They've recognized out that the man is rotated, but do they know exactly where? Achieved is waiting for it right now. Believe that they do know that Joystick is there. They are going to drone it out, so Joystick's about to be in a world of trouble here. Drone rotates through, recognizes out where Joystick is. He has to try and rotate out here, but Achieved is lying in the straights. Quick fire, but nothing going to make any contact.
Joystick kind of locked in here at this point. Unfortunately, a nade going to go in his direction. That will kill him. Sends him slamming into the wall. So a nice, safe play from Achieved right there, considering the history from Joystick in this map, to take him out and bring the team back down into a 4v4.
Yeah, I would much rather you not peek into that. That was very good, very good. Lean on the utility. Don't try and give the man the 1v1 gunfights. I'm actually surprised that they didn't rotate anybody above oil pit when they recognized out exactly what was going on. Just be able to try and put even more pressure on the man, make him battle out of 2 gunfights instead of 1. But either way, that's just nitpicky at this point. End up winning it out with a frag grenade. Bio going to start things off with the Maverick upstairs, and kind of lacking on time at this point. They don't have Bolo as the Thatcher anymore, as we have seen Joystick get the opening kill the last 3 rounds in a row.
So 48 seconds left here. We do need to see the players from TSM start to make a move soon, otherwise they're going to run out of time. They don't have a whole lot opened up yet for their team to play into here. Empire, oh, another nice nade here. It's actually going to knock Karzeka down, but he still has stim pistol shots left, so he's able to use that to get him back into the round. Peek over the top. Kar's getting aggressive here now. He's even going to peek into the open there slightly. Still doing a great job at delaying. Those constant peeks are going to cause TSM to second guess themselves and slow down this attack by even more. They can't afford to wait any longer. They just got to go right for it. Achieved, finally alive in this round, leads the charge and makes up for the lack of himself in previous rounds. Immediately moves in to take out Karzeka, but the problem is smoke grenades are still able to delay this even further. 1-for-1 exchange back over at the cache there is going to continue to slow things down. Dan Shepard picking up kills, Bio trading it back, but Achieved is able to pick up that final frag against Shepard in a crazy spree of trades there at the end. TSM just scrapping for the round, and they get it.
It's going to be a flurry from TSM, and Achieved stays alive and makes an impact, as we've been talking about so much. That skeleton key as well as those frag grenades coming up huge. They were able to claim 2 lives, 1 almost. I mean, you kind of have to give it to him that he did end up downing the dock, which allowed them to gain a little bit more pressure. They were able to rotate into garage a lot easier because that man had to go through the full animation of picking himself back up, but still quite a bit of a gunfight. The man maintains that 75 HP after he picks himself back up. Otherwise, you're just stuck at that 20 HP if you get picked up naturally. But for the dock, it's a little bit different, as you are able to recoup yourself as well. But nonetheless, it is going to be TSM bringing this one step closer to tying things up. And again, I am truly impressed with how close this game is right now by the likes of TSM.
TSM is certainly impressing and making a name for themselves, if anything, at later stages in this tournament too. Achieved actually having that epic battle with Joystick right now, as both players pretty much have the same stats. 10 frags each. So we're seeing them lead the charge in both respects right now. Achieved. Definitely doing some good stuff though.
We're going to continue to see the same face from TSM, which is pretty interesting to say the least. And the reason that I say that is because we haven't seen a Jackal adjustment just yet. We've seen how much pressure Joystick has been allowed to put onto TSM, and they really haven't found an answer for him just yet. They finally were able to really shut him down that last round, which granted them a lot of access to the map, because as you guys have seen, Joystick can literally be anywhere at any point in time. The man's got a fantastic game sense for his roam game, rotates extremely quickly to some extremely random places that you wouldn't really think that he would be. He tried to play his life out in oil pit that last time, but again, process of elimination, where would be the only place that he possibly could be? Okay, he's going to be inside of oil pit.
The other interesting thing, talking about this as well as to why they may have not brought a Jackal into the fold is that for the most part the roaming is being done primarily by just joystick. There isn't a whole lot of active roaming presence going on outside of that anyway. So considering that, it's not, you know, I don't really fault TSM for not bringing a Jackal into the fold here, because if they're going to bring one operator just to counter out one player from the other side, you know, if he gets countered, if he gets killed, first of all, that's like just a wasted player at that point. On top of that, once they find joystick, it's not going to have as much use going into any kind of late run situations. Maybe in some like very close, you know, execute kind of situation, you could isolate out one player and get a kill from a nade on that one. But if it's just being used to find roamers, which is his primary use, they're not going to get a whole lot of use out of that. So I think that's why we're seeing them shift away from the Jackal, at least when compared to TSM, who had a lot more players roaming around the map consistently.
Smart thermite charge here by Pyjamas as he uses the floor angle, and once again joystick. Starting things off with the opening frag for the 4th round in a row. This man is able to continue to do it again, and guess what? Again. As Pyjamas is trying to find this Kaid as he's able to rotate through and ends up losing out the gunfight to KarZeka, that TCS G12. So much damage it provides, and it will be able to take down the thermite of TSM as the remaining members have to try and find something here. Things are getting a lot closer as Dan continues to add to it. No Claymore able to rotate back through CCTV. Actually ends up getting taken down. It will be a confirmed kill as no one's able to refrag. Bolo with that. It's only Bolo and Merc remaining. They both, in their own rights, have found quite a few impact frags, especially on Cafe, but they're needed now. They need to try and pull off these heroics to bring this to a tie instead of letting Team Empire move along to that match point. KarZeka, though, to shut down Merc. Once again, that shotgun's so very dangerous. He has to try and pick up the diffuser here. Rotates through, able to recognize out now where Bolo is. KarZeka can play out his life side. There's underneath. He rotates all the way down balcony instead, though.
Lobo going to try to work his way back over towards the site here now that he's been found out. He is trying to read into the Kaid as the Kaid will attempt to peek him out. However, it gets the better of the Kaid, at least downs him, and there's not a teammate nearby to quickly res him. That's not saying that can't happen later on, but he will leap in and get caught this time by Shepard as Empire claims yet another round. One away from closing out this map now and sending us over to Border for our final map.
All right, well, if you guys were wondering what was going on over on the Bravo stream, currently on Bank, after the first map was Clubhouse, which Team Secret ended up winning. Now we're on to the second map of Bank, where Team Secret is indeed winning. It's currently 5-3 right now in round number 9.
Team Secret's looking to get the close out onto their first matchup, and looking like they might be able to achieve it in 2-0 fashion. So we'll have to see if they're going to be able to do that. And just a quick reminder, guys, that game can be found over on our Bravo stream at twitch.tv or whatever your platform of choice is, /Rainbow Six Bravo. So we're here on just the regular old Rainbow Six channel. We've got a lot of good matches coming up throughout the day as well. Following this one up, we're going to see EG stepping up to the plate for the first time, as they'll take on NIP, if memory serves me correctly.
Yes, they will. Which should be a very, very fun game. It's always fun when you have NA versus LATAM. It's a sight to behold, to say the least.
Chaos meets chaos.
Yeah. I will say one thing though. This game right now is nothing to shake a stick at. It's truly insane.
This one's living up to the hype. I think a lot of people thought that TSM was kind of going to bow down, and it like, I'll be honest, it does kind of seem like TSM has lost the plot a little bit here on Clubhouse. But man, we've got some really exciting stuff happening on the Bravo stream. Whatever's going on, I can hear Flynn yelling from the other side of the room. But anyway, I still think people should be really impressed with how much of a fight TSM is putting up against Empire, considering their relative inexperience when it comes to these international lands. On top of the fact is, like, yeah, it's just a really close game overall at the end of the day.
I mean, again, after that Vegas minor, Team Secret can definitely go deep once again. I think they're going to impress a lot of people, especially that people have them tagged as just a team that really can't play anymore. But again, if you didn't see the Vegas minor, you definitely need to go back and watch that, because Farrell is almost a phenom. He's truly insane. But again, enough about that game. Let's jump back in here as we are on map, or excuse me, map point here for Team Empire, not match point just yet, but 6-4 is the scoreline as TSM once again trying to pick up the pieces here. They have to try and battle back. They've been able to find one round on their offensive side, or excuse me, 2 rounds on their offensive side, but it is Team Empire that's currently on map point. That's all they need is They were trying to get a hatch open here with Bio with the breaching torch, which again, this is just a struggle bus process. It really is.
It just takes so. I mean, like, look at how much more time this is taking. This was like 30 or 40 seconds to get that open compared to the 5 seconds or so you need to put down a thermite charge. So much different in the way that it goes, but it's what you need to do. Unfortunately, when Hibana has been banned out, slows down that attack quite immensely. Now we are going to see this all come to blows in just a second. Now they have the hatch open. We can start to see players like Achieved wrapping down those main stairs, looking to get into position to start pushing the 90 hall, and then into the site from that point forward.
This could get very dangerous. We've already had a couple rotations come out. Joystick is rotated from blue over into oil pit, and now the kitchen hatch will soon be ripped open, or at least the flooring's getting ripped open for right now. Pojo Man has his sights focused on the church wall, though, as Bio is soon getting things open. Pojo will actually end up picking up Shepard, as Pojo's all the way inside of sight. It gets refragged, though, as Achieved will be able to find a kill as things begin to pop off. We do still have a lot of blue presence, though, like a Joystick inside their immediate rotation over to oil pit. A quick drop, and Joystick will rip the head off of Merc. You got to be worried about that. This man's been playing here almost every single round. Scyther, last man inside of blue, will be able to take down Bio. Can he continue to attack on us? Now to 2 versus 2. Dan, Scyther versus Achieved, and Bolo. 30 seconds left. They don't have the diffuser, though, as it has been down inside of Church. It's going to get marked out by Scyther now, as he has recognized that out. Dan trying to take the long-distance gunfight from inside of Armory, and he's actually going to end up winning one out, as Bolo's going to get extremely aggressive for some reason. Achieve the last one alive, and Dan takes him down as well! Team Empire take Clubhouse, and we're going to Border.
Ooh, that's going to be fun, man. I am looking forward to going to Border. We don't know anything about how either of these teams will play on Border, as it's either been such a long time that it's literally out of the stat pool, because generally we use about 3 to 6 months for that stat pool. So at least in Empire's case, it's far out of reach for them. And for TSM, we have never seen them play it really before, especially not on a LAN environment. So I am really pumped for it. I'd love to try and talk to these teams as well to see what the thought process was and if they are truly ready to go to a map like that. That, of course, is going to be much more apparent when we get onto it. But oh boy, is it going to be fun.
And just for some closing words here before we do jump to the break and get into map 3. It's currently 6-3 right now. 6-3 over on the Bravo stream, and we do have Team Secret in the lead.
Yep, so Team Secret, like we said before, already with a lead in that series 2, are potentially about to close it down. So be sure to head over to our Bravo stream as the closing moments of that one are now approaching. But also make sure you stick around here on the primary Rainbow Six channel, as coming up right after this break, ladies and gentlemen, we've got map 3 between Team Empire and TSM. It's going to be on Border, a map we haven't seen either team play in recent history, so it should be a boatload of fun. Stick with us, and we'll be right back with more action from the Major. Welcome once again, ladies and gentlemen, back to the Rainbow Six Major, live from Raleigh, North Carolina. It's day number 1 of the event, and we've got quite a few good matches already going, including this one between TSM and Team Empire, which has gone the distance to a 3rd map, with each team claiming their own map pick. TSM taking control of Cafe, and just now Empire claiming Clubhouse. We now go to Border, a map that neither team has played in recent history, to decide the series.
You say recent, but between the two teams, it's been banned 26 times.
Yeah.
26.
Quite a bit.
Yeah. 17 by the likes of TSM and then 9 by the likes of Team Empire.
So this will be a first, I think, for both teams. Obviously, with that being such a prevalent ban, there's not a lot of room for counter-strat to be done here. The only way they would have been able to get this intel is through scrims.
Okay, well, also here's the thing. It's Border. There's not a lot of counter-strike that goes into it. It's a very small map. It's more or less, okay, I describe it more as the new Oregon. It's a frag fest. That's really what it is. Everything's pretty set in stone on how you take it. There's no real crazy new dynamic that some team's going to know that the other one doesn't. Again, Border is just a map where if you do the rudimentary things correctly and you're able to win your gunfights, you're going to come out on top. And honestly, I'm feeling like this could go Empire's way because of that. They're a lot more patient on their playstyle. TSM has had a tendency to get antsy so far.
They seem to get rattled a little bit.
Yeah, especially with, I hate to call it out once again, but Bolo, he's been winning a lot of his gunfights, but it seems that in those late rounds on defense, he just peaks a little bit too much, and 9 times out of 10, he's been punished because of that.
And so we're going to have to see if that will remain an issue here. I've been talking, and that is one of my points I wanted to make about TSM in the pregame too, is how sometimes they do overplay the aggression slightly, especially on their defensive side, where they give up roaming presence and try to peek into their opponents, leading to some very like 50-50 duels, which is a very dangerous thing to take, especially against Empire, who has players that have such good records when it comes to 1v1s, most notably Joystick. So you need to be very, very careful of these things. But here we go, folks, the 3rd and final map of the series. It's time for Border. Let's get into it, and let's see who's going to take the first win of Group A.
All right, well, ban phase coming through now, and Border's pretty played out by a lot of teams. So we're more than likely going to be able to recognize things out. Nomad banned initially, and that's going to make things a lot easier for the defense to rotate around. Gridlock's still going to be in play. We're not going to see her removed. More than likely, we're going to see the Capitao banned out next. Hey, what do you know? I'm a wizard, Harry. Defense up next. More than likely, we're going to be seeing an Echo and a Mira. That's what it's going to get banned.
They're going to throw some curveballs here. We got a Legion ban coming in. Watch this.
Got him good. They pay me the big bucks for a reason. Last one.
I just really want you to be wrong. Well, you already said
it's going to be Echo, dude.
Yeah, it's going to be Echo.
Yeah, it's going to be Echo. I already know it is. Watch this. Watch. Nope. Maestro!
Oh, they flipped it.
No! I've been trolled. I've been...
They flipped it on you.
Wow. I mean, again, there's a reason you want them off the field. There's a reason why you want both of them off the field. They're halfway the same kind of operators. One of them, their utility can't move, and the other one, it can, but it can't destroy things.
TSM hit you.
And they both have insane guns.
Yep.
So if you guys didn't know this, I found this out probably about 3 months ago. The MP5 SD of Echo with a suppressor does more damage than the regular MP5 of Doc and Rook.
Really?
Yes, its damage margin is 31, and the other ones are 27 or 28. It's one of the numbers. Yeah. So the suppressed MP5, the exact same format, does more damage with a suppressor. It's breaking the game of Siege. Suppressors do less damage.
Making us for some fun to see, as we will see a little bit of Echo play in this series after all, with obviously the Maestro being knocked out of there. So that means that some late round plays from the attackers is not necessarily going to be what you want to go for. You probably want to leave yourself a little bit more time for the attack if you are on the offending side now, as you need to be able to deal with any remaining yokai drones that may have been left in the midst of the site.
I'm very interested to see how both of these teams hold down this site, because in recent history, most teams have been holding down CCTV room because you almost have to. Otherwise, the offense basically has an open sightline right to Armory Lockers, get the wall immediately, and they do it in quite a quick time. Again, this map has been in since practically the very beginning. It was year 1, season 2. So, because it was Dustline. So, because we had the Arctic one that I can't remember, Black Ice, can't remember the name. Anyways, so Dustline was when this one came in, so it's been in for practically the entire existence of this game. Everyone's gotten very good at attacking this map.
Alright guys, well let's see. We've already got Merc taking up his usual aggressive angle. He does get a ping as if someone is below him, but is not going to be able to find that out on the inside of the server. There's storage room there. The player from Empire has not actually leaped to the inside of the building yet, so won't be much to catch at this point. But there is still someone right on the outskirts, so if he holds this angle long enough, could get lucky and find that player. But no, KarZeka sent a nade upstairs instead, right on top of him. Sent him flying and into the grave.
Yeah, again, some good drone work by Team Empire, and that's what we've came to see from them throughout this entire series. Definitely still in form for lands, and Merc's going to get punished because of that. Some more information coming out now as they're trying to clear out the rest of the CCTV room. That's exactly what's going to happen, as Bolo will fall behind half wall to the hands of Dan. So that means they've cleared out most of the top area now. Pojo as well as Bio downstairs, as they're going to have to try and contest customs. KarZeka silently walking through. He's going to be able to win out the gunfight. No, it's going to be almost an equal trade. Pojo on very low HP as well. He's going to have the prone angle, and it's going to be KarZeka with the skeleton key. Shepard now putting the diffuser down. Bio's downstairs as well. As actually everyone's off of site. This is going to be for free. No one can stop this. There's not a single person upstairs from TSM. What is going on?
TSM spreading their wings a little bit too wide on this round, it seemed. Chi will finally trade a kill back as he catches KarZeka on the buck, but that's a small gesture at this point. Great, you've brought a 2v5 down to a 2v4. You have no position to retake the site with. So what exactly are you going to do? They did try to straw out a Nitro cell, but it's not going to work out. One more kill picked up by Bio will be the end of it, as Empire trade out the last two and take a very clean opening round.
Again, this site lives or dies on it. Can you hold down CCTV? And Team Empire can definitely take it. We know that much. And TSM just didn't even really have anything to build off of. There wasn't a single frag there where you go, okay, this is their time where they can finally battle back. Especially after, well, Team Empire was able to recognize how no one was on site. I mean, that's easy. You go open the wall up. I mean, you really don't have to open it up, but you want to, so you have that sight line. Opens the wall up and gets the diffuser down and makes it a pretty easy first round for their offensive half. TSM now running back up to Armory Lockers. They're going to try and switch things up, as actually, no, it is going to be actually the exact same lineup as Bio will switch off of the Ella. They have to try and figure something out here for CCTV room, because as of right now, this is not going to work out for them, especially with the way that they're playing it. They were trying to handle detention with the vertical angles that they made downstairs, but there wasn't any access from Team Empire to detention. All they had was the wall open. Had some frag grenades on them, did not end up hopping to the hole. Droned upstairs first, recognizing out that, hey, they're more than likely going to be trying to shut down that bottom pressure that we're going to try and apply. And they did. So, with that being said, into round two now, we need an adjustment here by TSM, and sadly enough, I don't know how to try and help them. There's no recommendation I could possibly give to go, this is the area where they're failing. It's just Team Empire playing very good Siege on offense.
So, with Team Empire getting a start like that, it's got to be worrisome for TSM, because they try, like, to be fair, they do try a relatively aggressive start on TSM side, but it just does not work at all. So they will have to change up that strategy immensely if they want to have any success with it. But if that first round is any indication, this is looking like a strong start for Empire, and a lot of adjustments that need to be made by TSM. We'll see. Pretty standard setup, though, when it comes to the reinforcements, able to give them strong play on the inside of Fountain and eventually fall back to the Archives if necessary, along with their usual setup on the inside of the Armory room itself.
Well, joystick on Ash, but no longer the R4C that we saw him play for so very long with that ACOG. It lost its ACOG, folks. It did. Crap. But now going to be running the G36C instead, and we saw Milan. He's definitely still as prolific with this operator as he ever has been, even with the less lustered weapon in his hands, but it still has that ACOG, and that's all joystick needs.
It's also the interesting fact we actually haven't seen joystick play on Ash a lot, considering how often he generally plays it outside of this event so far. So it's an interesting point there, but it looks like he's going to have the confidence to jump into it, and more so the freedom, I guess you could say, to jump into it here on this round. KarZeka gets us started out once again, finding Merc early in the round. Bolo with a great find, though, able to isolate out joystick a second later, and Pyjamas also catches the trade onto KarZeka. Now trying to be a little bit more cautious of runouts from the east stairwell. They will put a Claymore down to prevent any action from the defender side.
I think that's really the only thing that TSM can do is try and prevent this bottom floor take to shut out what's happened inside of CCTV. Shepard continues to dance with this angle, hops through the window, immediately taking down Bolo, immediately to his right. Another gunfight, but it's going to be Bio to take him down. It's all left up to Dan, who's biding his time inside a break room, waiting for a Chief to peek, and he's going to find it. Knocks us down to a 1 versus 2. Still very winnable, has plenty of time, and more than likely it has a drone on person. We haven't seen anyone's drone get destroyed just yet, but that definitely doesn't mean that it has not happened. He more than likely at least has one or has drones in place from his teammates to help him out just a little bit. But Poj more than likely has plenty of those Talk to Babes left, as we are going to hear one go off now. His concussion will get eaten up though by the ADS. As of right now, it seems that TSM has finally found the answer, and it's shut down that bottom floor take by the Buck. They recognized out that Karzeko was clearing that mid floor by, or excuse me, that bottom floor by himself. Ended up punishing that out. Dan does have the diffuser. He can't possibly get this down. Going to rush through, but immediately his feetsies are going to get eaten up by that SMG-11 of Pojoman, and TSM will find their first round on defense.
So much better setup that time from TSM. The first round, a lot of people were dying as they were either kind of out on an island on their own, not really with a lot of support from teammates, or they were just dying to utility, which is unfortunate, not a whole lot you can do about that. This time they had players constantly set up to be traded with each other, and that's mainly how TSM won it. Like, you still saw Empire getting picks every once in a while, but it would almost immediately get traded out by someone who is right next to the player on TSM going down, or, like, you know, right around the corner on the next angle. So really good setup there from TSM to make sure they didn't lose too many players too quickly.
Applying pressure to the right places, contesting 90, which is a very, very big deal on border. If you give that up, then you practically give up CCTV. You have to continue to try and rotate people through and hold down the top of metal stairs, because if you don't do that, it grants you pretty easy access, especially to trying to apply some pressure to CCTV room to get them out. They had that early pressure from Karzeko underneath that ended up wiping out the likes of Merc, but an immediate refrag downstairs from Pojo. He was literally everywhere. That's something that we've only really seen come from Pojoman on TSM. We've seen it sometimes with the likes of Merc on his roam game, but it really has been Poj on this flex roll where he's just been all over the map at almost every single moment.
And a lot of the time saving his team too in pretty rough situations, so kind of being that consistent rock they need to bring them out of bad scenarios when other players might be trying riskier things. So Pojoman kind of anchor keeping his team alive in a lot of these situations, or keeping them grounded, I guess you could say. His anchor is often used as a different terminology. So, moving into the next round here, it's time to see once again what Empire are going to be able to get themselves up to. The first successful defense means it's going to be the first site rotation we see from TSM, and they are moving along a predictable path over from Armory back downstairs into the workshop now.
I feel like Pojoman is just the team dad that makes sure that everyone's, you know, drinking their electrolytes and everything to stay hydrated.
Yeah.
That's definitely Pojo's role. He's like, oh, buddy, don't worry, I can help you out. It's okay, I got you. Drink your electrolytes.
Come in and fix this mess real quick.
Yeah, drink your electrolytes. It's cherry flavor.
Billo spilled his energy juice again.
Yeah, but round number 3 now, and it seems that TSM is going for the exact same route. Hold this mid floor, or excuse me, hold this basement floor, make sure that there can be no pressure applied, especially from that detention area, which we've seen Team Empire try and force their way through almost every single time, but it seems like things are going to get switched up now. Karzeko not going to be going for detention just yet, as more than likely it will happen, is, again, Team Empire is a team that do the same thing over and over again with minor adjustments, continue to pummel down on the defense. Things tied up for now, though.
I heard a choke noise, that was weird. We've got the rest of the team working their way. Oh, I think it's the electrical fence.
Yeah, Shepard was getting electrified. And
I was about to say, we don't have any smoke grenades out. Wrong sound cue. But anyway, we've got the team moving in now, or starting to try and pressure their way forward, just making sure no one attempted to trick that first, but they will manage to get the wall open. Now Vigil will scrape forward to take out that drone. Scyther is going to be able to strike first, though. Knocks out Bolo, who's probably close to that western wall they popped open. Joystick wrapping around. Bio not ready to take the fight. Merc, though, is there for the trade once again. That's what we were talking about, that they were using to leverage them back into the last round as well, was players always in a good position to be able to trade, and that's exactly what we saw right there.
Attackers have located
all right, we'll just a little bit into the sub round here, as Empire does have all top control. TSM Still being able to bide their time downstairs. Don't have a Nitro Cell on Achieve to try and help much at this point. Pojo still might have one. Achieve's going to get down on the top of Metal, though. It's going to make this just a little bit easier for Team Empire. Merc still does have those Yokai drones, but they have the likes of Scyther on offense to get rid of them if so needed. Pojo also actually does not have a Nitro Cell. So with lack of utility, this is looking like it might be Team Empire's round unless some heroics are pulled off by TSM. Merc's going to be holding down the bottom of Metal. Pojo's going to get very aggressive, but he doesn't even know where he is. Shepard is just a ghost right now. Pojo not able to find him. It's going to be all up to Merc. They're going to have him on the Yokais, though, as he will knock down one. Does he get the second? He will. That's going to be the diffuser as well. Merc on a triple kill. He's going to have to try and ace it out to win this. Hasn't shown too much face so far in border sight. There's going to don the mantle, though, and starts to put that diffuser down. They do have KarZeka holding an angle inside of server, though.
Hop through this wall is going to be the toughest part. Those last 2 kills, though, that's that pre-game I was talking about, the pre-game from Merc. It's next level as he finds yet another kill on the cusp of an ace now. Just needs one more, and look how low KarZeka is. In fact, I think he knows where he's at. He's got a general idea anyway. Went for the pre-fire. He doesn't know if he's outside or hiding on the inside, though. He'll be on the other side of this server block waiting for him. And meanwhile, the diffuser waits around the corner. The problem for Merc is he doesn't seem to have the intel, and there's so many different positions where KarZeka could be playing into. No reason for him to peek right now. A drone was just spotted out. Less than a quarter of the time left, and KarZeka, he doesn't catch the foot around the server block and throws away the potential ace clutch, giving yet another round to Empire, but just barely. Just by a sliver of HP, KarZeka gets away with that one. And most importantly, a lack of intel from TSM's last player.
The tunnel vision to not see the man's foot. Again, I understand that us as spectators obviously have that beautiful X-ray vision where we get to see everything through walls, but the man's foot is literally sticking through the server, Merc. Come on, just bring it down a little bit. Get rid of that tunnel vision instead of thinking you know exactly where he is sitting on the angle. I know you heard him drop. We all heard that little bit of a slip of him landing on the ground, but so very close. So very close. Again, though, when it comes down to having to perform heroics, it's not supposed to happen. It just hurts when it gets down to those 1v1s and you see it almost one out. All it would take is him to recognize the foot. One bullet on any part of that body ends up killing KarZeka, and that's a clutch round by Merc.
And so now, to our next round here. Empire continue to dominate. Just barely taking control of the round that time. TSM will go for yet another attempt at the defense of this site, nearly closing it out right there. Unfortunately, the aggression, again, especially in the mid-round, just overextending itself slightly. We were seeing those trades come out, but then we continued to see players take further risks, especially at the main stairs. And unfortunately, taking those duels once again caused them to fall behind in the numbers game. Eventually allowed for Empire to get onto the site. So nearly seeing that ace clutch from Merc, though. Would have been clip of the day, to be sure, but not going to happen. Just barely going to fall short of that one.
That one just hurts the heart, man. Yeah. It really does. That just hurts your heart when you see somebody come so close to an ace clutch. It just doesn't work out in the end. But again, not off of lack of trying, because those were some insane shots. And as you were saying earlier, the man's aim placement is almost top of the world. It's truly insane. For anyone to try and rival Joystick right now, it's definitely got to be him.
So Joystick's going to work his way up, and as usual, into the west balcony here. No reinforcements this time onto the west balcony wall this time, so that is going to allow for them to work their way, at least if they want to take that direct push inside of the armory relatively quickly, but that might end up being a mistake, as you can see, all 3 out of 5 of the members from the defense on TSM right now are squared up inside of the Archives armory sites. Just preparing for this kind of a push and pretty much getting ready for this exact play. So you need to be very, very careful about how they proceed. Nitro Cell going out, did have the right angle, but it was caught, I believe, by Joystick. He was able to shift over to his right and avoid the DPS from that one.
Stun grenade going through. Joystick going to flash himself, though. He's going to go down because of it. That's a massive pick. Joystick going to be the initial frag here in round number 4. TSM now riding high on their horse, especially knowing that that absolute phenom is off the field.
Not what you necessarily like to see, at least when it comes to Joystick's own play. So Empire going to start to get a little bit worried now. They're actually going to bypass second floor control pretty much entirely, as far as I can see now, and just start to push directly towards the workshop itself. Ooh, a nice unpeak. Nearly managed to catch KarZeka there, but KarZeka gets the kill himself instead. He turns it back around. Oh, an adjustment onto Merc as well to find Tim and take him down, and now they're going to walk right into the site. They still have to worry about roam potential upstairs as they did not clear it. That is going to be a problem for them, and you can already see that bearing fruit. Achieved. Able to pick off Dan, but that was the attempt to clear them out. Now they can push downstairs and start this retake relatively quickly as Empire took a huge gambit by attempting this plant without that control. KarZeka continues, however, finds his third kill on the round. Shepard gets the fourth, and now it's all down onto Achieved in a 1v3 scenario. No positioning to play with. Scyther finishes it off for Empire, and they continue to push ahead at 3-1.
Again, KarZeka. Just this entire Team Empire roster, no matter what it comes down to, you can't slouch on any of them, man. All of them can perform these heroics that you just don't see. And what a shot by KarZeka, able to thread the needle between those bars and find the head of Merc. Truly an insane shot that definitely ended up leading to them winning this round. And it was all off the back of that initial gunfight that he had with Pojo downstairs. He almost lost that. As you said, him backing off that angle at the time that he did was almost a godsend.
And so, TSM fall to pieces in a bit of an unorthodox take from Empire, but it gets the job done. The timer has expired, however, now on the lock for the upstairs site. So that means for one of these last rounds on the defensive side for TSM, they can head back upstairs into Armory Archives.
So just an update for you guys on the Group B matchup that's going on. It's Rogue versus Team Secret to start the day over on the Bravo channel. And in typical fashion, when Flynn casts, we're going to map 3. Secret won Clubhouse 7-4, Rogue won Bank 8-6, and Coast is their final match. Once again, if you guys are on a computer, make sure you guys are using that multi-Twitch link where you can put in Rainbow Six and Rainbow Six Bravo after the backs or after the forward slashes to watch both of them at the same time. Otherwise, keep your 2 tabs up, get a beverage. There's so much Siege going on today, guys. Plenty of stuff to watch and a lot of incredible matchups.
Yeah, we still have 6 more matches spread across our 2 streams after these first 2 finish, guys. So,
but wait, there's more.
Quite a bit more, in fact.
Quite a bit more.
It's got the same exact schedule tomorrow.
It'll be a long, incredible day.
And on Wednesday, we finally bring it back down to 1 stream to finish things off here in the groups. So everybody's going to be here on the main stream at that point, but we still have 4 more matches on Wednesday to finish off the group stage before we take a bit of a break on Thursday and get started with the real fun on Friday. That's when all you guys get to start showing up here and watch the games live.
Yeah, that's when the main stage kicks in, but first things first, we got to figure out who's going to be there, and right now we got to figure out who's going to win this. Is it going to be TSM? Is it going to be Team Empire? Dan the first to fall, and it's going to be to none other than Bolo. And again, this man has been showing up so well so far, but it's going to be Scyther to finally shut him down, but not after he's already taken down the Zofia, which is a very big pick. Dan's been doing very well, or at least his due diligence with this utility, and has made quite a few gunfights a lot easier for himself as well as his teammates.
So a 1-for-1 exchange once again. Merc nearly getting picked there, though. He loses about half of his HP to a spray. I'm pretty sure from Shepard, if that's Merc roaming around downstairs. So a little bit of random fire from Shepard. Gets about 50 HP off of Merc, which is going to be a pretty good deal for him. He just doesn't know it yet, of course.
Well, as we've seen from Team Empire so far, slow and steady wins the race. They're leaning quite a bit on this information game. Don't want to try and peek anything unless they know exactly where that member of TSM is. But again, that does lean quite a bit on the drone game. They've done quite a good job of it so far. But again, what else would we expect from the likes of Team Empire? They've been truly incredible so far throughout this matchup. But again, of these 2 teams, the one you have to be the most impressed by is TSM and what they've been able to achieve so far. This map is still within grasp. They still can pick it up, especially when you have plays like this achieved with the Nitro Cell. Quick hop out by Bio, but gonna catch a couple bullets in the shoulder for his liking.
Bio just immediately whips around, too.
He's
I
like,
don't even think he shot. He's like, oh, this didn't work. I'm gonna run back inside real quick.
I'd much rather not die.
Yeah, I mean, that's better than making the mistake of committing to it, I suppose, at that point, because to be fair, he was read like a book by Shepard right there. So good reads by Shepard to be able to keep an eye on that one, along with the rest of Empire for not getting tripped up by these aggressive plays. Nade to deal with the bulletproof camera. There you go, got it. So they've got a little bit more free roam to work, or at least you think they'd have a little bit more free roam to work with, but Bio over the shield catches Cars. I'm not sure if they caught Bio transitioning to the half wall. It looks like Shepard did, but I don't think they're 100% certain of it just yet. The peek, however, from the Valkyrie achieved is going to get knocked out as a result of that one. And this is, again, that slightly over-aggressive tendency. TSM taking fights that are somewhat questionable. They don't necessarily need to. The push from Joystick, he immediately knows where Bio is, nearly turns it around onto Pyjamas as well. But he survives in the small office and swings out with the M590 to finish off Shepard and keep TSM in the match.
Pyjamas, let's go. TSM bringing it back right now, trying to tie things up. But again, Team Empire, they've been doing so well with this information, but it seems like immediately when something slips through the cracks, they get punished by it. That's the only thing that's really bringing Team Empire down right now, is there's been a few members that have been able to slip through, and once they're able to recognize out, okay, Team Empire has done this almost every single time. They always push a guy through here, they always push a guy through here. That's when you see a lot of the utility kills coming through. We saw Nitro Stuff from Achieved come out right there, able to recognize out that, okay, yeah, Team Empire has mostly done this. I'm more than likely going to be able to claim a free kill because of that. And with that initial frag onto Dan from Bolo. Removing Zofia makes things a whole hell of a lot easier, man. No more concussions you have to worry about, no impacts. Again, removing Dan from the play early on makes things quite a bit easier. But for TSM, it's really on the backbone of their defense, which is going to be those anchors in the likes of Poj. Rotating back to site, working that SMG-11. The only thing is I'm very surprised that no one was holding that cross for half wall, and they just allowed Bio to be just blatantly murdered by Joystick. Yes.
Yeah, it's you kind of wonder what like Pojo was doing, because he was in small.
Yeah, he was in small. So he was playing the door because he really couldn't play inside of small office since the wall was broken open.
Yeah. So unfortunately, he is not able to catch it and support his team at that point. But thankfully, he makes up for it at the end of the round with the double pick that he got, and he even had support from another teammate if that was really necessary. But thankfully, he gets it done all on his own, brings TSM back to the fold. Potentially still another 4-2 half being thrown against them, though, if they fall once again, as this is not going to be an easy site to hold at Bathroom Tellers for the last defense.
A lot of people were asking, who do you think of the number 4 seeds is going to be the most contested team at this LAN? A lot of people said TSM, and this is the exact reason. There's not a lot of VOD on them. Obviously, they're in Pro League, but inside of North America Blue, they're the bottom Pro League team.
Yeah.
The very bottom. They're under the Susquehanna Sonics, and they are playing against Team Empire so well right now. It's truly incredible. Again, just because you are the bottom of Pro League, oh, we're just out of Challenger League, oh, we're just in Challenger League, doesn't mean that you can't play against the best teams in the world and show them exactly what Rainbow Six Siege is about. And TSM is definitely bringing it to the Russian machine right now.
I think the message I like to hammer into people's heads is that Siege is a very, very different game on LAN.
Oh, so much.
If you play any other competitive FPSs, it's very similar to that, to where the game just feels and plays in a completely different fashion when you actually get it on a LAN client. And there are teams that, to be honest, like they're either on-lanners or on-liners in a lot of respects. Rogue is one of those.
G2.
Rogue is one of those as well. We see them do great stuff. Oh, another nice nade kill from Karzeka, by the way. That's like his 3rd, I think, or 4th nade kill this match. So
I like this drone by Karzeka. Joystick will take down Bolo as well, as Karzeka is going to continue to find that information that Joystick needs. He continues on this train, trying to find round number 4 for at least Team Empire, making this a 4-2, and they're definitely doing their due diligence right now. Pojo and Achieve, the last 2 remaining for TSM. They have to try and pick up the pieces here, but I don't think it's going to work out for them. They're on one of those off sites right now. They're on Bathroom Tellers, and this site has never been known for the defense winning too often.
Yeah, and as you can see, the defensive setup, as you kind of expect on a site like this, is just going to get torn to shreds. Pyjamas able to trade back for 1 kill. Joystick takes him a second, but he does find Achieved. Doing a little bit of hunting through the wall there. Gets them done, and as well, Pyjamas is going to get caught as he tries to make a move upstairs on those main steps. So Empire close out and once again take a 4-2 advantage coming out at halftime.
Yeah, Empire's done a very good job of isolating these staircases on border, especially with those bottom sites. And once they gain the pressure that they need, they've been able to isolate those staircases, make it a lot harder for TSM to try and rotate up to help out their friends. It's more or less, you know, up the creek without a paddle at that point. It's you have to try and win that long distance gunfight with a 1x site against an ACOG on an extremely tight angle. If you win that out, again, that's a feat in and of itself.
And so now that we have switched, obviously the site's locks are going to be reset. So we're heading back to Armory Archives for Team Empire's first defense. Would be very surprised if we went anywhere else for that, to be honest, although I've seen a few teams start out on a workshop to throw a couple curveballs, so Wouldn't be too far out there.
You can more or less use a universal operator lineup for this map, though. Like hard destruction still helps downstairs. You know, it's whatever. So we are going to be going up to Armory Locker's archives, though, as we are going to be showing the round breakdown from the previous map of TSM and Rogue. So you guys are able to see that and see that, hey, guess what? Now we're on map 3, which is Coastline, happening over on the Rainbow Six Bravo channel. So once again, if you're not using multiple tabs or the multi-Twitch page, make sure that you have something up on your phone, whatever, to watch that secondary match that's going on, because both of these matches right now are absolute heaters.
All right, guys, time to see if we can see TSM rebound at all in the attack, or if it's going to be an Empire matchup now, as they definitely seem to take control, just like they did on Clubhouse to a certain extent, especially in the later rounds. Seems like they might be getting that control a little bit earlier on this time, but we've still seen signs of life from TSM, so we don't want to count them out of this one just yet, but it is starting to look dire, that is for sure.
Well, across this entire story that we've had so far between these two teams, it was really only Cafe where they really showed anything on offense, but even then, Team Empire was still able to take it to them. We're going to actually have the Roni being run now by Shepard, but I feel like TSM on their offensive side is just a touch worse than their defensive side, so we'll have to see if they're able to find anything here on border, or if Team Empire is just going to be walking away with this 7-3 or 7-2.
Well, we've got Merc starting his charge first. He's going to take the Ash Mantle this time, start to work his way back in, being a little bit cautious, as you can see that silhouette there in the distance of any response that might work its way in from the southern door leading into CCTV. Shepard also getting himself into a small skirmish here too. Quite a few players actually from Empire ending up in smaller fights to try and take control of some of these initial areas.
Some very smart angles here from Team Empire's joystick's going to go for a run, and that's going to lead to Merc falling. And this is one thing that TSM did not do on defense. You didn't see any of these little niche runouts or anything like that, and that's what we've grown to love about watching Joystick play this game. It almost seems perfectly timed every single time that he does it. And again, there has been no gridlock or anything picked up to try and stop this. Pojo Man gets shut down. Dan's looking for another one on top of these stairs. He's going to try and challenge him from the office's door instead. Docks himself up, going to overheal just a touch, but instead tries to play a little bit slower and bide his time.
Tried to go for the office take, unfortunately left that western balcony way too undefended, and the run out yields quite a bit of success, specifically from Joystick, and once again stunts the TSM roster with zero room, at least at this point in the round, for a response. So they are locked into this 5v3. Bio nearly catching a player, I think it was Dan, just on the other side of the offices here, but can't line up the shot. Dan is locked in position though slightly. It's not going to matter, however. Joystick finds yet another pickup. Dan finally swings out of his box and catches achieved, and now it's just Biologic way on the outside by South Balcony, who's just going to get picked by Scyther. And a flawless round from Empire, yet again their third of the matchup.
Yeah, 3 maps in a row, 1 flawless round on every single map. And the difference between Team Empire and Team TSM on these defenses is the fact that TSM, in those instances where they have man advantage, they get too antsy. It's something we were talking about earlier, and they over-peak. Whereas you saw Team Empire, we thought Dan was going to go for that aggressive peak on the office's door. But instead, docks himself up, slows things down and goes, I don't need to peek this. All we need to do is sit here, bide time, waste this time for them, force them into our matchups instead of us trying to give them something, more or less a line to someone drowning. And just ended up not working out for TSM because, again, when you have that playstyle of, okay, we already have our initial picks, we're not trying to give someone a line to try and get out of the situation that they're in, just let them dig that hole even deeper. This is exactly what happened. Team Empire stacking up extremely well on that last defense.
All right, so let's get into what could be the start of some of our final rounds here if Empire continues to dominate on this defensive half. For the guys from TSM, they need to step up, and they need to step up right now. This has been a bit of a dangerous trend now with the way that Empire's been taking control of these rounds, and as you saw from the last round, they're given freedom of aggression on defense once again, which is something that they really haven't had. TSM in past maps has done a pretty good job of dealing with this, but at least if that first round is any indication, they're starting to get shaken a little bit. They're not catching these things that they were in previous rounds.
All right, well, TSM was not really able to find too much on Vent's defense when they were here, so see if Team Empire can possibly do something. It's going to be an initial spawn peek here from Dan. This is a pretty rudimentary spot, so we'll see if he's able to find anything. It's going to be Merc to fall. They didn't even drone the hallway yet.
Oh, no!
Oh, my God! Pojo! Good night, my friend, as Dan continues his reign with this ACOG inside of offices. Again, a rudimentary angle, and he ends up winning it out anyways.
They fall right into it, not just once, but twice, giving away the kills to Dan. And this is what I was talking about, just losing the plot far too quickly here. Bolo with a good entry, achieved to follow it up. This might reignite them slightly into the round, but it's already down to just those 2 players. You still have 3 standing strong on the side of Empire. And most of them are upstairs as well, so you can't push the site. You'll just get picked like fish in a barrel if you try to go for it right now.
How do you come back from that in that round? Because that is something that you can't even account for. Just a quick spray through, just knowing the angle is Dan and able to pick the man apart. Quick shots as Jaeger will not fall. Joystick's going to take a little bit of damage, but it's actually going to be Bolo as Joystick will finally get his head ripped off, but not before he does. A lot of damage to achieved. Rock in a hard place now. Scyther's going to try and get aggressive, but the man has already rotated out. Dan still playing inside of offices as well. Bolo has been down, actually downstairs. I don't think they're able to recognize out. Cancel that. They have been able to recognize out that the man is downstairs. They do now have the diffuser now as Achieved has to try and play hero once again. Look how much time is on the clock and look at how many people remain on the field. This game so far on Border, at least with Team Empire on defense, has been so very aggressive.
Achieved trying to pull off a miracle here right now. The nade bounce probably going to fall a little bit short for his needs, but it might bite him a little bit. At least I was hoping a few seconds of idle time. Not going to be the case. Dan strikes yet again with what I believe is his 3rd kill on the round. Absolutely destroying the push from TSM before it even really got started and setting his team up at match point as well now.
Well, when you have the opening kill as well as someone added to it in the first 10 seconds of the round, you're expected to win that, and that's exactly what we're going to have as Team Empire currently up 6-2 on map and match point here on Border. And guess what, guys? Team Empire can also play Border. Again, with a map pool of 7 maps, you have to be able to play every single one of them. Obviously, you have your initial ban that you get. That's great, but it always comes down to one of these off maps that you have to try and pick up the pieces, and especially in best of 3s. You're always going to be on a decider where you're like, okay, you know, we have to be able to play this map at a prolific level. And in recent history, we've seen a lot of their 3rd maps as Clubhouse or something we've seen them on before where we just go, okay, Team Empire's truly incredible on this map. I mean, we saw that the last map of Clubhouse. Now we're on Border, which, as we stated before, between these 2 teams banned 26 times. And it seems that Team Empire, just yet another pocket.
All right, well, let's see. So we've got Team Empire right on the cusp of it. It's been a long series to be sure, going the distance on all 3 maps. I've already been playing this for a little over 2.5 hours now, looking to get the closeout, finish off their day, sending them further into the upper bracket for their group and knocking TSM down to the bottom.
This game has been moving so quickly. I blinked and we're already at 6-2 on Border from where we started. So if the rest of the day is going to go like this, you guys definitely better be ordering some food and cuddling up with the TV, because we definitely have a lot of exciting matchups for today. It's been so incredible so far. This Joystick right now trying to make that long angle over towards the balcony as Team Empire slowing things down just a little bit.
Oh, come on! Don't give him the angle again! Okay, at least Merc doesn't die this time.
You say that, but he might end up dying to Joystick here.
Oh,
because that's a bullet angle.
It's the same angle, too, I'm pretty sure, as the last round. They're very close to. No, it's literally the same angle.
That's the one that Pojo got absolutely destroyed from.
Yep.
They didn't even have the angle established. He just pre-fired through the wall and ripped the man's head off.
It's that CCTV doorway from the south balcony. So once again, a member of TSM nearly falling victim to literally the same thing that killed 2 of them in the last round. Thankfully this time, though, Merc avoids it.
Ooh. Oh, I think that's going to be it. Yep, there it is.
Oh, nice! Just a tiny little angle. It's not even Merc either. It's actually Bolo, they find out. So the IQ is going to be gone. No ability to detect those yokai drones if they need to go for a late round push into this site.
It's scary the amount of things in this game that you just have to rudimentary fire now. Like, you just have to do it.
Tiny little hole.
Because the time that you don't, again, like even with an ACOG, you look at the big hole above and you're like, okay, he's going to peek. Oh, I'm dead. It's just,
because you can't even see that. That's such a small hole like that.
It's so very tiny. And it's definitely making things a lot easier for Team Empire here on this defensive half. TSM has now been able to find a dang thing. as they're slowly getting picked apart. They haven't even had any access to the upstairs. I mean, they can try and walk into archives here, but we have Joystick on one side and Dan on the other. It's pick your poison at that point.
Yeah, like I said, TSM kind of losing the plot at this point, trying to figure out a way to get back into this. And to credit where credit's due, Achieved with that trade does start to force the way back into it. Problem is, on execute, they haven't really done a lot of drone work as far as I've been able to tell, and that means they're walking into some pretty solid setups here from Empire. Bio trading it back again. If he can get one more kill, they've got a chance in this one, but Achieved actually running around the corner on Joystick. He's not ready for it. That's that second kill they needed to find in order to bring them back into it, as now they've tied it up at 2v2, and they still have a little under a minute left.
This is so very dangerous. If they do not know that Karzeka is inside of CCTV, this could spell disaster, but it does appear that Achieved has the information. They do have one man downstairs, it's Shepard. He does not have a Nitro Cell to try and win anything out. Quick shots as Karzeka is going to take quite a bit of damage and immediately drops down to Customs, trying to keep himself alive, as once again they are on the Customs defense. They're on the full rotation right now. Can they win it on the offsite?
Until Mabel allowed Shepard to figure out that the drop happened. Either way, Kars is going to be lined up on a perfect angle to catch Bio. When he peeks, that hatch now all down onto Achieved. He'll go for a nade into the corner. It's not going to matter. Kars picks him off on peak. And that'll do it, ladies and gentlemen. Empire will win the opening match of our Alpha stream here for the Major. Push themselves further into Group A, whereas TSM will now go down to the lower bracket.
Incredible matchup between the two. Absolutely incredible matchup. And I mean, all the way down to the last kill. If he cooks that frag grenade just a touch longer, Echo dies. But immediately when he saw the frag grenade flying through the air, he just stood up and pre-fired the door. And ends up picking up the frag right before the frag grenades goes off to kill Karzeka. And just overall, Empire definitely still in stride. But again, you have to give this to TSM. Absolutely incredible showing up against one of the best teams in the entire world.
Yep, and that means that their opponents that are still waiting for them elsewhere in the group, both Nore-Rengo and MIBR, formerly known as Immortals. It's going to be potentially quite the challenge waiting for them, whoever ends up in that next lower bracket matchup. TSM certainly proving themselves as a capable LAN team by taking it to 3 maps. I think, unfortunately, just not having the longevity needed to play this out over 3 maps, kind of losing their way a little bit, and maybe a little too early to play onto a map like Border, unfortunately, as they didn't have any play on it prior to this matchup.
Yeah, well, one thing we have recognized out now is that Team Empire's defense, especially on Border, is truly incredible. They contest almost every single point of entry on that top floor, and it makes it very hard to try and gain a foothold. We've talked about this quite a bit, especially in recent history, with a lot of the teams playing more of a spread defense now on a lot of these sites, and this is going to be no different. That sucked for Joystick. He ended up stunning himself. Sometimes those things just bounce wrong off those windowsills, and it's very punishing for him on that round.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see now after the relative success from Empire on this map, especially with their more aggressive tendencies that also worked out for them too, if they're going to feel more comfortable to play this map out against teams that they also have history against, you know, once they assumably make their way forward into the quarterfinals, things like that. Are we still going to see them feel comfortable to bring this map into their pool there, or is it going to go back into its permaban status again? We'll have to see how that pans out, because this looked like a really confident showing on the map from Empire. However, it's hard to tell if that's more so because they had so much control over TSM, especially by the time we got into the second half, or if it was just TSM themselves not really feeling ready to play onto that map. I think time will tell this one, especially as we get further into the group stage. But still, overall, a very fun matchup. A lot of really great clutches and highlight rounds from both teams. I think we got a good showing from both of them there.
Yeah, truly incredible stuff. Oh, and I will say one thing. Border was actually banned 6 times. 6 times. It's Villa that's been banned 9 times by Team Empire.
Oh, apologies.
Just a little side glance on the chart, just a little bit wrong. But again, that's still quite a few bans for both teams. 17 for TSM and 6 for the likes of Team Empire. Yeah. Team Empire's most banned map, Villa. So I'm highly doubting that we see that, because we've actually just never seen it. It's never happened.
Yeah. Well, either way, turning out to be a very good matchup there, and ultimately, regardless for showing on Border for quite some time for these guys, certainly showing up with a strong suit. And it makes sense, obviously, that they would keep that one held back a little bit since it's more straightforward. You can kind of know what to expect from a team if you go onto Border. Not so much for these guys, just because they haven't played it, and they brought a lot of aggression to the table. Worked out well with them. Here you can see the bracket, by the way, guys, for Group A. We talked about it before. TSM going down to the lower bracket. They will face off against the loser of either Nore-Rengo or MIBR tomorrow in one of our first elimination matches. Meanwhile, Team Empire will take on the winner of that matchup to be the first of 2 teams from the group qualified for the playoffs. The second team will be decided on Wednesday once we get through that decider match below Empire's winner match.
Yeah, Wednesday is when all the chips are on the table. You have to win, otherwise you go home. If you go 0-2, you automatically get sent home. Whoever goes 0-2 tomorrow from each group will be sent home. The 1-1s will be going to that decider match on Wednesday. So Wednesday is when things really get to ramp up. As of right now, though, it's Team Empire starting off their Raleigh run 1-0.
That means, ladies and gentlemen, Empire looking to be in good shape. We still have our other match going on the Bravo stream, by the way. They're in the midst of their third map between Rogue and Team Secret at the moment.
3-2 in favor of Team Secret.
All right, well, Secret once again looking to close that match out and push them forward in their own group, but that's still to come. And on top of that, we have our second match for the mainstream coming up in just a few minutes, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be NIP facing off against Evil Geniuses, a nice North American versus Latin American matchup. That's coming up right after the break here on the mainstream, so stick with us.
Bomb diffuser. Attackers are activating the bomb diffuser.
Detonated. Swapping mags!
Attackers bomb. Defenders have eyes on the seconds remaining.
Loading new map.
Reloading. Torch is hot. Attackers have dropped the bomb, recovered their... Attackers bomb.
Reloading.
Cover the diffuser. Bomb diffuser. A bomb has been located. Drop the diffuser. Attackers have located. 15 seconds to go. Activated. Here we go. Defender exposed. Attackers drop the diffuser. Attackers drop the bomb diffuser. Attackers have dropped.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the Raleigh Major. It's time for our second major of the year here for Rainbow Six. We've just seen some of our first matches come to a close as Empire was able to take down TSM. Went the distance, though, at 2-1 in the favor of Empire at the end of the day, only really taking control on the third and final map on Border, which both teams have gone quite a while without playing.
Yeah, the other two maps are very, very close. 7-5 and 7-4 were the score of the first two maps. But as you said, lots of control in the favor of Empire on Border, and truly a spectacle to behold, especially for TSM, because no one really knew what they were capable of until that matchup, and they stacked up pretty damn well.
We're moving into our second matchup now, and it's going to be another very good match, in my opinion. Evil Geniuses, of course, the hope of North America, stepping up to the plate once again to try and reclaim their former glory here at the Major, and they'll be going up against NIP from Latin America. Quite a bit of firepower coming up behind this team, especially in the recent months now, as they've been resurgencing themselves a little bit, especially inside of Latin America itself, and even making some appearances at places like the Vegas Minor as well, and doing pretty good there.
NA versus LATAM is always a very interesting thing to watch, as especially we've seen in recent history, especially like the Vegas Minor and a lot of the other stuff that has been going on. In recent history, though, Evil Geniuses has been stacking up pretty well against the LATAM squads.
It's going to be very fun to see how these two teams clash. Each a team that, to be honest, we don't actually get to see them transition to LAN a whole lot necessarily. So considering that, this is a rare treat to see them play on LAN once again and kind of scope out how they're doing against a lot of the teams across the rest of the world. EG still very much a mainstay in North America that we've come to expect. Some very legendary names on that roster as well. Obviously some of those notable ones like NVK, Canadian stepping up to the plate as well. Gotcha still in the coaching mantle as well, since Geo did get his visa, so he is here too.
He's here.
He's made it.
He's in America, coming to America. Great movie, by the way.
So we've got Geo here, which means his own roaming capability is going to be second to none in this matchup. It's only the Brazilians, and we'll have to see how well those two face out against each other.
Honestly, for this matchup right here, I think there's only a couple things you need to notate. It's how is Evil Geniuses going to deal with this extremely aggressive playstyle of NIP? Again, we've talked about him a lot every time we bring up NIP, but it's going to be Psycho that you're going to have to worry about on that roster for a lot of that fragging potential. But here we go with Evil Geniuses up on the screen. It's NVK, Necrox, Canadian, Young, and Geo. He's here. Once again, if you guys are just joining us, Geo did get his visa. He is on American soil, and he's here to try and win the Raleigh Major.
Which also means we're going to start to get to see these guys play a little bit more after the Major too. We'll start seeing them in places like USN Stage 3 when that starts up again in September. So we should be seeing a lot more of EG overall, and now that they've finally gotten over that issue with Geo and can fully commit themselves to the 5-man roster.
Well, you say finally got over it, but I mean, Gotcha has the best stats in the entire world, player-wise.
Yeah.
The world.
Yeah. So.
Just saying.
Very important that they finally get him onto LAN, especially these US LANs.
I will bench you next map and I will play. Like,
but we still have Gotcha here with them, of course, standing behind the team, fulfilling his coaching roles this time around. So we'll be taking on just that role for this event, as Geo finally is able to step in.
And I also a little bit of an update of someone with a little bit of a discrepancy. We will tell you guys when we are going to talk about the matches going on the Bravo stream. We'll give you guys a little bit of a spoiler before we talk about those scores from now on. But Julio, Kamikaze, Psycho, Muzi, and Pino are what rounds out the Ninjas and Pyjamas. Who stands out for you on this roster, Blue?
Oh, we know that Psycho guy's crazy, right?
Yeah. Oh, is he?
Yes.
Kind of the name?
Yeah. Psycho, of course, being the one that stands out the most. I mean, we look at the stats department, it's pretty close, to be honest, between some of the top three players. Psycho, Muzi, and Julio all pulling out some very impressive stats. I still think Psycho comes out as the most impactful one at the end of the day, as much as we kind of meme that point to the death of it. Like, it is true at the end of the day. So you're definitely going to see most of the highlight frags and all of the plays coming out from him. But he's got those, as you saw, two other players, Muzi, to help him out as well under those circumstances, should he end up going down early due to either overextending. You know, every player has that really aggressive roamer for the most part now. It's kind of become a mainstay across a lot of teams. So in the event he goes down, those other two will pick up the pace.
Okay, are you guys ready? Spoiler alert. Team
Mute the stream.
Yep, mute the stream. Team Secret wins 7-3 on Coastline. So that means that there are, yeah, Team Secret wins 7-3. I thought I said TSM for a second. Team Secret wins 7-3 on Coastline. They will be moving on to the winners portion of Group B, and Rogue will be sent down to the elimination game, which will be played tomorrow.
We've got our bans coming in as well now for both of these teams. Same ban procedure we went through in the last series. 2 bans, one from each team, then 2 picks. Again, same thing, 1 from each team, followed up by the final bans. Whatever is left in the pool is the 3rd map at that point. Villa going to be the first pick here, coming in from EG, following that up with a Consulate play from NIP. Final 2 bans should be following this up relatively quickly, and then we'll see what our 3rd and final map is. EG not feeling comfortable enough on Cafe to bring it into their pool yet, and NIP definitely not preferring to go on to Clubhouse, even despite its recent rise in popularity, so we will end up on Coastline for the deciding matchup.
Well, and what we know from LATAM teams, all except Team 1, they don't play Coastline. They really don't like it. It's actually been banned out 10 times in recent history by the likes of NIP. So with that being said, seems like we are going to have a pretty interesting matchup. Their most played map is actually going to be Border for Ninjas in Pyjamas, but EG not going to allow that one through.
Yeah, that was the first ban they went for. Pretty much the same thing towards the end of it, as well as we saw NIP, I believe, ban out Clubhouse, since that's one of the more played maps for EG. They actually not one of the most successful ones, though, is they actually have a pretty poor record on it at the moment, EG does. So potentially could have let that one slide through as well. But going over there towards something like Coastline as well is kind of more of a middle of the road map for them. We haven't necessarily seen NIP play it a whole bunch of times, but the times they have played it, it's been relatively successful. So I think that at the end of the day, they can kind of rationalize going for that as the 3rd choice.
Evil Geniuses has spread so much of their play through all of the maps, you really can't even dictate which one you think that they are the absolute best. I mean, obviously we know that they're really good on Bank. We know that, but again, that's been a long-standing thing. Otherwise, their most played map has only been played 3 times, and it was Clubhouse.
Yep.
Other than that, it's Bank with 2, Coastline with 2, Cafe with 2, and Oregon with 2. But Oregon's not even in the map pool anymore, so it doesn't even matter.
And then every other map down to 1 at that point. So they do have every map in their pool in some degree. It's just hard to tell how settled in it is, because you don't get as much of a sample of matches in Siege as you sometimes do in other games. So it's a little bit harder to kind of anti-strat when it comes to the map bans and picks.
Either that or Gotcha is literally just 1700 IQ. It's like, we're going to play every map 1 time.
Guys, we're actually going to learn every map.
Every one. All of them.
You'd think that would be crazy, but it's not. It just makes sense.
Not when you got Gotcha as coach. But it's not going to matter anymore, folks. All of our banter out the window. It's time to start things up. EG versus NIP. First map is Villa.
Once again, guys, best of 3. First team to 2 maps will move forward into the upper bracket portion of their group to play for qualification into the quarterfinals tomorrow. The loser will have to go down to the lower bracket matchup for tomorrow and decide their fate on Wednesday if they can make it past that match. Habana going to be the initial ban here. Again, opens up a lot of possibility, especially on sites like Aviation and the bedroom push inside of areas like Trophy. So it just makes the attack a little bit more difficult for the offending side to deal with. Dokkaebi, interestingly enough, going to be the 2nd ban as well. First pick from Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, very smart ban from EG. I'm actually really surprised that it wasn't a Jackal. Usually Dokkaebi is banned out because of those logistics bombs and trying to get rid of information game, but they're still going to allow Jackal to be played as well, which of the 2 operators I would say is arguably better than Dokkaebi. Granted, she does ring everyone's phones, but Mute kind of hard counters that, but also you're not going to be riding on top of a Mute jammer the entire time. So I absolutely could still be effective. But of all these bans so far, I like the Habana ban the most, like you were talking about, making those impact tricks a lot more effective.
EG, I think, as well, also since they got the final attacker ban and they were kind of self-handicapping themselves at that point, probably deciding well before this match even started that they're not going to go for Dokkaebi if any of their players don't prefer to pick into that, and knowing that they can get the use out of Jackal, especially for anti-room capability on a huge map like this, that opens up a lot more play capability for them in this first half. Of course, they'll have to deal with that going on to the second half as well, but if they can get, 4 or 5 rounds in the first half, it's not going to matter as much.
Very true. Well, we are going to have Ninjas and Pyjamas starting on the defense once again. They will be going to Aviator Games Room, which is the traditional start that we see from these teams. Already going to have a 6 pick come out. We're actually going to have it happen twice. Thermite to Maverick, so we're just going to be switching Hard Breachers out there, and then we're going to have the Maestro picked up by Julio, switching off of the Bandit.
So let's get into the first round, folks. Let's see what exactly these teams have prepped for Villa. That'll be our first map and the initial pick from EG. NIP, of course, starting on a defense. Go right for Aviation Games. That's your usual site to start with. For anybody that might be newer to Siege, we usually have a kind of assumed safe rotation of sites that these teams will tend to go with. On this map, it starts out at this site, it goes to the other side of the map, following that over towards the trophy and statuary room, close to where Geo and Psycho are right now on the Mozzie, or Geo's drone anyways. And then following that, then they'll go to the downstairs sites if they absolutely have to.
10 seconds to go.
Yeah, I'm with those. It's more of a spread between, you know, do you really want to go living room or do you want to go kitchen? More often than not, it is kitchen, but we have seen some teams favor living room instead, which...
There is one team, I'm trying to remember if it was NIP, it was either NIP or MIBR that actually a couple matches ago in LATAM Pro League did start on a living room site, and that was like the only time I've ever seen a team not start on Trophy or the current site, Aviation. So
definitely a way to throw a curveball at somebody, huh?
Yeah. It didn't work, unfortunately. They kind of got run over, but at least they tried it. Like, they're willing to play with the site choice a little bit.
Great idea, poor execute.
Yeah. By the way, LATAM seems to be willing to play with it a little bit more. As LATAM has a much looser meta, I think, compared to some of the other regions. Much more free-flowing meta, anyway.
Uh-oh.
That's a nice spot from Canadian.
Hello, Psycho.
Can he use it, though, is the problem.
Well, Geo can definitely use it as they're getting the information that he is still inside of the room. Oh, quick shot from Geo. Good night, Psycho. Through the wall, and again, Geo's back.
He's back, he's in the game, and he's already got a double kill within the first minute of his tournament. Moves in, finds Pino, followed up after he took out Psycho due to that great drone intel through the hole. The very thing that he's meant to counter out ends up being his demise. And now with a two-man lead, there's no need for Geo. Actually, that's all right. Everything is taken care of for this guy right now.
Staying in a five-star hotel. Just everything's taken care of. Doesn't drop the towel on the floor. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
They've got a Claymore service at this hotel, apparently. Set it up for him in advance.
All right, well, Evil Genius is definitely starting off on the right foot. Ninjas in Pyjamas have to reel back and try and find something from sight, because right now, if you give up any more pressure, this will spell demise. They are going to be able to knock down NVK, but now before he gets one of his EMPs off, he more than likely will be able to get picked up. Julio is actually all the way downstairs as well, which... This is actually going to be quite an awkward spot for him, especially with a slow-moving 3-armor. You're very loud as a 3-armor as well when you sprint, so they're more than likely going to have the information on exactly where this man's going to be rotating if they have ears.
And he got naded out, as you just saw right there, too, so he's forced up back upstairs pretty quickly. Kamikaze with a nice find. Julio! Muzi walks right into his line of fire, but what? Julio gets 2 as well. Knocks out Nexrox and Young. NVK's able to trade for 1, but we end up in a 1x1. 45 seconds left. Kamikaze is set up directly for this peek from NVK, but is he going to take it? It's not looking like it. Has backed away from the angle. Going to smoke off the doorway now as Kamikaze will still look to hold that position. Drone going to move in. There we go. Confirm that position, and Kamikaze doesn't even know it just yet. NVK knows he can start to push in through this smoke, but we've also got the smoke. Kamikaze making a wraparound to the other side. However, like I said before, the drone intel, NVK knows that this is happening, so we can set up behind the safe doorway. At the moment, there's no way for Kamikaze to get on top of him. Till that's 2 smoke grenades, and ultimately NVK is still stuck in that corner when Kamikaze pushes the site, so he will close out against NVK, and NIP will get the opening round.
Mow down the other team, mow down your friends. When you have an LMG, it really doesn't matter.
When you have the Alda, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. The Alda, the saw is the law, dude. That's how it goes. So, I mean, a crazy round there from both teams. We saw the prowess of Geo and just how good this man can be with information and able to pick up those 2 early kills. And we thought Evil Geniuses was just going to, you know, coast through the first round, end up picking up an easy first round. But Julio had other things in mind, including killing his teammate.
And so coming off of that one, it's a good start from NIP. Now it's time to see how they build on top of it here. Obviously having to adjust their rowing presence as Geo just walked all over them at the beginning of the round. Really the only part of the round that went wrong for the guys on NIP, because they were saved at the end of the day by Julio with that great Maestro play. So can't be relying on that on every single round, however. Still very much a round that EG absolutely should have won after getting a 5v3 advantage just a few seconds into it. So they still have a few things to make up for going into the second round now on Trophy Statue.
Whoa. As we've seen before, Canadian loves to go on this carousel of operators, as we see him play anything from Montang to Jackal to Twitch to Ash to Thatcher to literally anything that Evil Geniuses needs. He is the man that flexes those ops. Canadian now switching over to the Jackal, which we did not have before, which could make things just a little bit easier, at least on the roam game. You can keep your drones alive a lot longer because all you need really is, okay, this man rotated from here to get downstairs. I track his footsteps on the staircase real quick, and all of a sudden we have free information.
They'll be assuming I would guess that once again they're going to try to play out the roamers into the open on that first floor, so looking to catch them early on. Thankfully, you can avoid them a little bit more when it comes to this site's attack by just kind of going for a straightforward play into areas like Astronomy on top of the bedroom control. If you can pinch out those two areas, normally for the most part you'll have good capability to deny any of those roamers downstairs from rotating into you. You just have to keep constant watch on the two staircases at red outside of the sites themselves, and then over at Astronomy right next to them.
All right, well, slow beginnings here for Evil Geniuses as they're trying to gain a little bit of information. It is going to be Pino downstairs inside of kitchen. That was a silhouette you guys saw just cross inside and now rotating over into the dining areas. It appears that they are going to be holding down the kitchen / dining / tarps area, which is that door to Canadians left right now. So as long as you're able to hold this down, this should actually be a pretty easy round for them. Otherwise, Evil Geniuses is going to have to try and just mainly focus on getting that bedroom wall open. Jackal track, though, and it should be off. Actually, no, it's a man inside of kitchen. I believe I saw one off to the right as well, all the way over by the main stairs.
Tossing EMP grenade.
So, much slower start to the round this time, but as you can see, still some good drone intel being picked up here by EG, figuring out the setup well in advance. A little bit of damage being chucked in against these guys, however, as Necrox trying to take a fight. Close up to the bedroom. I think it was crossing over towards the master bath as well. So being a little bit careful of that, but as you can see from the drone footage, there's no presence on the inside of it. You do have Pino hiding on the Legion, just over here behind the desk. Or actually, excuse me, it's probably Muzi. Instead, Pino is elsewhere downstairs. But regardless, they've got, look at this, so much intel coming onto these guys. Julio, actually the player sitting behind that reinforcement at the end of the day. Canadian walking in, he's already picked up Pino. Follows that up with a second kill onto Psycho, as once again, roam presence is dealt with. There is a third player still looking to trade this frag back out, though, and translate it down to a 4v3, or 3v3, actually, because they did manage to find Necrox in the early round, too.
Just because you have a Jackal doesn't mean that everything's clear, and Muzi's still going to be lined in the strengths, and he will find Canadian taking out the Jackal. Once again, just because they had two roamers doesn't mean there isn't another one. Quick impact, but it's going to be NVK to answer the call as Kamikaze gets aggressive. Gio's going to take a little bit of damage, but definitely not anything to be fatal. Young already did some work on the Master Wall with that breaching torch, so they have plenty of space to try and get this done and diffuser in hand. They've recognized out that Julio is still playing inside of Astronomy. They just have to worry about where Muzi is. He was on rotation, could possibly have came up red stairs, and that's exactly where he's going to be playing. He's going to be playing near the statuary door. Quick shots. He's not going to take any damage from that shot from Gio. He continues to try and battle back. It's going to be NVK to take down Julio, though, and then Muzi will fall to NVK as well as they get aggressive on statuary. And it'll be Evil Geniuses finding their first round.
Evil Geniuses just continuing to build off of the success that they somewhat had in round number 1. Unfortunately, had problems with the execute at the end of the day, trying to force themselves in through the study, and lost control of that first round. Second round, not only does the anti-roam stay strong in a 2-for-1 trade on it downstairs, but the execute goes off without a hitch this time. Much more clean, working their way in. And also NIP potentially getting slightly over-aggressive, like for instance the one push they made into master bedroom, trying to take out EG, who had already been set up in that room for a good 10 to 20 seconds at that point. And at least in my opinion, NIP should have been able to safely assume that they would have countered out any type of push like that.
Mm-hmm. I feel like of all the teams here, the team with the biggest chip on their shoulder is going to be Evil Geniuses, especially after what happened at Milan with the whole Oregon match up against Empire. They had it in the bag. All they had to do was just clutch up that last round, and they were back on top of the world. And they ended up throwing that, and then Clubhouse was definitely not the place to try and battle back from. Evil Geniuses ended up losing that match, as everyone knows and loves to meme about. And Empire, as we saw in the last match, still in form. But Evil Geniuses of all teams right now definitely want to prove that that wasn't a fluke to get to that final. They can definitely do it once again.
I mean, hey, at least they don't have to worry about Oregon anymore.
That's true.
It's done and dusted.
Thank God.
It's all cafe boys now.
It's all the cafe boys.
So, into our third round. Once again, it'll be an attempt at trophy statuary. The second one that we shall see from the guys on NIP. It's time to see if indeed they can strengthen up this defense, if their roamers can finally catch some impact here, as they've been having very little luck, especially on initial contact. Some luck in trading it out kind of after the fact, but it's not enough, unfortunately, to turn these rounds back on its heels just as of yet. So we'll see how they continue to try and improve that. Much more direct contention of the office this time, as you've got both Muzi and Psycho looking to hold against a push, and actually, they might get, oh! That looked like a team kill, but no, it is Psycho instead getting the better of Necrox. Gio, unfortunately, doesn't have the angle to trade this, so it's a clean opening kill for the guys on NIP.
Well, Necrox was the first dead last time as well, but it immediately got cleaned up by Evil Geniuses and Canadian on the Jackal, but now he's on the IQ. And as we talked about before, this man is more than likely not going to play the same operator twice. It's just the way Canadian works. He will play 7 separate operators in the same matchup. So, again, it can either be a massive help or a massive detriment. It just depends on what the 6 picks look like coming out from Ninjas or Pyjamas, or really what cards they have on the table. With the IQ on the table right now, it's really not going to do anything except counter out Pino.
Dronework starting to funnel its way into the master bedroom here now to give EG once again that right to push, as well as the safety of the push as well, which they desperately need at this point since they're already down a man. They can't afford to take kind of a risk and just pushing into a window where they don't know what's on the other side of it. It would be foolish and potentially set them up for a 3v5 disadvantage. So they need to make sure that whatever they're taking control of is safe, either through drone intel or some other means.
Yeah, we're recognizing that there's an ADS behind the astronomy desk and still holding down statuary as well. At least the hallway right outside of it, or benches. Young now do some work on the master wall with that breaching torch, and slow goings here at least as they're going to see the rotations. It appears that Ninjas and Pyjamas just not recognize out drones as they practically run by quite a few of them, and Psycho's now going to get removed from the map. Canadian hopping down on the other side as well, as it seems that Evil Geniuses is getting poised for their take.
Canadian with the hop in towards Mudroom. He'll start to lurk forward as well. This has commonly been where we started to see the members of NIP catch members of EG as they safely assume that the first floor is clear. But as you can tell from the way the Canadian's proceeding here, he does not have that assumption this time. He's being very careful to clear things out, as they know they've always had that late round roam trade thrown against them. At the moment, the two roamers, or the, well, I should say Canadian and the roamer from the other side, are kind of playing ring around the rosy with each other. But NBK is going to be able to catch Kamikaze upstairs, and that's going to force Muzi's hand to start rotating back up through astronomy.
Recognizes out Geo on top of the staircase. That concussion launched into the staircase will recognize out that someone was getting aggressive on astronomy staircase, but it's going to be Pino to take down Canadian downstairs. No longer will there be an IQ. Julio continues to tack on as well, as he's finally showing some face from astronomy. Evil Genius has been on top of the world, at least for that room, as a quick rotation from Pino will be able to take down yet another as he continues to try and tack on. It's only Young remaining with 7 seconds. He finds Julio. He needs to try and remove both of them from playing. Right now, he only has one more to find, but he's got to try and put that diffuser down. He's going to try and hard rotate. So, Ninjas and Pyjamas up 2-1.
Pino's just going to quickly go AFK for about 5 seconds there.
That's all you really need.
At the end of the round.
Don't give it to him. Because Young, of all people, will win that gunfight. That is, look, I will argue this point to the death. He is the best support player in the entire world. There's no one that plays support as good as Young does.
So some good adjustments, however, there from NIP. Definitely didn't overplay their hand that time on the aggression, which is something I was starting to get worried about. There still was 1 or 2 players that ended up going down to it, but it was a much more controlled, and I don't think they were ever pushing it to a point where they would risk their position in the round by taking those fights. So much more stable play from NIP overall, and as you can see, it yields success as EG spends so much time trying to deal with that or at least Canadians spend so much time trying to deal with that roamer downstairs. They kind of get distracted from the actual execute, and ultimately, at the end of the day, don't have enough time to clear out the site defenses.
All right, well, we're going to put Canadian back on Jackal now, as he's seen that helped out quite a bit with that roam clear, and Ninjas and Pyjamas has been roaming extremely heavily, almost every single defense that they've had so far, so they need to try and find an answer to that, and I really do feel like it is going to be Canadian on this Jackal. He found those 2 initial frags, I believe it was round 2 they ended up winning, where he found those 2 initial frags, and really set them up for that round victory. They had that before on the previous round, though, as well, in the likes of Geo, but just could not find anything of it. As we said before, Julio on that Maestro, mauling his friend, but also taking down 2 enemies at the same time, which, again, pretty equal trade.
So going down into the round itself, we've got the guys from EG spawned onto the table. Time to see how they'll proceed. Once again, a lot of self-destruction being done on the inside of Office there to allow for a little bit more play from the bottom floor this time, since they've gone back to Aviation. And we've got eyes on Julio right now. Still roaming around trying to set up anything in the early round he might be able to pick up for himself. We can see that Geo is already going to be droned in, though. He's going to start working his way forward downstairs. Pino directly above him. Might be able to find something later on, but I don't think we're going to run into any direct contention. Canadian, however, should have been able to get eyes on Psycho. Maybe a little bit late to see him, but now it looks like they got an idea. Canadian is going to pop open the window. Won't be able to find much, though.
And we'll recognize out that Psycho could possibly be anywhere. It seems like Psycho might be getting very aggressive. Oh, this is going to be
timing
very
of
close.
this.
Ooh, that was very, very close. Ends up rotating right up red stairs. Necrox does not have the reaction time for it. Has enough to put a couple bullets in the butt of Psycho right on the tailcoats, but not enough to be fatal just yet. We'll be able to clear out the mid floor, though, as a quick shot through the Jaeger of Muzi, but it's not going to be fatal yet again, just tagging him up, which definitely will help later into the round.
Necrox choosing not to continue that fight necessarily either, but he does turn himself around and find Julio instead, who I believe would have leaped down in that situation. Psycho, however, is able to catch Geo, but Young trades it right back on to Psycho. Everyone from EG is kind of backing up right now, trying to play very carefully as they don't necessarily know what Nip's going to throw at them next. Pino re-aggresses down at the main hallway, works his way forward as he leaps down red stairs and finds another pick for his team.
Yeah, this is some peak LATAM play, as we see, as they continue to try and apply that pressure, especially from this region. We don't see them really give up any part of the map for free. They'd much rather die trying than just giving it up. Well, Evil Geniuses now have to try and pick up the pieces. Things are pretty equal across the board. No more ACOGs on the defense. I actually didn't even have any to start. It's not really going to matter for that point. But almost out of Jackal checks is Canadian. He does have Jaeger marked right now, which is Muzi. More likely a good idea that he did have him marked out, because it's going to be the man that we're more than likely going to have rotating. But as you say, that Pino's been the one that's really been the focal point so far on this defense. We'll recognize out that Jaeger is inside of Vault. They don't have any frag grenades, though, to try and handle him, and there is an ADS inside. So they're going to have to try and face track it to try and deal any damage. We do have Pino on the flank right now from 90, though. This could pay out in spades. Canadian holding the cross, waiting for Pino to rotate through. Pino has appeared to have stopped inside of 90, though. Could find Canadian if he peeked out right now. This would be a massive pick and make this a lot easier. You just gotta wait in the timings right now. Is he not gonna recognize out that Pino's here? Doesn't even look. Canadian gets taken down. Once again, it's gonna get tied up though at a 2v2. 14 seconds remain.
EG again not really having the execute capability here because the roam presence has been so prevalent against them the entire round. Pino and Kamikaze shut it down at the office to aviation doorway, and NIP claiming yet another round on this defense.
They're just doing so good with these late round rotations, and they just really have not been shut out just yet. It really appears that Evil Geniuses doesn't think that they're going to rotate out of what they're trying to set up. They set up that full frontal assault. They left 90 all on its lonesome. You could legitimately do anything. There's no nomads, nothing. They haven't brought an operator like that yet to be able to shut down these angles. And then Canadian doesn't even look that way. Yep. He doesn't even recognize out that Pino, the man that's literally been rotating around this entire map, that entire round, could possibly be inside of 90 and gets punished for that.
Pino ran like the full circuit that round too.
That man ran literally like 2 miles in one map.
He peaked, I think he peaked main stairs at one point. He peaked somewhere down below red stairs to get a kill, and then he was playing that corner angle at 90 behind the pillar as well. That dude was everywhere in that round. So, like, to be fair to EG, like, it's kind of hard to track him down even with literally a Jackal to do that. As unfortunately, most of the rotations he was going for are relatively safe, like somewhere upstairs and somewhere that EG wouldn't have been able to see his footsteps from. So he had a lot of free reign that round. And we'll have to see if he can continue that play. At the moment, it's going off unrestricted. After those two sites are closed out, however, they have to go back downstairs now, so they're going to head into the living room. Things are going to get a little bit more difficult to win on the defense, but with the way it's going right now, especially with how much delay capability they've shown against EG, there might still be a chance for them yet, although it's much, much more difficult to delay on this site due to its openness and the fact that in general you don't have to deal with second floor presence too much here.
Attacker's objective is to locate
All right,
a
well,
bomb and defuse it.
in typical NIP or Latin fashion, we are going to continue to have a aggressive roam game, and it's been working out for them so far. Evil Geniuses have not really been able to shut it down. They've had some rounds showing that they can possibly do it, but even in those rounds, they really haven't found too much. The only round that Evil Geniuses has found so far was off the back of some plays from Canadian. They have switched things up once again. They've moved Geo over to the Jackal, and now they have Canadian on the IQ once again. So just trying to shut down as much of this as possible. Psycho's been on a lot of Valkyrie, which is an operator he's extremely known for. He can get a lot of information on those black eye cameras, and that's traditionally how he sets them up. He sets them up on angles to where he can get that immediate information and immediately take the gunfight after, which leads to a pretty easy kill. Pino, though, will start us off here for round 5 and immediately shuts down the Jackal of Evil Geniuses.
So, a good start indeed. Knocking out Geo first off. NVK, I mean, we're just like kind of going in a rotation here. At the moment, it's either team that starts off with an initial pick. It usually gets traded a moment later, and that's what we end up with once again. Back into a 44. This is not really progress for EG, however. This just plays into NiP's hands right now, unless they continue to play this aggressively and give up more players, which they really haven't shown a trend of doing, except for maybe one round so far. So this is still just business as usual, which NIP is going to be happy with.
All right, well, still trying to search for any of these roamers that are upstairs right now is Necrox. He's all on his lonesome, though. No drones in front of him either. Really wouldn't matter, though, as Pino is lining the strengths inside of Statuary. Canadian, though, will take down Julio, which is going to help out quite a bit, especially getting the Legion off the board. Only halfway through now, so does not have all of them, as NVK is going to get walked up on from behind as Pino slips through the cracks with that ERC-7 backpack helping him out just a little bit. Continues to get to play his life as Muzi will rotate up as well, just for the assistance on the sludge. Necrox on his lonesome now, standing outside of Trophy.
Even fight once again, down to a 3v3 with a minute left. EG still trying to go for site control, but these are so spread out right now. Muzi gonna walk right up onto Necrox. That's the second free kill that NIP have had just in this round by literally just flanking players, and there being not appropriate watches set up to counter it. Kamikaze with yet another one now stunts the remaining EG roster, brings it down to only Canadian in a 1v3.
It's almost like jump scares here for Evil Geniuses, as every single corner is just yet another contention. And yeah, this is going to be a free kill.
Hello.
He's going to punch Canadian right in his face. And that's going to be round number 4 for Ninjas in Pyjamas. And as of right now, I feel like the only saving grace that Evil Geniuses has on this last offensive round is pick something up to try and control where they can rotate through. Pick up the Gridlock, pick up the Nomad, pick up something besides just information game to help you out.
Yeah, I mean, like, your anti-roam is good, right? Like, you could trade it. The problem is it's just so prevalent and so core to NIP strategy that I don't think you can really focus on it entirely, because even so, they're still trying to get access to the site and whatnot, and as a result of that, they're leaving far too much open, it seems.
Well, a lot of these have just been helpful from their roaming partners, for instance, or having someone rotate off-site to help your roamer. Pino, or excuse me, the Vigil got locked. Psycho. No, it wasn't Psycho. Julio, was it? I can't remember. Anyways, the Vigil upstairs ended up getting some help from the Mozzie that rotated up red, and that's really all they needed. They end up giving all the ones up to the Vigil upstairs, but they immediately have the Mozzie to rotate upstairs because they recognize out, okay, Vigil has been found upstairs. He's going to need some help. We send somebody on a flank, and they only brought one person to the party, which was the Sledge. Ended up taking him down, leading to a pretty easy round for Ninjas in Pyjamas. They just need to be more tight-knit upstairs when they're on their roam clear. They don't have anybody for flank watch.
Depends on which round it was for which specific player that was, because I noticed Julio and...
They rotate so much on these ops.
Julio and Pino have been switching ops around, and Psycho, I think, a little bit too.
Yeah.
Muzi's been pretty consistent on the Jaeger, but besides that, they've been pretty free-floating with these roaming. And you can see, I mean, it's basically like 4 roamers right now. And if you really want to throw smoke out there, he can kind of run around with an SMG-11 as well. But I mean, you're probably not going to see that. So.
Kamikaze's more than likely going to be sitting on site the whole time. But the rest of these have just been running this carousel of operators, which, again, a little bit difficult to track, but that's absolutely fine. It's working out for them, and that's exactly what they need. And again, Evil Geniuses against LATAM teams in recent history have had a pretty good track record, but it appears that Ninjas in Pyjamas is looking to change that.
Well, let's see if EG can get onto the board with at least one more round here before the half closes out and they head onto the defense. Otherwise, it's going to be a hard time, even with the defensive half coming up here, for them to try and bargain back in from a 5-1 deficit if they end up going down again. At the moment, these have all started to go to the control of NIP, and it's slowly tilted more and more into their favor. EG had a pretty good start onto this map. Unfortunately, they haven't been able to follow it up, as roaming presence specifically has just been tearing them apart ever since.
All right, we'll see if Geo or Canadian can start things off on the proper foot this time around for Evil Geniuses, because so far they've not been able to have the same success that they had in the first 2 rounds, and they definitely need it right now. Don't want Ninjas in Pyjamas starting off 5-1 here on Villa. As of right now, Evil Geniuses staring down the barrel of something not too hot for them.
Second floor.
So we're going to see remainder of EG already with easy access to the bedroom, trying to once again avoid that roaming presence as heavily as possible and trying to focus their strat on the bedroom push. May not be a bad way to go about that. Problem is they're going to have to be constantly wary of things like nitro cells being thrown out from below them. If they're not watching for that, that could very easily lead to the deaths of quite a few of them before they even start this execute. But they're able to get up to the wall relatively, conflict-free. He's going to get tricked on first attempt. There's an impact trick that comes over the top and stops that from happening. Now left with only one more way to hard breach, and they absolutely have to get this wall open. Otherwise, executing is going to be so difficult. Let's see. Nades going over the top here in a second to try and stop the trick from happening. At the moment, it hasn't led to much of a kill, and there we go. A successful trick a second time. Both hard breach attempts from the attackers just goes right into the dirt.
Yeah, not a very good look for Evil Geniuses now. So Nitro Cell does sail through the air. I heard the beeping, but nothing going to go off just yet. Still on rotation is Ninjas in Pyjamas, and we've seen them contest us quite a bit. Head is going to poke up Jaeger, but he does not see Canadian. I'm going to assume that the hollow sight actual casing was blocking Canadian in the hallway, as it appeared that Muzi had peeked to the right just a little bit too much. Psycho, though, will be able to trade things back. That'll be Geo falling next.
So Psycho with the first pickup for his team. Starts to trade it back. And again, look at how much time has been wasted, down to 30 seconds. NIP still have players waiting in the wings to pounce on EG if they go for an execute through Astronomy, which, considering their heavy setup inside of the bedroom, is really their only choice. But as you can see, they pulled their players for the most part outside of there, started to rotate them back around. However, look at this. They've gotten 3 kills out of absolutely nowhere, looking for a 4th and a 2nd, and it would be the final one as well. NVK gets it done, and EG come out of absolutely nowhere with that round win. A last-second change-up to their strategy is apparently exactly what was needed, and something that NIP couldn't see coming.
Again, when one thing doesn't work, sometimes you just got to get aggressive. And that's really all Evil Geniuses had left. No more thermite charges, no more EMPs. They've dedicated all of their utility. All they have left is firepower, excuse me. And that's all that they needed at the end of the day. So Evil Geniuses, instead of letting this go to a 5-1, end up picking up that last round, making it a 4-2. A little bit easier to come back with, and Necrox is going to be rocking the new Smoke Elite skin. So I believe that this is going to be the first time you guys get to see this in a game.
Yeah, really, this will be cool. Make sure we check that out, Marcio, when we get in game.
So it's a very interesting skin.
I haven't seen this one yet, I don't think.
It's pretty cool.
I haven't seen this one like at all. I was kind of, honestly, I was kind of scary looking at it for the first time.
Dude, yeah,
it's a creepy looking.
It's a pretty terrifying skin. It's like post-apocalyptic teenager.
Let's see what he looks like. Where is he? Zoom in. Oh, that's right, you can't zoom in anymore.
Enhance.
Very nice.
Enhance.
Got the hoodie on.
Yeah, man.
Rocking the casual clothes.
Yeah.
I dig it.
He's got the nice shoes on.
He's got the kicks, right?
Yeah, dude, he's got the kick, dude. Shoe game on point. Post-apocalyptic shoe game on point.
Very nice. All right, well, Necrodox will be rocking that. Rest of the team, in the meantime, is just going to roll with the normal skins and stuff. But, of course,
that shotgun skin is sick.
Oh, I didn't even see it.
Oh, dude, that's dope.
That's pretty dope.
Yeah, I'm buying this right when it comes out. Yeah, yeah, no, like first day, like right when I log on.
It's like futuristic and like punk at the same time. It's got the graffiti on it. It's got like the hexagram pattern. I'm digging it. All right.
Thank you, Ubisoft, for cool skins.
Enough about skins, though. Let's get into the round.
Some great analysis about the skins. 100%. Skins win games.
We have not been paid to promote this skin.
Skins are wins. Remember that.
Yeah. But getting into the round, as you might expect, we are going to see EG start out on Aviation Games. Setup, again, looking pretty standard as far as the operator lineup is concerned. Castle being brought back into it, too, to add a little bit of resistance to this one. We're going to see the Twitch play coming in from Julio here, just talking about some default cams, not necessarily finding super impactful gadgets to take out, just fulfilling its normal drone duties at the moment to clear things out for the rest of the team and kind of analyze what their options are for an attack. As well, they can see, you know, the trophy side of the first floor is that's towards like kitchen and the living room area. That's pretty much left open right now. No roaming presence at all there from EG. So as you're going to see now, NIP's players are going to walk right in the second floor since they don't have to worry about like a pulse or anything, or any other player potentially with info to throw a nitro cell out from down below them.
Well, when Nomad is on the field, Ninjas in Pyjamas plays her 100% of the time. So more than likely, you're going to see this every single round. And why not? Nomad's air jabs are so good on these maps with a lot of roam potential, where you're able to shut down a lot of the pathing that they want to take. Canadian, not going to get knocked down just yet. Actually, he's got a free rotation inside of Master here, and he might be able to find Zofia. I believe Psycho, yes, as he is rotating over toward the statuary door. No air jabs just yet to pick up Canadian, as he has been basically in safe harbor so far, and doesn't seem like anyone's going to be able to recognize out exactly where he is. No air jab on this door either, so he's able to walk through. That's a free kill. The trigger discipline. He's going to rotate once again. He takes out another Canadian with 2. Muzi with 1, but it's going to be a trade.
It's a triple in my book.
Will fall as well as he baits his teammate into shooting each other. Drone hole now for Muzi, but it's not going to find anything.
So Canadian basically getting 3 kills as far as I'm concerned right there. Baits his opponents that are shooting each
Add it
other
to
at
his
least.
column.
Yeah.
Add it to the column.
Well, someone's got a Sharpie. We'll adjust the scoreboard later. Moosey's going to work his way back in over here towards Aviation as well. Start the push from the other side. They've been stunted, unfortunately, after this one. So Julio going to have to try and literally punch his way in. It's not going to work too well, though. And ultimately, there's just not a lot of execute potential showing up here from MIBR at this point. EG looking a lot stronger now after that beautiful play from Canadian.
Yeah, some slow play, definitely going toward Evil Geniuses this round. They don't want to get overly aggressive. Moosey to fall, and it's going to continue to be Julio just punching this door 12 times. Finally, he breaks the wall, and more than likely not going to be coming up with too much. Julio will adjust over to the window now, but once again, should not bear any fruit. This is going to be a massive misplay if he comes back from this at all.
NVK in the meanwhile, still waiting for this push to work its way back in. Julio does actually get past the door. Thought he would already be dead at this point. Problem is he's locked in the room now, and he only has 8 seconds left. He's just got to make a play at some point. Not really much room to bargain for. He gets the kill. I'm impressed he's made it this far. But yeah, time's going to run out in just a moment. And the expected result of that round, especially after the play from Canadian, is achieved as we do end up seeing EG shut it down.
Very clean round from Evil Geniuses, able to shut down quite a bit of what Nip was trying to perform. And honestly, I want to know where that air jab was of Nomad's, because he had already used one of them. You get 3, he only had 2 in his inventory, which means that there was an air jab somewhere. We never heard it go off. We never saw it. We never heard anything from it. We didn't even hear the beeps. So Canadian, just a free rotation up Astronomy. Usually that's the first thing that you get rid of, is that Astronomy staircase, and force them to have to go up red.
Well, they ended up seeing that this time, so Canadian getting away with quite a bit. Either dealt with by Canadian somehow, or Moosey just never really putting it onto the ground. Of course, we'll never know. Looks like we are going to end up in a quick tech pause here, ladies and gentlemen, so do excuse the little bit of delay in between the rounds. And we have a small issue. Looks like we have to fix for EG real quickly, so we'll get right on that and then jump back into the game as quickly as possible here.
And just a quick reconnection here is... Still, coaches
hopefully not a rehost.
Yeah, no, it won't be a rehost. They'll just hop back in. We're on land, dude. You just get to pause it. See?
Oh,
yeah, beauty of land builds.
I can forget we don't have that outside of lands.
Yeah, land build is so nice. It's so good.
All right, guys. So we'll get that fixed as soon as possible and jump right back into the match. But this is, once again, shown out to be a pretty good matchup so far, especially with such a strong opening round from EG on their defensive side. I think, there's a good chance, especially since they're only 1 round behind, there's a really good chance now for us to see EG, battle back into it, even going through their site rotations and whatnot, and start to forge a new path for them to still claim control over this opening map on Villa. And, I mean, to be honest, it looked like it was going to go pretty solidly the way of NIP coming off that first half. They were really in control of things, but not so much anymore, especially with EG getting the first round under their belt. Let's see if they can continue that as we are going live once again, folks. And interestingly, we're going to see EG choose to bypass the trophy statuary room and go down to dining and kitchen instead.
Going to be a very interesting site choice. Is more than likely trying to throw things off. This is all going to be about that verticality. They have to shut down Pino early on here. Otherwise, this is going to be practically a free round for Ninjas and Pyjamas. Verticality is everything on this site, and Ninjas and Pyjamas is bringing everything they need to lock down that upstairs. Once again, they're going to play Nomad every single round. Well, at least with what they've shown in history. Again, when it's available, 100% of the time, they play Nomad.
That's how I'd play it.
Yeah, I mean, Nomad's truly incredible. I'm the same way with Thatcher. If Thatcher's available, you play him. It's free. Yeah. All you do is throw it literally on a roof, on a wall. It doesn't even have to go in the building. You're able to get rid of so much stuff. I
think especially on a map like Villa, where it's a huge map, right? But in my opinion, there's a lot of choke points. There's a lot of walls and whatnot to segment the map out pretty heavily. So I think that there's a lot of room for Nomad to find success in the air jabs actually detonating as a result of that. And then even building from that too, I think the odds are you're going to have a pretty close fight. So there's a pretty good chance that when the air jab goes off, someone is nearby to kill the person it hits.
All right, well, hold on. I gotta deal with Twitch chat real quick. It's okay. Okay, so, guys, just to update you. Young has a 1.11 over Season 9 for his stats. Goga had a 0.91, so there's that. Because a lot of people are just like, Young's not the best support in the world. Look, just check the stats, boys, okay? If you go to Season 10, it's the exact same way. Isn't that crazy? Holy crap. It's wild. Wow.
All right.
Oh, wow.
Moving off of that point.
Would you look at that?
And into the execute itself.
I'm just messing with it. Anyway, I love messing with you guys. It's so much fun. Triggering Twitch chat is just something of a spectacle, isn't it? It's great. But
always fun.
Yeah. Anyways, both in their own right, insane players. But you can't discount what Young can do, especially on land. You guys saw him at Milan. Truly insane. Julio, they're going to shut down Gio. Gio literally looks lost on red stairs, staring upstairs. He's downstairs. Again, Julio starting things off, and one we've come to expect from Julio, especially on these roam clears, fantastic play. As you said before, usually we talk about Psycho and his ability to frag out, but there's literally 3 to 4 members on Ninjas in Pyjamas that when it's time to call, they show up.
Yeah, Psycho hasn't necessarily been like a standout player this map at all so far. Like, he's been kind of blending in with the rest of his team.
It's really been Julio and Pino.
Yeah, and that's not to say that Psycho's doing bad by any means. It's just like there's other players stepping up to the plate right now, and like Psycho, you know, to a certain extent, it does get pushed forward a little bit more in that one. As you were mentioning, the rest of the team brings quite a bit of firepower too. So this is a really aggressive team. I mean, they were literally playing 4 roamers on the last round of defense. So they have a lot of confidence behind them too.
A lot of fun stuff going on here as we are going to have some initial droning coming out from Nip as they're just now trying to handle the upstairs Psycho on drone as we are going to hear Pino with that skeleton key doing some work on the flooring. So all this has been given up. There's not even Nitro Cell on the defense to really try and apply a crazy amount of pressure upstairs or try and go for a kill. All they can try and do is play these angles that Pino establishes and try and slow them down. And that's exactly what's going to happen. Canadian's going to get a little bit of elevation on the kitchen counter. Ends up finding one of those angles through and knocks out Pino.
So, into a 4v4 now. Both teams finding even trades. Canadian working with the Necrox to push their way, or hold, I should say, inside of kitchen here and fend off a direct push through the main door leading into it. Already the buck being dealt with, of course, now trying to knock out the rest of the team and still having to be cautious of the upstairs control too, as we still see NIP looking to funnel in, gather their control there. Besides this, it's all quiet around the map. You can see members of EG just kind of waiting for the execute to happen since there's only 20 seconds left here. They've done a great job of delaying and keeping this entire round is basically a no contest situation. Neither team wanting to take any risks. Smoozy with a nice push though finds Necrox hiding at the basement stairs leading up towards Astronomy. More players going to work their way in. Young is actually going to get aggressive. Reps the corner. Doesn't look like he got the kill, but he got some decent damage against the execute. Now Canadian looking to hold the line. Gets his double after Young falls a few seconds beforehand. And now just has to waste time. But no, it won't work. The planter going onto the ground. He does have a hard ping port, but I don't think he can penetrate that far. So plant should go onto the ground. Now Canadian having to try and ice out these angles. Again, just not a whole lot being given to him, even with pings, and fails to account for Julio being peeked in the open. So NIP trade out the opening rounds, going 1 for 1 and keeping them in the lead.
Julio has been so good so far on Villa, and we still have two possible maps to go through on this series. Truly incredible stuff so far from Julio, especially on this Jackal game. Roam clear initially was very good upstairs. Granted, they did get punished on those angles that Pino had established, but it didn't seem to matter. We're able to gain all the access that they needed on site, and Evil Geniuses falter.
This was EG's pick too, if I remember correctly.
Yes, it was.
So potentially going to drop their own map pick. Always a worrying sign, but we'll have to see how that continues to pan out as we move throughout the rest of this map and into map number 2, as we are certainly not done yet, especially with the way that that round was decided very much at the very end of it, with that last second execute from the final 2 members of NIP.
Well, gonna have the same face here for Ninjas in Pyjamas, and again, I don't know how many times we can talk about it, but you're more than likely going to see the same thing come out over and over again. Just depends on really what shows first for them to get aggressive on and take control of. And they've been using a lot of their air jabs to just lock down that initial area that they take, and that's exactly what you want. Make it a lot harder for people to rotate upstairs, because if you do, you're going to get knocked down, and it's a free kill for literally anyone because you cannot shoot as long as you're picking yourself up in that animation. So, Ninjas in Pyjamas looking to close this one out. They only need 2 rounds to do so. Next one will be map point, and then they'll finally be able to take Villa if that is the case, though. Dining room, once again, going to get selected for Evil Geniuses, feeling like they might have done something wrong and could change something up to win this round.
Just a bit of an update, by the way, guys. If you don't want to know what's going on the secondary stream, just mute the stream for the next 20 seconds or so. But meanwhile, on our Bravo stream, we do at the moment have live. It is the new team stepping up from Japan, going up against G2 themselves. Cyclops taking on G2. And their match is live at the moment. So be sure to head over to our Bravo stream and check that out if by chance you're not interested in this one. It's currently a 3-0 lead.
On Villa.
G2.
What do you know?
On Villa as well, yeah. So it's a little bit confusing for us at the moment, but we roll with it.
We do indeed roll. Canadian is 12-6. Is he back?
Is he? I don't know.
Is he back?
You would be the authority on that. You've been around that.
It's only one map. You can't call that.
Yeah.
This is a group stage, first map of the entire tournament. I mean, if anything, again, we talked about earlier, or at least I talked about earlier, the chip on EG's shoulder, right? But I think of everyone on the team that has the biggest chip on their shoulder, it's going to be Canadian. I mean, again, we saw him at SI, how hyped up he was. They get knocked out in quarters by Rec. They go to Milan, they make it all the way to the finals. It's the first quarter they've been to, past quarter land that they've been to in so very long, and they end up losing out on some misplays on Oregon. You got to be headhunting at that point to try and get back and do it once again, right?
Absolutely. Certainly the first step needs to be here against NIP, and what a first step it will need to be as well. NIP, like we've seen throughout their defensive half and are now seeing on their attacking half, an incredibly aggressive team, very flag-focused at these rounds here, not necessarily playing into the utility as much as we've seen from teams like EG. And that makes for some really epic gameplay, and as we've seen, you know, against EG's case, some really hard to counter gameplay under a lot of circumstances.
Well, Rome clear coming through for Ninjas and Pyjamas now. They started over here on the south balcony and worked their way across almost every single time. There's going to be 3 members upstairs for Evil Geniuses over in Astronomy near the trophy / statuary room split. Psycho now on drone, and seldom you see a drone getting manned by Ash is usually on the forefront of things, but is going to be able to recognize out that there is going to be a couple Legion mines upstairs as well. As longer Geo stays alive, the more effective these will be. Psycho takes down one of them. They're trying to gain access once again to the upstairs, get this vertical pressure going on. But Pino no longer on the buck. He is going to be on the IQ instead, which definitely will help out with the likes of Geo.
Still keeping watch for flanks, just in case EG tries to get a little bit tricky against NIP. For the most part, they've been playing pretty passive, to be completely honest, with mainly just Geo being the player to look towards as the one that's out in the open trying to catch guys early on. The Doc on NVK is going to get spotted. Unfortunately, no one from NIP necessarily in a position to counter that out. They're getting a lot of intel right now, though. Finding out where at least 2 players are, potentially more than that, as I would imagine there's other drone presence going around the map, too, that we didn't catch on camera. So at the moment, NIP with a good amount of intel, now they just need to execute upon it.
Yeah, Evil Geniuses has ghosted the upstairs as well. Showing face initially, then immediately vacating the area, making it toward Ninjas and Pyjamas is going to waste a little bit of time, but not too much time to be wasted as they already have all of the angles established they need to shut down rotations in between the sites downstairs. Now they just need to apply the pressure downstairs, get that foothold, but we do have a roam, or at least, excuse me, a rotate coming through on main stairs. You see the 2 members of Evil Geniuses currently rotating through, but it seems like all these vertical angles right now could definitely get some people punished. Doc's going to take a little bit of damage. NVK trying to rotate away. Pino forcing the issue, but will find nothing up until this point where Pino will finally find the head of MVK and starts things off with the opening frag here with 30 seconds remaining. Still trying to play these vertical angles as every single piece of Evil Geniuses downstairs is hiding behind something, doesn't want to get shot through just yet. I don't believe that he can find an angle through those boxes. Smoke going to get tagged up, but it's going to be Julio to finally put a pin in that one. 18 seconds left as the rotate needs to come through now. But there's so many air jabs, and that's really what Evil Geniuses has to worry about. All of these vertical angles punishing them. Quite a bit of damage done to Canadian now as well. As we are going to have the plank go down, but Gio's actually made his way upstairs. He takes down the man with the diffuser. Now they just have to play live and make sure nobody can possibly pick it up, but it's going to be an immediate trade back and forth. Gio's still upstairs. No one's got the diffuser, though. It's going to be Evil Geniuses winning round number 9.
Geo just barely finds that diffuser's foot and kills him. Without that, that round is almost certainly going in the direction of NIP, but good stuff from Geo. The saving grace, the saving roamer that we'd love to see show up with that kind of prowess. Brings his team back into the fold once again. Now at 4-5. Rotation's been complete here for the most part for EG, so they're going to head back over to Aviation Games since it's now been unlocked for them. And this could be the point where they start. Like I said, there's always been that possibility for EG to swing it back, despite some of the dominance that we have been seeing from NIP throughout the course of the series. So now they're back into it once again, and they've got a chance to tie it back up. A 6-pick also going to be used by EG this time. They're going to bring the Pulse into the fold on Canadian. So if we end up seeing Nip tunnel vision and just go for straight upstairs control, that could be a bad straight for them. Depending on the way the Canadian tries to play his Pulse here.
Well, I mean, this is an operator he's known for. There's a reason that there's an Evil Geniuses skin on Pulse, and it's because of that man right there. Pulse is a operator that takes a little bit of finesse. We talk about a lot of operators and how it's, okay, you click a button and you gain something, right? Lion, so many operators, Jackal, there's a ton. But with Pulse, there's a certain finesse to using his kit properly. That cardiac sensor takes away all of your opportunity to be able to fire your weapon. But it also has one of the best uses in the entire game. You can see people through walls, and it helps out quite a bit, especially when used appropriately. And Canadian is one of the best in the business at it. Your timing on when you have your gun out and when you have that cardiac sensor out can literally spell the difference between a round and winning or losing, because you can get immediately aggressive on someone that was upstairs, you shoot them to the floor, they had no idea you were there. You're in a gunfight, you back off, you reload your gun, you cardiac sensor to see if the guy's still holding your staircase. You can literally dictate everything that you do through your cardiac sensor with Pulse, and you can help out your entire team with it as well. And that's used to be what was the mantle of Canadian with Pulse, is that he could dictate what his entire team did all around one utility.
So
Incredible
now,
stuff, by the way.
Yeah. So now we've got NIP starting to work their way in. A little bit of a split up from them. We're going to see them attack a few different angles here. You can see the two other players from NIP attacking towards Study, which is your kind of standard push. Oh, Psycho has an angle, but is a little bit timid to stay committed to it, just in case of some fire back, especially from the doorway. So he decides not to commit to that fight to try and find a kill against one of the members from EG lurking towards the main stairs.
All right, well, Mark's now going to be coming out, as that's going to be NVK, but he's getting assisted from main stairs as well with all of this pressure. Nobody want to peek this just yet. Quick pre-fire coming out, but NVK going to vacate the area. Continues to play main stairs. Canadian now tucked down inside of living room. Down on the floor, waiting for anyone to try and rotate through. He could come up huge to try and deny a plant later on. They don't have the Jackal anymore, which is possibly a massive misplay here if Canadian is allowed to stay alive downstairs.
Pino will also start to push his way forward here, still being assisted by the drone. They've got a bit of a wrap on this site, so they've got it pinched. Now they just need the right to initiate here, and unfortunately, without having dealt with a downstairs roaming presence, specifically from Canadian here, who is... Oh, no, 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 no! It's both of them! Canadian! Beautiful play, and that's exactly what we needed to see from him. Necrox also finds a third kill elsewhere on the map, and just like that, the entire attack from NIP has fallen to pieces.
NVK to tack on, it's Julio to fall, and once again, the saw is the law. That ult is so good, man. Muzi now, as you hear the air jabs go off, it's not going to matter. He still has 4 to 5. Canadian has fallen, but Muzi to find 4 and get a diffuser down. Doesn't even have the diffuser in hand, has less than a minute, and more than likely not a lot of intel.
Muzi just trying to clear out, re-clear, I guess you could say, everything upstairs here before he makes a last-ditched attempt to push in, hoping he can get lucky, and EG are in bad positions, and then they can just leverage this into a 4v4. But you can see they even redistributed light reinforcements over towards the area at Statue to prevent him from having a clean walk. He's going to have to go all the way around into Trophy, and then work his way out into the 90 hallway. Thankfully, there's actually not a whole lot of presence here from EG, but there doesn't really need to at this point. They've got all 4 stacked on the site. If Muzi walks in, he's pretty much a dead man.
Well, if he peeks his door, he might be able to find NVK behind the bar, but you have Young and Necrox both there. Necrox going to be forcing the smoke through the wall and forcing Muzi to rotate up. NVK going to be the first one with the gunfight here. Pre-fires through, but not going to find too much. Muzi's going to have to challenge again or rotate to the other door, and it's not going to matter either way. That's going to be 0-0 on the clock and an Evil Geniuses round to tie us up. And I can tell you, the way that we have things set up for this group stage, they are pretty far apart from where they're playing each other. But if Canadian does choose to get hyped up, he's definitely going to let them know it, even at that distance with the white noise headphones. That's one of the most hype guys I've seen inside of Rainbow Six Siege when things are going right.
Absolutely. Back over to Trophy and Statuary now, which, like I said, is a site that EG initially avoided, decided not to go for, and wanted to instead play downstairs into the living room. So EG trying out a couple things. That didn't really tend to work so well, but now that they've gone back onto their more standard sites, they seem to be taking good control of the second half so far, having tied it up at 5-5. With a potential to take the lead, as unfortunately, especially in the early game, NIP are just not finding the amount of impact that they were at the beginning of this half. It's fallen apart, and they're also falling victim to the roaming presence from EG now, specifically Canadian downstairs on that Pulse play.
The one time they don't bring a Jackal is the time that Canadian's just like, hey, I got Pulse, cool. I'm just going to stay downstairs inside a living room. Not a single drone is going to cross across my screen, and I'm just going to get a free double kill Nitro Cell. You have to worry about vertical play, guys. This is a long-standing game. Vertical play is some of the most important in this entire game. It's where you get actually quite a few kills from. Obviously, a lot of horizontal kills happen, but vertical ones are the ones that you really don't even take damage from. You get a kill from underneath, a kill above. It's more or less a surprise play, and it establishes a lot of angles that not a lot of people are used to. Obviously, we have the ones that we are used to, like border with behind half wall, establishing that to watch the window downstairs. But verticality is still... trying to look for the best word to use for this. It's still kind of untapped because there's a lot of areas on maps that if you know the lineup, there might even be someone at a pro level that doesn't even know that. You know, it's truly something that is incredible, and we're going to have it yet again as Gio's going to actually pick up the pulse here on a 6-pick right into the Jackal and the IQ. So Gio not afraid of a fight.
Canadian, in the meantime, back over towards a Maestro instead, which was played by NVK in the last round, if memory serves me correctly. He's gone over towards the Jaeger, so EG changing up the roles at least a little bit. Canadian, in the meantime, though, absolutely destroying people in this matchup. 14-8 at the moment, the next highest teammate being 7-9. Not the only positive one, though. Necrox also has a 7-5 scoreline at the moment, so... still some light to be seen on the rest of the team here, too, as they are quickly forging their way back into this map. After, at least at the end of the first half, it definitely looked like Nip was going to be able to run away with this. Not so much anymore.
Well, just spoiler alert. Please mute your stream. I will wait 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, guys, currently over on the Bravo stream, it's 4-1 in the hands of G2. They're just about to win round number 6 and make it a 5-1, and that's exactly what's going to happen. G2 with a flawless round in round number 6 as they are going to be switching sides to offense on Villa. So 5-1 at the split for G2 versus Cyclops, and it seems like they're taking things in pretty handed fashion.
So let's see if EG can keep it going, especially with that early round denial. Now that we have Gio jumping onto the poles, he's probably going to be a little bit more active with that presence. Gio is definitely known for that. Can get very aggressive and get away with a whole lot here, but I think he'll want to save himself at least to be able to utilize that Nitro Cell appropriately before he tries anything really crazy or hyper-aggressive to try and pick up kills.
You got to be worried for him here because one misstep means that that Jackal immediately has all the information in the world that he could possibly want. But instead of Pulse and Gio to fall, it's going to be NVK on the Jaeger falling to Julio once again. Julio has been such an incredible force for Ninjas in Pyjamas so far, and actually Psycho's been pretty quiet.
Very quiet, actually, now that we've entered the second half. Not seeing a whole lot from him just yet so far in this matchup. And specifically, he sits at the bottom of the scoreboard, 4-9. So very, very quiet indeed when compared to the rest of his team anyway.
Well, we do have a full rotation from Gio all the way downstairs. It takes a minute and a half for your footsteps to vacate where you were previously standing. So not going to be at that margin just yet. Excuse me. Oh,
good?
In the late round there, I don't really know what happened. It was like a halfway cough. Anyways, into the later round, his footsteps will be gone from that staircase, which means Psycho will not be able to get any read on him, and he's going to be safe. But again, you have to get downstairs wherever you want to roam in almost immediately. You have to throw up those reinforcements and just sprint there because you want your footsteps to be gone so that you cannot get tracked by Jackal.
So Pino, once again, looking for a right to initiate as he knows there's still a little bit of presence sitting behind him in the next room. Gio starting to work his way back up. He's going to get a little bit of presence on red stairs. We'll try to go for the Nitro Cell. Oh my goodness! Whoever is on the other side of that silhouette nearly actually running directly into the Nitro Cell instead of away from it, but still is able to avoid the damage regardless. Oh, and
Air
Gio
jab going to knock Gio back down the main stairs, and more than likely someone heard that, so they're going to have to try and rotate someone for Ninjas in Pyjamas to handle Gio. Otherwise, it's going to be free real estate, at least for him, on some kills on this flank. Trying to establish some more angles, holding down Astronomy Window as well as Psycho. They're looking for any foothold they can possibly get. Evil Genius's main backbone of the site has worked out pretty well so far. Pino lining the strengths won't be able to pick up Gio, as Necrox will now get knocked down as he has rotated. Young is the next one to fall, and all these air jabs bearing fruit, to say the least.
So much stronger execute this time, much better denial of the roaming presence too, as now they're going to be able to move in and try to squeeze out the last couple of players, and there you have it, NIP with a flawless round against EG on this attack. Finally some success here for NIP on their attacking side, which we haven't seen a whole lot of just yet. Now pushing them up to 6, I believe.
Well, the roam clear definitely has not been the best. So I don't really know what Evil Geniuses wants to do here. We are going to have a quick adjustment here as looks like we're going to have some people reconnect. So just give us a moment on that. But the only thing to really counter out those air jabs is either get initially aggressive right when they try and enter the building. You can always go that route, which a lot of the times, especially at this level of play, does not work. Or you can try and go for the heavy roam game and just distract them from other things. Only thing with that is you would have to play more nitro cells underneath because they have not really been dedicating anyone to that roam clear. I'm going to assume that's what the Dokkaebi ban was for Evil Geniuses. I'm going to assume when they do go for that roam clear that Ninjas in Pyjamas plays a lot of Doke or something along those lines, or Evil Geniuses just hates that operator. Because a lot of the times you're going to see that Jackal playing. That's what we've been seeing so far. So it's either, okay, we pick up some more nitro shells and try and get some more explosive kills underneath because NIP has been taking quite a while to try and get these entry points onto site, or you just try and turtle site and win out those ACOG line of sight gunfights.
So once again, guys, we are just waiting for a few more players to reconnect. We've got guys disconnected from both teams at the moment, so we do apologize for that delay. We are working on getting them back into the game and continuing it in just a moment here. So now we reach a pivotal point. NIP does push up to 6 rounds, so 1 away from closing it out. However, they only have this 1 final round in order to close it out. Otherwise, it is going to end up on overtime again. If the players from EG are able to trade it back once more, pick up this 1 final defensive round, and take us to 6-6. Continuing the trend for overtimes, we've already seen quite a few of them today across both of our streams here so far on the initial series. We'll be continuing that trend, once again, showing us just how close this major is when it comes to those initial matchups, and overall with the 16 teams that we got here at LAN. Like you were saying at the beginning of the stream today, this is by far going to be one of the closest majors we have had yet in terms of competition.
Yeah, it's, again, no match you look at and go, okay, that's an absolute victory. Again, the only one that I could really think of throughout this entire day is like, okay, G2 is probably going to play very well against Cyclops. That's really the only thing that I could really look at and go, okay, this is a definite, you know? With that being said, though, again, spoiler alert, mute your stream. Okay, currently on Villa is G2 versus Cyclops. G2 is about to take the map 7-1. They're going into the last round right now, but so far they've been very, very competitive. Actually, some of the rounds have been very close. The scoreboard does not do the best due diligence for that. That last round was actually just a 1v1 between Goga as well as a member of Cyclops, which ended up getting one out in the end by G2.
All right, guys. Well, we finally unpaused this match, so we do apologize once again for the little bit of delay getting things started, but it looks like we are good to continue it. Or potentially find our winner for Villa if NIP can close it down in the next round. If not, we're going to go to OT, as EG has the potential to tie it up at 6-6 here as well.
All right, well, Dining Room Kitchen going to get picked up for Evil Geniuses once again. And last time we saw them go here, it ended up working out, but not before they failed it the time before. We saw a Canadian get pretty aggressive on some angles that were established upstairs with the buck of Pino, but Pino is going to be on IQ this time around. Looks like we are going to have 2 people now on Evil Geniuses above the stat line of 10 kills. So incredible stuff coming out from Canadian. We haven't seen a stat line like that from him in quite a while. So always good to see him back in form on LAN as of right now. But more of a spread out playstyle for Ninjas in Pyjamas, or more of a spread out effort as they have all the kills spread out pretty evenly on their team. It seems like Evil Geniuses is sitting a little bit top-heavy right now, but the scoreline is definitely still close. No one indefinitely in the lead just yet. Evil Geniuses looking to push this to overtime. Ninjas in Pyjamas looking to get out of this one as fast as possible.
Well, let's see if NIP can get it done. Once again, focusing on the heavy anti-roam with both the Nomad and the Jackal being in the fold, something that I'm sure you guys should be used to by this point. And this is, you know, it's been working for the most part. EG really have not been able to leverage a whole lot of roaming presence throughout the course of this defensive half. They've had the most success for the most part when they've been sitting back and playing more passively, waiting into the site, and most importantly, forcing their opponents to make mistakes. Maybe a little bit of aggression here or there, but some direct contention this time from NVK knocks out Pino at the beginning of the round and deletes the IQ from the attacking side.
Well, it seems like Necrox wants to get aggressive. This is something we were talking about before. The only way to really counter this out is, okay, make sure that Muzi does not stay alive long enough to get these air jabs down. He's already got 2 down, though, and that's going to be the 3rd one up here on the red staircase. So now he's going to be setting his sights onto Statuary, trying to shut down this roam game, and it seems that Evil Genius, for the most part, has ghosted and rotated over towards Astronomy instead. Drone game now coming through, so Evil Geniuses will get recognized out. Necrox is going to take quite a bit of damage. They've already taken down Pino, though, upstairs. It's going to be Necrox actually rotating all the way downstairs with NVK, as they did drop the hatch.
So now that they've rotated back downstairs, we can go all the way back around to the other side. We're going to have a 3rd.
Attackers have located
Talks go onto the ground here now for Geo.
There's 3 people downstairs currently.
Yeah.
Well, that were alive for a time being. Now MVK will fall to the likes of Julio on the red stairs.
Do they continue to expect more people to rat back out for this, though? That's my question now. They found the 1 counter. Normally, you're only going to have 1 player max down there, so.
That is true, but there's plenty of air jabs to go around. So if you rotate wrong, then you're going to get knocked down and found out on exactly where you're rotating from. Muzi's going to get an aggressive up red hall now as he will hold the door to Tarps. Still plenty of time left on the clock for the offense here as well. Stun grenades going through as Muzi's just going to wrap over towards red stairs. Instead, Nitro Cell coming through is going to blow up in time. I don't believe that it's going to get the wall. No, it won't.
Anyway.
Yeah, and it ended up getting stuck on that little piece of debris that was sitting on top of the wall. So, laundry wall will now be opened as all of the sightlines have now been established that NiP needs. They do also have the upstairs presence as well. Doesn't it seem that they have anyone upstairs except Psycho for right now, though?
Muzi starting his push in, but he's going to get immediately denied by Necrox, who was also supported by another member of EG in the process of that, even if he did go down. Geo with a great angle outside of the window, slightly catches Julio as well. And now, down only 2 left here for the attacking side. I thought it was going to walk right into Necrox's angle, but it doesn't end up happening. Regardless, though, Kamikaze ended up losing Psycho a few seconds before, so 1 final shot from Young deletes Kamikaze, ties us up at 6-6, and sends us into overtime as EG pull off another defense downstairs in kitchen.
Very impressive kitchen setup. They actually completely vacate the upstairs, but it doesn't really seem like NiP is trying to lean too heavy on those vertical angles for that site. It's more or less getting them punished. They're playing into the cards that are dealt to them, and Evil Geniuses is just taking it to the house almost every single time. They only ended up faltering 1 time on their kitchen defense. The other 2 times ended up winning those out. And we are now going to be pushed to overtime, where Evil Geniuses will once again start on defense. Aviator Games Room allocated as well. They're only going to be rocking the Kaid. Doesn't look like they're going to be bringing a Bandit. No, they won't. We will have, though, Psycho switching over to Montang. And we have seen Ninjas in Pyjamas rock the Monty quite a few times in the past.
So let's see. This is a pretty drastic change in strategy overall for NIP to bring a Monty into the fold. They've been working with a pretty free-flowing execute and attacking side up until this point here. Got NDK, who's really chasing Canadian's stat line here now, too. Also in double digits at 13 and 7. As Canadian has fallen down a little bit, still at 15 kills, which is impressive in its own regard, but NVK coming in to help out with it a little bit as well. Meanwhile, for NIP, still trying to figure out exactly what works and what doesn't work on this attack. It was a very back and forth affair, much like our first half as well. So both teams still trying to fish this out. We're only going to have 3 rounds to do it now on OT.
5 seconds left.
All right, well, we have seen Geo with quite a good roam game so far. He's going to establish a black eye camera outside to try and give them some help on this study balcony. They're definitely going to need a lot of help with Psycho on this Monty. We've seen NiP, once again, run this quite a few times in the past, and they're pretty prolific with it. So you're going to be leaning on Necrox and really any Nitro so that you can possibly get your hands on to get rid of that man or at least distract him. It's actually a very sad day that when they did not run Legion for this setup. Montang once again getting 6-picked and not having that Legion, which hard counters all those shield players, is something you might look back on and really wish you had.
And so, now let's see if the Monty play is going to end up working out after all. NiP just quickly clearing out the astronomy side of the map, making sure Trophy Statuary is not going to have any reinforcements or any roamers set up amongst it in order to catch these guys on an execute. And they won't indeed find anything here, so it's going to be all safe. That includes the downstairs area for the most part, as Pino does a little bit of a check there from the electronic scanner. Now they can start to push forward and start to bring their Montaigne into position as well, as it looks like he is going to be working his way in from the other side.
Muzi will go down. That's a massive pick as well. That's going to be the man that's always running the Nomad, so no more air jabs you really have to worry about except for ones that he might have set up. We did not get a count on his utility, so we don't know how many of those he has used. But for more than likely, he's set up 1. Might be on main stairs. We'll have to see exactly if it does get used or if we can hear the beeping at all. Doesn't seem like we can hear it, at least upstairs in study. Nope, not going to be anywhere. So Muzi is going to die with all of his utility unless there's one place somewhere that we have no idea, which can definitely happen. Looks like the main take, though, for Ninjas in Pyjamas is going to be study, as those evil eyes are dealing just a little bit of damage. Will get blown up finally, as Psycho did just get tagged up a little bit by the laser beams. So we'll start to motion down onto bar. Getting aggressive here as Kamikaze's trying to get the wall open. Seems like they're going for a little bit less of a rudimentary take.
So the run up here now from the Valkyrie, trying to get a kill, and it actually worked. Oh, what? Geo brute forcing his way into a kill against a Monte, and along with one additional player, absolutely destroys the NIP execute. Julio tries to retreat back over to main stairs, but NVK is waiting for that. EG absolutely destroys the Montaigne play and sets them up with the lead coming into OT.
Geo said, sir, please step to the side. I'm trying to kill your friend. Hold on. Okay.
Back of the line, please, sir.
Back of the line, please, sir. You're budging in line. Stop it. Shuts him down with the MPX and the Deagle. Again, the MPX isn't the best weapon in the world, but it can still get the job done. And just to put the icing on the cake, man, whipped out the Deagle, removes the Monty as well. Evil Geniuses battling back.
Can't shoot through the shield, but you sure as heck can shoot over it, apparently. So that's exactly what we'll see him use right there.
What if you could actually just like extend your arms over the shield and shoot him right in his head? Just grab his shield.
Operator.
Bow.
The next operator has extendable arms.
It's Mr. Fantastic.
Yeah, he can just reach his arms at right angles. He'll just die to corners from now on.
Wait till we get an operator that has one of those cameras on their gun where you can see around the corner.
Oh no!
It's just, all you see is a barrel and you just die.
Don't get them ideas.
Oh no! Ubisoft, please no! Stop!
You didn't hear that. Well, into the next round we go now. Map point for EG here if they can shut this one down. If not, if we do see the response come in from NIP now that they're finally back on defense, well, we go to a third and final round to settle who the winner of this one is going to be and who ultimately will take the 1-0 advantage in the series. Still, 2 more maps potentially to go between these two teams. Since we are at LAN, it is going to be best of 3.
We'll have all the holes in the world set up to try and stop any thermites happening, and all those holes you guys see in the bottom of study, somebody's going to play downstairs with either a pistol, or you really can use anything. Doesn't have to necessarily be a shotgun or anything. All you're going to do is you're going to play underneath, so when they put any of those exothermic charges on, either 1, you end up killing Young, or 2, you end up killing the exothermic charge.
So, continuing the play.
That works. You really can't see exactly what you want to see because you want to see that angle over by the vase on the balcony. But again, you can still see something, and Pino's seeing nothing but light because right now he's dead. So Geo with an immediate headshot, and again, Geo on LAN, ladies and gents, doesn't have a single stress in the world now. He has the visa, and he's taking it to nip.
Continues to find that impact as well. Already very prevalent on defense, but we've seen it arguably more so on the attacking side so far in this map. Geo's been a little bit quieter, in my opinion, on the defensive side. Only getting, a kill or 2 every once in a while. NVK with the next pickup, though, puts EG back into an advantageous position by knocking out Julio. Down to a 3v4. You've only got just a few defenders left, and it's mainly roamers, too, as once again, we've seen Nip go for a very, very heavy roamer setup, trying to get aggressive against the EG roster, but at least if the last round is any indication, that hasn't really been working too well, especially after these initial picks are found against them. It seems that their players end up getting split up far too much and are not able to find the impact that's needed in order to tilt these rounds back into their favor.
The amount of time that Evil Geniuses will take to make sure that they have live information is fantastic. They get their initial picks, the initial engagement that we saw, especially with the likes of Geo getting that first kill. It was refragged eventually, well, excuse me, it was traded out eventually where the sledge fell, but now that we're back into more of a slump inside of active things going on, picking up those drones, trying to find active information is exactly what you want, and Evil Geniuses is doing a fantastic job of it so far. Both of these teams have been extremely aggressive throughout the entire map. I mean, you guys can see Canadian all the way off on practically an island going inside of Master Bedroom right now, recognizing out that, hey, at this point in time, they've more than likely rotated everyone back to site, so I'm going to try and get another point of attack going on. They think that we're just going to prioritize study. That's not the case. We're going to try and get some pressure other places. Oh, NVK gets absolutely rocked by Muzi on main stairs.
Got the rest of the team working their way forward here too. Young looking for a pickup on his own regard, as EG has moved in, and suddenly with that loss of an additional player, they're not in the best position anymore, but they should have uninterrupted access to pop this wall open. As far as I know, there's no way to trick that from the other side at the moment. They are going to send oh, they're actually going to use it as a bait as they run in with the explosion. Geo and Psycho trading blows. Psycho with 2, though, brings it all into Young's hands after he knocks out Geo. Young going up against both Muzi and Psycho to try and clutch this back out. He does it with the diffuser in hand. He can fall back, try to plant this by bar. They shouldn't be able to push him from the flank. It's only really from Aviation that they have angles on him right now. The plant is going to go down, but now how close are his opponents? Backs up and he gets away with that too. They had angles, they're so close, but no! Young's given the angle. Thankfully, Psycho is there to trade it back just a moment later though. And we will see NIP continue to fight as they just barely clutch this out in the 2v1 and bring us to 7-7.
Max overtime on the first map of the series. You gotta love it. You gotta love it. This is Raleigh day one, Blue, and we've already had so many incredible matchups, especially over here on the main channel. If you guys didn't know, we also are rocking the G2 versus Cyclops game over on twitch.tv/Rainbow6Bravo. Make sure you guys have that up as well if you guys want all the Siege action. If you're somebody that enjoys watching those later and likes focusing on the main game that's happening right now, you can always go back through VODs and watch it at a later point. And we will give you spoiler alerts when we do talk about those scores, because they do pop them up at the bottom of the little ticker in between maps and everything else. So just to make you aware, those will be at the bottom of the ticker as well. So watch yourself if you're somebody that does not want to be spoiled on what happens in the match.
All right, guys, well, let's get into it once again. Another opportunity for both of these teams to close out. This time, though, NIP battling back into it. They'll have to go back on the attack this time. Evil Geniuses goes back to defense, and will choose to play in Trophy Statuary for the final round of the opening map of the series. Let's take a look and see what exactly EG have to offer us here. But starting to get more and more confident on their defensive plays, whereas it seems NIP has been spreading themselves far too thin, and their anti-roam capability is just not finding its impact. NVK Canadian with 30 kills between the two of them at the moment.
That's a feat. Especially for Canadian. Like that, with how he's been playing more or less on that supporting side, except for the offense, where he's been more on the flank rotations, trying to cut things off. It's Canadian being Canadian. I mean, that's really the only thing you can really say about that man. He does his own thing, but he's able to find a lot of success when he's in the right headspace, and it seems like he's there right now. So max OT between these two teams. Whoever wins this round will take map number one. We do not have infinite overtime up until the best of 5 that's on the main stage Sunday. So quite a bit of time up until we have that infinite OT rounds. But for right now, inside of group stage, guys, it is the routine, okay, best of 3 for the overtimes. Best of 3 rounds, excuse me.
Yep. So let's see which team will come out on top of that one and take the lead in the series here. A potential to close out going into the second map too. This is EG's own map pick. The second is coming up right after this one, and it will be NIP's pick. And we'll see how exactly they're able to fare better or potentially worse going on to that second map, as this one's been neck and neck. Both teams trading blows and showcasing their own series of successes and issues throughout the course of these 14 rounds so far.
Well, Psycho getting aggressive through Aviator. Right now, Ninjas and Pyjamas still trying to find any roam presence of Evil Geniuses, but coming up short so far. Quite a bit of drone action going on as well as they do continue their search, but it seems that most of Evil Geniuses has been poised on site. You do see 2 people downstairs, 1 in Tarbs, 1 inside of Kitchen. It's going to be Mozzie as well as Geo.
Necrox lurking around here. He might get spotted. No, never mind. It's not looking like the drone is going to be able to catch it. However, Necrox could steal that drone away if he still has any pests left. Could find some use from a Twitch drone.
This is slow and steady. Very, very slow and steady. Nobody wants to give up this map. Each of them on the tipping point so far. Seems that Ninjas and Pyjamas doesn't even want to take the proper angle. They're waiting for Evil Geniuses to get a little bit too aggressive. Geo's going to be able to trade out Pino, though. It's going to be exactly what's needed. The IQ will fall. They won't have Necrox anymore, but those pests will still stay on the field, so can still possibly get some free information. Canadian getting aggressive on the angle for Statuary. This could be a pre-fire line in wait for him. And VK lining the straights inside of Master Bedroom as well. So Castle Barricade will get popped open. Does hear someone drop as well. That's going to be the Thermite in the hands of Kamikaze. Still waiting on the rotations now, as it seems like Closet will get picked up by Ninjas and Pyjamas. No, he will be rotating back. Canadian's going to get aggressive, though, on the wall. He's going to get traded immediately by Muzi. It seems to be the trade game so far. MVK trying to find a head inside of Master, but he comes up short.
And so, into a 3v3 now. NIP heavily injured, however, especially when you look at Julio and Muzi trying to survive this. Keeping the peek into that window, too, trying to constantly contest against NVK. It's so hard to knock him out. They don't really have the nades to flush him out either, and they can't get that bathroom window, which would lead to an easy kill. So unless they've got a way to pop that and force him out of position, he's going to waste so much time. And even if he goes down without a kill, it doesn't matter, because there you go. Immediately the trade comes in from Geo right after NVK is dealt with. Kamikaze the one to strike it, but Julio is the one that falls in the trade. Now into a 2v2 with 17 seconds left here. We need to see the push from NIP, but they just don't have room to do it. Geo shuts out Kamikaze on an easy pick, and now we're down to only one Muzi, who also gets shut out by Geo, as Evil Geniuses shut it down on the final round of the map and take control of their own map pick on the series.
8-7 on Villa. Incredible matchup between these two teams, and I don't want to call it too early, but Canadian seems to be back in form. I mean, that was a truly incredible showing by him, getting aggressive at the proper times, picking up a lot of frags that were impactful. It's not just a number next to his name that matters, folks. The man had 16 kills. 16 kills across that entire map.
Was that you were saying about one map earlier?
Yeah, I know. But dude,
we'll see how maps number 2 and 3 go.
Again, if he continues with that throughout this, then you really have to look at
absolutely.
Go, okay, he's definitely improved from Milan. Because if you guys didn't know, Milan's statistics for Canadian were abysmal. They were truly atrocious. I'll get them up here in just a second so we can talk about them when we get brought back. But we will be sending it to a very short break, guys. So just enough for you guys to go to the bathroom, grab a new drink, and then get tucked back in for some Evil Geniuses versus Ninjas in Pajama action.
That's it, ladies and gentlemen. So do stick with us. We're coming back to you in just a couple minutes here with the second map, potentially the final map between EG and NIP, right here at the 6 Major Rally.
5 seconds left. Remaining. Drop the bomb.
Clear. Reload.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the Rainbow Six Major Rally. It is time to go into our second map now between Evil Geniuses and NIP. It's opening day here at Raleigh, so no eliminations are on the line just yet, but it is still very important as it dictates the path these teams will go through over the next 2 days on both Tuesday and Wednesday as well. EG currently leads the charge after falling behind 2-4 on the opening half of their own map pick Villa, bringing it back to a tie at the end of the second half and eventually taking control on the final round at 8-7, ending overtime in their favor.
Yeah, it seemed like Ninjas and Pyjamas was going to walk away with Villa there for just a second, but Evil Geniuses, as you said, able to battle back in impressive fashion. Well, granted, it was at max OT, and it seemed like they were not going to have an answer for the likes of Pino on that Nomad, but they finally found their footing, were able to make something of it.
And so now we will continue to see if they can keep that impact rolling into our second map. It's going to be going on to Consulate, another very structured map, in my opinion, at the end of the day, where I personally don't think that NIP are going to be able to get away with a lot of the stuff they were doing back in the first map on this one, especially from a defensive perspective. On the attacking side, there's still room for it, but I think that this map, obviously, considering the fact that it's been around for far, far longer than the first map, it's going to make EG a lot easier to try and counter out some of the more aggressive moves that we may or may not see from NIP going into Consulate.
I meant Muzi on the Nomad, by the way, Chad.
Oh, okay.
Don't set me on fire just yet.
They were changing it around a bunch, so
no,
Muzi
is literally like the only constant on that offense. Is always on Nomad. That's it. Like everyone else is like, okay, you take this up, you take this up, you take this up.
Yeah.
Which obviously is a lot of fun, and it obviously proves how much prowess they have at this game to be able to switch to any operator and enact it the same way that their teammates would. But again, the only constant we have is Nomad on offense and the likes of Muzi. Everything else is practically just a carousel.
Absolutely. So we'll see. I'm guessing that specific factor of NIP's both defense and offense is going to continue going into the second map. No reason why it wouldn't, but like I said before, it's the aggression that's either going to have to get toned down or changed drastically. As like I said before, it's a much more played out map at the end of the day, and I think EG will be much more prepared for anything that NIP will try to throw at them on a map like Consulate compared to Villa. It is, however, NIP's map pick, and heading into it, EG will still have to be wary for what they might draw it onto the table. NIP still showing a lot of aggressive prowess in that matchup, specifically from guys like Muzi. Psycho actually going relatively quiet from what we had seen in the past from him.
It was the Julio show.
Yeah, it was Julio really that found most of the impact there, with everyone else, Muzi, Pino, Kamikaze every once in a while too, stepping in every couple of rounds or so. But Julio, by far, the most consistent, the rock of the team, if you will.
Yeah, well, we are going to have our second map as Consulate, so with that being said, this should be a pretty interesting showing between these two, especially on Consulate, how both teams were handling Villa, and NIP's ability to shut down the roam game is definitely going to be tested on Consulate, especially with the likes of Pulse. More than likely, we're going to see a Pulse ban out from Ninjas and Pyjamas, because if you don't, Consulate all of a sudden gets extremely dangerous to even step foot inside of the building.
Yeah. It was incredibly difficult for your opponents to try and work, or for you, I guess you could say, to try and work anything off of that if you're caught relatively early. Not only that, too, but these sites tend to be much more easy for teams to kind of hunker down on and hold just the site when kind of ignoring roaming presence. So we sometimes will see teams play into a much more passive style, and it works relatively often, which is something that you can't always say in today's meta necessarily with Siege, which is becoming very, very aggressive very quickly, especially after some of the success we saw from teams like Empire and Rec back at Invite a few months ago.
I love the new ticker that we've put at the bottom of the stream for in between these matches. The game against G2 is only Cyclops' 4th ever LAN match and their first one internationally.
Yep.
Very interesting stuff. Again, shout out to the guys over at CSGG that are working with that.
So we are still working on getting, I think, 1 or 2 players from NIP settled, by the way, folks, if you're wondering what the delay is with getting the match started. As usual, we do apologize for that. We're working on fixing it as quickly as we can and then starting out the second map here to see if indeed EG can get a quick closeout to start the day after a bit of a bumpy road there, at least when it comes to their attacking side over on Villa. Now it's time to see if the same issues will surface or if things will look a little bit cleaner on their opponent's map pick for Consulate, a map that we actually haven't seen yet here on the main stream today.
No, I haven't seen it just yet, but I can almost guarantee you we're going to see every single map over the weekend. Again,
Well, yeah.
only a
hope so.
7 map pool. There's not going to be the one that everyone's just like, nah, we're not playing Bank today or something along those lines. We're going to see every single one of them. I think we're actually very close right now.
Yeah, we've already seen quite a few on the, because we've had, the second stream has also had Coastline get played at least once.
Bank played as well.
Yeah, they've had Bank get played. They're on Cafe right now. We already had a Cafe match earlier, though, so I think we've already actually almost got all 7 maps for the most part. We've had a Clubhouse match, too. I think we might have already had all 7.
I think, well, this will be the last one when you just need Consulate.
Yep, that's right.
Yeah.
There you go. So we've gotten through it, folks, already. Just in the first day, we had all 7 maps.
Don't do math on stream. Remember,
very difficult.
Don't do math on stream. For some reason, all of your math prowess just goes out the window if you say it on a camera. Like, you could literally be like a straight A student. You say it in front of thousands of people. It just all of a sudden flies out the window. You're just like 2 + 2 = 7. Like that's, and you just say it with confidence and roll on with your day.
Yeah, well, you have to say everything with confidence.
Yeah,
right?
as a caster, we might say some
Even when you're wrong.
dumb stuff. You have to say it with confidence because otherwise people are like, does he actually know what he's talking about?
Yeah.
And then you have the people that are just like, no, he doesn't.
Nobody likes a guesser.
Yeah, nobody likes a guesser. Even
like a
when you're
doer.
wrong, you're right. Remember that.
All right, buddy. Well, we've got everyone in the server now. Some of the teams are messed up in the lobby, so we're working on fixing that, guys. And then we should hopefully be able to get started with this Consulate matchup and see if indeed the prowess from EG that we saw specifically from Canadian, like you said, had a great resurgence, at least based on the last LAN. To be fair, for one map. And as well, it's been a few months since Milan at this point, so a lot of time between them. The Canadian could have worked on things, but like I said, we're judging a little bit early based on one map. That's part of the factors going into the second map, though, is if we will see that continued strength from Step Up throughout the course of the matchup.
It doesn't really matter just yet, right? It matters when he plays Team Empire in G2, right? That's when it really matters?
I guess so.
If he actually does something? Okay.
That's very true.
That's what Reddit will say. They'll just be like, oh, he didn't do it against G2. It doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter against LATAM. Those guys just run out and stuff. They play really aggressive and stuff.
I mean, hey, it works. He got really, really close there, man. Really, really close. I'm very happy with how well Julio did. I was very impressed by that because a lot of the times, it is just the psycho show. That's what a lot of people think it is, but it's not. They have a lot of very prolific players on their team, especially in the likes of Julio.
Yeah, that's how we actually need to see step up a little bit as Psycho, because we know him as like almost the hard carry in certain situations for his team.
He's been that for a lot of his team.
Yeah, and bringing out like these impressive individual plays. We didn't see that at all on Villa. He was completely absent. Only got like I think 5 or 6 kills in the entire map right there. So had a very quiet game. Hopefully we see that improve now that they're going onto their own map pick onto Consulate. Hoping things were just a little bit unfamiliar for him on Villa, having to play into that map, potentially maybe a map he's not too confident on or something like that.
Yeah, we actually had some pretty incredible showings all across the board on both sides. I would say the most top-heavy one was obviously Evil Geniuses, where we saw MVK and Canadian both have 15 kills. So, again, if you guys thought that Nate wasn't here to play either, MVK is also here, and the man can definitely still use a mouse and a keyboard.
Another player as well that's had some bumpy, you know, areas in the past. I think towards the end of 2018, we started to see that with him, where he was struggling a little bit, but definitely improved it leading up to his invite, and has stayed consistent since then. But there is that shadow of a doubt that those issues could pop up once again, as these are issues that players deal with on a very personal level and have to try and work their way through over months at a time. NVK, for the most part, got over his. Now it seems like Canadian is also potentially trying to get over that based on the performance from just one map, though, which has a huge caveat attached onto it still, as we have to wait and see how it pans out over the next 2 maps and the rest of this group stage, too.
Yeah, it's very easy being your own biggest critic inside of your bedroom, but then when you come into a main stage at a major and everyone's eyes on you, that's when everything matters, and it's not just you, it's everyone watching. So that's always something you have to get over. Obviously, NVK has been playing at the top of the spectrum of Siege for an extremely long time, but still, sometimes you get inside your own head, especially when it's always just someone trying to knock you down another peg, knock you down another peg, and knock you down another peg.
Absolutely the case. So EG has been fighting through that for quite some time now, as it's been years at this point since we've seen an actual win on LAN for these guys. So they're
2017.
Yep, very end of it. Or actually, it was like early 2017, wasn't it?
I believe so. I'll Wikipedia it just to make sure, because I don't want to say the incorrect date. I have what I think it is in my head, but always safer to check, especially for those young Wikipedia gods in chat.
Are they EG fans? We don't want to make you guys angry.
We love you guys.
We're making sure that's correct. But yeah, EG once again looking for success, which has been so difficult for them to grasp. You talked about the Milan upset earlier, where they came so very close, but fell short through very unfortunate circumstances on Oregon, and then dropped the ball against Empire on their best map by far, which is going to be Clubhouse. A trend that we've continued to see even in their first match of the day too. So EG once again looking to try and get a hand on that trophy here at Raleigh. Much like many other teams, all 15 of our other teams here, they are looking to grab hold of a championship to take home with them. And Stokes has the results now. When was the last time we saw a win on land from EG?
It was the 6 Invitational 2017.
So nearly 3 years now.
February 5th of 2017. And it was up against Era.
About 2.5 years ago.
And they weren't even Evil Geniuses at the time. They were Continuum.
That's right.
Yeah.
So it's been quite some time. Hasn't been enough time. That's the thing. Or are some of these new gods going to step up to the table? We've already seen some good stuff from guys like TSM and whatnot showing up earlier in the day as well. Got a lot of young players. Fours coming in with the new Russian roster led by Shockwave, of course.
That's going to be very interesting.
Which, like, just with the way they play, which I'm really interested to see how their opening match goes. Because at least based on the qualifier, they played by far some of the most aggressive Siege I have seen.
Yeah, but again, you also have to have that one little peg in there, which is Vitality did have a little bit of a mishap with their internet connection, which forced them not to be able to play. So it's not, obviously, I'm not saying that Force does not deserve this, but I'm saying I really, really wish we would have got to see that matchup online.
All right, guys. Well, here we go into the second map now. It's time to see if EG can close it out here, or if a third map is on the cards to settle the result of our second best of 3 for the mainstream today. It is going to be going over to Consulate. Our first bans are up on the table now. Capital, the first one to get knocked out. Not much of a surprise there. That's the
would have never have guessed.
Umpteenth time he's been banned just today. So
wonder why. Thatcher is going to get removed from Ninjas and Pyjamas, and Nips on offense.
Which that's an interesting one to throw at as the offending team.
It is indeed an interesting one, because you have to start off with that massive detriment. Again, we've talked about before how effective Thatcher is, and he has arguably one of the best kits in all of Siege. Those EMPs are insane, and he's obviously a linchpin in a lot of people's offensive lineups. So we are going to have Echo and Mira removed as the last 2 operators, and again, Mira, you don't have to ban on Consulate, but she's still good. She's good on every single map because she's Mira.
Yep.
She just kills you in Spanish.
And this means that Cade is probably going to be, in my opinion, pretty prevalent as well, because he's pretty much, unless you're using
the map, really. I mean, that depends on the map. Excuse me. It depends on the site.
Yeah. Because it's also going to give nearly undeniable access to blocking off those hatches. The only way you're really going to be able to get around that at this point is a Maverick play. So using that, obviously you've got a lot more potential for blockage and delay against them. We're going to... Wow.
Okay.
That's an interesting 6-pick.
Yeah, we're going to 6-pick away from Smoke to Bandit. All right, Young. I see you.
Well, trying to make it look like they're going to leave the site soft, or at least softer than you might expect for a typical defense, but not the case. So either way, it's not really going to impact the playstyle from NIP too much, having to realize that, okay, there is tripwires this time, as they wouldn't have had a way to deal with them regardless due to the lack of a Thatcher, since he's been banned out, of course. Let's see how exactly EG is going to pan this out. Once again, you've got quite a few potential roaming operators on the team right here, including the Doc on Necroc. They really want to try to get that aggressive, so let's see how EG want to play this, as they're starting out in basement, if you haven't already figured that out.
All right, well, starting down on basement once again here is have done the Maestro as well in the hands of NVK. We've kind of seen this mantle get shifted around to quite a few hands on the defense so far. It's mostly been played by Canadian, though, and he was doing a bang-up job on Villa of really showing exactly how powerful the kit of Maestro is. But Ninjas and Pyjamas, as of right now, are going to have to try and prioritize this mid-floor take. They don't have a Thatcher to try and get rid of any of the Bandit batteries that Young currently has on Garage. So this means they're going to have to clear top floor, mid-floor, get the piano floor opened, and then all of a sudden, they now have some access. But it might take them a while. They do have Julio once again on the Jackal, and they have Muzi now on the Ash instead of Psycho.
So Muzi already having worked his way in.
Psycho's actually playing the Nomad. They've just given it over.
Yeah.
I'm going to assume that they said, okay, Muzi's having more of a hot hand than Psycho is right now. Let's give Muzi something that has a little bit more frag potential, and you don't have to lean as much on to that utility, and give the utility-based operator over to Psycho.
Not a huge deficit if he ends up going down in this instance here. So Psycho going to be able to, obviously since he's had a much quieter opening map, Psycho going to be much better suited to fill out the utility. And Nomad still can frag at the end of the day. I think her gun's pretty capable in a gunfight, so still has that capability once all three of the air jabs have been deployed.
Well, as we've seen with Consulate, especially in recent history, it is so very roam heavy. There's so many staircases you can rotate up, which means that air jabs are going to be a very big deal. They're still all the way upstairs, though. They haven't gained any pressure on that mid floor just yet. They do have some footprints to be able to jackal track, and that is going to be, I really don't know, because he turned his headset off. Julio, thank you very much for that. I appreciate it. But nonetheless, that man is going to be all the way downstairs.
And so, with control for NIP, or at least a little bit to work off of, they are going to start to push their way towards the site. We've got Evil Geniuses, though, still locked down, still very much secure in the basement here, without much penetration having come in at this point from NIP. A little bit of focus on yellow stairs from Julio, trying to work his way in. The rest of the team is still clearing out the second floor as well. With just under a minute left, they are going to have to move away from that. As you can see now, the main group starting to move downstairs into the main floor, and eventually trying to take control. Teller still has players on the inside of it, though. That's the ones on the main floor, and Canadian going to be able to sneak off a kill on Pino as a result of that. We do see an impact picked up here, but Canadian can no longer hide, unfortunately. He's going to get approached on by Muzi, who trades him back out and brings us into a 4v4.
All he needed was that kill onto Pino, and all of a sudden, this wall has become something that you can't gain access to. Kamikaze's actually waiting. I think they're going to have Julio rotate over and break open the top with his secondary shotgun. That's exactly what they're going to do as they're trying to get this open. Psycho will break open the hatches to try and drop down to the server room, but it's not going to matter just yet. Only 20 seconds remain. Still plenty of utility on both sides of the coin, but MVK going to be playing that all long angle as he's going to click the head off of Kamikaze's shoulders, and soon enough, Ninjas of Pyjamas starts to fall apart. They do still have presence on yellow, but he's going to rotate up. He has to try and pick up the diffuser and force his way onto site. Geo, though, will trade things out onto Julio, and this diffuser will not get picked up.
So EG close it down primarily through a delay and are able to pick up the opening round now against NIP. Great stuff from them. They're going to take solid control, and overall NIP, even though they do get the garage open, it's not really too well maintained. They don't really have any people to push it with them. On top of all the other issues they suffer with trying to take care of Canadian sitting on the inside of Tellers, delayed them far too much, did not leave them enough time to come up with an actual plan for the execute. And as a result, EG shut it down quite handily with some nice one-taps coming in from NVK as well.
All right, well, lobby defense getting picked up for Evil Geniuses, not going upstairs just yet, and actually we've seen that became more of a thing with quite a few teams. They don't really favor that console office defense, mainly because it's pretty played out at this point. A lot of people just go for the admin take, clear across through copy, use your Habana pellets, put them onto the back of the projector wall, open a projector, kill the smoke that plays inside of there, bada bing, bada boom, you have a round win.
And so moving into this next round, we're going to have to see if EG can keep up with that same pacing, if EG is going to be able to continue
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many
to waste
bombs
the
as they
time.
can.
And not even really with much roaming presence, to be honest. That was mainly NIP just kind of wasting a lot of time on the second floor here, not able to take a whole lot of a fight, but just spending a lot of time clearing things out. And then eventually having to deal with the pressure downstairs. So EG, like I said before, barely really aggressed themselves, mainly just postured, showed themselves, showed positioning, and then bailed out a few seconds later. And NIP just gave way too much respect to that, in my opinion. Wasted a lot of time, and then the 1-0 player that actually did serve as a roaming presence to stop their push, Canadian, well, picked up one kill, wasted an additional 20 seconds or so in the process of trying to trade him. That made it a very straightforward affair from that point forward, as unfortunately NIP just did not have any time to actually execute. So interestingly enough, we're not going to go directly upstairs for the second round. EG's going to try lobby along with the press room / piano room first before they potentially head upstairs for their third site. See if they can get this slightly more difficult site out of the way.
All right, well, plenty of top presence here from Evil Geniuses as Necrox is trying to hold down things on yellow, which is going to be the crux of this entire map. If you're able to hold down yellow staircase, you're in a pretty good seat to try and win that round. Plenty of destruction though onto the drone capability so far, as NBK will take quite a bit of damage. Still boarding up things 30 or actually 40 seconds now into the round is Evil Geniuses, as most of the bathroom wall has been ripped to pieces. Mozzie will get a drone actually, as Young will be able to claim at least one, and they've already destroyed quite a few drones as well. So this is looking very good for the drone economy, at least on Evil Geniuses. And Ninjas in Pyjamas might not be able to get as much information as needed to try and win this round. Young looking for a hop out now, but I believe the man is upside down, just waiting for Young to try and commit. Yep, just waiting.
Pino also nearby this one too, so be very dangerous for Young to try and take a challenge there. It's not going to end up doing it. It's going to sit stalwart on the angle, continue to wait for NIP to make the first move. That's the right play. I mean, NIP, same as EG to be completely honest, have been really good at punishing aggression for the defenders. NIP bit into it way more on the first map. That's how EG got ahead in quite a few rounds. This time though, it's Geo with a nice pick, wrapping back over towards the server stairs, runs up top to the top floor, and manages to just barely find the head of Muzi and pick him off.
Oh, Young now sitting down by circle desk inside of lobby, just waiting for any pressure from upstairs from the hatch for them to come through the connector. Is worried about someone coming up basement spiral, and he should be, as it will be Psycho trying to rotate his way up. I don't think that they know that MBK is playing the mid-level though. Don't have any presence on benches. It's going to be a quick peek, but that timing right there, as we've grown to know and love inside of Siege, either makes or breaks every single round. And Psycho will continue to be able to play out this round since he did not peek out towards lobby.
Canadian starts us off once again with another pick this time. Julio's there for a trade, but it's not making up for enough at this point, unfortunately. Only down into a 3v2. If EG gets this next kill onto the player over by Yellow Stairs, Necrox specifically also trying to help out with this one. It's going to be all but over at this point. Still 33 seconds to play with. It's a miracle that Pino's actually still alive right now. He's got a tiny sliver of HP left. Julio's still at full HP, so he kind of has to lead the charge for his team right now. Look for the win will knock out Pino. There he goes. He goes down, and now all on Julio. Able to trade for one, but he's got two more players to knock out, and he no longer has control over the diffuser either. It's sitting right upstairs. Only 12 seconds remaining, too. Julio, this is just not a winning situation for him, unfortunately.
No, doesn't have enough time, has no means to try and kill Geo upstairs either. Diffuser practically on an island. Julio cannot swim.
So EG claim round number 2. Solid defense put up by them once again. Not really a whole lot of aggression until that last minute or so, when they know that they're going to start prepping for an execute and won't be watching the roaming presence as much. So as a result of that one, they shut it down. Catch quite a few members of NIP unawares of their own aggression, and take solid control of a second round now to push them ahead and force themselves up to console and meeting room.
Well, seems like Evil Geniuses definitely still has it on consulate. Ninjas in Pyjamas is their map choice, but they really haven't been able to formulate anything on offense just yet, and I really feel like it just is this Thatcher ban. If they had the ability to get hard destruction down easily, I feel like this map might be at least 1-1 now. I feel like it would have made Garage a lot easier for them, but it just seemed like they found Piano way too late into the round and punished them quite a bit.
Yeah, not to mention as well that like EG hasn't been running a Cade or anything like that, so Hatch denial hasn't really been a problem for these guys. For the most part, Hatches have actually been left open for them in certain situations too, like leading to the basement and whatnot, so that hasn't been as much of a problem as you might expect, but not being able to knock down these walls has left them with very limited options for the execute, and unfortunately seems to be affecting them quite adversely. Early round, really, though, where we're just not seeing much progress being made by NIP. Yeah, they'll clear out one floor, but it's usually the wrong floor that they need to clear out. It just gives them more staging ground than anything else. And then they're never really able to push it any further than that. By the time they do, that's when EG finally starts to get a lot more aggressive and actually start hunting for kills against them, since they only have about a minute or so left at that point.
Yeah, Evil Geniuses is playing this to a T right now up against Ninjas in Pyjamas, as you said. They've bided a lot of time. They do get that initial pressure, but Evil Geniuses quickly whisks that away, and seems like right now Ninjas in Pyjamas really doesn't have the answer. They switched off the Jackal now. They now have Pino over on Buck, as well as they've allocated for the, Habana instead of the Thermite.
So we've got Kamikaze right over here by Yellow Stairs, preparing to move in, just clearing it out with the drone real quick, so they'll try to route down potentially through the basement first, then work their way over with a little bit more control. So unfortunately, basement's probably not going to be the best room for these guys to work with, but if it gives them some kind of staging ground, some kind of execute potential against the setup from EG, they might as well take it. Gio's still out and roaming around, causing problems with those goo mines that are going to be thrown onto the ground. But unfortunately, not able to find much in the way of kills just yet. That's going to start to change soon, though. Oh no! He's going to end up running right into an air jab. That could lead to his death. Psycho, though, doesn't really seem to get a good idea as to where exactly Necrox is positioned. So, Necrox saving Gio's life and helping him out there a little bit, but picking up the kill against Psycho, once again, gives EG the early 5v4 advantage.
Yeah, very poised right now with some quick shots from Necrox as he rotates through Locker's hallway. Not going to meet any of the body of Kamikaze, but it's not going to matter. Just showing face and letting him know, hey, we still have presence here. As actually, no, it's going to be Necrox on Yell, but Young is tacking on. Toxic Bay, War Ring True's MBK will fall. That's going to be NVK inside of console. Diffuser's actually down as well. Did he swing inside? Is that inside of console? I believe it is. It should be inside of the console office. Wait, where is it? Yes, it's inside of the console office. Ash just swung through. Muzi just swung through the window.
With Diffuser.
I don't believe that he knew that he had Diffuser, I'm going to assume. Canadian runs out front door. Julio falls.
This runs over.
It's all up to Pino. It's very, very weird to just have one random man all of a sudden get aggressive when you don't have yellow control.
He was also only the second man dead, as far as I remember, too.
That's very, very interesting because they don't have any yellow presence. They didn't have connector dealt with. That's just a very easy kill. You know what might have even happened? He might have just accidentally hit his spacebar and got sent through the window. That could definitely have happened. It's happened before, definitely could have happened again, but this is not going to be an easy round for Pino at all. Every single entry into this site has been swarmed by evil geniuses, and there's definitely no way he's going to fight his way out of this one.
Yeah, no way to win this, unfortunately. Can't even get upstairs, let alone actually get to the diffuser and start to plant. They've got every angle on watch for the most part. I think the only staircase he can go up of uncontested would have been over towards server, but even there, the second he wraps around the corner, you can see Canadian was waiting for it. He's instead going to go up spiral and walk into a crossfire. It's not actually established as a crossfire yet, but regardless, Necrox picks him off the second he sees him anyway, and EG win yet another round solidly. You know, multiple players still standing, a good 3-4 left alive at the end of the round. That's been consistent for them now over pretty much all three of these rounds. They're continuing to dominate now with a 3-0 lead.
Fantastic showing so far on this defensive half, and now they get to go back through their full site rotation. So going to be starting back downstairs, and we still have not seen a single Kaid picked up by evil geniuses, which is always a favorite to be played when Thatcher is banned out. Gridlock will get picked up by Julio. This is exactly what they've needed. They needed to be able to shut down this rotation game that evil geniuses has had so far, because it's punishing Nip so much. Again, a little bit of a misplay. I would be very interested to see what happened with that Ash the last round, because that was really the tail of the tape for the entire last round, is that the diffuser was just all of a sudden in console. They have to try and fight all the way up through literally every single body EG has to offer to try and even get the diffuser back.
I'm not super confident that the switch over towards a gridlock is actually going to help NIP, or excuse me, it's going to help NIP under these circumstances.
They got the duo though.
Yeah, well that's the thing, right? Is they already had Nomad, who fulfills pretty much the same exact role in my opinion, or a very similar role, if anything.
If anything, it just provides more lockdown because they can now use like Nomads on windows and front doors and stuff like that.
I guess it's doubling down on something that currently isn't working in hopes that they can just kind of overcompensate and have everything, you know, anti-roam.
I like that take. I like it. I would like to see Muzi instead of on the Ash on the Jackal, though. Yeah. I think that would be like the pinnacle of, hey, you literally can't leave sight.
Pretty much, yeah. So we'll see if the switch over towards a gridlock and, you know, kind of doubling down the defensive anti-roam is going to end up working out here for NIP. I personally don't think so, because he's already done a really good job of dealing with Nomad and for the most part avoiding those air jabs when they do run into them. You know, for instance, there was that last round too where I think it was Gio who ran into one, but then Necrox came in at the last second to help him out and make sure that he didn't die, and that they also got the kill against the player that came back to kill Gio. So
Gio literally got sent through an entire bench.
Yeah. The only thing that at this point I can see the gridlock accomplishing for them is maybe stopping someone from trying to get aggressive, maybe, you know, convincing a member of EG to not make a push. But look, again, Necrox, I think through the yellow stairs door right there, just finds an early pick onto Julio, and so much for that gridlock, because it's gone. It's dead on the ground.
I think right one used either.
Where is she?
She's dead. She's dead and gone. I have no idea where the body is.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to find the body.
Yeah. Oh, you didn't know? Necrox is actually just a mass murderer, man. He just buried her body that quick. That was insane. Crazy place.
I think it was somewhere near the yellow stairs door. It had to be. Young gets another kill here, too. Gio also crushes onto Psycho by Spiral, leading into basement. This is just, unfortunately, NIP throwing everything at the wall, seeing what sticks, and at the moment, well, Muzi's kill is stuck, but that's it.
Yeah, not too much presence along. Kamikaze just now swung inside of Piano as well, so both of them are upstairs, and they have to try and battle downstairs, and good luck with that. Good luck getting a drone downstairs. Anything you try and throw to gain any information, you're going to have to face check literally all of it, as well as these Evil Eyes obviously are still going to be alive of MVKs as well, so this could be very bad to say the least for Ninjas in Pyjamas. It's definitely going to be hard to try and fight out of this. They don't have a pulse on the side of Evil Geniuses yet either. They have not actually used him once throughout this entire series. As they're trying to sneak a drone by. They do have one in, and it's Kamikaze's on top of White, but they really can't use that other drone so far. Kamikaze's drone is going to get shot as well, so not very much information. All they can really go for now is the plant, and Canadian should most definitely be on these Evil Eyes. They recognize it out, but Boozy with a very clean shot to the front of White Van, but Necrox with the rotation down. Yellow will take down one. It's all left up with Kamikaze as he tries to rotate, but it's Geo to shut it down.
This is starting to get dangerous for Nip now, because Geo and the rest of EG are they're just getting aggressive now. Like, they're not really thinking about their movements anymore. They're just lining up angles, and for the most part, NIP are walking right into them.
They're still playing off of each other very well. I'll say the only one that really was just like, okay, I really can't believe you got that aggressive was Necrox on Yellow. Because a lot of time when that door is open, people will hold the cross up through where the bench's hallway is, so you can get a really easy kill on rotates. But instead, the man just gets aggressive with an ACOG from the bottom of Yellow, able to find an initial frag for them. Young continues to tack it on with a Nitro Cell, and all of a sudden, we have a 4-0 lead by Evil Geniuses.
And from that point forward, like, NIP just continue to kind of run into the setup. Unfortunately, they don't have much of a choice. They need to try and take a risk in order to find some kind of a trade, some kind of a way to get back into that round, and they just never really find it. So that's an easy one for EG at the end of the day, due to the heroics from Necrox at the beginning of the round and the follow-ups on the Nitro Cell, and as well catching players roaming around the first floor. We're going to go into the second to last defensive round here now for EG as they want to try and continue this run. At the moment, it's been a flawless pickup from them, but NIP is looking to change that. They are, in fact, going to take a tactical pause on this round in order to decide how exactly to do that, as they're about to attack one of the easier sites, as it'll be going to lobby and press room next.
And just for a quick explanation, if you guys are newer to watching competitive Siege or really any competitive game that's ran by ESL, one of the timeouts means that you have 30 seconds to talk to your coach. Once that 30-second period is up, you're going to see Gotcha flick up his mic, which means he no longer has contact with his team. Once after that point, obviously the players can continue to talk to each other, but as you guys can see now, Gotcha has no presence inside of the comms any longer. And that's also for the side of Ninjas in Pyjamas as well. No matter what side calls a timeout, both coaches get to talk to their teams for 30 seconds.
And it was NIP, just to call out and refer to that one more time, that did end up making that call. So here we go, folks. Into the next round, round number 5. EG's been dominating so far. Time to see if the pause from NIP yields results, or if it's just going to be more of the same with EG dominating.
And just for a quick update, please mute your stream if you do not want to hear what's going on over on the Bravo channel. All right, I will be telling you right now. G2 currently in the lead on Cafe, which is the second map between them and Cyclops. 5-3. Appears that Cyclops has at least got warmed up, or something else has changed. Might be something in the water, we really don't know, but might be that they're just very good at Cafe. But as of right now, 5-3 in favor of G2, and Cyclops trying to battle back. So far, the rounds have actually been pretty interesting. Cyclops really showing their prowess.
All right, let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen. Let's take a look and see how exactly NIP is going to try and piece their attack back together and try to get 2 rounds onto the board to get them some semblance of a fight to work back into this round. Now, to be fair to EG as well, or to be fair to NIP, I guess, in this case, EG fell behind as well, quite heavily at the beginning of Avila, went 2-4. Were able to fight a little bit more in the early game. It definitely wasn't this one-sided, but they were able to bring it back a little bit at 4-2 and eventually work their way back into it in the second half. This is a good start. Pino able to catch a very aggressive NVK by the window. Canadian looked like he still wants to find a response, even going for an aggressive camera toss outside here in press room. We'll see if he can work anything from it. We've got gridlock panels coming in as well, somewhere near Geo there. A nade against him. It doesn't kill him, but it does quite a bit of damage, knocking off about 50 or a little less than 50 HP on top of a drone, forcing him back inside of the bathroom. Well, that's not going to see much.
Yeah, not very much time off the clock either. It actually flew through the leaves. Those leaves on the palm tree are not sticky. It actually has to stick to the base. Some of them have branches that it'll fly and stick into inside of the palm tree, but just a little bit of a miss throw there by Canadian, as it will sail all the way through the leaves and doesn't make any contact with those sticks. Geo's going to be down at the bottom of admin stairs now. He might actually be able to find a frag. This man is creeping around inside of Tellers. Geo, once again, is at 3 armor. He doesn't want to move too much, otherwise he will let up some noise. He saw the head of Ash there. Rotating back through. Is Ash going to recognize out exactly where he is. Quick shot, but no, it's going to be Muzi to win it out. As the trades have already happened over on the other side of the map. It's going to be Young all left alone, but Julio will finally put attack in that. And Nip starts things off here, finally, in round number 5, getting their first round.
It kind of out of nowhere, too. Some early picks being found from them, but for the most part, just taking a lot of 1v1s that they were able to win. I'm imagining drone intel a big part of that one, especially when it came to those last 3 kills that were kind of off screen, has allowed for them to get a very clean execute off. And for the most part, they didn't really have to go into the building. They just picked most of them from the windows. Yeah,
they just ignored the upstairs setup that Evil Geniuses had and instead applied a pressure on that mid floor, especially with that starting frag from onto NVK that forced someone to have to rotate back to lobby, because otherwise you can just swamp Canadian inside of Piano, punish him for being there alone, and then everyone else has to try and pick up the pieces on Evil Geniuses. But instead they rotate back through, everyone's holding those windows angles, pick apart Evil Geniuses on their lobby hole, but now they're going to have access back to one of their original sites. So it's going to be console office upstairs.
All right, guys, let's get into it. A much easier site to defend overall for EG here, so still a good chance for them to set up a 5-1 victory, but it seems that NIP has resurgence by ignoring the more complicated setup and just trying to go for picks. That's worked for them. That's given them at least 1 round under their belt. You know, EG, I'm sure, will be adjusting their playstyle accordingly so as not to run into that same issue once again, and so that they can indeed solidify this 5-1 lead.
And a truly incredible showing from Evil Geniuses so far on console, especially with how difficult Villa was for both of these teams. I mean, max overtime for your first match of the day. It takes a lot out of you.
Takes quite a bit out of you indeed. Thankfully, still the only match that these teams will have to play here today. They'll have plenty of time between the end of this one and tomorrow to get themselves ready for their second match, whether it ends up being an elimination match in the case of the loser of this one, or a match to essentially send them through into the playoffs.
Well, it seems like we're going to be going for an extremely rudimentary take here by Ninjas in Pyjamas. Start an admin, work your way across, get access to flag hallway or long desk, some people do call it. Buck above the reinforced wall on projector, and then throw some frag grenades over to try and get rid of any bandit batteries or anything that will be there, and possibly get a kill on a Young as smoke, then open up the wall with Kamikaze. That will be the order, or at least the laundry list, that Ninjas in Pyjamas has brought to the grocery store today.
So let's see, a lot of drone work being done by NIP right now. Not a whole lot of aggression itself, taking things nice and slow so as not to risk themselves in the early rounds here.
That's such a dangerous place to sit. I don't know why Psycho's just sitting at the bottom of admin. Like, I know they have access, but that's like so scary to just see the man sitting safely at the bottom of admin. If anyone chooses to get aggressive, yeah, they might get traded or they might die, but that's a very, very scary place to be sitting. And Geo is literally army crawling through Piano. Okay. All right, Geo. Okay. Still plenty of roam presence. Excuse me. My gosh. Still plenty of roam presence here by Evil Geniuses into the latter half of the round. It does seem, though, that Ninjas in Pyjamas is not focused on any other part of this downstairs area. Geo's going to be playing inside of Antechamber. Does have Canadian at the bottom of Yellow as well, but not really safe harbor to rotate over, as Julio has been able to establish all of those tracks downstairs, but it's going to be NVK to check the first head off the box.
NVK catches Muzi, of course, first off here, so this is looking a lot more like the rounds we'd seen in the past. Julio going to be the first one to catch a trade. Necrox, once again, able to find another pick, too, so it's only down into a 4v3 at the end of the day, with EG still maintaining a +1 man advantage. About a minute left, so this is almost identical to the script we've had for the other 4 rounds at EG. Is one where they start finding picks right around the 1 minute mark by getting more aggressive against the potential execute setup from NIP, and it's looking like that is in fact what we are seeing once again. Necrox working his way through, almost spams a little bit into Young right there, but is able to avoid it for the most part. Psycho does manage to find some success, however, by picking up a frag onto NVK. Geo trades back for 1, but Necrox falls. Young, however, holds strong on the inside of waiting room, but now will sit as the last man standing. Kamikaze is all that's left for the attacking side, and he's incredibly low. Young's been able to deny the plant, most importantly, and now Kamikaze gonna have to try and run back around and reattempt it in this last few seconds.
He's so low as well, and I believe Young does still have a Toxic Babe. He has one, and that's just enough to kill Kamikaze. He's going to continue to try and play this angle as well. Kamikaze has to try and stick this diffuser. Playing close to bomb, though. It's going to take one little burst, and that's it for Young, as Evil Geniuses finishes out their defensive half, 5-1.
An adjustment and hold by Young. He actually nearly got picked in waiting room just a second before this play ended up happening. Thankfully, he managed to catch the run-in against him from the side of the room, pick off the offending player from NIP, and save his own life, and as well open up a potential opportunity to clutch that in the 1v1.
Best support player, by the way.
So, with EG having this solid of a lead, things do not look good for NIP going into the second half. But ultimately, they are now on the defense, which is still favor for this map, and depending on the site, much, much easier to play into and kind of let your opponents dictate how the round will play out while still being able to control the chaos. So we'll have to see if a little bit of pressure coming off of NIP by switching to the defense is going to be enough for them to battle back in. Mind you, they need 4 rounds just to tie it. 5 more, basically in a row at this point in order to guarantee they go to overtime. You can only lose 1 round in the midst of that.
Well, we are going to have Nomad for the first time picked up by Evil Geniuses. Obviously, it's been played quite a few times by the likes of Ninjas and Pyjamas, but has not been picked up by Evil Geniuses just yet. This time, they're going to put Necrox onto the Jackal as well as have the Nomad of NVK. So, this is actually going to be very, very big because they're going to be able to lock down tellers and no one's really going to be able to rotate at all. The only place they can possibly rotate is up the big spiral staircase. Other than that, you're really not going to find anything if you try to rotate through the admin staircase downstairs. It's practically going to be a free kill for anyone that's lying in wait. As well as Necrox being able to track people's footsteps and really shut down this roam game of Ninjas and Pyjamas, which they were leaning on quite a bit on Villa. I really feel like this is a proper setup for Evil Geniuses to try and handle them.
Locate a bomb and defuse it.
All right, well, let's see if NIP is going to be able to bring enough strength to the table here on the defensive setup. NIP, well, that camera's going to be found out relatively quickly there as it gets tossed into the tree. I think someone from the spawn of EG was able to catch it just as it went in. And that or Geo just spots it very easily. He tosses out and then finds it with the IQ electronics detector. Either way, though, Julio's still looking to try and play aggro at the windows. He's got himself lined up for a potential peek. Canadian, meanwhile, going to swing open the doorways. Canadian did take a little bit of damage from someone there. He's lost about half of his HP in the early round here.
Well, plenty of time still to be played, as you said. Canadian taking quite a bit of damage here off rip, but nothing to be fatal just yet. And obviously there is no Doc on offense yet, but not going to need one now that the Canadian is fully died, as Psycho will be able to claim yet another life. And he's actually been showing up quite a bit here on Consulate for the most part, as the rest of NIP really has been down in the dumps, to say the least. They really haven't found too much. It's, more or less the captain of a sinking ship at this point.
They've got the track onto the Mozzie in the corner of admin. Unfortunately, they don't really have a way to flush him out right now, so he's just going to stay in that position and continue to waste time. There's also a small angle you can see where he's punched down into Visa, so they can't necessarily push him from below either because he also has Overwatch on that. Not really a winning situation where they can kill this player right now. They're going to try to spam into it a little bit, force him away, but once again, not meeting much success here. So EG are struggling to find really any initiation point they can use just to get into this building, let alone get to the site.
Yeah, and usually this is a death wish trying to sit inside of admin, but Psycho's biding his time, and he's wasting so much time just sitting in a corner, not moving, and they really haven't been able to get any intel on him. Necrox really hasn't even been able to find his feet just yet. He found one person, I believe it was Pino, if I remember correctly, but even though still, if it was Psycho, it doesn't matter at this point because he's still just going to continue to drone downstairs as Pino will drop the hatch from admin, claims the kill, but NVK will be able to get a refrag other places.
Muzzy, with the most recent pickup here, just absolutely destroys the rest of the potential for this EG execute. Now, NVK able to trade one back. Young has some good intel into the player in bathrooms. Drone going to be thrown out into his face here as well. So that's going to be used by his opponents there, as it will be a captured drones. They now know where he is. NVK, though, still finding additional impact here on the Nomad as he's able to pick up Pinos. I said this round was over, but maybe not just yet. Young is finally going to get picked by the Maestro, played by Muzi. Now it's all down onto NVK to bring out 2 more kills in order to clutch this. If not, it's going to be second round on the board here for NIP as they start out their defense with a strong hold of the upstairs site.
Muzi doesn't have very much health, but he definitely has the weapon of choice that anyone wants on that defense. Will he be able to recognize it out? Yes, he will. Muzi with a quick shot. That'll be NVK to fall. NIP starting things off right on the defense. They need to make a run right now. They do not want to wait for Evil Geniuses to get to this this match and map point in order to make the run back. Then you want to get as many rounds tacked on before Evil Geniuses reaches that map and match point. Otherwise, one mistake and it's all over.
So a confident start. Now time to build on that one. They still have another site that's considered relatively the easier one when compared to a lot of the others, as they'll play into... Actually, no, they're going to take the same note out of EG's chip page here and instead go for lobby instead. A lot of teams feeling more confident on this site over the past 2 to 3 months now. We've been seeing it come into play more and more instead of going to that normal secondary site that teams would go to, either into the basement here in the case of NIP or the console office /CEO in the case of of EG from the first half.
We're going to see the first pulse picked up. It's going to get 6 picked, but there's already an IQ in play from the offensive Evil Geniuses, so it's not going to matter too much at this point. Obviously, they're still going to be able to use it to get any intel that they really need, but it's a lot more dangerous game with Geo on the field as that IQ. Obviously, his sensor able to detect electronics, therefore he can detect that cardiac sensor in the hands of the Pulse.
So, let's take our footsteps into the next round here and see, once again, the setup from the side of NIP is going to be strong enough for them to counter out some of the action from EG. EG, they've been looking a little bit weaker despite the very slow start they tried to take. Unfortunately, just couldn't deal with some of the presence, specifically from Psycho on the Mozzie on the inside of admin. Just wasted so much time trying to deal with that and not much success being found anywhere else on the map. Killed their chances of being able to push them into a 6th round, but still plenty of opportunities. They've got 3 more before they're tied up, so EG definitely not worried too much just yet.
All right, well, Muzi trying to get someone to establish a rotate hole into connector, but obviously Kamikaze's not going to do that. Oh, he's going to actually has a shotgun on hand, so that is good. That is the routine setup now for Mute players is going to be that M590 as well as the SMG11. Same setup as Smoke, but instead of Toxic Babes, he also has those Mute Jammers and a Nitro Cell, which impacts are usually what you're going to be seeing on Smokes. Either that or barbed wire for those Smoke players.
Canadian kind of self-droning in right now in order to give them a little bit more vision into yellow. So it will probably be one of the primary entry points you will use, especially if they're going for kind of a late round run-in again, which is something that we saw them attempt to do in the last round when they couldn't get admin control so easily. Obviously, it was a bit of a last-ditch effort. It's much more of an established way to approach the site when it comes to lobby. Piano, however, Canadian able to work his way in through yellow actually for free, so he's able to swing into that one. That's actually quite a bit of yellow control given over to EG without much contest. I thought there'd be a little bit more aggression from NIP in that aspect of the site, but no, not the case. And now as a result of that, players like Young have been able to walk right in. Julio none the wiser apparently as he tries to take the fight, and as a result, Young just knocks him out nice and easy.
Yeah, Young waiting on Necrox to rotate over so he can possibly get this back wall open, but Psycho has already rotated over to try and assist him on yellow. He's going to need all the help in the world right now as Young is between a rock and a hard place. Someone could possibly rotate through Piano and punish him, but it's going to continue to be Canadian on yellow. He's playing Devil's Advocate for this setup. Still has plenty of time on hand for this team, though, as finally they are going to be getting the exothermic down. Somebody might get aggressive on yellow, and yes, it will be Muzi as he knocks down Canadian. Pino to attack on, and Pino yet again, as it's only Geo and NVK left alive.
I was just going to critique NIP for being too passive in this play, as a little bit of a pistol duel right there goes the way of NIP, and they shut it down. But yeah, I was going to complain about NIP being like way too passive in this round and just kind of letting EG take control of the map, but we immediately saw that change with the play from Pino. Great stuff from him, pretty much single-handedly brings his team back into the round and reignites their chance to keep this comeback rolling. 2 more rounds now, and they'll have it tied 5-5.
Well, you got to look at Evil Geniuses for that. Ninjas and Pyjamas was allowing them to really have whatever they wanted, but Evil Geniuses really just did not have the foresight to see that Ninjas and Pyjamas was going to rotate into those lanes, especially holding down the benches hallway through to yellow. That was a big one because you lock Young out. He really can't transition out without dying. No one can challenge that because obviously it's a long distance with an ACOG. All you can really do is pre-fire with a hope, wish, and a prayer and possibly get a frag. But, I mean, for Ninjas and Pyjamas, they were really able to just lock down that upstairs. Canadian got stuck inside of yellow as well. As much map control as they did give up for yellow, at the end of the day, Ninjas and Pyjamas was always in control.
Yeah. So NIP still take that round at the end of the day, despite the early round success that was found by EG. They couldn't leverage it into a site take, ultimately, as it was mainly just yellow stairs that they eventually got control over and part of that main hallway leading over towards Spiral. So time for NIP to try and shut things down again, as now they will shift down into the basement and try to complete their site triangle with a 3rd and final site before they go back upstairs for the repeat, the first repeat on their defense.
Well, no buck picked up by the offense either, and
10 seconds to go.
that's a little bad. You really don't need Buck here, but he just makes things a lot easier because you can actually just clear the top floor, and once you get control of console office, you can actually buck through both floors. You can buck through the console office floor, through the piano floor, and get those bandit batteries from all the way upstairs instead of also having to clear that middle floor. But this time around, they're going to have Canadian on Sledge, so that point is practically invalid. They're going to have to clear all the way downstairs to get Canadian inside of Piano, or someone that has soft destruction. It's more likely going to be Canadian or Necrox to open up the floor to get rid of these bandit batteries. Could always shoot him to the floor with Geo as well.
Yeah. G, of course, going to be trying to find a little bit of intel in the early round. Just hip fired a couple cameras out of the way. Nothing too important getting knocked out here. Just easing the pain for the rest of his team here. And he's going to head back upstairs, I believe, over towards the CEO balcony. Start to work his way, or at least open up a possibility for his team to work his way here. Now, he did not actually spot Pino. I believe it was Pino sitting behind the CEO table. So if he pushes this, he's got to be very, very careful. There was a player that went completely unnoticed. And yeah, it is indeed Pino sitting just in the next room here. Pretty much waiting for Gio to commit. Seems that Gio's got some idea that there's someone in the next room, though, so he's not going to fully force himself into it, which is a good thing.
You see him playing right there on top of the couch. Is a very interesting place to sit, but Legion's going to be the one track. That's going to be Psycho over inside of Admin. Gio still recognizing now that obviously there is a Valkyrie inside. That's what the ping's going to notate to his team. Hey, I've got somebody inside of Connector. I need some help right now. Canadian is actually going to go underneath with Jackal. It's going to be Necrox as they're trying to take over benches.
Minute and a half left, so just over half the round here for EG to play with on their attack. They're making good progress, but the thing is they're ultimately trying to attack the basement while still focusing on the roamers upstairs. They need to finish off these duels very quickly, otherwise they are going to find themselves out of time. Now, 1-for-1 exchange will start. The Psycho is going to get caught getting a little bit too aggressive, moving out from that admin position. Julio, though, catches NVK. Also, Canadian caught dropping down by Julio there, too. A nice play from him. The rest of the team can start to get hyper-aggressive now, as there's just not enough players from EG left, and there you go. NIP shut it down. Pino hopping out to get the last kill as they claim yet another one and put themselves only one away from tying it up now at 5-4.
Well, looks like it's time to restart the train. So we'll be heading back downstairs, and Evil Geniuses needs to try and find something. Quick timeout by Gotcha. Very smart, especially in this moment. You don't want to let it get too far. You don't want things to be tied up. You want to try and shut things out right now in these next two rounds. So Coach feels like he has some words to say, and obviously Ninjas in Pyjamas can talk to their, or excuse me, Ninjas in Pyjamas coach can obviously talk to their team as well.
So we'll see what exactly EG as well are going to try and adjust. This is very similar timing, in fact, to when we saw NIP take their own pause towards the end of the first half. So this is very much a near repeat of the first half itself, just with the teams being flipped. So it's time to see if that impact is going to be just as strong here for EG as it seemed to be for NIP when they brought a lot more strength back into their attacking side as well, in addition to probably a little bit of clarity for how they were going to approach the opening rounds of this defensive half. So far, things looking a lot better for NIP on the defense. A lot more control, denying control more than anything away from EG and forcing them to make a lot of mistakes, trying to play over aggressive and ultimately forcing their hand in multiple situations to try and give themselves an advantage, which at that point, as we've seen happen 2 to 3 different times already, once NIP get that man advantage, they pounce and just stop EG from trying to do anything else throughout the rest of the round.
All right, well, spoiler warning for everyone in the chat. If you don't want to hear what happened over on the Bravo channel, please mute your guys' stream right now. Okay, so G2 ended up beating Cyclops 2-0. Last map was Cafe, which was a little bit more contested by Cyclops, but at the end of the day, it's G2 on land, baby. So 2-0 so far as G2 at least. Now, so they're going to be at the top of Group B. They're 1-0. Team Secret is 1-0. And the next matchup over on Bravo is going to be SSG versus Vodafone Giants, which are the other two inside of Group C, which is one of the matchups that we are casting currently.
So guys, jumping back into this match, we'll get started in just a second here, as the pause should be pretty much over at this point, at least in terms of the timing of it anyway. So just a couple more seconds away from leaping into our 10th round of the matchup. Just a few more left to go here, and only one more left before EG ends up losing their lead over NIP, who's been doing a great job of recovering so far on the defensive half. Besides this, if they manage to complete this, if they manage to fully bring it back and pull off the same thing that really EG just did back over on Villa, then we're going to be heading to a third and final map to settle these teams' differences and figure out who heads into the upper bracket match here for Group C and who heads into the lower bracket. Let's get into it, though. We're finally unpaused. Let's resume the match.
Shall we? I think we shall. Console meeting. Yeah, exactly, right. Console meeting going to get picked up as apparently, I believe that's Psycho yawning for Ninjas in Pyjamas. Apparently he's not very enthused about their showing so far, but things are getting a lot closer. I promise, Psycho. Things are going to get crazy here. Psycho actually lower on the totem pole than I had predicted at this point in time. It's Muzi actually at the top with 11-4. So once again, Psycho not showing up to what we've seen him do in prior engagements. But nonetheless, Ninjas in Pyjamas is still on the comeback here. They still have one round to find to try and make this 5-5 and possibly end up winning their matchup.
He's still finding impact ultimately at the end of the day. It's just a different form of impact. We've been seeing a lot more delay work being done from him, especially on the defensive side, and he's been pretty good at it, especially when you consider the first round. The play on Mozzie on the inside of the inside of the admin offices was really good and wasted a good minute or two off the clock from EG. So certainly not necessarily in the form of kills, finding impact, but definitely still contributing to the team here.
Seems like it may be a little bit of a slower take here from Evil Geniuses to start off round 10, which might work out a little bit better for them. Last time they really weren't able to capitalize on any intel that they got. They might want to try and tighten things up, at least batten down the hatches on the ship, because if they let this round slip, this is going to get extremely difficult to try and win out. And we're more than likely going to be going to overtime at that point, because as we saw prior with Evil Geniuses, when these things get extremely tight, we're going to overtime almost every single time. So
let's take a look. See what exactly EG are going to bring onto the table. Quick entry into the actual building this time. NVK is not going to be deterred too much by getting access to press room. Rest of the team are going to be able to, I believe, get access to yellow stairs relatively quickly too, and then start their work upstairs. So initially they do have a little bit more room to work with than they've necessarily had in some of these previous rounds, but now it's time to see if they can, again, get to that execute point, which has been the problem for really both of these teams over the course of this map so far, has been actually getting to a point where they can successfully execute, just because roaming presence has been such a deterrent in both halves so far.
Evil Genius is also switching things up. They've dropped the Jackal as well. Necroc's now on sled, so frag grenades instead of being able to track people's footsteps. Held them out a little bit, especially with how many people Ninjas in Pyjamas has lying in wait on site. They do have one roamer. He's all the way down the stairs, I believe, if I saw the silhouette correctly. Geo will rotate over to bathrooms. They don't have a foothold on the site yet. They have yellow control, but they really haven't been able to gain any access to console or anything of importance just yet. And we're dangerously getting low on time.
Yeah, just over a minute remaining here.
Oh.
IP.
Oh, the timing.
Canadian coming so close to this one as well.
Oh, the timing.
Let's see, Geo as well they have good intel as to where this player is. They're going to try to force their hand, and there you go. Julio forced into the open. NVK also catching Psycho. It's a double frag here from EG to give them a massive advantage. Canadian having to pull away from the yellow stairs. The second Toxic Babe is thrown into the open. Only one should be left on that smoke. Canadian, however, also able to get Muzi, so it's all on Kamikaze at this point. EG just surgically removing the members of NIP from the server one by one right now.
Looking like a good timeout to try and set you up for a perfect round. They recognize that now the Kamikaze is on yellow. He allocates for the shotgun, but Geo's already at line in wait upstairs, and Evil Geniuses push it to map and match point.
So, one more round separates EG from a spot in the upper bracket decider matchup here for their group. If not, we could potentially still end up in overtime once again for map number 2 here, as NIP is still hot on their tail. It's only one round after all. EG taking it nice and slow, and most importantly, using some great intel in order to get their first couple of kills. From that point forward, much more of a domino effect than anything. But now let's see if they can continue that on a site like Lobby.
Honestly, I think this is a very dangerous site to try and go to with how things are currently playing out. They're going to put Pulse downstairs as well as Kamikaze. With this in particular, not a bad six pick, especially with IQ on the field. So Muzi going to rotate over from Pulse to the Mozzie, and they want as many Nitro cells as they possibly can, especially on the side. They're trying to play for plant. What we saw last time is they got extremely aggressive onto the players that infiltrated yellow staircase. It ended up working out pretty well. As we said before, they allowed them into that benches hallway area, but immediately locked it down and did not grant them access to literally anything else. It was very good play, but it seems that Evil Geniuses might be going more towards the blitz than the actual pass play here, as we have gotten Necrox over onto the sledge once again instead of the Jackal, which he's been playing quite a bit throughout this matchup, and it worked out the last time around. Again, a flawless round for Evil Geniuses on the prior round, and I'm really looking for Ninjas in Pyjamas to try and shut down this initial take from Evil Geniuses, because that seems to be what is causing Evil Geniuses to lose these rounds. When that initial take doesn't work out for them, they slow down quite a bit, and Ninjas in Pyjamas is able to really ramp up the pace and punish them because of that.
Initiate jammer.
So opening few seconds of the round to get started here. Let's see what exactly EG once again will bring to the table. If it'll be that same type of info gathering play and then looking to, you know, like I said, surgically try and take out one or two players, which will give them an advantage they can use to work a more traditional execute. Or if it's something different in the cards for them. Most importantly, if NIP is going to try to force their hand to change up the gameplay. They might also be making some changes here, too, to their own style. Great Valve Cam, as long as it doesn't get found out by the IQ. A lot of info right now going over to Pino.
Yeah, he used that before as well, and Gio hadn't found it either, so that's a very impressive Black Eye Cam to be all the way out on that solid fencing. Necrox now with some frag grenades is going to attempt to clear out console. Julio, though, will take down Canadian and continues to attack on his Pino. Gio will fall next, and NVK apparently is the Ninjas in Pajamas show at this point in time.
Man, what a like 180-degree turn from the last round this was.
Yeah, I really don't know what happened over on that end. I mean, there's bodies literally everywhere.
It honestly looks like they just tried to execute main door and just like got destroyed because they didn't really put, you can see like those barricades are barely injured, so they didn't really put much pressure on the balcony or anything like that. So I'm pretty sure upstairs presence from NIP just crushed these guys when they tried to push lobby.
I feel like this is a murder mystery and you and I are like, detectives trying to put this back together.
Clearly didn't have enough intel or drone intel or drone like out of date drone intelers or something like that because they got
I think what happened was they blew the front door open and Julio was just there to answer both of them.
Yeah, that's happened a few times, I think, too, throughout the course of the series. So
yeah, he took out Ash on the main door, and I believe he took out Gio from the antechamber window. Well, now Ninjas in Pajamas obviously all still alive as Young and Necrox have their sights set on bench. Still plenty of people upstairs as well, and especially with lobby and the verticality of this site, it's going to be very, very hard for them to try and gain any access. Necrox is going to rotate back downstairs, but again, it's going to take a lot of heroics for Evil Geniuses to try and gain any access to this site without getting absolutely demolished by lead.
Young still sitting back in the west corridor and waiting here now, just to make sure there's no push coming his way. He's going to try to get open the wall. Keep in mind, there's still that presence towards yellow that he's got to be careful of here. And Necrox is the only one that can save his life. Wraps around the corner right into the Doc's hands, though. Psycho ready to take that 1v1. Young will trade it, but it doesn't matter now. They have such a big numbers advantage. Kamikaze makes a last-ditch push, finishes off Young, and that's NIP still staying in the matchup here. One more round away, again, from tying us up, and this time taking it to OT for a second map in a row.
Impressive grip by Ninjas in Pajamas to not falter when Evil Geniuses does get to that point. I mean, what else would you expect from this roster? Especially in recent history on land, they've been looking pretty good. So, getting one step closer to tying this up and pushing us to overtime once again, but obviously Evil Geniuses has some other ideas. They are going to be attacking Cafeteria Garage, which, again, why not? They've already won the other side, so they really don't want to go back up to console. They'd much rather go downstairs, which has been tried and true so far for Ninjas in Pajamas. They're going to 6-pick once again off of the pulse over to a Vigil instead, which actually could end up working out for them. There is no there is no Jackal on the field for the offense, no 6-picks coming out either, showing those cards early on instead of trying to use those up. So, more than likely going to be seeing quite a bit of roam presence here by Ninjas in Pajamas.
He's still a presence of a Nomad, however, which is still going to potentially cause problems for a Vigil, especially if he tries to get aggressive and, you know, lurk up on these players to take some duels. But for the most part, we haven't really been seeing those kinds of duels take place. And when they have happened, you know, like this map in general does not really play into those types of angles too well due to the slow-natured play that both these teams have had to take, where essentially the second the attacking team enters the building, they are in the execute phase already. Just because roam presence has been so heavy from both teams, I don't think either team really wants to take much of a chance on playing around with, you know, control of part of the building they don't necessarily need. It seems both teams have been pretty much okay to go right to the execute point just because they either aren't able to get enough intel and then use that to take map control, or they just don't want to take the risk.
Well, Pino once again with a Valkyrie camera outside. He's going to put it on the palm tree, which this is a pretty rudimentary camera. I really want to see how he throws this second cam to hit it all the way at the fence. We're going to be seeing it here in just a second. He does have one remaining, but instead he's going to be destroying butterflies.
Very important.
Very important butterflies. Those are make or break in this round.
Just can't have the visual distraction in the window, you know, like colors and stuff. You're just like, oh, I'm going to shoot that. It scares you.
Jump scares.
Nothing, nothing can be in my face.
Nook isn't even in the game yet. We're already getting jump scares. All right, well, drone's now going to be heading up yellow for the likes of Evil Geniuses, and quite a bit of presence there. They will recognize out now that Muzi has donned the mantle of Vigil. Quite a bit of presence downstairs, obviously, as well, but we're more focused on the upstairs for Evil Geniuses, as they need to get this full clear to get Geo somewhere that he can get rid of these bandit batteries that Julio has placed on the garage.
VK also still being very careful of any potential run-up that we might see from NIP over upstairs on the CEO balcony. So just keeping constant watch on that, and making sure that we don't see any runouts. It's not like looking likely that we'd see that anyway. That's a little out of character for NIP. That was more so something they were willing to try on the last map. Not so much here, just due to how close this one has been and how much NIP's had to fight from the backside here. They do not want to lose any players in the early round if they can avoid it.
Yeah, and all it takes is one air jab to spell disaster for that run out.
Pretty much a guaranteed kill if the air jab connects, unfortunately, due to the time it takes for the player hit by it to recover. Drone presence going to be working its way in upstairs. They should have been able to get at least an idea that Muzi was somewhere near the bathroom. I don't know if he had the jammer on when the drone passed by, so if he did, still would have had, like I said, a kind of general idea that he was somewhere in the area, just not good intel. Now, he's going to start to work his way back downstairs, whereas the rest of the team still set up, still ready to go. We got one player I think was reinforcing down in the basement too, this late into the round here. Muzi starts us off the stronghold against NVK. Rest of the team on EG not showing any signs of being able to trade this back out. Geo comes close, finds a little bit of damage, it looks like, onto Muzi there, but nothing really serious. They're forcing this maybe a little bit too early. Still have plenty of time left, but they're taking some very aggressive peeks. Kamikaze gonna catch an advantage on that most recently, and Pino also able to find Young. Once again, EG's execute just falling apart at the seams.
They always allow someone to slip through the cracks, and it's really been punishing them with this defense of Ninjas and Pyjamas. Necroc's going to take quite a bit of damage. Challenges yellow is Geo. He's trying to pick up the pieces right now. He knows that one's prone behind the box. That box is allowed to be able to be shot through, but he's not going to deal any damage. Has to try and get this diffuser down now. Necrox is all the way upstairs. It's actually going to be a fake as Geo continues to attack on, but he will finally get downed. It's all left up to Necrox. Pino to clean up the kill, and it'll be Julio to push Nip to overtime.
So, overtime number 2, ladies and gentlemen. Second map, second overtime. These guys are going the distance, that's for sure. Now it's up to NIP to continue this comeback, put themselves into the lead, and take control of this map, as EG can still close it out right here, right now, if they rally back with 2 out of 3 of these next rounds.
You know what? No matter how much I yell and scream over any moment of a game, I will never be as hype as a Brazilian caster.
I know.
Like they pushed to overtime, and from the other room, like we're not even next to them at all. They're all the way in the other room, on like the other end of the room. We can hear the Brazilian casters when Nip does something. It's fantastic. It's
literally
so
a wall in between us.
Like literally a wall in between us. It's like, nice! It's so good, dude. I love it.
There's an unreinforceable wall in between us. And
literally a concrete wall in between us. Muzi once again going to don that Vigil, and he's been extremely prolific with it so far, but you have to question what he's 6-picking off of, because a lot of frag grenades have been used by the offense, and he's getting off of the Jaeger.
And so, into our first round of overtime, where the sides are going to remain the same, at least for now. It's going to be NIP starting out on the defense. You and the rest of EG stay on the offense for the first round, but that will switch every single round. In case you're newer to Siege, don't know how our overtimes work.
Welcome to Siege. What are you selling? All right. Well, reinforcements now going to be
lots of metal walls. That's what we're selling.
Lots of metal.
We have magic metal walls.
Where do the reinforcements come from? We don't know. They're all wizards. Crazy stuff. Every single operator in this game is actually just a magical being.
Yeah, fun fact, this is also a simulation apparently, which explains like everything that doesn't make sense. like the magically appearing walls that just come out of nowhere.
Could you imagine if you actually like carry them into the map off of a truck?
Yeah.
Like, guys, give us the 3 minutes.
That'd be a cool way to change it up. Like everyone would hate it, right? But like imagine if the reinforcements were like in the site and you had to go get them. Like,
oh my god,
carry them with you,
and like you're automatically like a 4 armor.
It's like placing Tachanka's turret. You move that slow. Like,
oh gosh, that would be absolutely terrible.
That would make being a defender way more difficult, I would be sure. But enough about that, as we've got the members of EG out onto the board now, looking to once again attack the basement. They're going to work their way forward, just taking care of a little bit of the utility that's set up on the inside of Piano here real quick before they make any sort of aggressive moves towards the actual site itself. And of course, still needing to take plenty of time to deal with players like Pino, who are still patiently hiding upstairs to try and delay this timer, as they have successfully been doing throughout the entire defensive side here from NIP.
I will say, especially from the roam game on Villa, Ninjas in Pyjamas really hasn't been showing too much face, which has really been working out for them because Evil Geniuses has been sitting spinning on this clock so often on their offensive halves, but finally Psycho's going to get aggressive out the front door, actually, and what do you know? NVK is lying in the weights with open arms and is able to claim a frag. Geo to continue to tack on, and it appears that Evil Geniuses has finally woken up in this overtime segment.
The opening kills in these rounds are so weird. They're either just going like super decisively one direction or the other. It's very rare that we've gotten, at least like in the past couple of rounds, it's been really rare that we've gotten like a straight up 1-for-1 exchange. It's either been one team gets like 2 to 3 kills immediately, or the other side. Like,
yeah, there is no, we traded, it's down to a 2v2. It's like, no, one team is up 5v2, and the other, the 2 remaining members have to try and do something.
Everybody's like double or nothing with their aggression, basically.
Yeah.
At the moment. So Necroc's going to be next up to bat here to potentially find a pick. Oh, what? Julio, how do you not win that? Had so much advanced intel. Necroc's also going to be able to get a nade kill into Kamikaze, and to make my point even more serious, look at this. This is another potential flawless round. This one nearly a perfect round, as no one from EG's even taken any damage yet, let alone having lost a fight. There you go. It's another flawless round from EG as they start out strong in overtime with all 5 players still standing, and NVK the only player that even takes any damage.
And you also want to remember that Evil Geniuses went 5-1 on their defensive half. Granted, also Nip did as well, but Evil Geniuses has access to any site that they possibly think can win this out, and we'll have to see exactly what they allocate themselves towards. Now, they're actually going to go console office meeting room, which was not one of their initial sites. That honestly might be why they're going to it, because they went, if I remember correctly, cafeteria, lobby, then console was their first rotation.
Mm-hmm. So they wanted to avoid this, or at the very minimum they played this a little bit less, so now they've been able to hide it a bit more for overtime and can potentially use this to just shut down the offensive strat here from NIP. This is quite a few issues.
Don't you hate to see that 6-pick when you're into Valkyrie? You're like, dang it, they brought an IQ. Why?
Pino is probably going to be able to find those cameras relatively easily once he figures out that it's alive. We'll see, though, because as we saw, Pino on the opposite side of this one, when he was on the Valk, was still able to sneak off a couple of cameras past. I think it was Gio that was playing the IQ, or another player from EG that was picking it up.
Remember how we said don't hold your breath?
Yeah, I mean, fair, right? We kind of like called that one.
Yeah, we were like, okay.
We were kind of like, yeah, it's one map. We'll wait and see how it goes.
We'll wait and see how Canadian does. And so far, he's had one incredible map and then one where it's a little bit more lackluster.
Yeah. So we'll keep our eyes on Canadian and see how he continues to develop in the stats department, of course. Good first map. Definitely helped his team to get over the hump and bring them back into the first map of the day. And, well, they might need him again here if he can step things up a little bit just in order to close this one. Only one more round needed, and EG have this under their belt, but it'll be the first defensive round they've played in 7 rounds now, so they might be a little bit more unfamiliar with it.
Well, as we've seen throughout these previous rounds here on Consulate, it's all going to be on who gets these initial picks, because no one has been able to battle out of a man disadvantage just yet. We'll see if Evil Geniuses can possibly claim these first kills, or will they be the ones to finally break that mold. Muzi now on Rappel on balcony, trying to challenge the windows or getting some presence. And obviously this is going to be where Young will be playing, is inside of that projector room. That is practically where that operator lives on this map.
So Gio still looking for his own capability to roam around here and try to pick up some of the early aggressors here from NIP. Pino first into admin office, working his way forward, focusing on a little bit more drone work. Muzi, as you can see, also flashing out the entirety of the first floor right now, which for the most part is all undefended, but NVK has an angle, fails to react to it, however, so Muzi pulls the trigger instead, takes out the Maestro very early on in the round, gives NIP an advantage to work with here.
And the SSG versus Vodafone Giants game has started on the Bravo stream. Just to update you guys on that, we're in a little bit of a in-between here, but Evil Geniuses have been picked off first. As you guys saw, NVK did fall, but Ninjas in Pyjamas still has to capitalize on this. This might be, well, one of the first times that we've seen one of them battle out of this. And granted, it isn't that big of a pick. I know we all love the Alden, love to talk about how good Maestro is, but they didn't have a massive capitalization as we've seen by Ninjas in Pyjamas and Evil Geniuses in the last couple rounds, where it's 2 or 3 people that fall immediately, and they have to try and pick up off of that. For this is still very winnable for Evil Geniuses, and obviously they still have the intel off of those Evil Eyes if they were placed correctly. We haven't seen a lot of people using Twitch or anything really to try and get rid of them, and obviously there is no Thatcher to try and open them up and shoot them either.
And so moving into the late portion of this round now, the last third of it anyway, just under a minute left here. And besides that initial kill, the guys from NIP have gone incredibly quiet, and that's been because they've been doing a lot of droning work. They've been trying to make sure there's no late round rotates that are potentially going to come up their back from EG. On top of that, trying to figure out exactly what this site setup looks like here. Here comes the smokes. The execute shall begin, and now it's time to see if EG can counter it out. Geo tries to get aggressive, is caught on a rotate by Psycho. Smoke grenade going to go in. It does implode, should delay the plan a little bit. Muzi takes out a teammate, but he also finds Young as well. Canadian striking back with 2, though. We needed to see him turn it up, and they might have just given the team exactly what they needed. As now it's down to Julio and Psycho. Necrox really getting caught on a rotate as he moves back over towards yellow here. Doesn't have the angle for the kill. He'll regroup with Canadian, but then they'll split up once again. As now Julio goes to the corner, starts to look for a plan. I believe they hear that, so they're going to look for the opportunity. Here we go, a little bit of spam through, knocks out the planter. And just one player left alive here now from NIP to keep their chances alive. Otherwise, it's EG taking this matchup. No time left for it to happen, however. EG shut it down on the timer. And with that, take control of the series, 2-0 over NIP.
Apparently all you got to do is talk crap about him, and all of a sudden Canadian just wakes up. Because, again, we finally put his name in our mouths and go, okay, he's not doing what he was doing the prior game. Okay, guys, watch. This is going to be a triple kill real quick. I'm going to clutch up the entire round, and we are going 2-0 against Ninjas and Pyjamas. EG on top of everything right now inside of this group.
Geo and NVK leading the charge in that map for EG. Geo picking up 12 and 8. NVK not much further behind at 11-11. But everyone else very, very close. Definitely a team effort that time when it came to EG. And nearly losing control after a 5-1 start coming off of their defensive half. They are able to close it down in overtime and take control of the series over NIP. Should note, guys, it's day 1, so for the NIP fans out there, they are not out of this event just yet. They've only just gotten started. They are now at threat, however. They'll go down to the lower bracket, and we'll see them play in the first eliminate, or one of the first elimination matches of tomorrow, where then they are at risk of elimination from the event.
Yeah, and so far, truly incredible by both teams, especially by the likes of NIP. The amount of grit that they had to battle these maps both to overtime, it was not an easy feat for Evil Geniuses in any means of the word, especially when they were up 5-1. I'm pretty sure that everyone was like, okay, this should be a pretty good walk on offense, you know? Get some rounds down, maybe win this out 7-3. That was not the case. Ninjas and Pyjamas battles back all the way. 5-1 for their split on defense. And again, incredible stuff here on Consulate from both teams. But I think the most notable thing to say is that Evil Geniuses finally found their footing in overtime once again. It seems that when it really does come down to that clutch potential, Evil Geniuses definitely still has it.
Yeah, and once again, Canadian quite literally turning up the second we told him to as well. Had a very quiet game for the most part leading up until that final round, but gets that double kill, followed up with the C4 and then the spray in as well to really pull his team back into the round. As you'll see here, probably in this last couple of seconds. There you go, that little bit of spam from Canadian to finish things off. He did great work there at the end, brought his team back into it, and overall, EG are going to be your victors of the second matchup here for our main stream today. Big congrats to them. We'll see them move into the upper bracket portion of their group, which I'm sure we'll get the bracket for that on screen here in just a second so we can take a look at how exactly the rest of that group is looking. There we go, right on cue. Thank you very much. So, as you can see there, Evil Geniuses making their way into the upper bracket match. We have not finished playing the Vodafone versus Space Station match.
It just started, actually.
Yeah, that's still going on over on our Bravo stream. So if you want to know the winner of that one, please go head over to our Bravo stream. It is live right now on the first map, I believe, and it is currently 102 SSG. So feel free to go ahead and check that out. Meanwhile, folks, the third match here on the Alpha stream is just going to be a few minutes away. A short break, of course, but when we do return, we've got another great matchup here as we continue the action of the group stage of the Rainbow Six Major in Raleigh.
Stay sharp. Welcome back, everybody, and this is going to be our first match of Group D, if I remember correctly. Fnatic versus DarkZero. My name's Intero. This is Kickstar.
Hello.
And the Raleigh major group stages will continue to roll onwards. I hope you've been enjoying the show so far. We've had quite a number of matches, and we've still got about half of them to go.
Yeah, it's pretty exciting, just jumping right into these group stages, and here we have a really good one. It's going to be DZ versus Fnatic, and that's, I think, really exciting for a lot of people. You know, Fnatic's one of those teams that always comes to these lands and tends to perform pretty well, and DZ, on the other hand, still kind of fresh as a team as far as teams go, so we're all waiting to see what they can really, truly do at these lands.
We have the bracket ready for you so you can look at exactly what's happening with Group D, because of course you might be wondering how everything's going, so hopefully we can bring it up for you just to show you and walk you through the bracket. But in the meantime, we've got, it's almost all teams that start with F, and that's very interesting to watch. FaZe Clan and Forza, and then Fnatic versus DarkZero, and of course, we have the bottom matchup starting first and foremost. It's going to be the Aussies up against the North Americans. Not the greatest day for North America so far. Both Rogue and TSM falling short.
Yep.
EG prevailed. We've got the Space Station game going on against the Giants on the other channel, and then we'll see the fate of the very final North American team here in DarkZero.
Yeah, so that match is going to be, again, in my opinion, really interesting. I think we've never seen this matchup before, as far as I can tell. So seeing what DarkZero is going to be able to give us at a major is what I'm most interested in. Fnatic has become more consistent as of late. You know, you look far enough back, and there's less expectation on their shoulders. But Fnatic has kind of been in one of those staples at these lands that you expect to do fairly well.
Yeah, and Fnatic has been getting better as a team. Of course, they got defeated by Empire in Milan because of the fact they're geographically isolated in comparison to the rest of the other regions. Australian and New Zealand teams don't always have the most exposure to international competition, but because Fnatic has been so good for so long, they've been competing at every single international land, going all the way back to the 6 Invitational in 2018. It's been over a year and a bit of them qualifying for every single Pro League final, every single major, under Mindfreak, and now, of course, is Fnatic for the better part of a year or so. They have a lot of experience, and even though they've changed their roster up an awful lot, they've been steadily improving, and I think it's hard to look at the team with Virtue on it and say that this isn't their best formation yet.
Yeah, Virtue has, I think, by a lot of people's accounts, been considered one of the best players in APAC, and just overall, just an excellent talent. And DarkZero has managed to pick up their own individual, talent in Hyper, who has come onto that roster really strong and filled the slot that I think that they were hoping he would fill as that heavy fragger, and giving a little bit more punch to DarkZero's lineup.
Very quietly being one of the most consistent players in North America for almost 2 seasons now. But we have an introduction video for Group D, so you can see all the teams that'll be competing here, as we still have another matchup after this one.
Our first opponents are going to be Force and probably Fnatic or DarkZero. It's a good group, mostly Fnatic and Force. Force it's not in Pro League, but they showed us to be a really strong team. They play just like, they have the same play style as Empire, so it's going to be a tough game for us. And Fnatic and DarkZero are both good teams, and we need to watch out to play against them. So yeah, they're a good 3 teams.
I'd say our only weakness at the moment would be small decision-making ones, or just personal mistakes, which are still very easy to fix, and even small mistake from any player can cost rounds. There's no one in our group that really scares us. I think that Force is a bit of a dark horse in this tournament, but we're not afraid of anyone, and we can back ourselves to beat anyone here.
Of course, we can win every team in this tournament, but it will be really hard for us. The most dangerous team in our group, I think, is DarkZero.
To prepare for the major, we kind of just refined a lot of our strategies. We kind of simplified things. Instead of having just like a bunch of strategies as we've had in the past, we've mastered a lot of simple strategies, but we definitely still have some things up our sleeve that we're ready to show. To the group stage opponents, just don't underestimate us. we're definitely going to be swinging. I know we haven't showed any results at a LAN recently, but we're definitely ready to show what we have.
Now you hear it, the teams can tell you better than we can in regards to what they think. And, well, it's a tough group. Everybody looks at Group C as the group of death, but I think Group D could possibly vie for that title as well. Forts comes in as the dark horse, a lot of teams are saying. They have a lot of potential, a huge upside, but they've got 3 Titans that they're going to have to go through if they want to be able to get out of this group.
Yeah, and I've heard much of the same about Fours as what Cameraman was saying, is that they're kind of similar to Empire in how they play, especially after they picked up Shockwave. That really changed their play style. But those are not the teams we have here for you. Well, that's not the team we have here for you now. It's going to be, again, Fnatic versus DarkZero. These are 2 really strong individual teams, and we'll start going through the rosters, beginning with Fnatic. Of course, they play in APAC and in the ANZ Pro League, and as you can see, they've got some really good performance stats for that region.
Yeah, they've always sat atop the ANZ region. They've had some competition for a period of time. We go all the way back to when there was Corvidae, and then the new Mind Freak, since they used to be the old Mind Freak, and then Athletico, which is now Orglis ANZ. But still, Fnatic has always been a consistency when you look at the region, and they competed with Nore-Rengo for a period of time, but I think a lot of people look at Nore-Rengo and think that with the loss of Waka, the addition of Yoshingo, you still have a maybe weaker team. But then you look at Cyclops as a team that has a lot of potential upside, and even though they had a disappointing result against G2 today, you still know that Cyclops have that potential.
Yeah. I got to be honest, Cyclops, if we're going to take a quick aside, is just, you know, they need the experience. They'll get it, and they got it, and they still have a chance to keep pushing in this LAN. But here and now, DarkZero, the opponents of Fnatic, they are statistically one of the best teams in overall in the world as well. As you can see, the stats are a little bit lower, but this is North American Pro League. It's a little bit different, of course, and yeah, I mean, they've been really evenly split on their performances, but as you can see, Hyper, a little bit of a standout there, and he has been coming onto this roster very strong. I think he's been a big pushing force for DarkZero.
Some people that were a little bit skeptical of the roster moves that were made with Mojo Man coming off of this roster, and then having BC step on as BC was coaching alongside Bacon, and then, of course, dropping Jarvis to pick up Hyper, because this squad, affectionately known as the Goobs for quite a while, they have a long history through a number of different organizations. They've maintained a very similar core over the years. They picked up Hyper, they added Nyx to the roster a couple seasons ago, BC stepped on out of his coaching role, and since then this team has done very well.
Yeah.
They fell short of Empire at Milan. They are currently sitting atop North American Pro League in a hot contest with Reciprocity. And I think the sky is the limit for the DarkZero roster. As Hyper's been able to get more and more comfortable with the team, I think their stock will continue to rise. It might be the greatest potential that we've seen on this team, and of course DarkZero as an organization has flown out their support staff. They're here to help out the team. Got their hands full against Fnatic, and of course with the map veto going on your screen, we'll see the battleground start on Bank. It's a very favorable matchup for DarkZero.
Yep.
They almost defeated Empire on it in Milan just a couple months ago. They're going to be comfortable there. A counterpunch by Fnatic on Consulate, with Clubhouse being our decider.
So, Bank definitely favoring DarkZero overall. DarkZero have banned it twice total in recent history, and they've won it 3 times. No draws and 1 loss on Bank. Fnatic, on the other hand, they've banned it 5 times, and they've lost it once. Consulate, which is going to be Fnatic's pick, is actually a bit of an even match overall. I mean, both teams have won it twice and lost it once in recent history, and DarkZero's banned it a few more times, but overall, Consulate's an even match. You get to the last map, and that is Fnatic's map. That's Clubhouse right there, and they just win it. They haven't ever banned it. Well, they haven't banned it, again, recently, and they've won it 8 times. Really comfortable there. DarkZero, on the other hand, a little bit of a mixed record with Clubhouse, as they won it once, drawn it once, and lost on it once, and banned it 3 times. So, we're starting here on Bank, and we're just going to go ahead and load right in. DarkZero on defense, Fnatic on attack, which means DarkZero will start with the bans.
Fascinated to see here what's going to change or not. Now, Echo is usually the most banned defender, but one thing worth noting is the current build that we're playing on has actually reverted the changes to Echo's Shimmer on his Yokai, which means that it's not as invisible as it has been over the last couple months. Because of this, there might be a small effect with Echo. You might see him maybe get banned a little bit less frequently, just because it is easier to see those yokai. You don't necessarily need the IQ all the time. You don't necessarily need the Thatcher the same, as you can just simply do an eye test. But it's not going to matter much in this matchup, because obviously Fnatic doesn't want to deal with him at all. And he's still an extraordinarily powerful operator who maintains a very high ban rate, whether it's invisible or not. Mira will join him alongside Hibana and Capitao. And of course, Hibana being banned on Bank is not too weird. We're going to see a Thermite and probably a Maverick for most of the attacks onto the basement, maybe a Maverick up top or on the main floor, but that often falls to team decision.
So we're probably going to see Echo and Mira banned throughout this entire matchup through all the maps because, well, Fnatic is one of those teams that just doesn't let Echo get played. They've been, recent history, they banned it 16 times. That's a ridiculous amount. They barely ban anything other than Echo, and if it's not Echo, it's usually Mira. So we'll probably be seeing mostly Echo and Mira throughout this match, as it's DarkZero who bans out Mira more often than anything else. So, and if they don't ban Mira, they ban Echo. So both of these teams are the same mentality when it comes to the defensive bans. So we'll probably see the same ones, whether it's DarkZero banning Echo or Mira, or, you know, Fnatic, the same thing. It doesn't really matter. We're not going to see either of those operators played likely throughout this match. Capitao and Hibana, a little bit of a different story. DarkZero has a kind of a diverse attacking ban phase, but on the other side, Fnatic, they ban Capitao just as much as a lot of the other APAC teams. Like, for example, we were looking at Cyclops. They tend to ban nothing but Capitao. Well, it's kind of the same thing here for Fnatic. They get rid of that operator. They just don't like it.
Capitao's in a very, very strong place right now. He's got great utility. It works better than a lot of other operators that fill that same niche. You know, without a Capitao, you might look at possibly running a Gridlock, maybe run a Nomad, maybe run a Dokkaebi in place, maybe a Jackal. They all can often rotate or cycle through that role. Here on Bank, there's a lot of flexibility with what you can bring. You're going to need 1 to 2 hard breachers no matter what. You're going to bring a Thatcher for a variety of reasons if you have to deal with a Kaid. Even though you don't necessarily need a Thatcher, you're going to have a Maverick who should be able to fight through any breach denial that comes out. In this case, DarkZero's foregoing the Kaid, so you don't have to necessarily worry about Thatcher getting those drop-down hatches. But there's shields that get brought an awful lot. And I'm glad that we're looking and riding on board with Magnet, because he's 6-picked off of the Nomad into the Montaigne. If there's a team that is familiar with dealing with shields, it's going to be DarkZero. And if Fnatic are going to use Montaigne the same way, well, DZ will very likely know how to take care of it.
Now, of course, it's never fun to deal with Montaigne. It's a difficult operator to counter, but there's some good counter utility on the side of DarkZero. You've got a lot of C4s in hand, and those will chip away at the Montaigne shield. And you've also got the gas canisters from the smoke. No Legion being brought here, but that's not essential. Echo, of course, banned by Fnatic, so he's not going to be an option. Surprised there's no Ela. Ela would also be a good counter for Montaigne. He does force the shield, or does force the shield down when you get hit by the Guzman. It's going to be Exothermic Charge actually used on what appeared to be the elevator drop down, if I'm not mistaken, which is an interesting use of that hard breach utility. Of course, there is the Maverick in play, but that's still limited with Hibana being banned. And Fnatic are going for a very different strategy than what we're used to seeing on this site.
Trying to test Hyper's patience as he plays at the bottom of the stairs with the thermic charge of Thermite possibly gonna
They're just in.
Inches away, but no, it's gonna be a push over towards lockers, and BC's gonna see at least 1 heartbeat as you have the statue of the Montaigne there. You got 1 body playing behind it from Fnatic, so BC will need to make this shot count. He can't do it, and he'll have to get away as quickly as he can. DarkZero now well aware of where the push is coming from. Magnet's gonna breathe in a couple of those toxic fumes. DZ now walks on up. They're in trouble because 45 seconds left, and all of Fnatic have taken up place inside of the vault. They'll continue to move forward, and they've got great coverage. DZ is boxed out for the time being, and slowly but surely both teams getting chipped away with. It's Fnatic, though, who's losing more in the long run. 30 seconds to go. Plant Denial goes out. C4 misses. Nick's a little too far back. Hyper engaged in a fight against Aces, and right now it's Fnatic stalling. So they were able to take control so quickly. A smoke will go out from the Montaigne. A little bit of cover, maybe, possibly. Hot and Cold peeking out, can't find anything. Aces gets the first kill. It comes with 15 seconds left. So all of DZ trying to salvage something. 2 bodies down. Hot and Cold just laying in. It's Mint to join into the fight as Virtue gets one, and it's an absolute mess. A slaughter on both sides. You'll have to get the plant down, and it's Magnet with Virtue covering, but Hot and Cold can stop it here. He walks in, and he'll pull out the Bailiff for good measure. It was quick entry from Fnatic, but that'll be it, as DarkZero rebounds very effectively, and the round is theirs for the taking.
I really have to hand it to DarkZero for not panicking as soon as they lost control of the vault, because a lot of teams would probably just attempt to rush into that take from Fnatic. A lot of teams would say, oh, we're losing vault, and then they would get torn apart, probably by Virtue, who's playing behind the Montaigne shield. So I really got to hand it to DarkZero. That was a really well calculated and held defense of the bottom floor. I also want to give some credit to Fnatic, though, because that strategy was actually really nice. I like what they were doing there. There's one thing that really stands out to me is the clear of the Montaigne and Virtue behind. First of all, they were very cautious on that clear. But second of all, the ultimate goal of that push was to have Montaigne and Virtue behind, holding on to the red hallway. You could see the strategy thanks to the top-down view from Marcio, thank you. And it was beautifully put together by Fnatic, where they cut off the rotation red, so if anyone's playing by server or in the other site, then there's no retake potential, because Virtue's going to mow them down as they attempt to cross through the red hallway. And then the rest of Fnatic then should push in from the main stairs, from the elevator drop that was opened up, into the site and plant in lockers. At least that's the strategy. That's the plan from Fnatic. It didn't work out. Yeah. DarkZero, again, did not panic, and they won their gunfights. They did a really great job of retaking that.
Yeah. There was ice in their veins.
Yeah, no, it was really very well calculated.
And they held on to their plant denial. You didn't see a C4 go out until, what, 30 seconds left? Then you saw the toxic canisters go out as well. They held on. And after BC was able to escape red, somehow, despite the fact that Aces and Monty had pushed up as far as they did, BC gets away, goes right back on the sensor, and starts pinging where everybody is. And Fnatic didn't know where to go. Their Maverick got boxed into the elevator, couldn't get out because there's an Alda holding down that entire hallway. You also had, or Aces on the stairs, it was the Thatcher rather that was inside a vault, couldn't do anything. Played very effectively, and they didn't have control. Fnatic did not have control of lockers, and because of that, they couldn't do all that much. All the soft wall between the sites leading into red was destroyed, and DZ had the coverage they needed. Really well played from both teams if you look at it, but ultimately the clock ran out on Fnatic.
And I just got to say, that one round alone, I think it's giving us a small taste of what to expect through this match. And it definitely, well, it tastes good. It looks fantastic. I'm definitely looking forward to the rest and seeing how it all is going to play out. Right now, we're just working through some small technical difficulties, and once we get those sorted, we'll get right back underway. But that was definitely, again, so much to pick apart from just one single round. I got to hand it to BC, especially, who was playing in the Gold Vault, for making it out of there without being punished by Virtue or Magnet, the Montaigne, and the Thatcher, who were clearing into Vault itself. So, and I mean, just so many people who played that really excellent on both sides. So, we're actually going to get into it. It's round 2 now, and we will be going to Teller's Office Archive. So this is actually an older school of thought. A lot of teams these days, they'll go basement, then CEO, or CEO, then basement. Either way. But this is looking back a little bit here. It used to be the case that Teller's was the primary site for some, secondary for others, and then you would have your basement as, you know, the same. And, well, DarkZero seemed to be in that same mindset now. And again, that's looking pretty far back. Looks like it's going to be heavy roam upstairs. No Mira, because DarkZero banned her. When roaming on the top floor, Mira is a very important tool, and not having her is definitely going to make it a little bit more difficult, but of course, DZ have planned for that.
Good use of the 6-pick as well by Fnatic, as they had, was it Magnet, once again, on the Montaigne, 6-picked off into a Zofia. So for DarkZero, they might be suspecting that there's going to be a shield on the board. Rizraz showed the IQ, and of course DarkZero's 6-pick went onto Hyper, onto the Valkyrie. So those Valkyrie cameras could get spotted quite effectively if Rizraz uses his gadget appropriately.
And I'm sure he will.
I have no doubt. And the Valkyrie will be spotted as long as there's any drone work that's done. And here goes one of the default cams as Rizraz will continue to go. You hear one of the drones from Fnatic, no longer part of their army, as will join the drone army of DarkZero. Hot and cold, snagging a piece of intel from the attackers. And while we don't see a lot of drones get captured by Mozzies, a lot of times his pest will act as a deterrent or area denial.
Yeah.
In this case, not only area denial, but you've also got a very valuable piece of intel that you can maneuver around the map, and it'll help. Once again, they'll rely on Rizraz or Virtue to possibly take that drone out of action that the defenders now have access to.
Good information on the side of DarkZero. They have five, actually every single one of the operators on DarkZero is actually an info op, now that I think about it, which is pretty incredible. So, DZ favoring knowing what the heck they're up against, and Fnatic looking to clear out on the top floor. Aces is heading up this clear, and I think it's because he's just been told that there's somebody inside of the top floor elevator. That's Hyper, who has just fallen down. He had the drop down open, and he's going to retreat as soon as he's droned out. Smart play from Hyper. Nyx has somehow lost some HP early on here. Must have been maybe peeking into the main lobby and gotten punished by Rizraz. At least that's the most likely outcome or result.
Bomb located by attackers.
Oh, wrong lifeline there used by Magnet to try and take out the Evil Eye. He'll waste one, or he was just trying to clear out the ADS that potentially could have been there. It's going to be the first kill, though, for Fnatic as they take down Hot and Cold.
And Nyx had taken a lot of damage very early on as he retreated, and this second floor is now fully in control of Fnatic, and they will continue to keep that ball rolling. What little was left of Nyx is now gone, so the Maestro off the board. Counterpunch there as Hyper takes out Virtue, and he heads back in deeper in towards the site as Agumine will not just assist BC, but the other members of DarkZero. Rizraz finds Hyper, though, and this is going to be daunting as Mint is far away. He's in trouble. That's a good shot from BC. He sees, whoa, what a shot from BC. He knows he's got another nearby as he heads for the hills, and he'll be inside of the elevator. Very well protected, playing this angle. Out comes Mint, and he sees the gun stock, pulls out the pistol, can outduel Magnet. He'll take a chunk of HP off, but it's all up to BC to get yet another kill. Magnet has the diffuser in hand. He's gonna go for a plant. Is there intel in the site? That's the only question. Magnet should be able to pull this one off, and he'll do so successfully. Going down and not losing any HP in the process. This will just be a simple 1v1, and Magnet doesn't lose those. Very low on HP, but BC can't do much at all. He's just simply out of range. Well, it's Magnet who wins it. They'll equalize 1-1 apiece.
Bad calculation on that peak. Well, bad decision-making, I guess, on that peak from BC in the middle of a reload. Bad timing. It was a really nice clutch there from Magnet. Close one. Really close one. BC almost brought that round back, and Mint, I think, panicking a little bit. He brought out the heartbeat detector. That must have been a fat finger. But if not, then, yeah, pure panic. So a couple mistakes there from DZ, and they weren't able to take the round. But honestly, the way that that was shaping up, it should have been a Fnatic round through and through. So it really comes down to Fnatic, I think, choking in a few key situations as well, as they had full control of the round for the majority of it. A lot of that comes down to how efficiently and well they cleared out the top floor. Great information gathering thanks to the droners on the side of Fnatic upstairs, and then the clear was right behind those drones and right behind the information gather. So they used that vertical pressure then to pick off a few players on DarkZero, and then once the site take came out, Fnatic was in the driver's seat. They hiccuped a little bit. They gave BC a good opportunity to get some kills, and it almost went the way of DZ, but yeah, Fnatic should have had that, and they did get it. And now we're at 1-1. It's going to be CEO next here for DarkZero. They don't want to try tellers again.
CEO is usually where most teams go second site. So
yeah, these days.
It was not odd to see the main floor site, but just more of a...
It's an older...
It's not as commonplace as it used to be.
Yeah.
So you go upstairs to CEO, and you have a lot of options at your disposal. You can impact trick the walls. What is impact tricking? Well, it's when you throw an impact grenade. As you can see, Nyx priming himself, ready to do. Throws an impact grenade right there, and it blows up the exothermic charge or the X-Kairos on the other side of the wall. There you go. Should you find them go. There will be, of course, no X-Kairos whatsoever in this matchup because DarkZero banned Hibana. So if you want to be able to negate impact tricking, you're going to likely need a Maverick, but Maverick doesn't really show up all that much on any site except for the basement site. And since the basement site is locked, you know as Fnatic, you don't have to go back down there until round 4. So where are you going to go? Well, you just bring out Thermite. That's all you really need here. Additionally, CEO can be played very aggressively. You can keep a body down in lobby. If Echo is unbanned, you can put a yokai drone somewhere nearby. You often see bulletproof cameras go up on the windows of Banana, leading out onto the balcony that will look into the main lobby. You can put a Valkyrie camera up there as well. You can put a Maestro camera up there. There's a lot of tools for the defenders, and because CEO is so flexible, it makes the attackers have to play it based around the way the defenders have it set up. Even teams like Empire will make adaptations when they usually attack the same way because of just the nature of this site. For the time being, Fnatic is spread out quite a little bit. I don't know if that was...
Nope. No, he was trying to get the castle.
I think he was trying to get the castle and he just simply missed. So that's some utility that's gone, and that's going to be good for DarkZero because Nyx's bulletproof barricade is going to stay up for the time being.
So an attempted impact and a failed impact from Nyx as he's gonna have to fall back. Aces gets the wall open, and he even has a little bit of cover for himself because of a very well strategically placed exothermic charge.
It's hot and cold in the middle of the hallway now, able to gun down anybody with an Alda. That's a powerful gun to be playing there. Ace is looking to see if there's a rotate inside of Paper, and there isn't, or Stock or Janitor, however you want to call it.
Mint is playing Paper right now. He's waiting for a push. This is a perfect operator to have there. Smoke. He's also got an angle through the CEO wall that was actually pre-opened by the defense. Hot and Cold is playing in the Soda hallway, which is dangerous, but a different setup here from DZ. 2 early kills in the engagement. Well, 3 actually, as Lusty comes in from Stock, and well, he's gonna get a 3rd for himself in the 4th in the round. Nyx gets 1 down on the floor, and that's great for him, but can he get 4 more is the question. The answer, no. Lusty will get 4 though, and a flawless round for Fnatic. As they take the clear upstairs, it's seemingly Fnatic dominant on the top 2 floors right now.
Lusty making most of that work on his own as well.
Yeah.
Enters on in through trading, continues to move forward, finds Hot and Cold, and then by then the ball is just speeding down the hill. You're not going to stop it, no matter who you are on DarkZero. Having a UMP be the very final weapon in a 1vx is just not a favorable situation for the defenders, especially when you've got a C70 on the board, especially when you've got Zophia's AR on the board, especially when you've got any of IQ's guns on the board, be it a Commando, be it the AUG, be it the LMG. There's so much that you can possibly do. Now, with both Tellers and CEO being a failure for DZ on defense, they're going to go back down to all reliable CCTV, and that's why you see the 6th pick come out onto the Maverick of Magnet. He's been the 6th pick so far through most of the game. It was a Monty before, but in this case, Fnatic are going to run a Jackal. Now, I mentioned that Jackal can fill the void that you would usually have a Capitao fill, or if Capitao is banned, then you can possibly have a Zofia go in there, you can have a Jackal, you can have a Gridlock. There's a lot of flexibility in that spot if Capitao is off of the board. Ying used to occupy that role, Glaz used to occupy that role, even though both of them have seen their pick rank drop very hard.
Plummet even.
I would say that is a correct word for it. In this case, Fnatic is going to likely go, I would guess, for an A take. I don't think we're going to see a B take from them. And because of this, DZ's setup is going to be probably very similar to what we saw in round number 1.
Yeah, I mean, you expect it to be a CCTV that the attackers will primarily attack. And yeah, it looks like that's the case right now from Fnatic. They haven't brought the Montaigne, of course, as you say, so probably won't be that off strategy we saw at the beginning. Interesting, like, what was a good strategy from Fnatic. It can be easily predicted now that it's been used. It's a shame for them that it did not work out. That's... I'm not sure. He placed it and then picked one up. Not sure what his intention was there, but it was interesting to watch. He will cut off rotation at the top of main stairs, well, the middle of main stairs. That will deny anyone coming up from the basement.
Fnatic have been very quick to assess and take map control. On a map as big as Bank, you really, really need to be able to take it quickly. And in this case, well, it needs to be very utility heavy and you need to be as quick to the punch as you can be. Because of this, It's being played very well from Fnatic. These are two innovative teams. They're likely going to do things that you're not used to seeing. But this is pretty common from both Magnet and Mint's perspective. You've got the Maverick taking the hatches inside of admin area, an open area, inside of the little small office. And then you've got a shotgun also played at the top of server. There's a drone from Fnatic amidst the barbed wire that I don't think Mint is aware of. And he might be in trouble here, but no, he levels. Virtue turns tail to run, and they're all blinded. Fnatic as well, and because of that, they can't secure the kill. Wow. Mint is able to just weather the storm for the time being, and now Lusty is blinded as well. 2 flashes from Fnatic, and the mistiming has been the undoing of Fnatic. This could be the round right here. Unable to dislodge the smoke, who is now absolutely utilityless. But it's a crouched Lusty to walk on in. And down goes Mint. He only had a tiny bit of HP. He wasted so much time, and now there's no smokes. Nyx is their next obstacle inside of server, so DarkZero have played this perfectly. And Fnatic, who themselves low on utility, might end up being the victim of those 2 missed flashes.
Well, if Nyx can do any amount of damage here, it's going to be a really hard recovery. And yeah, there it is. Hyper to support as well. It's just Mag and Lusty in a 2 versus 4. The clear into server not working so great. Nyx, well, holding a pixel angle on the side of the shield. He could very easily take out Lusty if he decides to peek, but it's patience. It could work out in the favor. Oh, that smoke is so bad. Lusty has just given a rotation free to the Jaeger. Han's going to take out Magnet, leaving just Lusty, and he'll be eliminated by Nyx. DarkZero holding on to server and server stairs, and Fnatic unable to dislodge them.
So many mistakes from Fnatic on that round, and that ultimately ends up being what costs them it. They had perfect control. They could continue to push on in. It looked like Mint was a dead man walking at the top of server stairs. He only had 1 toxic canister left. Yeah, it flattened Virtue, but you had so much working for you as Fnatic, and what happens right as you push? The mistimed flash. A second push, and another mistimed flash. And because of that, Mint is able to hang on by a thread for 45 seconds, persisting, costing Fnatic utility, costing them time, and then ultimately not able to translate what they got control of on server stairs down to server itself because of the way that BC was playing inside a vault. He was able to make the calls to Nyx playing inside a server with the shield in front of him. There was no way that Fnatic was getting past it, and then the add insult to injury, that bad smoke from Lusty ultimately allowed Nyx to push up, and Lusty was blind. It was Nyx who had the right call, and that was the round. Unfortunate set of circumstances for Fnatic's fans, as they did seem to be in good position to carry that one through, and they just committed so many forced errors. Or would you say unforced errors?
Unfortunate errors?
Unfortunate errors could work.
Yeah. It was definitely not a great round there for Fnatic. But they've been playing pretty well so far. As long as they don't have any egregious hiccups like that again, then we could still see that back and forth. But that was definitely the most dominant round I'd say we saw out of either of these teams, or we've seen out of either of these teams. DarkZero going to CEO. Now here's the thing. DarkZero have only managed to win basement defenses, and now they can't go to the basement again. So if that continues, if DarkZero, if Fnatic consistently win on the top 2 floors, then it doesn't matter that Fnatic just lost that last round. It really doesn't. It's just going to be probably a 4-2 split for Fnatic. That's on DarkZero to make some changes to their defenses. Now remember, going into this, this is DarkZero's map pick, and it is statistically also a map that favors DarkZero, as they're the only, between these two teams, they're the only ones who have won this in recent history.
And you said it was 5 bans for Fnatic with only a loss to their name, whereas DarkZero's banned it twice, but they have 3 victories and 1 loss. And even though they didn't ban it, and even though it was technically a loss, they did put on a good performance against Empire on this map.
Yeah.
So, hey, you take one of the best teams in the world for a ride, that's pretty darn good. Nyx is in so much trouble here, and he's going to need an awful lot of help, but he's not going to get out alive, and the exothermic charge will actually claim his life as both teams lose a body. It's Rizraz taken down by Hyper as Nyx is off the board for DarkZero, and not only Nyx gone, but also the wall inside of CEO. So there's a safe entrance for Fnatic if they want to go through. leaves the other wall waiting for Aces to possibly put down his second exothermic charge, should he still have one remaining, as he holds onto that diffuser and will need to push in. It's going to be incumbent upon the rest of the team to ensure that they have full control of the site. In this case, they absolutely don't. Lots of soft walls with an ACOG in the Alda there, and Ace is trying to crawl his way in, and he'll meet his doom at the hands of Hot and Cold. Gun down, and diffuser down as well, with Hot and Cold still remaining fixed on that site.
Mint also in a great position over by Paper. Virtue's going to take down Hyper, though, so even man count still. And Fnatic definitely not out of this just yet. Someone's going to have to deal with Houghton, though, playing by reception. He's in such a great position, and Mint inside of Paper also can, in any moment, spring into action and hold on to CEO. He's got a shotgun. He can make the line of sight if it doesn't already exist. Diffuser down. 25 seconds. DZ still in a great spot to just wait this out. One on North Repel. That's their answer to the position that Hot and Cold is playing, but it won't be enough as Houghton can still play this angle safe. And what a good angle it is. Mint getting aggressive on the Soda hallway. Virtue's going to take down BC over by Meeting. And there you go, Mint contributing from the hall. It's all on to Mag. And he's pushing into sight. He has diffuser, but he doesn't have time. And he'll be shut down by Hot and Cold. DarkZero take yet another round. This time, though, for the first time through this first half, not a win on the basement, but on the top floor. So that is DarkZero upsetting the rounds that we've seen so far, changing it a little bit, and, well, they've at least gone even on the half. Potentially could take it if they win their Teller's defense.
I don't think Hot and Cold moved from his position at all. I think he stayed there the entire time. After he claimed the scalp of Aces, he was able to go looking for more, and the diffuser was down right in his clutches, even though it was a far shot away from him. He just simply needed to wait and bide his time. Yeld is one of the best guns in the game, and I think for a lot of people, indisputably the best on defense. And because of this, in the hands of somebody like Hot and Cold, who isn't used to playing support roles for most of his career, but has now been moved to that position because of the players that DarkZero have picked up in the process of revamping their roster, Hot and Cold has looked quite good in a support capacity. Now, as the camera fixates on Hyper, we'll make mention of the fact that, yes, this is a Caveira on the board, and Bank is one of the largest maps in the entire game, and certainly in Pro League as well. Because of this, teams that don't do their due diligence end up running afoul of a Caveira, and because of that, it can shut down your entire push as an attacking team. Hyper is very consistent. He has good aim.
10 seconds left.
You can see something tricky happen here, but Fnatic's not the type of team to not drone effectively.
5 seconds left before
So we'll see exactly how quickly they'll be able to figure out where the Cav is, if they are effective at all at doing so.
Locate a bomb and defuse it.
Well, it's likely to happen. Fnatic have been doing a great job of droning thus far. That could change, of course. There's a lot of inconsistencies in the way that Fnatic have been playing. That's the main thing that I'm noticing here. We've seen some amazing rounds from Fnatic. We've seen some rounds where you just have to question, wonder how that came into being. But it's definitely not anything that is predictable, I guess. And that's interesting in of itself, I suppose. Next, using an Evil Eye, and it's gone. And he was trying to peek the ATM's doorway, and he's going to go for a force peek after losing the Evil Eye. It's the Zofia Magnet over by ATMs. Just trying to get a pick or two from that position. It's a powerful one if you can use it right, but it's also a angle that usually leaves you at the disadvantage as the attacker. Another drone gone there. That's actually, I think, Magnet, unlimited information now. Hyper playing in reception on the top floor. That's... if he's patient enough, then that could actually work out. If it's a main lobby take, then it would definitely work out. But right now, Fnatic are actually focusing on clearing the top floor. You can see that Hyper is surrounded, and he's getting a tight angle on potentially Rizraz if Rizraz decides to push into reception. It'll just actually spring up and miss a lot of shots, eventually downing the IQ, though that took him a little bit too long. His position now given away, he will be collapsed upon. Hiding inside of Meeting, no pistol shots left, and he's going to use the SMG, which is less than ideal. Hot and Cold contributing as well, though, as he takes down Virtue. Finally, Hyper gets shut down upstairs, but he did some damage and wasted some time. Nix also takes out Magnet.
The way that DarkZero played around the Cav was beautiful. The moment that Hyper was able to take out the IQ of Rizraz, the rest of DarkZero coalesced around that upstairs and started to move towards the remaining members of Fnatic because they knew that Fnatic was going to try to collapse upon Hyper, as you said. Exactly what happened. 3 bodies from Fnatic went hunting for the Brazilian operator, and because of that, DarkZero decided to counterhunt, and they were the ones that ultimately came away with the big victory here.
You know what I noticed? We haven't been seeing a lot of Nomad recently.
That is correct. You have not.
Yeah, and Nomad is, you know, especially like in that situation, for example, would probably have assisted Fnatic quite a lot. Not bringing her, not putting them up on the flanks, allowed exactly what you were talking about, that retake upstairs, get those kills.
I mean, to be fair, Bank is not exactly a favorable map to Nomad, though, so it's not like she's going to be run with, I think, great reliance.
I would argue she's a kind of a universal operator, but yeah, it's not her best map.
I think that a lot of teams like to work elsewhere, and because of this, they'll pick their operators accordingly. In this case, the picks that will come out will be from DarkZero. They get 2 of them, and they'll take their defensive half, 4-2. We'll switch sides and see what Fnatic can come up with on defense as, and by the end of it, DarkZero ended up winning CCTV, CEO, and Tellers after losing Tellers and CEO in the first 2-3 rounds that they defended them. Obviously, some frustration there will be on the side of Fnatic, but as you've noted, and I think does need to be stressed, this is very firm DarkZero territory.
Yeah, it certainly is. This is their map. They picked it, and they are very comfortable on it statistically. So, they'll be going to the basement. Or rather, I guess Fnatic will be going to the basement. And they'll also bring a clash. They brought the castle so that during the reveal phase, it would seem like they were going to the top floor. And they're trying to trip up DarkZero on their 6th pick. But, yeah, the operators that are being brought from DarkZero right now are going to be fine for attacking downstairs. They still have smoke on Hyper, and they have all of the available hard destructors, so, as well as a Thatcher. So I think DarkZero are going to be plenty comfortable here. Ace is on a clash. It's quite interesting.
You see something missing on DarkZero's lineup, though, to deal with that clash. Really all they have is the EMP. Yeah, there's not going to be a lot that they can do unless they manage to pinch aces.
I mean, that's what happens, I guess, if you decide to bring an Ashe instead of a Sophia.
I mean, but you could also possibly deal with a clash with frag grenades if you brought a Sledge or a Buck.
Yeah.
Maybe even a Finka. We've seen some teams run Finka on Bank, mostly Latin American teams.
Or a Nomad.
Or a Nomad. Or possibly a Gridlock if you can huck the track stingers into positions, then force the clash into them, doing 10 damage apiece.
Yeah, they do actually a substantial amount of damage, to be fair.
The sound is way worse than the damage it does. The sound of operators stepping on it sounds awful.
It's like you're being stabbed in the gut, and it's just tiny little spikes.
More like ow.
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 Ow. Oh.
I feel like in real life, if humans had a health bar, stepping on a Lego would do more than 10 damage.
Maybe.
And then the sound of that, it definitely
it's very gory, yeah, for what it is. But yeah, we haven't been seeing a whole lot of either of the flank watching operators that are, could potentially be good at the at countering Clash. It's likely the Clash will be playing to support the staircase hold or server hold, or no, actually, Mace is just staring at the garage. You know, that's actually kind of nice. He can take his hands off the keyboard and the mouse and just chill.
Just relax.
Just stare at a screen.
Yeah.
You don't get to do that with any other operator. If you're holding garage as any other operator, you have to actively maneuver, be cautious, because if you stand still, you're going to get headshot. But as a Clash, you can just, you can relax.
I wonder, even though Capitao is a very frequently banned operator, and I think some might say that he's quite strong at the moment, I wonder how much of this was Fnatic knowing that they were going to be running a Clash often. And because of that, you can abuse it and force DarkZero to have to commit 1 or 2 operators to an anti-Clash role. Obviously, Zofia being the biggest, I guess, success when it comes to pushing a Clash out of position. I wonder if that was a strategic choice by Fnatic or just simply a comfort pick onto the Capitao, because not a lot of people want to deal with Capitao on any map.
It's definitely comfort for Fnatic right now, but it could also play into the Clash, but they banned Capitao more than any other attacker by far, so it's not too surprising to see that. Oh, that's the downed Clash and a flurry of kills for both teams. Neither come out on top. Lusty on lower HP, so technically DarkZero takes the cake a little bit, and they're also going to eliminate Magnet, who had retaken upstairs. So definitely a win right now for DarkZero as Riz goes down. He'll be finished off by the Ashe charge. It's just on Lusty. Low HP, but he's in a great position. Oh, just misses an opportunity. And you can see that DZ are aware of his position and are rotating to plant inside of lockers instead. Much safer. The retake already in, though, from Lusty, and he'll be eliminated by Nyx. A great take there from DZ and some on-the-fly decision-making. It's really well played. That's 5-2-2 now for DarkZero.
That's another big round from Lusty, making good individual plays. He did that on the Jackal earlier, but it wasn't much success at all.
Yep.
I don't know if Fnatic had the greatest comms on that round, because you saw Rizraz cross after the wall had been opened up into server, and Rizraz just looking the other way. He's not even trying to take a fight into server. He got picked off very easily by Nyx. I'm not exactly sure if Fnatic were aware of the fact that DZ had taken control of server, because DZ obviously made a coordinated push up top after Hyper got cornered inside of Elevator and they knew that the clash was coming at him. Well, you had two separate bodies from DarkZero trying to punish the clash as you saw Lusty get recalled from inside of open area. Fnatic just seemed to be all over the place there, and I think they got confounded by what DarkZero brought with them. Now, here's one thing that's changed up. The Ashe is gone, and you've got a Zofia. That could be a reaction to the fact that there was a clash previously. You might be victim to a clash that gets 6 picked on, but in this case, Fnatic has opted for something differently. Magnet will be on the operator that was literally created for him, based off of him, Mozzie.
Of course.
Of course.
As I'm sure most of you know, Fnatic are Australian. So, and Magnet is definitely the template for Mozzie.
Now you look at the scoreboard, and without looking at much of the game, I think this tells a very convincing story. Number one, top heavy here from Fnatic. The team has not shown the same amount of depth through these 3 rounds, and even though, or through their 2 rounds that they've won, and through the 8 rounds in total, this is obviously a significant problem for them. Here's another problem. Hyper is right at the door of the site, and it doesn't appear to be anybody watching. If he held that diffuser, in theory, he could just walk right in and plant.
It's a very fast take. But there's actually one player on defense for Fnatic on top of the A drop, which is open for some reason. It's a different defense than what we're used to seeing.
This is very odd to maybe try to bait them into this hatch control, and once you lose control of the hatches, you're in a great degree of trouble. But Fnatic's got 3 bodies off-site, 4 bodies close to off-site. It's Aces sitting on site, that's it.
So
that's all she wrote. The other 4 members of Fnatic are all roaming right now.
The fact that DZ have managed to take server so quickly is actually not going to work great for them because, yeah, you have server, but you also need to take control of the drop-downs above, which are opened up. DZ were obviously not expecting this, and why should they? This is a very off-meta strategy, opening up your own drop-downs and then playing underneath, especially considering the Habana has been banned. But it's what Fnatic committed to, and you could see that Nyx was trying to deal with it by moving into Archives and opening up the wall. He's been somewhat successful, but meanwhile, the take into server is being punished as Hot and Cold has been downed.
Zero haven't really done all that much upstairs. Now you see Hyper getting pushed on up towards admin side. He's got the Jaeger above playing, and Nyx will have to win this one, but he can't do that, at least for the time being. Hyper still down below, watching the opening as possibly BC can go on in and go for the plant. They've had to juggle the diffuser because Hot and Cold is so low on HP. Hilariously, Nyx gets droned out. He takes out Lusty and 2 from DZ, answered back 1 by Fnatic. As Rizraz will look for another. Virtue with 2 big kills, even though one of them is onto Magnet. It's a 3v2. It favors DarkZero now. Nyx looking for the head, but he'll get caught in the cross as Riz is able to take him out. You're going to have to pull the plant off with a minute to go. But DarkZero still got time. They don't have hatch control at all. The site is vacant. DZ can walk right in as the 2 remaining members of Fnatic are looking at the exact same drop. You can do exactly what you did last time. Go deep into the site and plant. But I don't think this information is at their disposal. Mint goes on upstairs as Hyper takes down Rizraz. Nobody really knows where Virtue is for the time being. Mint is just completely blind. Virtue will drop, possibly to his death. They hear him, but Virtue wins that one. It's another kill. This is big for him, as he'll now stare down Hyper in a 1v1 with 20 seconds left. Hyper has no idea. DZ have been completely blind so far. Virtue will play around the bomb site. He'll head on in now as the plant is going down, but now he doesn't know. He'll hear the C7E as Hyper's fallen off. He'll have to go for the kill. He doesn't have a lot of time. He knows this, and unless there's some miracle in the very final seconds, oh! How do you get that? My God, Hyper! He pulls it out with a second to go, right as the clock strikes 0. And that'll be match point now for DarkZero. Goodness gracious, by the stroke of luck, there's not even any emotion on their face. What a play by Hyper.
He was less than a second away from losing that round. If he had hit anything other than the headshot there, it would have been Fnatic taking it. Really good job to Hyper going for the push there. You can see he was panicking a little bit. He potentially could have actually stuck the plant, to be fair. But he decided to play it a little bit more aggressive, and it worked out in the end, though it was close. Now, Fnatic struggling here on Bank, but as we've talked about already several times, this is certainly DarkZero's map, as they have better stats here, and, of course, they did pick it. After this map, we will have Consulate, which is an even match between the two. Both teams are pretty good on Consulate, have a decent record, 2-0-1 for both. Different set of bans, but if you're looking at just the performance on the map, and yeah, well, they're the same. So that'll be an interesting one for sure. Here and now, DarkZero looking oh so very comfortable. And they'll attack onto the basement one last time. Either it'll be a win for Fnatic, and we'll keep going, or DarkZero will just end it here.
10 seconds to insertion. 5 seconds left before insertion.
Oh, Fnatic setting up for what appears to be a fake top floor roam, I'm guessing. They're putting a few reinforcements upstairs. They're also putting some pests on the top floor, and I'm guessing, again, it's just a kind of a fib. Saying, hey, we're gonna roam up here. Who's their drone denial? And you know, maybe they get a drone out of it, or maybe they slow down DarkZero's clear. Either way, could profit, or they will roam upstairs. We'll see. They got options.
I mean, they just did it, didn't they? They had 4 bodies above the site.
It was an interesting hold, yeah.
It was a very interesting hold, but once again, DarkZero is assessed and knows there's just nobody playing inside a server. The fact that Fnatic keeps relinquishing control of server has been their undoing for 2 rounds in a row, and that last defense was really well done by Fnatic. Keep in mind, it was Fnatic also the team that baited that mirror retake upstairs in CEO, so quirky plays on Bank that we don't see all that often seem to be Fnatic's strong suit when they do come here, even though this is a map that DarkZero excels on. And once again, DarkZero very quick to the punch. They've taken control of server, they've opened up the wall, they can push on into A when they want, they've cleared out nobody from Fnatic, as once again it's going to be an aggressive roam, and both of the panels are gone. You know, there's going to be play or presence upstairs, so what do? Well, you stash a drone, and you see Magnet playing from above. There's actually 2 bodies from Fnatic playing above, and it looks like it's Nyx all alone to try and clear them out. 3 now, as it's the Vigil, the Jaeger, as well as the Mozzie, and he just narrowly avoids the hole that's opened up.
You can see that Nyx is trying to kill Magnet, but while Nyx is trying to kill Magnet, Lusty is in a position to kill Nyx, and you can see there's the impact from the Vigil. He's just trying to distract, though. Nyx is possibly aware of this. You can see the angle come out from Lusty, and he lands a few shots, but no kill, and finally Magnet will go with Lusty to get that kill as Nyx attempts to rotate over towards the skylight. Really nice roam there from Fnatic and predicting the move from Nyx. It's happened in the past. It'll shut down this time.
This is match point 2, keep that in mind. So hot and cold, utility dumping all the way down to red. There is a Jaeger on the board. It's both Hyper as well as hot and cold breathe in some of the toxicity that comes from the bags thrown out by smoke. It's Mint now upstairs trying to roam clear. He'll find Lusty. The Vigil has no chance whatsoever. And Mint is expecting a body to pop out somewhere towards CEO. So that's exactly where Mint is going to go. Hot and Cold will go for the plant. He's going to take a lot of damage. That's a miss from Hyper, who just is unable to hit the toxic canister. Mint just a second too late, as down goes BC. That was one of the flank watches. Aces is there, and Mint will have to hurry. 20 seconds left, and Fnatic are in full control for the time being. Expecting some possible plant denial. It's going down. Hot and Cold protected very effectively right now, and he'll get it down, but it's a spray out, and Hot and Cold falls. Nothing for Virtue as Mint is watching from above. It's all up to Hyper and Mint to try to hold this one together. Aces takes out what is remaining of Hot and Cold. He gets down Riz, Raz, and Magnet in a 2v2. Diffuser still down. This is it for DarkZero. If they hold on and they take map number 1, Mint will rotate. He'll head possibly towards server, and he can open it up. as it wasn't reinforced. There's still a body from above, and that's exactly where Mint is going to go. Aces has been picked back up, so Hyper's going to have even more to do. Waiting for the head to peek. He gets pinged from one, can't go for the second. Oh, he'll take out Demazi. Hyper and Mint are there. It's a 1v2, and that'll be at DarkZero, with Hyper being responsible for the final kill in the last 2 rounds. They'll take their map. It's a 7-2. They barely broke a sweat, and they don't even need to look happy as they're up 1-0 over Fnatic.
Really strong win there for DarkZero. Again, their map, but seriously, it looked one-sided through and through. There was some interesting stuff being brought out from Fnatic. I especially liked that basement attack strategy that they brought at the beginning, but it didn't work. And that's the most important thing.
You don't necessarily want to point fingers, but on Fnatic's side of things, it was only Lusty and Virtue who really seemed to show up at all, whereas DarkZero, almost every single member of the team had a significant moment that they can look back on with great pride. It was a quick one. We have Consulate up next, and as the replays roll, we'll throw to a break, and then we'll see you for map number 2.
Drop the bomb.
It's an excellent job.
Has been dropped. 50 seconds remaining. A bomb. Attackers need to protect the diffuser. Position compromised.
Welcome back, everybody, to our second map between DarkZero and Fnatic. We saw a very fast one. This was a 7-2 scoreline for DarkZero to prevail over the Australians on map number 1, Bank. Sure surprised me how quick that one was. I expected it to maybe be a little bit more of a back and forth, but we've got map 2 on the docket for you.
It'll be Consulate. It's an evenly matched map so far for the recent history of these teams. Both have the same record, 2-0-1, and well, we'll find out who actually ends up being the better team, but it'll probably be a closer contest than what we just witnessed.
Yeah, I would expect, given that this is not only Fnatic's map, but also that neither of these teams seem to have a much better record than the other. As we saw on Bank, coming into it, we knew that DarkZero was a lot more composed, and they just carried it away. Fnatic, their guns, very silent. There's really only 2 players that actually showed up. There was great depth from DarkZero. They played it well. Almost every single measure, DarkZero exceeded Fnatic, whether it comes to entry, whether it came to actual plant denial, whether it came to roaming, droning, etc. And Fnatic will need to use this break to better themselves because they risk being done for the day if they don't prevail here on Consulate.
Should they get to Clubhouse, though, which would be our map number 3, if it comes, then Fnatic do have a significant leg up in terms of their record. It is, right now, statistically, Fnatic's best map, as they've played it a total of 10 times and won it 8, lost it twice. Whereas DarkZero has a kind of a checkered past on Clubhouse, as they've won it 1 time, drawn it 1 time, and lost it 1 time. So, we'll see. Typical bans from Fnatic as they take out Capital. Jackal going to be eliminated here from DarkZero, a little bit different than what we've seen from them in the past. And probably an Echo ban from Fnatic when we get there. Before there, a Mira ban probably from DarkZero, or Valkyrie. Are playing on Consulate, not Mira's best map, so the Valkyrie makes a lot of sense. This will probably be Echo, and if not Echo, then Mira. But I doubt they would value a Mira over an Echo on this map, yeah.
Unsurprising to see Echo get banned out. I did start this off by saying that Echo might be banned a little bit less frequently just because of the fact that his drones are easier to see, but he's still such a powerful operator, even though his drones are more visible than they were just a couple days ago. There's your Nomad that you were talking about. You even said, well, there's not a lot of Nomad. Consulate's a great map for Nomad.
We haven't casted a map yet, or a round of Nomad yet today.
That's very true. Though we did see Nomad in the EG versus NIP matchup. It's really nice. You can't see it at home, friends, but we have a monitor next to us that shows the other live game, so we can look over and glance at the other game very quickly. We can tell you right now that it's map 2 of SSG versus the Vodafone Giants. On the other channel, Rainbow Six Bravo. Don't forget that there's a second channel, and if English isn't your forte and you happen to speak another language, you can go and look for the regional streams as well that have the same broadcasts here, just in a different language. If that's more your speed, there's a lot of options, and that's one of the beauties of having a major, is that we have extraordinary coverage of every single game all across the world. So feel free to go. If you speak Japanese, there's the Japanese stream. If you speak Portuguese, there's the Brazilian stream. If you speak German, there's the Dutch stream, or the German stream, Ubisoft DE. So feel free to go listen in on those. If Kickstar and I are not your speed, we promise we won't take it personally.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
Fnatic going to the top floor to begin their defense. Starting defense again. Well, not again, sorry. Boom, starting defense this time. Both teams have been favoring attack, which is kind of interesting, actually. Because we saw Fnatic go to attack on Bank, and now we're seeing DarkZero go to attack on Consulate. Interesting decision making. I think it's very different than what we were seeing earlier, the first match. Now, looks like it's actually going to be a yellow stairs take from DarkZero. That's what they're shaping up for right now. There are a few different ways you could take onto the top floor of Consulate. A lot of teams will just decide to clear in through admin office on the east side. That's the top floor as well. But it becomes a little predictable. And with a potentially a pulse in play, sometimes you don't want to risk that. C4 from below, that'll often come out. And right now, it's a take onto yellow stairs, which is another one of the more typical strategies. The one problem here is that there's no Capital in play. Well, the EMPs have been well placed by Mint, as you can see, and at least some, I think there was an ADS pre-placed earlier elsewhere of the ADSs might have been destroyed. As you can see, there's still one left on top of yellow. Now that can easily be cleared out. I know, I was wrong. No, that's the first EMP coming out. So there it goes, ADS dispatched. And now it's easy to nade anybody playing on the top of yellow stairs. Not gonna be the case though, and there's a little bit of a, I guess, an unknown standoff. As you can see, Nyx is trying to get the player inside a bathroom. That's actually going to be BC who gets it. Perfectly synced up, Ash charge with the nade there. Virtue's trying to get the person on rappel of the bathroom window. He's not able to get the angle just yet, but he's looking for it. He's hungry, and he needs to get those kills because Fnatic are so far behind.
Virtue just got droned out, and with Rizraz on spiral stairs, he'll likely be joined by Virtue. They'll simply wait for the time being. That'll leave Aces on site. We've seen him perform miracles as Maestro. He's definitely not somebody to ever count out of the action, but nobody from DarkZero even has a scratch on them. There's 500 HP between the entire team. And for the time being, they'll just simply wait. You know that you can take chances and possibly go for runouts, and because you have 2 extra bodies, DarkZero can commit 1 to flank watch, 1 to possible runouts, and still push 3v3. Along with Rizraz being really low on HP, he's able to take some gambles here. Virtue's not getting back in alive. He runs out, he cuts down BC with Hot and Cold trading him off. So yeah, you've gotten the sledge out of action. You'd already used his frag grenade, so it doesn't really matter. Now DarkZero only have 2 people to go against. They've got some drone work happening. And finally, an exothermic charge to crack open the site. Rush on in, Hot and Cold will need to go for the plant, but they're taking too long. This is almost inexcusable. The patience that we see from DZ. C4 goes out, Hyper will survive it, Ace is down, and it ends up being a lockout for DarkZero. I don't even think the diffuser got planted at that point, as it's DarkZero winning yet another round, and they start off Fnatic's map on good footing.
A nice shot there from Mint. A really good take from DarkZero on the top floor. It was looking problematic for a little bit there because it took them so long to clear out the yellow stairs. But when they did so explosively. BC managed to get the nade kill, and they got that control quick enough to eventually get into the site. It was just, again, it was very close. 600 HP. Everybody has 120 HP.
Well, I thought you have 20 HP once you hit 0.
No, so it's technically speaking, everyone has 120 HP because if you hit 0 and it doesn't do more than the 20 HP that it would require to kill you instantly, then you get down. So then you have your 20 HP. So it's kind of like it's a little bit different. And actually, I don't even think it's
I feel
it's less now, isn't it? Or did they not change that part?
They changed that part. I feel like
it's 600.
I feel like you're pedantic.
Okay.
I feel like you're being shallow and pedantic.
All right.
That's a reference, by the way.
I don't know that one.
I'll show you the clip on the battery. So we got a match to cast.
Fnatic going to the top floor yet again. They're going to be bringing a Mira to this site. That's interesting. Left unbanned, not too crazy on Consulate. It's not her best map, to be honest, but she can still be useful.
Fnatic loves this bathroom Mira. We've seen them do it a number of times, and the other Mira is going to go exactly where Aces is looking right now, which is pretty standard, but if you lose control of connector, there goes that Mira and that control. And the thing is that if you lose control of connector, you lose both the Mira windows. Presumably, that's where Aces is going to put it at least. That's where most teams do. He might decide to opt somewhere else, but that Mira window that goes on the bathroom is a pretty nice place to put it. The time being, DarkZero will assemble over on the console office windows. Aces is waiting to put it down, so this could be a pocket Mira strat, waiting until it goes down at the very final second. The problem with a pocket Mira is that if you die, the Mira window doesn't set itself up, so you die with it, and that's a valuable piece of info that is gone here. Also, Mozzie was able to grab a drone during the prep phase, so there's going to be some extra intel on Fnatic's side of things. They managed to spot Rizraz on yet another drone, which I don't think he sees. It's on top of the speakers, assembled over by Piano. And if DarkZero can get a good call here, well, you can possibly take care of this Mozzie really quickly. I don't think they know how to handle it for the time being.
It's interesting that they're not even going to try. I mean, they have the information, that's great and all, but he's clearly on drone. They probably could have gotten a free kill there from Rappel. Not even going to attempt that, though. He's probably worried about a potential run-out setup on the balcony or from the front door, which is, you know, good's good. Mint's playing it safe. That's fine.
sounded like impacts. It could have been Lusty opening something up. Not entirely certain of where they were coming from, but you could hear them clear as day. Lusty is downstairs, and there's one impact grenade that has indeed opened up one part of the garage wall. Down goes Nyx as Fnatic will get the opening pick. It's Virtue to take down the Ash. No piano control for DarkZero just yet, as they are stalling out really hard. And the Mozzie might have actually been spotted if Mint had leaned a certain way through that window, but instead Rizraz knows it's time to get out of there. Down goes the smoke, as Magnet's life is not going to be long in either of these rounds. That's Hyper on yellow stairs, and he's got a clear passage all the way on up now. Just needs to look through the corpse of the smoke. He's got bathroom control too, and he can continue to maneuver. This is good for DarkZero. They've got control that they need, but they need to translate it towards the site. They've got just under a minute to go. So even though they stalled out for a period of time, they can find their footing.
Hyper's got good angles here at the top of yellow stairs. He's not able to find anyone just yet. Another problem is that DarkZero only has 30 seconds left. That's not a whole lot of time, and they've only just gotten control of top of yellow. The fuse is on Repel for CEO, and it's looking for a plant, but there's so little time to make that happen. Hyper going to add another kill to his tally from yellow, and a third for him. He's been having a really good round so far, but there's still denial downstairs in the C4, and Hyper's going to be down at the top of yellow. Houghton cannot really plant here, as Riz is likely to deny it from below if there's any amount of information. Lusty also finishes off Mint, so it's actually just a 1 versus 2, and the planter eliminated. Lusty, an excellent round there, and Fnatic will take their first.
I think they really needed that. It was only round 3 in map 1 where Fnatic last were successful in any of their rounds, and I think they needed a motivation boost, and they needed some good news, I suppose, against a pretty formidable opponent here. We've never seen these teams play against each other, and that's one of the beauties of having these international contests, is you get to see your dream matchups. Just as we saw Cyclops versus G2 earlier, we saw EG versus NIP. EG is still undefeated against Latin America teams, and then of course you've got SSG currently playing up against the Vodafone Giants as well. In this particular matchup, it's two styles, I think, going against one another. Fnatic love to be crafty. Of course, with Dizzle as your coach, there's a lot of thought process behind why and how this team functions. One of the biggest disappointments for fans of Fnatic is that when they end up being an emotional team, they make a lot of mistakes. They get a little bit too overzealous, they peak things they shouldn't peak, and that lack of discipline can ultimately be their undoing, because even though they're a great shot, they are, unfortunately, victims of, I guess, their own success, because they're used to winning those fights. In this case, DarkZero has shown excellent discipline. I think we can say that. They have always been one of the most well-prepared teams, and in this case, they have looked pretty good every step of the way. That round obviously is no exception, even though they fell short. So we'll see what happens now, as it's a garage defense from Fnatic down below. No Kaid on the board for Fnatic is actually very interesting. A lot of teams love to run Kaid on this site, not just for hatch control, but also because you can play from farther back and throw the Electric Claw onto the garage wall without putting yourself in danger to yellow stairs the same way that Bandit tricking would. In fact, if you look at Fnatic's lineup, the only denial they have is Mute, and that's a singular EMP gone. In this case, they're lucky because DarkZero doesn't have a Thatcher on the board, so they'll rely an awful lot on either the Sledge of BC up in Piano or Mint's Twitch drone.
Looks like it's going to be a garage opened up already. No denial means no need for a Thatcher, so DarkZero got a little bit lucky there. Simple droning going to be coming into the garage now, and they'll probably just go for a straight garage take. They don't really need to complicate it any more than that. There's 3C4 on the side of Fnatic, so plenty of denial. And, I mean, well, plant denial. No garage denial. And they've also got Evil Eyes to gather information. And Twitch is being brought to counter those, and you're not even going to need them there for the first one, as I think that's a nade from BC. Second should be dispatched there from the Twitch drone, depending on if it's too high or not. It might be looking up. It's very likely that it's looking up. Of course, when you see the Twitch, you got to angle them accordingly. If you look the if you look the Evil Eye high enough, then it's really hard for a Twitch or a Thatcher to destroy them with their gadgetry.
That was a team kill waiting to happen in front of the garage, wasn't it? 3 bodies, but now DarkZero's just going to storm on in. 4 bodies in. They rush. They'll fly in, and they'll take control, but very well handled by Virtue as he finds 2 kills to answer the one from DarkZero. Unbeknownst to Fnatic, it'll be a successful plant from DZ. and now they're in post-plant coverage. The Pulse and Hot and Cold tussling around the bomb chassis. Aces pops up, he'll be the hero there. Yellow Stairs control going for Virtue, but BC's the better aimer. Enter the F2, but both BC and Mint are so low. Lusty taking out Mint, and all that stands in between a victory for Fnatic here is the Egg himself. Affectionately titled, and Aces will shut him down. You just have to get to the fuser on time, but I don't think he saw it. It might be in the body. He'll have plenty of time, and this is an easy hold on for Fnatic. They read it very well, and DarkZero got a little bit too cocky, rushing into the site, and they get swatted away, in particular by Virtue. Well handled by Fnatic, and it's 2 in a row now for FNC.
You can see the execution strategy there for DarkZero. They clearly had a plan for that rush. It wasn't just a, abandon all thought sort of rush. They knew exactly where they wanted to plant and exactly where they wanted to execute and hold. Unfortunately for DarkZero, though, they did not do a great job of dealing with the player in security and security hall. That ended up working heavily against them. And BC did a great job of trying to hold on to the round by himself over by White Van, but when Mint came outside and was ineffective, didn't accomplish much of anything, then the round was pretty much over at that point. It was a nice try, though, from DZ, and a better retake from Fnatic. Well done to them for managing to recover that round. All things considered, post-plant, that is a tricky situation, no matter who you are. So, basement defended successfully, top floor defended successfully. Fnatic, we'll go to the middle floor. You can technically go to tellers, but very few teams actually do.
I feel like teams pull that out when all hope is lost. That's like there's a word in there that you can't say on live broadcast. That's the blank button.
Oh heck, what do we do?
Yeah, the break in case of absolute emergency. So in this case, I don't think Fnatic have ever found themselves, at least so far through the 3 rounds, needing to go over to tellers, though, as I mentioned, when you have Dizzle as your coach, you like to do zany stuff. And going to tellers for a lot of teams can be considered quite zany. In this case, lobby is a very reasonable place to go. One thing to keep note of for DarkZero is they have been in a position to plant every single round so far, which just goes to show you how close these rounds have gotten. So even though Fnatic has come away on 2 separate occasions with victories, they were hard-fought victories. If you continue to allow DarkZero to take control of the site as well as they have, without having Fnatic using a retake strategy, because that has not been Fnatic's goal every single time, then eventually it'll get to a point where DarkZero will be more successful at blocking you out from a retake. In this case, lobby retakes, it can be pretty difficult to pull off. I would imagine that DarkZero's biggest endeavor is just going to be this second floor, which for the time being looks like pretty standard. DarkZero was holding console office. They've got a Vigil up there. Lusty will have to push back at some point, lest he gets circled by the DZ guns.
DZ have thus far, when attacking anything other than basement, only executed onto Yellow Stairs. And it's, worked out for them one time. They're going to take out Lusty, though, on the Yellow Stairs, trying to challenge the Repel. There's another player there as well, Riz, who's doing his best inside a bathroom. He'll be detected by the Lion, but, nothing they can... Well, I guess everything they can do with that information is he's downed, but he'll dock himself back to life. Unfortunate misses there from Hyper. Ash Charge goes out underneath, and Hyper will catch the rotation. Rizraz gone now. And DarkZero, a great execution there onto the bathroom and top yellow. They really have refined that to a science, and I think that they clearly understand what they need to do every single step of the Yellow Stairs take. It's just 2 players left on Fnatic now, and yeah, okay, that's definitely not over, but DarkZero are in firm control of this round.
Yeah, that was very quick, too. DarkZero just managed to pulverize them, and there are certain sites that we see where when you start to lose, you really start to lose. Lobby isn't necessarily always one of them. Teams don't often get that aggressive. Usually what you'll see is that you can just walk in the front door and possibly get a plant off. That's really oftentimes the biggest extent of a rush that we see on lobby with these teams. But because of this, DarkZero can commit so many bodies to just hold off the remaining members of Fnatic. Consulate's very narrow, it's very linear. It's very tough for you to be able to get back to the site here now, given that it's going to be a 2v5. Still, despite this, DarkZero's gonna have to hurry. They've got 30 seconds left, and they're still struggling. Nope, there goes Aces. It's all up to Virtue. Beautiful shot on the Nyx, but he gives his position away. It's just a small maneuver to the side. And his biggest foe will not be Hyper, but those impenetrable banners and those impenetrable railings. As Hyper manages to get the very final kill, and they'll equalize. It's 2-2 for both of these teams.
So, probably back to the top floor. And yes, indeed, there you go. It's going to be a top floor defense here for Fnatic. Middle floor, seemingly not friendly to them. Though the... Oh, actually, no. Okay, they're going to stick to their guns. Interesting. We'll change last minute to the middle floor. Probably trying to break the expectations from DarkZero. Here's the thing, though. The attack is probably going to be very much the same. DZ have clearly shown a preference to attacking onto the yellow stairs. Maybe they'll do something different to try and mix things up. But, yeah, the strategy here from DZ has been the same for most of these rounds. It's not going to change if they're attacking onto the top floor or the middle floor. That's the beauty of the strategy that is being used right now. It's a yellow stairs. You can use any... You can go anywhere you want from yellow stairs. So... Yeah, DarkZero will probably go for that again, or, you know, maybe not. Maybe they'll go for the more typical admin take. Taking through admin, you could push into meeting. Once you do that, you have control over the B-bomb site, and then it's an easy execution from the front door. They've got their options. I'm really surprised that Fnatic are going to try this site again. They don't really need to. They could have gone top floor, then bottom floor, which usually are more comfortable for most teams. But... made their decision.
I wonder if it's just because they saw something go awry very early on and were a little bit too overextended, and that if they can shore that up, then they feel that they'll do better here on lobby.
Probably.
That could be the line of thinking. They've already made a swap, which is Rizraz, who was basically trapped inside a bathroom, has now moved over to the other side of the map. Admin is not usually a spot that a lot of teams contest. We like to note this every time we see Consulate get played, but there's two members from Fnatic over here, and they're going to invest in it quite heavily. Rizraz might fall off. Virtue actually might fall off. It might have just been 30 seconds them sitting and waiting just to see if DarkZero was going to entry, but no, that's not the case. It's actually going to be an entry from down below, and oh, goodbye, Lusty. Nyx will find him and continue to move through the map. He walks in, takes out Lusty, and then walks right out.
Yeah, you could see that Lusty had no idea anyone was going to be coming from the garage. That's poor information gathering there from Fnatic. If you're not going to be gathering information on the garage, you need to at least barricade those doors to give you some kind of prompting when you're being pushed. So bad prep or bad information, whichever one you want to call. Good job to Nyx, though. Props to him and his team. Good droning and good follow-up from Nyx himself to get that kill early on. DZ are setting up outside of the front door, getting ready to execute into the main lobby. They have to get more control before they can actually do that. Doc called out at the middle of Visa stairs, and that could be a kill if played correctly from DarkZero.
DarkZero has been really sneaky and very, very precise with their drones. They've been able to find a member of Fnatic without Fnatic knowing on almost every single round so far. I actually want to say every round. Now, keep in mind that there's a drone on Fnatic's side too, so Magnet will be able to pilot that one around and possibly find somebody from DarkZero on their entry. Rizraz now been droned out, sprayed through the wall. The Doc will survive for the time being as he hits the desk. He'll be continuously pestered by the drone. Manages to shoot it out. Rizraz getting absolutely taken apart for the time being. But he'll heal himself right back up. That's the power of the Doc. Down goes Aces as we see one of the signature grenades from BC with his opponent's names on it. And now the drone on spiral stairs getting shot as the Doc heads above. DZ can continue to circle the wagons as they find themselves in a 5v3.
Nice entry there from BC. And Rizraz gonna get the refrag, and two for him actually. Hyper though will shut him down, leaving just Virtue above. He's in a great spot here to deny the push into the main lobby, but the only real spot to do that from, and that's the drop down. Doesn't seem like DZ even knows. They're expecting the person on Repel to cover this flank. I believe that's BC on very low HP, and he's taken out by Virtue. It's a beautiful kill for him. Definitely winnable.
Seconds to go.
Plant going down from hot and cold, and Virtue now needs to retake into Piano, but he's a little too far. The plant will be successful. Outpost, Virtue's in a much worse position. Oh, an attempted vault out, but he's caught. Hot and cold down, and only one more for DarkZero. That's Hyper. Pistol out for Virtue, but he loses the fight. Hyper secures the final kill for DarkZero and the round. That's 3-2 now for DZ.
How good has Hyper looked so far today? Oh Oh my God.
Yeah, he's been having a match and a half.
This is Hyper's first major, if memory serves me correctly. He's been very limited to the actual lands that he's played on. Obviously, being on the roster that was known as Mouse and then became Rise Nation, and then he got picked up after Rise Nation was relegated. Hyper either being bought out or moving off of his contract, however you want to phrase it, or whatever happened legally for him to go to DarkZero. But what an impact that he has had. Not only being one of the best players in North America, statistically, over the first half of Season 10, on this DarkZero roster, but also being so crucial for almost every part of DarkZero's strategy, and he has just absolutely manhandled Fnatic in the dying moments of every single round. So, at worst, DarkZero is going to split this first half with Fnatic, but there's a chance here for DarkZero on attack to be able to put this one away 4-2. Down to the garage, Fnatic is going to go, and I know that you expressed some confusion in the previous round at the fact that it wasn't a second floor defense. It's still open, and they're still not going there. Well, what do you think it is about Fnatic that they just don't like about that top floor defense?
I think that's fine. I mean, the thing that really confused me was that they didn't go top floor because then they could go top floor and basement, right? Like, yeah, sure, if they prefer basement to top floor, whatever. But the top floor was opened up last round, and the basement's just opening up this round. So, you know, I get if they want to go to the basement, I get that. But I'm just confused why they didn't choose to go to both. They had the options, you know, but they went to middle, and it cost them. Well, I mean, actually, to be fair to Fnatic, that didn't necessarily cost them. What ended up actually costing them was they just lost the round. They couldn't defend the basement or the middle floor, and it came close, came really close. We almost saw that clutch from Virtue. It was a pretty incredible attempt, but well, Hyper is not one who loses those.
Can we take a look at where those mirror windows just got placed? Are they both upstairs? No, they're okay. Those make a lot more sense.
Both downstairs.
Very difficult to hear from Rizraz's perspective as to where those were. It actually sounded like one went down on that garage wall. I was wondering if they were going to do the liquid strategy of putting the mirror window on the actual garage panel. No, that's not the case.
These mirror windows make sense considering what we saw from DarkZero the last time that Fnatic defended the basement. Fnatic did manage to repel a rush strategy from DarkZero, and if you rush into those two mirror windows, you're very likely going to be torn apart. So this is a clear read on DarkZero's past use of the rush. However, I don't think that's going to happen again based on the way that DarkZero currently set up. It looks like they want to go for a full roam clear, and they're already starting to do that. As you can see, BC right above the piano, he's going to start laying some fire into bathroom, trying to scare anyone that might be roaming there. Nick's also going to open that up. No information, though, on where exactly the players are. It looks like Fnatic has fully fallen back downstairs right now. So the clear is done, whether DarkZero knows it or not, and they're just going to be trying to isolate those rotations using the air jabs, and then setting up for a take into the site, as well as using that for a vertical pressure to maybe get some picks from above.
You mentioned it very correctly. DarkZero has not broken a sweat as they've always pressured from console, and then console office and gone from there. So BC's now dropped down to piano as one of the garage panels will get opened up. That's because any kind of breach denial that would have been there from the mute is now gone off the board. Nyx is on yellow stairs. He's going to lose yet another drone to a mute jammer. Of course, there is some verticality here when it comes to the mute jammers, so they can stop you on the stairs. BC is able to get it or not to free Nyx's drone to continue to push on in, but 30 seconds, you might have to go in blind. No casualties yet for either team as the second exothermic charge will go off, and Hyper taking out two. He walks right in. Down go Virtue and Lusty. Mint felled to a C4 from Magnet as Rizraz is downed as well, and now finished off from Nyx. That'll leave Aces to play around this Miro window with Magnet just off site. He'll grab a kill on the spiral stairs, but that'll be it for him as he's downed. It all rests on the shoulders of Aces, but no! The final 3 kills will come in from Nyx, and DarkZero will take the first half 4-2 on Fnatic's map. DZ on the defense, and they're close to being able to take this series 2-0.
So, DarkZero on the attacking side of Consulate looking exceptionally strong. How will they fare on defense is the question. Well, they've got a pocket strat for us, ladies and gentlemen, as they go to Archives Tellers. Now, DZ have not been the ones to show us most of the pocket strats so far today. Fnatic showed us a really cool one on Bank at the very first round, and now DZ are going to try and show us one on their very first round of the second half of the second map. Yeah, Archives Tellers is interesting, and I want to know how DZ plan on holding this. We always see a new take every time it's brought out because there hasn't been a truly successful hold of this site so far, and because of that, everyone's still trying to set the meta to define how you defend this. Maybe DZ can give us a new definition here today.
I have to ask a couple questions about this. The big one is going to be, if you're trying to hide strategies, then why would you bring this one out now? Like if you think about it, you're up 4-2, you're in the driver's seat, you've likely flustered and gotten under the skin of Fnatic. They haven't taken a timeout yet, and they can very much do so to try and reset themselves. Why are you going to take them to a site that you possibly could have saved, let's say DarkZero does win this, for tomorrow if they do go to Consulate, or for somewhere in the future? Because I think it's a mighty fine idea to go to a site that you don't usually go to, but I have to question why you bring it out now.
Well, in my opinion, number one, a lot of respect for Fnatic. Number two, if you win this, then you solidify your momentum. You know, that's putting you at 5-2 on map 2, and you've already won map 1, then you're in a really great spot. Number three, and this is the most important one, I seriously doubt that this is the only pocket strategy that DarkZero have. Like, knowing DarkZero, knowing the amount of prep that must have gone into this tournament, I can't imagine this is the only thing that they have to show us. And yeah, I mean, it's fair enough. Bring it against Fnatic. They're a good team, and yeah, if you can put yourself up 5-2 right now, then yeah, you're gonna probably win this this match, and then you're going to be in a great spot for your group. That's just my opinion. Track Singers, well positioned there from Lusty. That's actually going to cut off rotation by Visa Stairs, and it's really easily done at that. They've got both of those disruption operators in the Nomad and the Gridlock being brought here on this attack. It's not a guarantee that DarkZero is going to win this. Even though this is an interesting setup, the way that they're defending this is I really like what they're bringing here. It is very different, and they are managing to well avoid their opponents right now, the attackers who are clearing into admin office, playing this from below. Looks like they're going to be relying a little bit on C4s. They've brought 3 of them. But that doesn't guarantee the win for DarkZero. This is still easily could be a Fnatic round.
Hyper's utility-less on a secondary gadget, so that's going to put it all into Mint and BC's hands. The problem with Tellers, like we said about Lobby, is that when you lose this site, you lose it real hard, and you have to retake through a staircase because very few teams will actually plant down in server. They almost always plant in Tellers after they've managed to cut off the site and isolate the roamers. That's where things get really challenging for these teams. So, for the time being, Fnatic need to take control of that second floor and then translate it to the first floor. They've got 2 bodies above, both the Ashe and the Nomad, maybe trying to find if there's an off-site member of DZ. In this case, we know there is. It's Hyper. He's playing up top of yellow stairs. A barricade on the console office doors means that he knows if somebody's going to go in through that direction as Rizraz creeps down below and could possibly spring into action. Hot and Cold is rotated upstairs alongside the Mozzie, and they'll break open the doorway, spray on in, and Magnet Naces fall as DarkZero takes 2 kills to start this off. 25 seconds to go. Another round of the Track Stingers will go, and Lusty falls victim to Nyx. So everything going in favor of DarkZero on this strategy, working flawlessly for the time being. Virtue always a great gunner. He'll find Nyx. That's a nice shot, but he's going to have to find an awful lot more. Alongside Rizraz, who's downstairs. Virtue will need to plant. Rizraz can't do the job he needs to do. And now Virtue up on the desk is just a C4 away. It'll be Hyper to finish it off, and obviously some celebration on DarkZero's side of things as they will take yet another round. It's their 4th in a row, Michael, and they are in full control of this map.
So at first I was starting to think, okay, wow, Fnatic are well equipped to take this site. I mean, they must have a lot of experience dealing with it from scrims because they were doing a lot of really good things to deal with your typical hold of that site. I love especially the way that they were cutting off the rotation by Visa Stairs. They must have been thinking to themselves, okay, if we do that, then they don't have any way to reconnect to the Teller's bomb site. But then I noticed that was a clear bait and switch from DZ. So you can kind of tell that that DZ went onto that site. They thought to themselves, okay, how does this site typically see defeat? How is it that the attackers always win here? What are they doing? And the answer is really clear. I mean, you take admin office, then when you have admin office, you have full control over pretty much both of the sites. I mean, even archives, you can do a whole lot. You can inflict a lot of damage onto that. And tellers is really easy to take. And there's also, there's the pressure that goes onto Visa stairs, because if the attackers can isolate Visa stairs, then there's no immediate rotation back up into tellers. So you plant on desk, having admin control, and cutting off Visa. That's exactly what Fnatic did. And DarkZero was ready for that. They read that. They knew it was going to happen. And they set up their retake strategies perfectly. The retake was from yellow stairs onto the top floor. And you'll notice that they actually put a barricade in the long desk doorway in an attempt to kind of cover the visual of that retake from meeting and, well, long desk. Once they had a good position to execute onto the players in admin office, they did just that. And at the same time, they didn't need to use what Fnatic expected them to use, which was the Visa staircase. They also had a nice collapse just from Spiral and, you know, retaking into tellers. Overall, it was DarkZero exactly where Fnatic expected them not to be, and ignoring the typical lanes for hold on that site. So that was a really nice bait from DarkZero. It was executed well, and Fnatic fell for it. Oh, what is this? What is that?
That's an easy kill for Rizraz.
Okay. Well, he got droned out, and now Hyper's dead. I like that. This is a cool spot. He got droned out. Never seen that one before.
He's taking a break.
Yeah, he's just chilling.
Just chilling. Just sitting on the bench.
It's fine. It's probably going to mean a round for Fnatic. You know, what was it, like 80% of the time when you get the first pick, you're winning. But
yeah, there's a Siege GG stat. By the way, who have provided stats for us so far. So
thanks, Siege.
It's nice to have them involved, as always. Thank you for the work that they do, and of course the information that they provide to us. It makes our jobs not just easier, but also a lot better.
Thanks, Black.
Yeah, so there you have it. I don't know what happened to that
Ash charge?
Ash charge.
Must have been caught by an ADS.
Why didn't the first one get caught?
Well, because the ADS is inside a bathroom. He opened up the bathroom wall, and then
it got caught.
The other one went in bathroom, and then got caught, yeah.
Shrewd placement. Couldn't see the ADS from above, so it was just theory crafting on my part, but
yeah,
we'll see.
So it didn't get the shield that he wanted it to get, because I must assume it was an ADS. Either that or it evaporated. Now, Fnatic...
As utility does.
Yeah, as utility does. Fnatic are still trying to take the middle floor here, as you can see, and they're doing a good job of it. They just eliminated Nyx, and that was the roamer inside of the bathroom. DarkZero now find themselves a two-man disadvantage on this basement defense.
And this is going to get real tough, because look at Fnatic's lineup. It's the same as before. Flanking is going to just be an absolute nightmare with Lusty and Magnets operators, and now you're going to lose the garage wall as well. You've got lots of plant denial, keep that in mind. And the last three operators up are all anchors. That's what you want them to be. Hot and Cold is playing far enough back that he can just control the bottom of Spiral stairs as well as the bottom of Visa stairs. And that's where he's going to thrive. He's got a Vector. It's going to do great damage up close. And if Rizraz doesn't check to the left or doesn't know that there's a Mira just sitting down at the bottom waiting, actually looks like there might be two bodies there, well, then he's in a lot of trouble.
Oh, an aggressive push from Hot and Cold, and he's going to look the wrong way at the perfect moment, and Riz will take that kill. Mint also on the floor, leaving just BC in a 1 versus 5. He's going to have to likely ace it to win it on low HP. It doesn't seem likely. The plant coming out here at the front of White, but there's so little time. Hey, if he could deny using an Evil Eye, this actually might be possible, but it's not going to happen. He'll do some damage, but no denial. Player on the top of yellow, and he knows it. Nice vault there, but he'll miss the shot. BC's looking for anything he can use to get himself out of this round, but it's not going to happen. A flawless one for Fnatic, and they will take another one. 5-3 here, still favored to DZ, but that was a really convincing attack from Fnatic onto the bottom floor.
Fnatic played so well on that one. They looked prepared, they came to play, they opened up the wall exactly where they needed to, and they set themselves up for a very successful post-plant. You saw just the one round of Xkaros going up at head level on the left side of the garage panel. Why? So Virtue can just stand there, and essentially, if you're not hitting a headshot on him, you're not going to get him. The only real angle that you can do that is from inside of the staff area, which is where BC was situated, but even if he does kill Virtue, there's still Rizraz behind you. You've still lost yellow control to Fnatic as well.
This is a tactical timeout, appears from DarkZero, and you can tell because you see Bacon talking to the team. Normally the coaches are not allowed to converse with their teams apart from tactical timeouts during these matches. So that's what's going on now. We'll find out who it is exactly called it. I'm sure they'll whisper it in our ear at some point. But it is a good timing, especially if you're DarkZero, I would say, after losing that last round, because that was a very convincing attack there from Fnatic. And yes, Fnatic did get bamboozled a little bit when they were attacking onto Tellers, because it was a bait strategy from DarkZero, and and Fnatic fell for that bait. But when it came to the more typical, conventional defense attack, like what we just saw on the basement, Fnatic looked dominant. And if DarkZero can't find something else to work with besides again baiting your opponent, then they're going to have trouble moving forward, because you can't do that consistently. Fnatic will stop falling for those sort of types of things. And yeah, I wonder where DarkZero is going to try and defend. Looks like they're sticking to Garage. That makes sense. I mean, they did just use a tactical timeout. I assume they were the ones who used the tactical timeout.
We can confirm it was DarkZero that called it.
Thank you. So, having just used it, they probably were setting up a different strategy to try and hold this.
When you find yourself in this position, we can often be very critical, right? We said this against Fnatic. Okay, you went to console office twice. You lost the first time, you went to it again. Why didn't you go to it after that? You know, teams will go to sites, even though they lose it many, many times. They might see something that they don't like. They might see something that, hey, this is very easily fixed. Maybe we can sort this one out. Who knows exactly what the theory is behind it? But teams tend to take this opportunity, iron out what just happened, and in DarkZero's case, they got pummeled by Fnatic. That was almost a perfect round in terms of the execution of what we saw from Fnatic, and some misplays from DarkZero, of course, lending themselves to making it appear that Fnatic was maybe more poised than they actually were. Clearly, DarkZero thinks that the issue isn't the site. The issue was either the way that they didn't react to what was brought from Fnatic or the way that they themselves played it. DarkZero forfeiting control of the top floor and then that first floor very fast, and then having very minimal map control, allowing Fnatic to just continuously bully and push on in after taking the garage panels as well. Well, that's something you got to fix and shore up as a weakness. In this case, you had also Hyper above. He died super early next to, you know, admin area, and then what? Well, it was a free death, and there was a 4v5 for the rest of the round. Obviously, Hyper's not going to go for that cheekiness again. I don't even think he's been droned out from Rizraz above either. There's an entry from Fnatic somewhere. Breaching charges go off. They see that the drop is opened up, so Fnatic is well aware that there will be, at minimum, 1 or 2 bodies playing upstairs, as you don't open those hatches on the second floor unless you're trying to maybe have a bait and switch. In this case, we know for a fact Rizraz has not droned out the Jaeger yet, who is currently playing on top of yellow stairs, and because of that, Lusty almost loses his life. So Rizraz's negligence or his inability to see a body on yellow stairs allows, you know, Hyper to just continue to rotate.
And he also got by the player at Cement Wall outside who was supposed to be holding the rotation there in Piano. So that's Hyper really dodging 2 bullets for the price of 1. And now he'll be safe in the site, able to effect change later on. There's a common angle we've been seeing lately into the bathroom, one that's frequently coming out. It just sees right through those little pipes there, and you can shoot anyone who roams inside a bathroom. And that's made bathroom a less popular place to be recently. That's why you also see these shields that Nyx is using right now next to him on that mirror window. Right there. So he can play the mirror window and have the shield to protect him from that hole. Oh. Ash Charge doesn't get enough of the wall to destroy the mirror. That's quite interesting. Ash Charges don't destroy mirrors, they destroy the wall around the mirror, which destroys the mirror, and he didn't get the whole wall. So
that's very unfortunate. It's a stroke of misfortune, I guess you could say, for Fnatic there, as they expended so much utility. Yeah, they burned through the ADSs, but they weren't able to do much else. It's allowed DZ to get their bodies decently close to site with none of the garage panels opened up just yet. Still, you've got control on Pianos. This could get messy for DarkZero. There go the garage panels in the exact same places that we saw from the Hibana previously. There's no denial or no active denial, as Nyx is the only one as the mute. No Bandit or Kaid being brought from either of these teams so far through 9 rounds.
Look at the time. Fnatic have 5 alive, but 15 seconds left to execute. And look at all the denial on the side of DarkZero. They're just waiting this out. They know Fnatic attacks slow, and they're taking full advantage. Evil Eye positioned well enough to maybe deny the planet. Actually might not have line of sight. It looks like it does. The C4 does as well. And that's it. DarkZero take the round and put themselves 6-3 in the lead. Having already won map number 1, this is looking good for DZ.
Means Fnatic will have to be perfect from here on out. For those of you that are keeping track at home, you've got Fnatic needing 3 rounds in a row to push to overtime, in which 2 more rounds will be required. So that's a very daunting task for Fnatic. They have good mental fortitude, even though they have been tilt-prone in the past. They seem to have gotten past most of that, especially with how they performed at Milan. I don't know, proving that tilt is, I guess, just a 4-letter word. Who really knows? So DarkZero will go upstairs to console office for the very first time. Possibly put this one away.
I feel like I can hear the comms from DZ through that last tactical break where they went and said, they were just, hey guys, they're really slow on their attack. Have you noticed? They're incredibly slow. So let's just try waiting patiently as we can. Just play it off site, you know, just hold on until they push us.
It's funny because I don't know if you could hear it over Flynn shouting.
What?
Right next to us.
I can hear, well, yeah.
Could you hear anything over Robert Flynn shouting?
Must have been really exciting. Yeah, there's no wall between us, so we just...
No metaphorical nor physical wall.
Mm-hmm. There's a curtain.
There is a curtain.
But...
Can't see.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah. But yeah, no. So that last round, you can pretty much tell that during the tactical pause, DZ were just saying like, yeah, hey guys, Fnatic are really slow on their attack. Let's wait it out. Let's just let them slowly attack us, and we'll win on the time.
Now, unless I missed it amidst the chaos in the final, literal 2 seconds of that round, the only kill that I think DZ got was on Lusty planting. That was it.
Maybe. I wasn't paying that close attention.
Fnatic got 2 opening picks the moment they rushed in, but the C4 connected onto Lusty, and nobody from Fnatic was there close enough to be able to grab the diffuser. And because of that, you essentially have 7 people still alive. Obviously, correct me if I was wrong, please. I don't want to be incorrect. But you have 2 kills from Fnatic, and the only kill that DarkZero gets is onto Lusty. That diffuser is down. Talk about an impactful frag.
Yeah.
That one. You don't need to kill the other 4 because the goal, the objective, will not be met while the clock is still running and then eventually hits 0. And that's a heartbreaking round for Fnatic, but as you said, it's their own doing because of their sluggishness and the speed at which they were able to take control and then translate that towards the actual site.
Yeah, I didn't notice. I was primarily paying attention to DZ, seeing if they lost any players there because they were the more important, like in that situation, if they had lost players, then they would have lost the round. That was kind of the situation. That's what we were facing. I didn't actually see if Fnatic lost more than 1, but it was definitely a really, like you said, impactful frag. It's an interesting setup here from Fnatic, or rather DZ, and it was based on C4. You could see that Hot and Cold had a C4 pre-placed underneath printer or paper, some like to call it, whereas BC and Hotton were holding the Soda Wall hard. Hotton's going to have to rotate because of the Habana X-Gyros that just got used, but he's not going to fully fall off. It's again, a very interesting setup from DarkZero. The repel in from the Habana is heard, not punished. And Hotton's going to actually start getting aggressive. This is very dangerous the way he's playing this, but he knows no one's on that paper repel anymore because the, again, the repel was heard. Such an aggressive hold from DarkZero overall. I mean, look at the way that Nyx is trying to hold on to this front office. He looks away at the wrong moment there. He might have gotten punished from the Thatcher, but not the case.
Hyper and BC both getting juiced up from the dog. BC falls to Magnet as the ARX does quite a bit of damage there. Nyx is in trouble as well, so he'll just try to hold off. This is going to be dangerous. That's a bold play from Hot and Cold, and he just loses it fair and square to Virtue as Nyx heads off. He'll try to get back to site. Fnatic managing to dig themselves out. So far, it was a 4v5 that has now become a 4v3 in their favor. But once again, the clock will be their adversary. 30 seconds to go. They have control of the eastern side of the building. Continue to move on up from admin. We'll have to get past Nyx on spiral stairs. Hyper tapping away as the smoke will cut off his line of sight. Doesn't know if there's somebody out on the balcony. That might be a toxic canister that actually misses, and amidst the smoke, Hyper gets a lucky kill. He goes fishing, Nyx gets one as well. And now the pendulum swinging back towards DarkZero. They're gonna go dark all over Fnatic as Lusty, the last alive, with the match on the line. He's not gonna have time, and it's Nyx to secure the North Americans onto the winner's bracket. DarkZero, what a performance. They'll push Fnatic down into the elimination match tomorrow, while Fnatic will await the winner of FaZe versus Force. And until then, DZ, what a celebration and what a victory over Fnatic.
Yeah, DZ, a really decisive one, I have to say. Fnatic over 2 maps got 5 rounds. That's a lot less than you expect.
That's very disappointing for a team like Fnatic, one that is consistently rumored to be or listed amongst the best teams in the world. 5 rounds is not what you want to see, especially when people have leveled what I think to be very valid criticisms of DarkZero's performance on LAN. Well, they looked just absolutely dominant today, and Fnatic had no answers. I don't even think Fnatic took a tactical timeout in either of those matches, at least that I can recall, and I don't necessarily know why, but they've got a lot of homework to do tonight as they try to figure out what they're going to do, because no matter who they face, whether it's the Russians or whether it's the Brazilians, they've got a lot of work cut out for them.
Yeah, that round, or that match overall looked really well tuned by DarkZero. They had something ready for each round individually, and that's really impressive. As they came with a lot of pocket strategy, a lot of understanding of how Fnatic is going to try and counter everything that DZ did.
Just a simple fact of maybe Fnatic just not having enough international experience. I mean, what, they competed in Milan and then they just haven't had the same level of competition that the other teams have? Or is it complacency? Is it a drive to succeed? Who exactly knows?
I know that Fnatic were boot camping before this event in Europe, so I don't know if we can say the first is really the fault. I'd say that it mostly comes down to DZ being really well prepared. If I'm being honest, a lot of these rounds, again, that DZ used, whether it was attack or defense, they were custom rounds. Like, they were strategies that are just a little bit off of meta, or in one way or another. Especially that last one. I mean, what was that defense? They were aggressively holding Soda Machine on top floor? That doesn't really happen. Like, sometimes you'll have a roamer there with a shotgun, playing aggressive on Soda. Yeah, sure, that can happen. But there was BC to support him by Long Desk as well, and then we also had the Jaeger inside of Meeting holding an aggressive angle. It was a 3-man hold on Soda Machine. That's very atypical, and I like the way that DarkZero are bringing just that to the table most of those rounds through Consulate and through the first map of Bank. So, yeah, no, I think it was just DZ very well prepared.
No matter what, both of these teams were going to bring their A-game for this matchup, not just because of what's on the line and how competitive their group is, which we'll show you now as we bring up the bracket, but also because they both tend to be very inventive teams. We'll still wait for Forza and FaZe later today, but Fnatic, they're going to go down to the elimination bracket, and they're going to wait for the loser of the FaZe Forza game. DarkZero, well, they're very close to being able to go on through. A lot of people didn't necessarily know which team was going to emerge from Group C. I think there was a little bit of a consternation when it came to which was the best team in all of Group D, and right now it certainly looks like DarkZero, but there's still another match to play to figure out which team is going to face them.
Yeah, that'll be an interesting one for sure, FaZe versus Forza. I think that'll be probably closer than people expect, much in the way that this was a lot less close than people expect. That was a really pretty one-sided match, if we're being honest. Fnatic are definitely a hot contender for this tournament overall, but DarkZero just looked dominant. Again, 5 rounds total over 2 maps for Fnatic. That's very low. Well, I'm sure that they'll bounce back. They typically do. But DarkZero looked like a hot contender for playoffs right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And Fnatic will need to figure out whatever went wrong there, because they didn't have much more success on their map than they did on DarkZero's. We still have the Vodafone Giants and Space Station Gaming doing battle on our Rainbow Six Bravo channel, so feel free to head over there. But on this channel, we're going to take a break, and then we'll set you up for our very final match here on the main channel. We'll see you in a couple minutes.
kill zone.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the Rainbow Six Major live from Raleigh, North Carolina. We're here, we're getting ready to jump into our final matchup of the day. It's going to be MIBR, formerly known as Immortals, going up against Nore-Rengo, hope that everybody loves, from Japan.
It's going to be a lot of fun, man, a lot of fun, but we do have some sad news that we got to talk about real quick, guys.
Of course.
It appears that Mario from the likes of Nore-Rengo will not be able to play. He was rushed to the hospital due to an illness that he currently has, so hopefully they'll be able to get that handled, but it will be their coach, Kizoku, that will be filling in for his spot.
Yep, so Kizoku is going to be taking his place for this matchup, and like we said before, like I said, due to a medical condition, unfortunately, Mario is not able to play in this matchup, so he will be absent for the best of 3. We wish him the best of luck, of course, with his speedy recovery, and hopefully we'll be able to see him later on in the event. Without further ado, though, we can take a look at some of the rosters and whatnot for these teams and take a look at how exactly this matchup is panning out. We actually are going to take a look at the bracket first, and see what exactly this group looks like. We already had a matchup here from Group A earlier today when we saw Team Empire take on TSM. Quite the affair it was between those two teams, but at the end of the day, Empire seemed to have the longevity and slightly better strategical prowess to push themselves through in that third and final map, which was Border, a map that we really hadn't seen either teams play in the past. At the end of the day, Empire managed to win it, and now we reach the second semifinal matchup of this group, where it's going to be Nore-Rengo going up against MIBR. Should be noted that there is an org change here as they move from Immortals to MIBR, but nothing else has changed with the team besides that. It is simply a name change, for lack of better explanation.
Yeah, that's legitimately it, because Immortals literally owns MIBR.
Yep.
So it's just made in Brazil. That's where all their Brazilian rosters are now. So
yep, it makes a lot of sense when you think about it. So we can take a look once again at the roster here, as we are going to bring in the 5 players from Nore-Rengo. And it's unfortunate, of course, that Mario is missing from this roster. As you can see from the stats here, both, pretty much all of these departments here when it comes to opening kills, rating, KD as well, he is leading the team by a pretty massive margin, meaning that Ramu is going to be the player that they probably look to next to pick up that slack, and that's going to have to be a lot of it that'll have to increase his performance on if they want to bring the same firepower to the table.
yeah, they're definitely going to have to try and figure something out with the coach, but other than that, it's Papilia, Mario, as we know now, as Kizoku, then we have Yoshingo, as well as Raisel and Ramu to round out the roster.
Now, all I was saying, I think we expect Ramu to step to play. I think on the internals this, they might actually start putting Yoshingo in some of those places. I was watching their matches from Milan, and it definitely seemed like he's a player that can thrive in those more aggressive conditions if he's forced into it. We were seeing some pretty bright stuff from him, even though he was pretty much a brand new pickup at that point, coming in, of course, to replace one of their players who had dropped after the Invitational. And so now, as a result of that, he's going to have some big shoes to fill for sure. But meanwhile, on the side of MIBR, it's the roster that you guys should be well aware of at this point. Cyber, Bullet, M-King, PX, and Navis coming in once again to try and earn their take, also for Brazil.
Yeah, this roster recently having a kind of a rocky road so far, but again, especially with what's happening with the Nore-Rengo roster, this might be the time for MIBR to try and get something to spark.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, I think, to see if we actually get any of that out of MIBR. So like you said, there's definitely been some struggles with them. They have some interesting things they like to do. I mean, it's a LATAM team at the end of the day, so they're kind of interesting to dig into and look at their strategies and whatnot, just because it's so different.
They do play the most matches on LAN as well because of the circuit that they have down in Brazil.
BR6.
Yep, BR6.
Yeah.
Liquid actually ended up just winning that recently.
I think so, yeah. And we saw quite a few matches being played out as a result of that one. So there is a lot more tape when it comes to these guys. Not as much when it comes to Nore-Rengo, just because of the fact that we don't see as much play over in the Japanese region, kind of getting out, especially into the kind of, the Western-focused viewership sphere. We don't end up seeing those matches end up making it over so much when compared to LATAM, which is pretty heavily covered nowadays. So that means there's going to be a lot less room to counter-strat against these guys. And that may be the hope that Nore-Rengo rely on in order to get themselves through this best of 3. But it is indeed that, a best of 3. We've got the bans going live now. So let's take a look at where exactly these teams are going to end up at. As MIBR is going to get the first ban, they'll knock out Border.
All right, seems like we're waiting a little bit. It's going to be Clubhouse remove next. Now we go into the pick phase. Each one is going to pick 2 maps. So there's going to be the 2 maps that are guaranteed for us to play. First things first is going to be Bank, picked up by MIBR. Nore-Rengo now with the pick. They will pick Consulate. Last 2 bans to come through, and that will dictate what our decider match will be if we get there.
clubhouse ban coming in from Nore-Rengo, of course, making sense. It's definitely a map we have seen the players. Actually, it's not a map we've seen MIBR play on really at all, but it's also one that they have kind of avoided. It's more of a personal pick there for MIBR, their choice to ban out Border. We end up seeing that being, I think, more of an attempt to try and isolate out Nore-Rengo's best map and just eliminate that from the pool.
And really, you have to kind of wonder what the headspace is like for Nore-Rengo right now. As you said, they lost their arguably best member of their team at this point. They don't have the likes of Walk anymore, which I know that we talk about that quite a bit because of his showing at SI and how big his retirement was from the competitive side of Siege. He still is a streamer as well as a content creator on YouTube, but not playing for the roster anymore. Instead, they did finally find someone that seemed to be filling the gap that they really needed, but now they've lost yet another massive piece of the puzzle. They're going to have to try and fill it with everyone's favorite human being inside of this ecosystem.
It's going to be a lot of fun indeed to see how much the coach can bring to the table here from Nore-Rengo. Definitely brings a lot of personality, that's for sure, but in terms of fragging power, we've yet to see that in all reality, so it's going to be a test to be certain. A test that I don't think a lot of us know the answers to, at least not looking at it blindly, so.
If this was a beatbox battle, I think it would be very close. Say that.
So we will have to wait and see. We are just waiting for the players on Nore-Rengo to connect to the server, guys, and then we should be able to jump directly into this matchup. Not much more reason to delay it, but still, the fact that they have now lost Mario due to unfortunate conditions is going to make this match all the more difficult for Nore-Rengo to shut down MIBR. Are absolutely going to take that opportunity, though, and use it to try and crush out Nore-Rengo here and give themselves an early advantage in the group to push them forward. Not going to be an easy match after this either. If they end up winning it, though, it'll only be going off to face against Team Empire. So,
and that is one thing that is kind of a massive talking point at this point in time, is that you can't still take this as, oh, you know, they're just playing with their coach. It really doesn't matter. It's going to be a walk. You still want to handle it like it's 5 Pro League players that are sitting across from you, because guess what? There's still 4 of them that remain, and they all absolutely deserve to be here. Again, Kizoku might show us something that we've never seen before. Either that or he's going to make it extremely entertaining. We really can't dictate that just yet, but as of right now, we definitely know it's going to be fun nonetheless. And we also know that Nore-Rengo is still going to be as happy as ever, as those guys seem to not falter even in the most dire strains.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how Nore-Rengo specifically is going to look to handle their overall strategy now when it comes to the way they play out these maps. They're generally a very aggressive team for the most part, not really afraid to even do things like runouts and whatnot, especially on, you know, we've seen them play really crazily on maps like Border in the past to be able to do that. The problem is, though, a lot of that aggression comes at the hands of Mario, so missing that key piece of the aggressive puzzle. Are they still going to try and do that and, you know, do what I was talking about before, where they would have other players like Yoshingo step into his place and try to pull, or maybe Ramu try to do the same exact thing, or are they going to peel it back, try to play a more kind of standard execute / defensive setup style and try to kind of work things from there, figure out what they can and can't do with Kizoku, and then slowly work their way into it. It's going to be a challenge, that's certainly for sure, but it's a challenge unfortunately they have to work their way over, as the match is set, locked, and in just a few moments we'll get all the players into the server, and it shall indeed begin in the next few minutes here.
Yeah, very interesting statistic coming out of LATAM is MIBR is actually all the way at the bottom of the leaderboard. They're a little bit above Red Devils, as the Red Devils has dropped their roster, but MIBR currently has 3 points comparative to the top 3 people inside of LATAM, which is Ninjas, Pyjamas, FaZe, and INTZ, which is 19, 17, and 11. So MIBR is quite a bit of ways back behind everyone else inside of LATAM, but they've almost been gifted on a silver platter a initial win here at Raleigh. But again, that doesn't mean that it is going to go quietly into the night on the side of Nore-Rengo's game, as again, they still have 4 Pro League members, you know. So you always have to take each round as it's going to be your last, and you're always playing against the best in the world. You guys heard Pengu say it earlier on an interview. You cannot underestimate what your opponent's going to do, even with dire things going on like this.
Not only that, but I mean, it's a major. This is where teams do the largest amount of their prep for, is both this and the Invitational that happens closer towards February at the beginning of the year. So with this being such a large event, you would hope as well that MIBR managed to bring some new stuff to the table, and stuff that they wouldn't have used otherwise in an online or even in the BR6 LAN environment. This is going to be a territory where they really want to bust everything out. Maybe not necessarily in this specific matchup here, but you can bet that they have at least hopefully a few tricks up their sleeve to try and push them further into this event, hopefully further into that quarterfinal as well. Brazil always looking to try and get as many of their teams through as possible, with 3 being represented here.
And you have to love everything that the Brazilian fans really represent. Almost every single time, they are some of the loudest, some of those proud of their teams at every single event across all of esports, which is something that is truly, truly incredible. And it definitely shows inside of Rainbow Six Siege as well. If you guys didn't know, the LATAM broadcasts are actually the most watched broadcasts out of all of Pro League. That includes North America, EU, and APAC. The most viewership comes out of LATAM. Granted, again, it isn't on the main channel. It's on the Brazilian channel and the main channel added and combined, obviously. But still, that's a lot. That's a lot of people down in Brazil that absolutely love this game, love their teams, and support them to the end. And that's why it is so interesting every time that we go to Brazil for a LAN, because you truly see the passion for this game.
Quite a bit.
I love them, man.
Oh my god, how many are those mints? How many did you just eat?
Oh, I have never loved.
We're gonna be able to smell his breath from like 2 miles away.
Dude, it's gonna smell minty fresh too. Minty fresh.
I can't tell what they are. I just saw they were like white pieces of candy.
Dude, I can't reach out. I don't know.
We have to ask them for some later. If they have like a horde of like Japanese candy stored up. I've heard great things about it. Never actually had any Japanese candy.
Yeah.
But
Dude, I really want to go to Japan so bad. I really do. Hopefully we get to go later this year for the Rainbow Six event. That'd be a lot of fun. But
we'll see. We'll ask the boys about that later.
Yeah, I'll have to ask the boys. We'll just have to, contact
Yeah. We'll figure it out. If you guys are looking for live gameplay, by the way, is where it looks like we're still working on getting a few of the Nore-Rengo players into the server, so it's probably going to be at least another minute or two before we start this match. Over on our Bravo stream, their final match of the day just got started, and it's the first showing at an international LAN for Force as Kizoku just breaks.
You gotta love him so much. There it is, the face dance. That's all we care about.
But yeah, if you want to see the Force game,
nobody wants to see.
It's over on twitch.tv or whatever your respective platform is /Rainbow Six Bravo. Feel free to head on over there.
Don't even tell them. It's all about Kizoku.
I'm just trying to be nice. I'm just trying to, trying to give our games equal coverage here.
Nope, don't know what you're talking about.
Kizoku just shows up with, that face, and then just ruins me.
You guys didn't know they actually made a Kizoku wallpaper that you can get, and it's on the Twitter, the @ESL Rainbow Six page. If you guys want to go on there and get a nice background for your computer, you can get the beautiful Kizoku's face.
That cross promotion rolling.
Oh, it's so good, dude.
There you go.
Yeah, Stuart's gonna love me.
All right, guys, the maps for this one will make things very interesting as well. You've got definitely a good spread of those maps, but to start off on Bank, it's definitely going to test both teams to their limit. I think that MIBR ultimately will have the edge, though, when you consider the very unfortunate circumstances of the missing player from Nore-Rengo.
Also, it's LATAM and Bank.
Yeah, it's that too, unfortunately. So things are not going to look so great for NR moving into this first map, but we'll have to see. I need to see how Kizoku is able to play first before I make any serious judgments about the potential outcome of this best of 3, as I just have no expectations in terms of what we're going to see.
Yeah, and also, guys, this just happened extremely recently as well. Like, Blue and I were literally walking up the escalator, so we come out from security, and they pull us aside and they're like, hey, this is happening right now. Mario cannot play. They're going to have to fill with Kizoku. And both just kind of dropped our heads and we're like, all right, well, I guess the show must go on, right?
Yeah. Well, guys, it is looking like we're running into a little bit more of a technical delay than we did anticipate, so we are going to head to a quick break. Please feel free to head over to our other match on the Bravo stream in the meanwhile, as FaZe and Fours are in the midst of fighting each other in the very first round of Clubhouse. We will be back here on the Alpha stream in just a second, however, with MIBR versus Nore-Rengo once we have the map ready to go. And we are back once again, ladies and gentlemen. Apologies once more for the delay at the start of the match, but we are just about ready to go here between MIBR, formerly known as Immortals, and Nore-Rengo. Unfortunately, again, just as a quick reminder for those that may have missed the news before, due to an unfortunate medical circumstance, we are not going to have Mario able to play for Nore-Rengo in tonight's match, so Kizaku, their coach, is going to be stepping in instead. Mario will return as soon as he is able to.
It's going to be something, huh?
Yeah.
Like, there's really no words you can use to describe what could possibly come from this.
We just don't know what to expect, right?
We didn't really know what to expect from before, because, again, Nore-Rengo we've seen play quite a few times now on international lands, and they've always brought a certain finesse to the game of aggression and aggression and aggression. It's just, again...
More aggression.
Yeah, dude, especially at SI with all of the runouts that they're able to perform, and it really, really worked out well for them on a lot of their engagements. But with Waka being removed from the roster and finally finding someone to fill those shoes, it seemed that Nore-Rengo were poised to make a run here. And this might put a little bit of a dent in that ship. But still, they do still have 4 members that obviously know the ins and outs of everything they absolutely want to do. Kazoku, though, will now be playing. And for the most part, either one of two things are going to happen. Number one, Kazoku is somehow a god at this game. Or number 2...
He's just been holding out on us.
Or number 2, this is going to be the biggest meme that Rainbow Six has ever created.
It's
There's only one of 2 options.
We just have to hope it doesn't go in the way of like mini golf Guta from
Mini golf Guta, yeah.
from DreamHack Winter like a year and a half ago. We just have to hope it doesn't go that direction.
If I remember correctly, they had to play G2 like right off rip.
Yeah, literally they were so for those who don't know the story, they were a Counter-Strike team who apparently like accidentally signed up for the Rainbow Six tournament and ended up making it in to the main event.
Because there wasn't enough teams.
Yeah, and so they ended up getting the lowest seed, which meant they had to play seed 1, which was G2, and they just got absolutely dumpstered.
Yeah, at the time, it was 6 rounds to win, and they went 6-6.
Yep.
So, what else would you expect?
So yeah.
Just dunk on them.
Hopefully we don't get something like that, but to be completely honest with you, we don't know what to expect when it comes to Kizaku because we haven't really seen him play before.
All I can tell you is that I love him. That's it.
Yeah, and again, to bring this point up once more as well, a large part of especially the defensive strategy from Nora when it comes to specific maps relies on Mario to be their playmaker.
Yeah.
And without him, they're either not going to be able to get as aggressive as they were in the past, or someone else, for me, probably like Yoshingo would be the one I would look to based on the performance from Milan, is going to have to fill in that role. And I obviously, again, this is a huge surprise to Nora themselves, so I highly doubt
last second.
they're necessarily ready to make that kind of a change in a dime, but we will have to see. We will have to wait and see how the match goes.
Should be something truly incredible. How much Japanese candy did they bring?
That's like I don't even know what that is.
A little like drink.
That's like the drink you get at like the end of like Korean barbecue or something like that. Like,
I've never had Korean barbecue.
Oh boy.
Never had it.
You got a lot of tweets incoming.
I'm from Iowa, chat. What do you want from me?
I can hear them typing now. That's an esports staple.
We literally don't have anything in the Midwest.
I've noticed Rainbow Six people aren't like into like Korean barbecue as much as other games I've been a part of though.
Dude, I have
to make it a thing, I guess.
Dude, I'm on the sushi train.
That's right. Yeah, everybody goes to sushi in Rainbow.
Yeah, I will literally, Blue knows this, I will eat sushi for every square meal.
I think there was a week when all of us were in Pullman and we literally had like sushi like 4 times.
4 times in a week, yeah. Like we went to quite a few restaurants over there that only serve.
You guys absolutely love sushi.
Dude, it's Parker and I are we're on the sushi train.
You can see the spirits from Nore-Rengo
again.
Not feeling very.
They don't care. Like
they're fine.
Like Kazoku.
Let's get it, boys.
Baby.
You know, fingers up.
What
is that? These guys are so much fun.
Oh man, I love them, dude. I love them. Like, especially from SI, like I have a soft spot in my heart for Nore-Rengo after SI, man. They're just
after the dances and stuff.
Yes.
And then dude, the best part of them at Invite was that video they made when they made it into the quarterfinals. Yeah. where ESL literally filmed them and they just like they just went like crazy on camera for like a minute straight.
Oh yeah, they did like the hard like house EDM in the background.
Yeah. I think it was like they were like rolling on the floor and stuff. It was crazy.
My favorite, okay, two of my favorite things that have happened with this roster. Number one, they're both Kizoku things, by the way. Number one is Kizoku's interview at SI, where they asking him how the next matchup was going to go, and he's just like standing there, and he's trying to talk himself through it, trying to figure out exactly what he wants to say, and eventually just goes, shoot. Shoot, 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 easy. Like, oh my god. That, and also at Milan, where all of a sudden he just started beatboxing randomly, was truly fantastic. That was a spectacle to behold.
All right, guys, well, I think it is finally time to go live here. We've got the GLHFs going on in chat, so we should be just a second away from starting this matchup. Once again, huge apologies for the delay in starting this one. Obviously, with the player change-up, we did have to switch some things up on Nore-Rengo's side, but it looks like we've got them set and ready to go now. So into the first map of this best-of-3 series. It's on to Bank MIBR, formerly known as Immortals, taking on Nore-Rengo in their opening match of the group.
Well, let's get right into things. It's going to be the ban phase first. Nore-Rengo will be on defense, so we'll see exactly what they will be removing from the match to start things off. We are going to have Jackal remove, which is a staple of Bank, and for good reason, will be removed from the game. I'm going to assume that the next ban will either be Habana, or we will be seeing... Name's currently escaping me, but it's more than likely going to be Habana. Oh, no, it's going to be Thatcher banned out. Actually, that was not what the other name I was thinking of even remotely at all.
Were you thinking of Capital?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Yeah, that's normally what we see, especially on maps with like a lot of window play and stuff like that, like Bank. You're going to see him get banned out quite a bit, but Thatcher, again, going to be... that's actually like a ban we've seen quite a few times. This is the second time we've seen it on this stream.
Yeah, we've seen some very weird Thatcher bans today.
Yeah.
I understand why Thatcher's being banned out on Bank, because they want to try and hold down the hatches, but...
That's like that's 25% ban rate for him.
Yeah, the other thing is, again, MIBR's doing it on offense, which we also saw Nip do.
That's a good point.
So you have to roll with it first, which is not the...
So they know what they're doing, basically.
Yep. And Nore-Rengo will remove Echo from play as well. So Echo and Maestro are both removed, but Mira's in.
Oh, that's a good point as well. Mira being left in for one of the first times of this tournament, I would have to guess as well, opens up a lot more potential aggressive play for the defenders, which is something that Nora, I think, really needed. So they're going to be given a little bit of a gift in being allowed to use it for this first half. But let's see. Obviously, we're going to be paying attention to see which operator we specifically see like Kizoku being put onto. Right now, he's gone for the Doc. So, all right. Let's see it, man.
What operator can we give him that has a ton of health, utility that really is only to help himself and possibly some teammates? Really, what is the utility that we can just go, oh, we really don't need it?
I want this man to run out a window and kill like 3 people right
I want him to spawn kill off rip and just like remove M King.
We're just going to have to like pause the game because everyone's going to be taken aback so much by it.
All of chat's is going to like break, dude. Like, all of it. It's just going to be gone.
All right, guys. Well, let's see. As we do have Kizoku in the match.
He's already rotating as well. He knows what's going on.
All right.
Yeah, okay.
All right. They might be able to do this. We'll see how the performance goes from him.
If this man just starts slamming people, chat, I'm over it. Like if Kizoku just comes out and starts slamming people into the dirt, I'm gonna be at a loss for words.
Let's see it. Let's see it. But in the meantime, we've got Immortals up on the stage here as well. Or MIBR. I'm probably going to call them Immortals a few times. Apologies in advance for that. But either way, MIBR stepping up to the stage here as well for their first attack, bringing exactly what you expect. Here's the other point, too. Because we don't have the Capital banned out, we're going to see him so often.
Every round.
And that's going to really hurt any type of passive play we might decide to see Nore-Rengo go for, because there's a lot of access that he's going to have here on this map. And
okay, I like what they're doing.
What?
So what they're doing is Papilia is actually setting up all of his alibis outside, so it is always going to read that someone is outside until they destroy them. So this is going to make it a little bit easier to be extremely aggressive, because it's always going to read that on their screen. Obviously, we don't see it because we're spectators, but they definitely do, and so we'll be getting rid of most of them.
The next level play would be to run out with one of them and then just try to flick it the last second. They're going to deal with those like relatively quickly. They didn't really put them in a good hiding spot necessarily, so that gets dealt with quickly, and for the most part, we don't actually see a whole lot of run out, actual aggression come in from NR here, so they're still going to remain pretty passive. As you can see from their silhouettes, they're pretty close to the site, except for like 1 or 2 players as well. So it's still playing things like relatively standard and what you come to expect for this site.
Well, good news is Kizoku is still alive. We're protecting the international treasure.
He's in garage, actually.
Very safe place to be.
He's like way in garage.
They're just like, okay, sit here. If someone comes through that door, you shoot them. That's all you do. That's good. Good stuff.
All right, well, let's see how exactly they're going to be able to utilize him in the late round situation here, too. Still doing a good job of kind of delaying the utility just through this passive posturing for the most part. They have been pushed back to the inside of server, but there's no sign of MIBR actually moving in to take control of that anytime soon here. Navi's starting it out with a little bit of main stairs aggression to try and push himself and the rest of his team downstairs, but besides this, seeing a whole lot. And yeah, Kizoku boosted himself up. I don't know why. I don't think he's peeking anything. Can we see him real quick? Kizoku, where's he at?
He's down in garage still. It's just...
Yeah, so he just like randomly stimmed himself.
Yeah. I mean, hey, sometimes you need that good juice, you know?
Interesting.
Oh, very nice shot by Navi. He's peeking through his tactical crossbow asphyxiation bolt. Able to take down the smoke. That's going to be a massive pick to start things off.
Yeah, and I don't think there was anyone like trying to peek into garage with him or anything, or you know, against him or anything like that. So maybe he was trying to run out and was hoping he would get lucky and find someone. That's like the only justifiable reason why he might have done that. But
everything's justifiable with Kizoku. Remember that.
That's true.
He's an international treasure.
I won't contest that. Either way, though, we've got the opening kill claimed here from from MIBR. MIBR, I think, also a little bit taken aback about what necessarily to expect from NR given this player swap out. So they're also playing this incredibly slowly, but it's working for them though. NR keep fighting into it. They've already been able to take out the smoke. Now they found the vigil as well, with Ramu getting knocked out. So overall, the setup here from Nore-Rengo is getting torn apart very, very slowly, but it is indeed being handled. Another pickup, 2 more pickups in fact from MIBR.
Oh no!
And now it's all on the man himself. Makes the run inside, but is not going to be able to hold off against the push. So we will end up seeing MIBR take swift control of round number 1 in a flawless fashion, too.
I really thought Kizoku was going to make it out with the only kill of the entire round.
The main man's about to click heads, dude.
Yeah. Then he docks himself up to fight through the flames. Oh, man. All right. Well, MIBR starting things off on the right foot, and honestly, I have to agree with you. I think taking it slow is probably their best route, because all it takes is Nore-Rengo to go, okay, things are starting to get a little bit hectic for us. We really don't have what we need to be able to handle everything. So I guess we just get extremely aggressive and hope for the best. We've seen it happen in the past. We saw it with Fnatic versus Evil Geniuses, and I believe it was Sao Paulo, I want to say. I can't remember which Brazilian land it was that Dizzle had to end up filling, but it didn't matter. Dizzle got at that land and ended up making it past EG in the quarters.
It was more recent, if I remember. I think that was Rio.
It was Rio. It was Rio. Yep.
So
you're correct about that.
So we do have a track record for coaches filling in.
Well, we've always seen Gotcha.
That's that. Yeah, we get a really good track record with him apparently.
Yeah, Gotcha. If you guys didn't know, Gotcha actually has the best statistics across the entire board of the entire world. Every single pro player bows to Gotcha, and he is a coach. He's just better.
He's a manager.
He's not even the manager, dude.
That's true. Yeah, I was just memeing a little bit. But either way, we've got Kizoku going to continue to roam around. It's going to be reinforcing the hatches for his team here just to start things off. Once again, staying on that dock. He's got the skins for it as well, right?
Proud of him.
He's got some time on this guy, I bet you.
Proud of him. He's been playing for a long time as well. That skin is older than me.
So we're going to see how Kizoku's able to
at least
himself.
mentally wise, right?
Yeah, if he works himself in. Yeah, once again, he's just going to be like the solo hold in the back corner of Garage.
Making sure no one's trying to get pressure on Garage.
Maybe like they'll bring him in. I think they're literally just going to bring him in if they need reses, or if they need heals.
Yeah.
They're just saving the utility.
Somebody gets dinked up inside of Red Hallway, and Kizoku just rushes in real quick and docks him up. Good thing they didn't go like full bore with the, like 1920s dock. Oh no, because pressured now.
They found him.
Himself up. Oh, he knows where his feet are. He's gonna shoot him. Oh, Cyber, no! No, Cyber, you can't do this.
Give him a chance. Let him peek you at least.
Oh my goodness gracious. You can't do this to the poor man. He's getting shot through the floor. Cyber.
Oh wait, more of them are gonna peek as well.
Cyber is evil. Cyber is evil for that.
See you, Shingo.
He's gonna put Cyber down for taking out the coach.
That's revenge. It's justice right there. Trades it back out, and we're back down into a 4v4. Yoshingo will now actually continue to hard hold inside of Garage. Rest of his team still in pretty standard positions in the site itself, waiting for the execute to come in from MIBR, as once more they've taken a pretty passive note on this one. There's obviously not really any roaming presence from Nore-Rengo, so there's not a whole lot to deal with, but MIBR are not going to take any chances on that one. They're continuing to play it slowly and focusing more than anything on just making sure literally everything gets droned out before they actually execute, since they have no clue what to expect. Walking in though, Bullet finds a quick opening kill. Racel from back on the inside of server, though, is able to trade it back against Bullet, keeping things even in a 3v3.
This is a lot closer. Nore-Rengo really going for these refrags right now. MIBR's been playing pretty spread apart so far, and it appears that Navi's is going to be looking for the garage once again. But it is going to be Yoshingo or Yoshingad, as you guys can see by his U play. are going to be rotating in Navi's now, and once again, he's going to be all on his lonesome, and Yoshingo is going to continue to add on Navi's next to fall.
So another nice pick from him. So far that Cade ending up being the saving grace for Nore-Rengo in this round after they unfortunately lost Kizoku in the garage from a moment ago. PX moving in there with the rest of his team as they go in through the small office and work their way through the rest of the first floor, looking for just basically a different route to execute. Primarily, they were trying to work their way in through that kind of standard server take before. Now they're once again heading back over towards main stairs, be able to pop open at least one of the hatches and work their way in. But you can see Ramu still looking to cause some problems from up in the second floor. But it seems as though this was only a bait. The two remaining players from MIBR now rotating away into a different position as they work their way in through garage instead.
This entire round is off of the back of Kizoku's efforts. How well he's been performing so far. Definitely keeping the mental game of Nore-Rengo alive as they're currently up 3-2 in man count. MIBR trying to find their way in as PX and M-King trying to battle through. Gonna punch some barbed wire, definitely going to notate exactly where they're gonna be rotating from. That's gonna be Yoshingo to go down. PX will be able to claim his life. Only 10 seconds remain as they have to try and find their way through, but it's gonna be PX that gets stunned out. It's only Rachel and Ramu left alive. Gets aggressive onto Gold Vault, able to recognize out there's no one inside of B, though. They have to get this diffuser down now, and M-King has to defend him for life, but Ramu through the wall! Nore-Rengo finds their first round of the game.
Yeah, that's why the relatively passive attack from MIBR comes back to bite them. They really didn't do a whole lot of exploring upstairs. These guys are great. They really didn't do a whole lot of like anti-roam upstairs, so as a result, Ryman just kind of sat up there the entire round, waited for a chance to find impact, and it was right there at the end when he was able to drop down the hatch that MIBR opened, by the way, and then kill the planter, winning the round for his team. Bit of a stroke of luck at the end of the day from Nore-Rengo to open those circumstances up for Ramu, but ultimately they take those, and with that, they're going to be able to trade it out at 1-1.
Doc and Kizoku have matching mustaches.
That's 100% on purpose.
Do you think it is?
He's literally playing Doc with a mustache. That's it. This is now a theory. This is now my theory.
You have a string theory.
He's playing Doc with the skin theory because it's like his in-game impersonation of himself.
Oh no! Why did I bring it up? Oh god!
Someone please Photoshop his actual face over that Doc skin, but keep his mustache.
Oh, what have I done, chat? Oh no!
Thank you in advance.
Oh, I love it. I love it. Nore-Rengo, though, tied up 1-1 right now. And again, as we were talking about before, MIBR cannot try and take this as a slouch game because it's not going to be. Just because Kizoku is on the field does not mean that you get a free walk.
Absolutely not. And we've seen an example of that just in the last round with the play from Ramu there in the late round. He's actually gone over to a Pulse this time as well, and we've seen how successful Pulse plays can be specifically on this map and other maps like it, such as Consulate as well as another map where he can really wreak havoc if he's left alone. So we'll see. As it's looking like, you know, off of a win, I would expect Nore-Rengo to start getting a little bit more confident. They've been playing really passive leading up to this point, just kind of hiding back and waiting to see what MIBR did. And MIBR also played incredibly passive as well. So neither team really fought each other until late round for the most part. I think that's going to start to change on this round, and we can already kind of see that. It looks like Nore-Rengo is a lot more spread out and kind of willing to play a bit more aggressively here.
All right, well, just an update for you guys from the Bravo stream. If you don't want to hear it, please mute your browser now. So, update is Clubhouse Fours versus FaZe. Fours is currently winning 5-1, and they just switched sides to defense. They went 5-1 on offense.
Defender has been discovered.
So Fours, seems like you guys might have been correct about something. Might be a dark horse here, though. Rayso will spring from the windows and knocks down Navi's.
A good opening pick indeed from NR.
No. Cyber's lying in the weights. If Racel pre-fires, I'm gonna laugh. Nope. All right, well, Cyber continues attacking. Oh, had another gunfight primed and ready for him inside of CCTV. Goes for the re-peek, but not able to find anything just yet. I believe that's Ramu. It is, and he wins it out with the ump.
Great roaming presence here in the early round coming out from Nore-Rengo. It's gonna give them potentially a +2 advantage as Cyber now ends up going down. They did end up losing Racel, of course, from the trade that happened back over in the tunnel. They still have all 4 alive besides that, though. And in a second, they actually don't confirm the kill on the Cyber. I thought Ramu was just making a runaround, but no, he's not. And he's got a drone on him now, so he can't interrupt the res. So Cyber's going to get brought back up. Of course, it's a reduced HP. If you were watching us at some of the most recent lands, you may have seen things like player resets becoming pretty prominent. They're kind of dead now, as the resable HP was reduced a couple months ago now from 50 to 20. Yeah. So that you don't, it's not really worth it in most circumstances to actually reset players anymore as a result of that.
Yoshin God gonna what?
That's the second run-out kill.
How about these windows? Everyone's just committing their lives to these north windows, and it's been even trades throughout. PX will now be down to the likes of Papilia. Seems that Nore-Rengo is in pretty bad strains right now. M-King now going to get aggressive from meeting. Will he be able to wreck out where Kazoku is? Or is this a free kill for Kazoku? No, he's going to get taken down. I thought Kazoku had it there for just a second, but it will be M-King that wins it out. M-King's now just in sight. He's living inside of their house. They're not even recognizing out where he is. Ramu's locked down as well. He has a nitro cell. He's just going to sail it to the ceiling, but nothing's going to come of it. All he has now is that cardiac sensor as he rotates towards Grand Stairs.
Still can give him a good amount of intel, and he's rotating the right direction. The majority of the hold from the attackers is focused on a square push.
Bleed out.
Yeah, PX, I think, well, I think they don't want to take a risk, unfortunately. They've been able to spot him now. PX does end up going down to the bleed out timer. Ramu has been spotted trying to work his way in through the elbow, though, so this is not going to be an easy push at all for him. And as you see, he's shut out by Bullet. It's another round for MIBR as they trade it right back and take a 2-1 lead.
Look, I'm just waiting for Kazoku's first kill. I'm not even going to lie to you. My main focus is on this man and if he can get his initial frag. That's all I want. That's all I need in life.
As our man step into the match.
I'm just so happy about it. Really am. This literally has made my day. Like, I'm casting the first major on US soil in either ever or whoever knows how long, but instead I'm extremely excited about Kazoku, the coach, playing for Nore-Rengo.
We'll see. It is looking like they did put, Yoshingo in that much more aggressive role that I was talking about that normally Mario would be filling in for.
No Doc.
So far, he's Legion. Ooh, all right. Izoku, is he gonna roam?
I see you. I see you, boo. Okay.
So they're probably like
deployable shield.
I feel like is that what he has? Yeah, he's gonna deploy. So I'm thinking they're going to use him as an anchor still, which you kind of can do with a Legion. It's not the greatest idea, but if they do that, right, because I think they're more than anything just going for maximum goo mines. And if they just keep him alive in the site and just send him out every once in a while to throw it in a goo mine, it could work. And I guess that's the plan, unless they're just going to have him roam.
I've only got one thing to say to that. Bullets on IQ.
Yeah, well.
Yeah.
Slows him down a little bit at least.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. And if they're like most players, people just hate having to look towards the ground and search for those goo mines.
They might get a couple with the goo mines at least. Yeah. Especially if he puts them around the site and they end up in, because this has been a lot of late timed executes from MIBR as well. So if they catch them and the IQ isn't actually checking, then they could just run into 5 or 6 of them as they actually execute, and that could kind of kill them.
I will say that Kazoku has actually done a very good job of staying alive.
Yeah, that's fair. He's kind of just hit back in the site on Doc when they played second floor in the last round.
What you need to do.
Unfortunately, didn't really get a chance to have much of an impact. I think he got wiped on the execute. But, I mean, this is the thing, right? The aggression from NR, specifically in the last round, is going to slow down MIBR so much. They're being so careful now. You can see, look, they've got 2 claymores on the windows. They're checking these windows to make sure that Yoshingo or no one else tries to do another run out. That's what Nore-Rengo like to play into. They thrive under these aggressive conditions, and even without Mario, they're still trying to go for it. You can see with Racel right now, yeah.
Hop it, Racel. You know you want to. Instead, he's going to get rid of the Kairos pellets on the castle barricade. A double lifeline impact will knock down Yoshingo. I don't think they're going to be able to find the foot, though, as Racel is searching for heads on the roof. Could possibly hop out still, but Racel will definitely lose his life if he does. He knows someone's on the roof. A quick shot by Cyber will knock down Racel, though, and that's going to continue to tack on as, once again, Yoshingo has been downed, and you really wish Kazoku was on dock right now for the boys of Nore-Rengo. Kazoku now rotating up. Oh, he might be able to get that initial frag here. He is going to get droned out. They recognize it out. Bullet with the initial contact. Rotates through. Is he going to get it? Get that initial kill! Kazoku picks up PX! It's going to be Bullet with the refrag. IQ goes down, but Ramu to pick him up with the deagle.
Cyber is going to be able to trade out Ramu a moment later, however, so we go down into a 3v2. Yoshingo also down. It's all mainly on Papilia at this point. Left alone on the Jaeger to pull off a 1v3. Not impossible to pull off. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like he has great on-site positioning. Yoshingo is going to get taken out as well by a lifeline. Papilia wrapping in, though, catches Cyber before he can establish good position, and that has really brought him back into the round. This is a very clutchable situation for him.
Absolutely. Diffuser is down top of square as well. Navi's does not have any more lifelines. He might have some concussions, but definitely does not have any more impacts. We also see M-King rotating up main stairs right now as Papillia is trying to find anything with him. He actually hops through, and M-King was ready for the aggression as MIBR shuts down Nore-Rengo in round 4.
I think, yeah, he had a Guma in the leg, so I think he was hoping to catch this player, thinking that he would have haphazardly just thought he was safe at the bottom of the stairs and tried to pull the Guma out in the open. He would have got a free kill from it, but just a bit of a miscalculation, and obviously it looks a bit foolish with him jumping down the stairs at the end of the day, but like I said, with the Guma in his leg, there was a precedent for him to potentially do that and catch that player relatively unawares. So another round goes by the way of MIBR. They continue their lead now at 3-1, but the basement has now been unlocked for use again by Nore-Rengo, so they're going to head downstairs.
You guys should have won that round. Kazoku got his kills. He got his frags.
He's on the board.
Yeah, come on.
He's in the game.
Can we see the actual stats right now?
He might. No, because they didn't kill him. I was going to say he might have an assist as well from the Gumans, but I don't think.
Let's see here. Oh, Kazoku. Yeah. Hey, I mean, he's rivaling his teammates.
Okay.
That's good.
I guess so.
I mean, he is, dude. Even in his scoreline, he's very close to Papillia.
Yeah. So we'll see if we're able to see any more action from Kizaku. He's going back onto the dock now for the basement play. So we'll see him probably go back to his garage shenanigans.
All right, well, Nore-Rengo, once again, forced to try and pick up the pieces here as
10 seconds.
you're going all the way back downstairs. Ramu roaming upstairs, though, as he will reinforce a couple of things as well as use one of his mute jammers. Is he going to go for a run out here to try and get some initial aggression? It doesn't look like that is going to be the case, though. We'll pop him in the stock hatch, though. Make it a little bit easier for him to rotate downstairs if things do get hairy.
I mean, that's worked in the past. Like, we've seen them. Runouts have been something that MIBR have not been able to deal with too well so far in this matchup here. You know, for the most part, they've gone uncountered, especially if Nore-Rengo have the appropriate intel to go for those runouts, which for the most part, it seems when they do that, they have a lot of advanced intel to, one, keep the player who's running out alive and allow him to either run back around into the lobby or, you know, get into the sewer hatch or something like that. And then, two, they almost seem to always know where the player they're hunting down is. They're not making any blind runouts. It's always very smart, very well executed at the end of the day.
Yes, indeed. And MIBR's been taking their time as well, which is something that you notated that they more than likely needed to lean on. Just take your time. Don't let any craziness come out from Nore-Rengo because they're going to have to try and battle out of this. But so far, MIBR has been doing a pretty bang-up job of it as they are now on roam clear. Drones downstairs inside of elevator. Cyber directly behind.
M-King still looking to work his way back down through square as well here, now that they've been able to move in and take some control here. Navi's will prevent any run-ups through the main stairs with a Claymore. Not really probably going to see any of that, though, at least not on the basement site. The aggression's been a little bit more restrained to areas like server when it comes to this basement play, and you can see that pretty much most of the team hanging out down here. We're very close to the stairs, as you can see in the case of Papillia. Fifth, actually can't get a good lock as to where their fifth is positioned. I only saw 4 in the basement there, but we are going to end up seeing Ramu. That's where he is. He's going to get knocked out by Cyber. And that will be the opening kill, finally going the way of MIBR after about 2 minutes and 45 seconds of the round have passed.
All right, well, Papillia is still trying to hold things down for blue stairs as drone will come through and be able to identify him out. He downs one. Navi's going to die to his own crossbow bolt, but it'll be Bullet with the refrag to clean up Papillia, making things just a little bit easier for them. Still really would like to have Navi's on the field with those tactical crossbow bolts, but not going to have him any longer. Nitro Cell sails through the air and looks like he heard the tape rip, and Bullet knows it's coming his way. Immediately vacates the area and plays his life through. Now they'll be able to recognize out that Yoshigo is down behind the servers, as well as dead now, as Bullet will continue to ride out this ship. It's all left up to Racel and Kazoku to try and find something. Kazoku's still inside of the garage, so Racel, as of right now, the only man that is worried about the CCTV room.
We've got a little bit of pings onto the defenders here too, so there's got a good amount of deep intel for this execute to happen. Kizaku, one of the 2 last players remaining as well here, so we'll have to see if he can forge any impact, but for sure, most of the pressure is going to be on Racel to pick up the big kills here and hold his team back. The smoke goes in, attempts to stop the plant. It doesn't end up making its mark though, and we're going to see M-King be able to take out Racel. Everything falls down to Kizoku, who tries to sneak up on a player from the inside of garage, but it does not work out. They've locked onto his strategy and positioning at this point, so Cyber makes quick work of him and puts yet another round up on the board for MIBR.
There's something wrong with Kazoku's setup, I guarantee it. Something wrong. He's the best player in the world.
He's got some mouse delay.
Yeah.
Some weird stuff going on.
Yeah, they had to put him on a 30 hertz monitor.
They turned on acceleration.
Yeah. They turned on all the V-Syncs.
He has Windows pointer precision enabled. He's got to uncheck that.
Yeah, make sure you uncheck that box.
He's also forgot to set his monitor to 124 hertz.
Yeah, he's on 30 hertz
he's
right
on,
now.
Yeah, he's on 60 or 30 right
just
now.
to make it even. Just to make it even. And that's how dangerous this man is.
Which, by the way, guys, if you have a high refresh rate monitor and you haven't changed your settings, you may not actually be using the full refresh rate. I made that mistake for about 6 months after I owned one of those monitors.
You did not.
Yeah, so.
Oh my gosh.
In case you haven't checked those settings.
Make sure to check your guys' settings.
Take a look.
Game and make sure you guys check your NVIDIA settings on your actual.
That's right. I forgot Rainbow does have a refresh rate setting.
It does.
In the settings.
Yeah.
So, all right, maybe people caught on to that in Rainbow, but don't have that setting in some.
It's almost more frustrating when you get a new monitor like that, and then you go to check those settings, and the option isn't even there, and you're like, what the hell is going on? Like, why is my computer broken, dude?
All right, well, continuing on the play. It's once again going to be a basement play here for the folks on Nore-Rengo. We at the moment have no one downstairs, but I think it's just for setup's sake as they try to reinforce most of the hatches across the map. And besides that, it'll be interesting if they all stick up here, but like I said, I don't think that'll end up being the case. Immortals is very much controlling this matchup right now, as you would kind of expect with the unfortunate circumstances that currently have befallen Nore-Rengo, but they are trying their best. A lot of aggression being thrown from them. It seems like the guys from MIBR have kind of locked onto it, though, and have read the pattern pretty well at this point in the matchup. And unfortunately, Nore-Rengo's attempts to get aggressive have not borne fruit in at least the last 2 rounds now as they've tried to do it.
Yeah, there's no fruit here. None of it.
No.
Absolutely none.
The farm's not looking too good this season. Oh, see, no, I dig this now, right?
Kazoku's
he's evolving.
Big thonks. Only big thonks out here.
The bulletproof cam peek, dude. Next level from Kizoku.
Next level gameplay.
I want to see it work, dude. He's definitely gonna get a kill from this.
I really hope so. I really hope like Cyber or somebody rotates back down through Garage just so we get some more Kazoku action on the field.
If they can, like you can see, they are a lot more aggressive this time. Look at the silhouettes. The orange ones are Nore-Rengo for those of you guys who might be newer. So like they're pretty well spread out, at least amongst the first floor right now. I think they got maybe 1 or 2 players up on the second floor as well.
They've been doing this quite a bit though.
Yeah, I mean they haven't done it as proactively on basement as the thing. Like they've been doing it on the other sites, but for a basement defense, I don't think we've seen them spread out this far because they only have like.
That's where we had mute last time.
What's up?
That's where we had the mute the last time. Papilia was actually up in there. Or excuse me, it was Ramu.
This is like way further aggressive though, because they would at least keep like 2-3 players in the site. They've got only 1 player downstairs as far as I know right now. Yoshingo's gonna get caught first, however, inside of the archives room. Oh, and Papilia finds a nice trade on M-King just by kind of being there.
You gotta love when kills fall into your lap, right?
Yeah, he's just like, oh, yeah, hey.
Thanks, I'll take that.
I'll take that headshot.
It's called free 99. That's what it's called.
Free real estate.
It's free real estate. Well, about halfway through this round now, as we still have quite a bit of contention here from Nore-Rengo. We're not able to really find the exact footholds that they need. Papilia still holding down the hatch as well. Can still drop pre-fires through, but Bullet not going to make any contact. Didn't even breathe on Papilia just yet. Quick shots, though, as Ramu will meet his demise. Kazoku, quite a bit of damage done to him as well, as I'm going to assume that somebody trying to challenge him from Garage, but Papilia has now dropped. As you guys hear the thermite charge going off from server into CCTV. Papilia will take down Navi's. That's a very good pick. That means no more Capital in the field, no more crossbow either.
They should be able to open up the office hatch in just a second here, too, to start working their way downstairs for real. A little bit less than a minute, so MIBR do need to start worrying a bit more about the timing of their execute here. That'd be fair. They're probably not too worried, considering that Kizoku's one of the less players left alive, but they've made that mistake already once in this round, or in this map, excuse me. So they don't want to be relying on that lack of their real fit player here in order to get them through a round. That's a very dangerous thing to try and rely on. So opening some of the hatches, Bullet's going to be able to move in and take out Papilia. Raisel and Kizoku, the last 2 players left standing here now. One hiding in the red hall. Kizoku still way back. Oh no, he's on the stairs actually. Tried to rotate over, but is going to get caught by Cyber on the way down. PX manages to find Raisel closer to the site, and MIBR will close out the first half with a 5-1 lead.
That was a fantastic camera able there, as everyone at home got a nice fist bump, so that's good. That's good. Shout out to the MIBR guys. Dude, I love the Brazilian fans, I'm telling you. Like, we have so many amazing fans for Rainbow Six Siege, and from almost every single region. I mean, there's no region you look at and go, oh, we really don't have anybody there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, every single region inside of Rainbow Six Siege is just something that's truly, truly beautiful. And speaking of beautiful, we're going to see the prettiest face of them all, Caveira. Is going to be showing her face as M-King.
Oh, no, we're not.
Oh, M-King.
They baited
This
us.
is Brazil. Come on. Like, you gotta pull the Fast and Furious on them. Come on.
Sorry, we got a 6-pick coming in for Nore-Rengo as well. A Ying, actually.
Oh, okay.
Man, Ying is a dinosaur at this point. We don't see her
Ying
too
is
often.
dead. Ying is literally just a lost cause.
Not in this game.
No, she's not. No, she's not. I will say one thing though. What happened with Ying is they took away her smokes, and then later on they patched out exactly how her timer works on her Kandalas, which is why you haven't seen too much play from her. So her Kandalas now, instead of going off immediately when you throw it, it's the roll. It's the max out roll that it used to be. So they flip the timers over. So you have to hold the ball in your hand like a frag grenade until the full timer maxes out. Then you can throw it and it goes off immediately. If you throw it just immediately when you put it in your hand, it rolls for a little bit, then goes off. So what you have to do instead is you have to literally just dump your entire kit onto the floor and then follow the balls into the room and hope that they don't get ADS.
Not to mention as well that you have the warning of that like ungodly shrieking noise it makes too before it goes off. So
and it goes thump, 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 thump.
If you're getting hit by Ying grenades, it's kind of your own fault at this point.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, you can shoot them, they can get ADS. There's so much stuff that can happen to them that it's just really not worth it anymore.
We'll see the plan that Nore-Rengo has to try and use it though is once again they're definitely going to have to try some unique things, especially on the attacking side due to the fact that they are missing Mario at the moment. Well, let's see what exactly they're going to bring to the tables. Unfortunately, they only have 2 round losses to get this done. They have to run the gauntlet here. Massive comeback is needed if they want to try and take control of Bank. Otherwise, it'll be a swift map for the guys on MIBR. Taking us over to a second map where they'll look to take control of the series and knock Nore-Rengo down into the lower bracket.
It's looking like that right now, isn't it? As we are going to have that 6-pick once again off the Caviar, which I'm sure everyone was so happy to be brought, but again, just because Nore-Rengo is playing down a player right now doesn't mean that they can definitely make something of it. Ramu now will buck into stock as he has recognized out that one player was inside, but immediately drops the hatch as the wall is bucked open.
I think it's the Ying in stocks at the moment. Raisel trying to keep eyes on that. She might have dropped down, however. It's looking like they don't have that presence anymore. She probably went downstairs. It's going to be a nade attempt to find a kill through this. And chucked in. Not looking like it's going to make much of an impact, unfortunately, there from Ramu.
Funny enough, overall, this is actually a very nice take so far by Nore-Rengo. They're getting the pressure where it's needed. They have control of stock, and they're currently, or excuse me, archives, and they are looking through to try and find something. Bullet's going to team kill as well as he takes down Ramu. MKing going to get aggressive. He ends up winning out against Papilia as well. So they did have the pressure where it was really going to be needed. They needed to try and take over that open area, but immediately it gets taken out by the likes of MIBR. They've all rotated downstairs now, so Nore-Rengo now trying to pick up those pieces.
Unfortunately, only 3 players left. This is not going to be the easiest thing in the world. You still need to get Kizoku in position to try and pop him whatever he's looking to get open with the thermite charge. More than likely would have been the server wall, but he doesn't have his teammates with him, and that's a nice angle from Navi's, to be fair. Here's the flashbangs going off and takes a guess as to where Kizoku's position is and finds him through that tiny little vent at the very top of the elevator because it's partially moved up. So he is able to see him through that.
Oh, I thought he got it.
Almost did, but either way was able to avoid the damage from it. Still though, it's just Yoshingo and Raisel left in the fight now that Kizoku's been knocked out, and they've also denied the use of the thermite charges. Diffuser is going to get dropped on the main stairs. Raisel was throwing in his flashbangs. Unfortunately, he does have to cancel it. And in a second here, Bullet just going to run right up, get the knife to the head. Did manage to drop a member of MIBR, but it does not matter as they claim yet another round and now sit 1 more away from closing out the map.
This literally looks like an RKO. Just like, watch out, watch out, watch out. Oh my God! He killed him! He's not breathing!
So into our next round here. It's unfortunately not looking like Nore-Rengo will be able to put up a fight to claim a second round here, and then MIBR should be able to swiftly get their 7-1 win, but we'll see if Nore-Rengo has anything in their pockets here for a second floor execute.
Well, match point now for MIBR, and I'm going to assume we're going to continue to see an extremely aggressive roam, as it's going to be hard for them to try and keep Kizoku alive, especially when he's on such an important role. And again, it's very hard when stuff like this happens, because you go, okay, what do we have him play? We can't have him play entry. Flex is something that's important. Okay, I guess we give him support, but at the end of the day, support's also important. Every single member has to be like a well-oiled machine within the remaining members of the team, or at least a well-oiled gear with inside the machine that is the team, would probably be a better phrase for that. But they actually are going to pick up Lion, as that's actually going to be the first time we see Lion today. It's going to be in the likes of Ramu's hands.
Just thinking of like a Thanos meme. You could not live with your own defeat. Where did that bring you? Back to Lion.
What did it cost? Everything.
A Lion pick.
A Lion pick.
Imagine they win this round too.
That would be fantastic. Off the back of Ramu, just E1D.
Channeling the unholy power of Lion.
Yeah. Ramu snaps his fingers. Kazoku literally just becomes a god amongst men. Just starts melting everyone through walls.
Oh god.
You good?
Yeah, hanging in there. Well, it's a good start once again for MIBR as they do find an early pick against Yoshingo. That's out the window over towards the manhole drop there. So it is going to once again give MIBR an early advantage due to their own aggression.
Well, you almost hate to see it at this point. It's kind of hard to watch, isn't it? It's one of those things where it's kind of a train wreck, but you really don't want to look away.
It's unfortunate.
Yeah, it's unfortunate to say the least, because again, a lot of these things would be a lot easier if we had the other member of Nore-Rengo here, but instead we are gonna have Kazoku. Again, it's hard for them, especially because Kazoku has to be able to fill the shoes of the member of Nore-Rengo, and that's going to be very, very hard when you're trying to fill Marciu's shoes.
Not to mention...
Or excuse me, Mariu's shoes.
I was going to say, like, what? Marciu's a player. But not to mention he still is probably having to fulfill the roles of a coach as well, which isn't necessarily so active when you're in a game.
From what I know, he is the hype man. That's what he is.
Okay, so he doesn't take more of a
If I remember correctly,
role.
he is the owner of Nore-Rengo.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. I wasn't 100% sure on it, so I was just assuming he helps out with like a strat book or something like that at least, or like trying to, give his team information if necessary from a strat book, but maybe not even doing that, so.
Well, both of Kazoku's exothermic charges have now been exploded by impacts, so impact tricking working out very well for MIBR here. Only a minute and a half, or excuse me, a minute and 20 seconds remaining for MIBR, and the Brazilians more than likely going to be claiming map 1.
There's the first E1D charge. Fortunately, it looks like it's caught a whole lot in terms of intel. Just a big fat miss, unfortunately, coming out from the E1D charge. He still has one more left, though. He used another one earlier on, as it's 3 now on Lion. But obviously, it works a little bit differently.
All right, well, Kazoku now has Diffuser at the top of Square. Does have a member of MIBR upstairs as well. I believe it's Navi's. He will get knocked down by the likes of Papilia, though. They will be able to get the Diffuser now and try and get onto site, but still 3 remaining members of MIBR standing in the way. Cyber waiting on the meeting door right now for someone to try and get aggressive. It looks like it might be Kazoku that's motioning up right now at a crouched angle, and the other 2 are just playing on the north windows. It's going to be Cyber to try and answer that call, so Kazoku could be lying in a rock in a hard place right now. He's just going to hold the angle over towards his center office, and Cyber now getting aggressive. He's going to walk right into it, and Kazoku with a quick reaction will take Cyber down. It's going to be the second kill of the round. Race will attack things on. It's going to be all left up to PX. So he has to try and fight his way through to possibly make this Brazilian round. Takes down 1, goes for 2, and it's going to be Racel to shut him down. Nore-Rengo with their second round of the map.
He had the right idea behind that as well with the way that he was executing there. If you saw, he nearly wrapped directly behind them and managed to get free aim onto all 3 of them, but unfortunately was not able to confirm that first kill, and then things kind of fell apart from that point forward. Good attempt, though, from the last men alive on MIBR, just not enough to close them down. So, Nore-Rengo, they still have some life left in them after all. Sneaking in another round upstairs doesn't seem to mind MIBR too much, as they're going to go right back into it. They were very close to shutting it down up until the very end there, and they want to try and pull off the same thing once again, just to end this map with a dominant scoreline of 7-2.
All right, well, Nore-Rengo, once again on the offense, have to try and find a scrap of hope here. Kazoku actually doing a pretty bang-up job on the Thermite, at least for frag-wise. They really didn't have anything on the other end of the spectrum with utility usage, as both of them did get impact tricked. Really have to watch for those, but I'm going to assume it's like everyone else. Once you have it done to you once, you're extremely well aware of the situation and what can possibly happen to your explosives. So Kazoku, more than likely, this time around will be well aware of what's going to happen if he tries to go for that exact same take and use of his utility on that east wall.
So moving into the next round here, let's take a look at the setup, see if anything's going to be different. More than likely not going to end up being the case, as there's not much of a precedent here, unfortunately, for MIBR to change anything up too drastically. Playstyle might be slightly different from them going into this round, but I think the setup overall is going to be the same.
I think M King's trying to motion to us that he indeed has the horses in the back.
5 seconds left.
You're welcome. All right. Well, Rest of MIBR setting things up upstairs as the rest of the armor panels of PX will be going down. One to shut down that angle that you can hold from the parking garage to look directly into sight. Makes it a lot easier to hop out of those north windows as well, but it appears that they're ready this time around. Spawn Pigs possibly? No, just going to be punching the windows, but they do have Yoshingo to look for as he's more than likely going to be repelled on these windows.
Oh, brings the drone back to him, and we'll start that repel in just a moment here, along with the rest of the team trying to see if they can catch anyone getting aggressive in the early round. Not going to be the case for the most part. There, Yoshingo, I think, just sniping out a camera, a small piece of utility that might have been on the inside of the lobby, before he proceeds forward with the rest of his team to try and work their way up through these windows here. At the moment, Yoshingo, the reason why he wouldn't play for the windows is he's on Blackbeard here. It's pretty much the area where he thrives on the most, especially if he could find an open cut duel here. It's not looking like, oh, no, bullet from the back of the bomb. Doesn't seem to have the angle to counter it out. More than likely was still able to break the shield, but wasn't ready for it. So at the end of the day, it's a free kill going to MIBR and a waste overall of the potential from the Blackbeard there.
Well, Kazoku's still alive, and that's a good thing. Again, we haven't seen Kazoku throw his life away yet, which is a feat in and of its own, because you're playing around a team that you really don't have that much time actually playing with. Again, it's different when you're a coach and you're able to just stand behind and go, okay, yeah, this is what you did wrong, this is what you did right, blah, 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 blah. It's a lot different when you're actually in the crap with your team. And right now, Nore-Rengo is doing a pretty bang-up job all up till now, where Kazoku has now faltered and passed away.
So moving ourselves into the late portion of the round now, with just 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining here for our defenders to waste out here. They've already been able to knock out 2 of the 5 members of the Japanese roster. Racel, the good entry towards open area, though, is able to find out Cyber. He's not going to stay committed to this position, though. Backs out relatively quickly. He's probably going to regroup with the rest of his team. Papelia is still hunting for kills of anyone that might be at the top of the spiral stairs in the lobby as well, but nothing really going to be found here. Ramu pops open the wall, leaning into sight, but ends up going down. Once again, Bullet finding a very close 1v1 going in his direction as he takes out Ramu. That's his 2nd kill on the round. Racel actually shooting. Oh, that's perfect! As Navi's was stuck in a corner, he didn't think he could run back inside in time, and he was probably right about that. Just literally trapped in the corner with nothing to do. An easy and relatively lucky kill from Racel, but it brings his team back into the game.
Yeah, so very dangerous here for MIBR as they will be able to knock down Papelia. It's all left up to Racel as he gets aggressive. Bolt will shut him down with the SMG-12, and that's MIBR with map number 1 up against Nore-Rengo.
So taking quick and solid control, it's 7-2. Things are looking good for MIBR to continue that trend and overall trying to control this matchup. A second map looms just around the corner. We'll have to see if they can continue this pace or if Nore-Rengo is going to feel a little bit more confident going on the next map here.
Yeah, well, again, you have to feel for Nore-Rengo. I mean, obviously their coach is trying his absolute best, but it doesn't seem to be working out for them. They're just really were not able to find any footing here on Bank. Again, they did pick up 2 rounds, but the rounds that they did pick up were more or less just blunders by MIBR. Whether it was lack of information or what have you, they really just did not have enough to try and fight through those rounds.
It was usually figured out relatively early in the round that they were going to win it too, relying kind of on things like early picks. Any round that went to a relatively late round situation or an execute almost always went the way of MIBR, and that's the biggest crux that Nore-Rengo is, to be honest, probably not going to be able to fix given the current circumstances. It's a bit unfortunate, but they do have to play their match, and we'll have to see if they can recover on map number 2. Stick with us, guys. It's coming up in just a few seconds.
I'm dropping.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 6 Major Raleigh. We're in the midst of our final match of the day here on the Alpha stream. The Bravo stream also currently in the middle of the second map of their final game, so if you're interested in checking that out, we've got FaZe and Fours going up against each other, and that's over on our Bravo stream at twitch.tv or whatever your respective platform is, /Rainbow6 Bravo. Here on the main stream, though, we've got Nore-Rengo going up against MIBR, formerly known as Immortals. Nore-Rengo, unfortunately, dealing with some circumstances due to a medical issue from Mario. He had to go to the hospital earlier on today. We, of course, are wishing him the speediest recovery so that he can get back here to complete the rest of the tournament. But at the moment, they've got Kizoku filling in for them. Hasn't been the best of results on the first map, and we just saw MIBR take control of Bank 7-2. We're going on a Consulate for our second map here in just a second. And man, Nore-Rengo really need to bring themselves back, need to bring something special out into this matchup if they want to have a hope of closing this one down. As if not, I'm personally thinking that MIBR are looking at a quick 2-0 here.
You don't say?
It's unfortunate.
Yeah, it is.
It's the reality, however, I think.
Again, there's no point in kicking someone while they're down, and Nore-Rengo is definitely down. And we hate to see it, but hopefully we will have the likes of Mario back tomorrow, where he can play in, more than likely, their elimination match. But we have to get there first. Nore-Rengo might pull out some heroics, maybe, you know, a new mouse, a new keyboard for our beautiful international treasure, the likes of Kizoku. Maybe that'll help him out. Yeah.
Need to awaken him.
You need to bring all the pieces of Exodia together.
Unleash him.
The heart of the cards, Yugi. Just draw it.
Let's see. All right, well, we do see Capitao getting banned out this time. There was an operator that was left in the pool last time, and at least for MIBR had quite a bit of power, especially when it came to attacking like server stairs and places like that. Nomad also going to get banned out here as well, just due to the prevalence that she has had, especially on a map like this that doesn't have a whole lot of lanes for roamers to work with. She can isolate out a whole lot for the defending side, so for the attacking side, excuse me. So, worth it to get rid of her. Echo a ban. That makes sense at this point if you guys were watching any of the other games today. And then finally, once again, it's actually going to be Mira left in the pool for the second map in a row now, as Maestro instead is going to get knocked out once more.
Yeah, it's kind of like what I talked about before when we played Consulate with the likes of EG and Ninjas in Pyjamas. You can ban her, you cannot ban her. It's Consulate, it's one of her worst maps, but again, Mira's good on every single map. So, especially if she's used correctly, it's just on the spectrum of maps, Consulate's on the lower end, whereas you have like Bank, for instance, on the top end.
Well, let's find out and see exactly what MIBR is going to be able to pull off to start things out on their defensive side as they're going to head into the basement. Meanwhile, we'll have Nore-Rengo on the attacking side, having to work against this, of course. Looking at Kizoku on the Thermite is basically just support for the most part and kind of just hanging back to see if he can be able to find a couple picks from range. Not trying to put him into any kind of pivotal fragging position for reasons that should be quite obvious.
All right, well, once again, MIBR are going to be starting on the defense. So we'll head downstairs. We were actually talking to some of the players earlier about the EG versus Ninjas in Pyjamas game, and they said, dude, Latam on defense on Consulate, it's almost hard to get inside of the building.
And that's due to the hyper-aggressive aggression that we tend to see from teams like MIBR, and especially NIP in that earlier matchup. Makes it very, very difficult to first of all, figure out where exactly they're playing, as their drone denial tends to be very good on top of their own roaming capability. And then behind that, yeah, unfortunately not knowing where your defenders are is a very, very dangerous thing to have happen to you when you are on the attack, as it makes every single move dangerous on a map that's as split up as this one.
Well, I like how they've picked the gridlock up for Raze Hill so he can shut down the staircase rotations, or at least help them with it. Bull with a very odd castle barricade. It will shut down the window or anything they want to try and get angle-wise inside of Antechambers. Actually, this seems to be the setup for them. Is he going to also get the last door there? Oh no, he actually ended up... Okay, so he's got a castle barricade over on benches and two for Antechambers. So they've made a rotation through bathroom. They're going to play this mid-floor as more of a split instead of playing it all the way over to lobby. So very smart setup, and obviously you can get destroyed by any soft destruction that they want to bring, but they already are going to be losing one hard destruction. It'll be Pavilion Fall.
So already a big loss for these guys, given that they needed to work a lot of that hard destruction in order to safely access as many angles, at least that I think they would need in order to get into the basement here. Not a good start for them. Now need to put an extra focus on keeping Kizoku alive. If they lose him before he can find impact, or at least use those charges to get the garage open at a minimum, then things are not going to be looking very good for these guys going into the late round.
I'm not going to lie to you, especially with the current circumstances. I'm actually surprised that MIBR is attempting this right now and showing literally anything on Consulate. again, this might be something that they've done rudimentary, especially with you and I. We cast a lot of different stuff rather than what's going on with these teams and being at the Raleigh Major. So this might be something that they run routinely, or this could just be, hey, this is something we'll try and just throw at the wall and see if it sticks. But as of right now, I would expect MIBR to try and at least hold onto the pearls for a while.
So MIBR going to continue at the moment to play relatively passively. They still have a nice spread of players all across the map, though, that Nore-Rengo at this point probably won't have time to deal with. PX as well, looking to try and find something with the Nitro cell. He's got to be careful. He's being drawn to that window. You got a couple players from Nore-Rengo looking to find some kills.
Don't do it.
PX might be walking right into a trap, but no, he gets the better of Nore-Rengo, finds Yoshingo, taking him out and putting his team into a 5v3 advantage with just over a minute left for Nore-Rengo to get onto the site.
We do still have PX staring down yellow. Ramu's been up here for about a minute now, just walking back and forth through the console office, waiting for somebody, but he'll finally blow the hatch. He gets aggressive, but he will get shut down by PX as he soon rotates into Piano, shuts down Ramu as soon as he hears that breaching charge go off. It's going to be almost a perfect round so far by MIBR. PX has a little bit of damage, but obviously it will be a flawless. They're able to find Raisel and Kazoku, who could both still find some frags. It's going to be Raisel to fall. It's all left up to the man, the myth, the dead guy, Kazoku.
And there you go, pretty much the expected result coming out of round number 1. It is looking like we are continuing on the trend from map 1, but let's hold our judgment for at least a few more rounds to see what exactly Nore-Rengo are going to be able to develop on this attacking side. Overall, though, a very successful opening defense from MIBR in the basement, and we'll now shift to the predictable second floor following this. Actually moving away from the trend as we saw earlier in the EG matchup. A lot of teams were okay to go for something like a lobby, or even, you know, if you look back to like the Vegas minor one, it's like Secret and LFO at the time. Now, of course, the Giants specifically were playing a lot into the split site too. We saw like a huge variance back at that LAN. We haven't seen that, of course, here too much yet, but I'm curious if we'll see that from those teams if they end up on that map, because they were really prevalent with that at Vegas, and it was like one of the big surprises is the fact we saw so much play on the split site.
Yeah, as you said, we haven't seen any of it just yet today, but again, there's going to be, even though it is a major, there is going to be a lot of people on the higher end of the spectrum that are trying to hide just a couple things for that main stage if they believe, if they believe that they're going there. This is a very long and drawn-out battle to where you kind of have to keep things still in the back pocket to go, okay, it's crunch time. This is what we're really bringing to the table. We've seen a couple of teams get in dire straits, though, today, and had to bring out some things that they had in the back pocket, but nonetheless, we're able to claim victory. MIBR now putting things together upstairs as we're going to have M-King on Rook. Do we even have a smoke in this lineup? We do. We are going to have PX on smoke, so we're likely going to be playing inside of the projector area. They also have Bullet on the Mute, so exact same combo of weapons, but different utilities, obviously, as Mute does have those Mute jammers to be able to get rid of drones or Mute exothermic charges and things along those lines on hard destruction walls.
So we've got the members of Nore-Rengo out onto the board once again. Time to see what they can bring to us against the second floor attack. As you might expect, probably going to be a little bit of admin pressure to start out the round. So members of MIBR are going to actively contest this, in fact. Specifically, you've got Navi's hiding on top of the file cabinet. He's going to get droned out relatively quickly here. It's looking like he's sticking with his position, though, not moving too much just yet, as he also has support from Cyber right around the corner, who, as far as I could tell, was not droned out by the same one that found Navi's. So he can still surprise, especially if they try to peek into the window to find Navi's himself. Which is exactly what might end up happening. A lot of spam coming in, but I think it's just to break out the windows right now. Not necessarily hunting for any kills, so still a relatively timid position being taken by these teams. Bullet popping the window a little bit. This player from Nore-Rengo to the right should have been able to hear that. And if he tries his aggression anytime soon, it's more than likely going to be expected.
Yeah, pretty routine play so far from MIBR on both maps, and we actually saw a Bullet putting down some of his Mute jammers on top of admin stairs. Kazoku now rotating to join his team on the east side. Could be looking for admin right now, but Kazoku is going to enter from Tellers. We're interested to see what they're going to try and use him for here, because especially on this side, it's very hard to try and use a thermite. They're going to try and go for the back of the meeting room a projector, then they're definitely not going to be using Kazoku. It's more than likely going to be Papilia to try and use as hard destruction to find anything. Kazoku's just going to be holding the rotate downstairs so that no one can get outside. Navi's going to take quite a bit of damage inside of admin as Cyber's going to get aggressive on the window. Will they hear him coming? He's trying to find his way, and he will be able to take down Papilia. Will he get refrag though? More aggression. Yoshingo will knock down Navi. There's a quick flick by Cyber. Dons the pistol, going for the John Wick, but he's not going to find anything just yet. It'll be Ramu to shut him down, who's already inside.
Cyber channeling his inner John Cena for a moment there. He couldn't see him as they were trying so hard to find an angle in order to knock him out, but just kept changing angles and made it so difficult to actually isolate out his position. You like that?
It's only day one.
Come on, man.
It's only day one.
Come on, you're casting with me. What did you expect?
Okay.
Especially the third series of the day.
I will say mine is worse. Mine was definitely worse. I'll give you that much. Anyways. So either PX and Bull at the last remaining for MIBR as punch holes are now getting made inside of the connector wall. So you can see inside of A and trying to assist PX inside of Projector. Bullet downstairs has a Nitro Cell to try and deny plant. Kazoku, actually not the one with it. It's going to be Yoshingo, but he will fall. Also, PX has fallen as well. Bullet, though, to clean up Ramu. It's going to be all left up to Kazoku. If there's a time for him to clutch up, it's going to be right now. Should be able to recognize out that someone was on Spiral Staircase. Only 10 seconds remain, though, and definitely not the best way for this to go. Going to have to get aggressive across those tracks. We'll get found out, but Bullet with a wide spray won't find anything. It'll be M-King to put a sock in it here on round 2.
So MIBR is still taking swift control. 2 solid defensive rounds going into their court. They'll have to rotate over to the third point on their site triangle now, which more than likely is going to be lobby. Like I said, we've seen a couple teams willing to play around with the split site in the recent months. It's not looking like it's going to be the case for MIBR, though. They go right for the lobby pick, so we're going to see them stay consistent upon that.
All right, well, 2 rounds straight right now for MIBR here on Consulate. I'm going to assume that we're going to see this trend continue because, as we previously stated, LATAM and Consulate defense, or really any defense at all, is very dangerous. They like to play a very spread defense, and it's extremely hard to get inside of the building. All that they had inside of Consulate on that round, at least for Nore-Rengo, was admin. Not too much pressure anywhere else, and it just seemed like they really could not pick up those pieces. They got some initial picks, but they absolutely got picked apart by that Jaeger play.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of might expect, unfortunately, due to the communication issues and whatnot. We are going to see Kizoku's 6 pick away from the Thermite finally, so definitely lowering the amount of hard breach they have, and we've already seen Papilia, their Herbana rather, get picked at least once, so needing to be a little bit more careful of that. Kizoku, though, end up six picking over to the line, so maybe looking to get aggressive early on here and surprise their opponents with that EE1D drone.
All right, well, lobby defense now picked up for MIBR, and this is pretty rudimentary as well. Rocking a lot of Nitro Cells. They have Bullet and Navius both with those Nitros, and those are mostly for that plant denial. They are going to have M-King on Clash as well, which we have not seen here just yet today, at least between us. So, with that being said, Clash does have a shield that has tasers on it. I think that's the best way to put it. It has tasers on it that are a lot longer distance than a taser is, but they actually end up slowing you down, dealing a little bit of damage, but the slowdown effect is very prolific. I believe it's around like 75% of your movement speed is how far it knocks you down, and you can't sprint. So you're moving extremely slow, makes gunfights a lot easier. We've seen her use a myriad of different ways. We've seen people use her as a mobile Mira. We've seen her lock down any site given to her. Just there's a million different ways that you can try and fix her into a lineup, but as in recent history, we've only seen her used by just a handful of teams.
For the most part, oftentimes used as kind of like a direct counter to Montaigne in certain situations as well, if you kind of just put her in the way of Montaigne in a lot of situations.
An unstoppable force meets an immovable object.
It's the most simple solution ever, but it works in a lot of situations because she can deal damage to him, he can't. So it ends up working out pretty well. Takes a while. Takes a really long time for her to kill him that way, but at minimum, it's more deterrence than anything else.
Yeah, that laser, not laser, my goodness gracious. That taser literally deals like 2 damage over the span of a second.
You could call it a taser laser.
A taser laser.
Because it's ranged, so.
Ooh. It also doesn't work like a taser. A taser actually shoots like 2 little studs at you that stick into your skin and it tases you through that.
The shield just has a whole lot of them.
Yeah. No, dude.
There's thousands in there.
Could you imagine that? Like she just clicks a button, they just launch. It's like, it'd be crazy.
So
I actually like that option much more.
So the E1D is going to be able to spot out primarily just the Clash. Navi's, though, with a nice aggressive move, works his way out into the open. PX is traded. Navi's also found just a second later, though. Some good trades from Nore-Rengo. The problem is not keeping watch on the areas upstairs. Cyber, just on top of the spiral, is able to sneak in another kill for these guys to even it back out into a 3v3.
Well, you got two extremely important pieces taken off the board, the Lion as well as the Habana, but they continue to find something here as Ramu is going nuclear. Bullet and M-King both falling to the wayside. It's all left up to Cyber in a 1 versus 3, and this might be the first round here for Nore-Rengo, unless we see something happen with Cyber. Raisel is the one with the diffuser. It's actually going to be Yoshingo to find him upstairs, and that'll be Nore-Rengo's first round here on Consulate.
Great adjustment there coming in from Nore-Rengo, and once again, man, they don't care. They don't care. They're just happy to be here, man.
Hi, I'm just happy to be here.
So some good celebration. It's a much needed celebration after the past, like, I would say like 5 to 7 rounds have gone the way of MIBR pretty much unstoppably. So
yeah, that's literally the motto of my life, by the way. I'm just happy to be here. Like, it's truly the best motto to live by. Yeah. It's not like crazy cocky or anything. You're just like, dude, I'm just happy to be where I am. It's good. Life's going well. Yeah. Everything's fine, you know? It's a perfect thing, and I really think that's where Nore-Rengo's at currently. It's like, hey, you know, stuff happens. We're just happy to be here. It's all good.
So after some success from Nore-Rengo on the attack to the kind of off-site for MIBR, they do unlock their 2 default sites again, and that's going to, of course, be basement. And in the next round, assuming they win this one, they will unlock the 2nd floor again. That's not to say that they won't win this one. However, we'll have to wait and see exactly what Nore-Rengo brings to the table. This was certainly one of the most one-sided rounds we'd seen so far in the favor of the defense in MIBR overall. Stats at the moment. Pretty straightforward for the most part. You kind of got Yoshingo and Ramu, who were the 2 players I pointed out in the pregame. Yeah, dominating, and that's what you've had to expect. Obviously, with Mario being missing, that's kind of their top fragger and their top playmaker across the team, especially when it comes to aggressive movements on both the attacking and the defensive side. Other players needed to step up in order to make up for that. And for the most part, it's been Yoshingo with Ramu as a very close second.
Well, they're going to need a lot more of that, and probably the kitchen sink as well to win out Consulate. Because as of right now, it seems to be the MIBR show, and there doesn't seem like we're going to be able to stop this train anytime soon. Well, now, M-King as well as Navi's down the stairs for the time being, and it will be the basement site as well. Navi's going to be more than likely bandit tricking, and it's going to be Kazoku as well as Pabelia that both are on hard destruction. So this should make things a lot easier for these two, as they can both just pick one of the panels, launch their equipment on, and obviously, one of them will have to work because Navi's can't bandit trick 2 panels at once.
So Pabelia starts things off with the opening pickup against PX. It's a good start indeed, especially for finding the more aggressive mute before he can really pick up anything at all. So once again, when it comes to fending off, say, these more aggressive positions from MIBR, even the near runouts that we're seeing from MIBR, Nore-Rengo are doing a pretty good job of catching that, especially when it comes to the early round situations. And oftentimes when they win rounds, it's because they get ahead with kills like these in the early round.
Well, the one thing is so far that once MIBR loses a member, they've slowed things down quite a bit and just waited for Nore-Rengo to run in with open arms. Quite a few times now it's worked out very, very well. We'll have to see if that continues on this trend, but as of right now, Nore-Rengo is trying to tie things up. But as we saw from the last time, just because they got 1 round does not mean that they're going to continue to follow the same suit. MIBR, especially in that last map, were able to battle back quite a few times, even when they were down man advantage.
Shingo making a run around, of course, just mainly knocking out some of the default cams and some of the default setups here. He'll use the frag grenade just to get rid of the castle panel. Oh, there was an ADS hiding right behind it, so that's unfortunate.
Oh, they are going to be able to identify out Yoshingo down on the ground, but immediate trades coming back and forth, and it's actually going to be MIBR that comes out on top. Once again, looks like they might be able to tie this up. Going to have to be some heroics here by M-King. He's got at least 3 of them to worry about, but we do have the god Kazoku still on the field, so might as well make it 6.
Absolutely. So for MIBR, kind of overplaying their hand a little bit when it comes to the aggression, thinking they just have free roam over the course of this map, and that's a big mistake, as you've just seen throughout the result of this round. You still, like you were mentioning in the pregame, you got 4 very capable players on this Nore-Rengo roster that can very easily punish these types of aggressive moves, and at the moment, they're doing exactly that.
Yeah, I almost felt bad for leaving Kazoku out with the 3 members, so I had to make sure he at least accounted for 3 of them, right? Or at least for 2, excuse me. But M-King's going to tag up someone outside just a little bit. He will be able to down. No, Papillia will still be alive. Seemed like it was almost enough bullets to win out that gunfight. Going to get aggressive, though. He's going to get tagged in from behind. It will be Ramu to win out for Nore-Rengo and tie things up 2-2.
And so, the closeout from Nore-Rengo. They are back in the game now, tied up. And the potential for them to really swing this back is starting to come alive. The problem, though, is if MIBR gets wiser here, starts to peel back their aggressive tendencies, which they for certain should be doing now, then I don't know what Nore-Rengo is going to rely on in order to get them onto the site, let alone close out the round, as they've been incredibly reliant on punishing MIBR in the early round in order to pick things up. And that was a perfect example of that, as MIBR went way too aggressive, pushed I think like 4 out of 5 of their players upstairs to try and trade out losses that happened earlier on in the round. But for the most part, Nore-Rengo held off. They won those individual 1v1s. They kept pushing the advantage further into their favor and ended it on that 3v1 at the end there.
This is a godly 6 pick that we just saw. Doc to Rook in the likes of M-King.
That's a gamer move right there.
I picked the French operator. And then I picked the French operator, they'll never suspect it.
I picked Mario, then I picked Luigi.
That's Italian.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Oh no, no way. Oh, Blue, come on. Come on. We'll drop it. It definitely won't make it to a clip, I promise. No one will clip that and expose you.
It said Mario. Yeah. Right?
They're Italian, though. They're not French, like Doc and Rook are. I remember the reference that you made about the Mario Brothers with them. It's just not going to work in this context. It's just not.
It's not happening.
I remember it.
We'll just awkwardly back up into the next room and pretend it didn't happen.
Can you guys call Kix and Taro?
Yeah. We're on the B stream right now. We got to call Flynn and M's over.
Can you guys cast 2 games at once?
Just can you guys just run between every other round? We've officially overextended our welcome here.
Yeah, yeah. Well, you have. I can solo cast. That's good.
I could too. It wouldn't be good, but
I did make the horses in the back joke. I don't know if somebody can forgive me for that. Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned.
Okay.
All right, jumping right into round 5 here now is Nore-Rengo still on offense, still keeping things close. That's exactly what we've come to expect from this roster, especially in recent history. They're definitely a spectacle to behold on international lands, and it seems though even that they do have a sandbag in the likes of Kazoku as of right now, as he really hasn't been performing as well as we could see Mario performing. But again, it's some stuff that you have to deal with as of right now. They still have things at a 2-2, and Kazoku's actually been able to maintain his life and do his job as well.
Yeah, but the most, like in pretty much every, man, look at this. look at MK right now.
Stand on the toilet.
He's like, one wrong move and the floor falls out from under him.
The floor is lava.
I'm amazed that toilet still is there at this point. But either way, seeing a very slow lead up once again come in here from Nore-Rengo, which, again, this is like the issue I was going to talk about, and you can immediately see this. MIBR have peeled back entirely. They're playing much more passive now. There's still going to be a roaming presence. It's not going to be as ridiculous as it was in the last round, though, or anything, you know, leading up to that point. It's much more what you expect, I think, from a typical team, and as a result of that, Nore-Rengo is going to have a much more difficult time playing with that.
Yeah, quite a bit of damage dealt to the likes of, not very much, but enough to just be annoying to the likes of Ramu off the bait. Off the bat with PX, excuse me, and it's going to be Syra that'll finally find something here. It's going to be Yoshingo to go down. The buck will be removed from play. Navi to continue to tack on as Kazoku will fall next from the bench's window. So no more thermite in play. They do still have hard destruction in the likes of Papillia, though, that is currently setting his sights onto benches as well. But already has the rotation happened from the likes of MIBR. Bullet to continue this reign here as Racel will be the next to fall for Nore-Rengo. Leaves up Ramu and Papillia to try and pick up the scraps here, but more than likely not going to happen.
And so, Papillia now left as one of the last men standing along with Ramu. They're going to try to make a pinch through yellow stairs and the window here. Ramu going for his last lifeline charges as the concussion grenade works his way in, does a little bit of stun work, unfortunately. Doesn't necessarily open up the easy opportunities they needed to get themselves into the site and find a plan. Papillia actually nowhere near Ramu when it comes to the execute. Incredibly disjointed amongst these final 2 players. That makes for easy pickings on MIBR's side and a flawless round on top of that as they pick up round number 5.
All right, well, still a long road ahead of them to try and pick up this second map here as Steady going so far for MIBR. Going to try and make it out of this one 4-2. Then we'll be over onto the offensive side to try and find 3 more rounds. Nore-Rengo, though, already at the amount of rounds that they claimed on bank. So progressively getting better, you could say.
Slowly improving, that's to be certain, especially working with some very unfortunate circumstances. It's like the problem is it's probably not going to be enough at the end of the day, unless, like, at least based on everything I've seen.
You can't tell the kids that. Don't tell them.
Yeah, I mean,
it's like telling people that Santa isn't real at a very young age.
We see hints of it, but it's all so much based on MIBR making their own series of mistakes that it's like, yeah, I just can't really see a situation where it translates into a map win, unfortunately. But we'll see. I've been surprised before.
You hate to see it. You really do. I like it a lot more when Kazoku just gets to stand in the back with a headset on, and every time they win a round, he just gets to
goes crazy,
do the amazing dances. It's yeah, that's my favorite part of Nore-Rengo.
Hopefully we're able to get back to that either tomorrow or Wednesday. We'll have to see how exactly things go for Nore-Rengo over the course not only this match, but any potential winners or elimination match they'll have to play in tomorrow as well.
Oh, they're going to be in the winner's bracket, I'm sure.
Yeah?
Yep.
They're going to bounce back here?
I'll put my entire, yeah, my shoes. Put my shoes on it. Those are cheap. Okay.
That's not a real wager.
That's not how this works.
That's not a fair wager, considering like if I bet my shoes on this one too.
You want to bet your shoes?
No, that's
okay. Bet your shoes at Nore-Rengo?
You'd gladly take that.
Yes, I absolutely would, and go sell them on eBay. If you guys didn't know, if you haven't seen them, Blue's wearing some ridiculously Gucci shoes right now. He literally has real goat fur on his feet.
So moving further into this round.
I still can't believe you own those.
They're amazing. So moving further into this round.
Hot breach. Hot breach. Ramu as he swings through the window. Is he going to end up winning this gunfight? Oh, runs out of bullets.
Back away.
Yeah, PX actually didn't take any damage from that either. Oh, actually, no, it's going to be Jaeger. It's going to be Cyber.
Yeah. Cyber does try to re-peek into it, though, and ends up winning the duel versus Ramu. The hot breach, as epic as it is, not going to work out this time.
Wow. I just said it for the charm. Anyways, Racel now going to be working the connector window upstairs. They do have complete control as Cyber has rotated his way to different pastures, coming down the yellow stairs instead and going to bide their time. They've done a very, very good job when they do have that initial frag, so now they're going to have to try and rely on utility to try and fight their way through this. They are going to be attacking the basement, so they need to keep Kazoku alive, as well as Papilia. They need to more or less focus on the garage door. I'm actually surprised that they haven't done that just yet. You really can't just throw an EMP against it and have Kazoku as well as Papilia pick 2 separate panels where bandit tricking is allowed to happen. But PX will fall as Yoshingo will use the best of Buck's world, which is going to be that skeleton key rifle combo, immediately switching back once he breaks open the wall to establish a new line of sight.
So it brings it down into a 4v4, evens us back out, but again, map control is certainly still lacking in my opinion for Nore-Rengo at this point, considering they still need to approach the basement. They'll have to use an X-Kairos to open up actually a castle barricade, only leaving 1 charge left here for the entire team to work their way back in. Now, to be fair, they still have Kizuku left alive. He should have both of his thermite charges remaining at this point in the round, and indeed he does. They're keeping him well on the outside, more on drone duty than anything else, while the rest of the team sets up positioning needed to deal with the tripwires on the other side of that garage wall so that Kizuku can go and open it up.
Well, lots of time here still on the clock for Nore-Rengo to try and gain anything on site. Kazoku will now be getting the panel pinged out by Racel, and it does not appear that Navi's is going to be going for the bandit trick. Goes for it really late. Actually, no damage going to be done. Navi's going to need to rotate out, but Racel will be able to take down Navi's. The panel will be opened up. M-King going to try and get aggressive. Does he recognize out that the thermite has been done? Oh, M-King. You gotta hit those, buddy. You gotta hit those. Come on. Quick shots, though. It'll be Racel to answer the call. They are trying to bring this one back. Bullet and Cyber the last 2 remaining for MIBR as Nore-Rengo is poised to possibly tie this up, make things equal. Oh my god, what a shot from Bullet through the hatch of the circle desk. Only 12 seconds remain. Racel has to try and get this diffuser down. It's going to be all on the back of Yoshingo's efforts to try and get the diffuser down. Now, Cyber gets aggressive. Racel will shut down Bullet. It's all left up to Cyber now. So the diffuser will start to go down. Recognizes him out, though, as it's Yoshingo to tie things up between Nore-Rengo and MIBR. I almost said IMT there.
You know what? I'm kind of a believer now in the fact that maybe not the series, but Nore-Rengo, like, they can fight. It seems like they obviously have to keep Kizuku in very safe positioning to make sure that they were able to properly utilize the Thermite positioning. But even with, you know, kind of the man-down aspect of this, they're still really good at fighting, especially against Executes and whatnot. At that time, like, you still had MIBR playing relatively standard. They weren't overplaying their hand. They weren't really getting too aggressive for the most part. And Nore-Rengo still came out on top of it. So they're making this work. You know, as desperate as it is, they're kind of making this work.
Kazoku's just better, that's why. He just does.
The problem is that now they go to defense, right? You can't necessarily just hide Kazoku anymore.
No.
Like, he does have to be part of the round in a much more active stance than he was on the attack.
That's what the problem is, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is where, you know, this is where the difficulty is.
Where the rubber
trying to
hits the
justify the comeback at this point.
Yeah, this is really where the rubber hits the road for at least the side of MIBR, where they can get ridiculously aggressive and try and overwhelm Nore-Rengo. We'll have to see if that's the option that they want to go with here. Kazoku hasn't found his frag yet, but he does have assist. He is helping out his team, and I'm sure he's helping them out with the mental game, as well as he seems to be the happiest guy in the entire world.
Yeah, for certain. So let's see if Nore-Rengo can keep this going on their defensive side, if they've got something special prepped for us here on Consulate, or if it's going to be more of the same back from what we saw on Bank, and we'll have that potential for it to be shut down in relatively quick strains by the players from MIBR. They're about to come out on the board in just a second, so let's see what their attack is going to look like. Fairly standard attacking loadout here, nothing too much out of the ordinary, just your standard hard breach operator being picked up on Thermite PX. You've got some soft breach potential coming in from Cyber, and on top of Navi's as well. And then, of course, you've got a little bit of intel coming in from M-King, with, of course, Bullet being the last addition there on the Thermite, which is required to get past some of these reinforcements.
All right, well, Ramen with a very nice cam outside. This actually might end up working out for them as well. They could possibly find M-King outside here and get an initial frag, which would set them up to win this first defensive round of theirs. Excuse me. Well, that being said, it appears that MIBR, once again, are going to take things slow and steady. It's worked out for them so far throughout this series. We are now on offense here for MIBR. And they really haven't set their focal point somewhere at all. It appears just by where we currently have bodies placed that they are going to be going for an admin take here, and that is pretty default, especially for a Consulate, on a lot of teams. Just clear through admin on almost every single site, and it's 9 times out of 10 going to work out for you, because it really works out well for a roam clear.
So we've got Cyber once again in position to try and find an early pickup here from MIBR, looking for it through the push here, but being able to isolate out a whole lot. There's not much aggressive presence being established here by Nore-Rengo. It's more so in the next room over towards like Copier in the hallway that leads out over towards the server stairs as well. That is where they're trying to hold this position from. So they do get a little bit of drone intel onto that. Off of that, they should know that the overall leap in here into admin is relatively safe for them to try. So they'll start to move in and take some control over the next few seconds here, as you can already see with Navi's.
All right, well, for MIBR now to get some aggression going on. It's going to be Cyber. First one is he will smash his way through towards Kitchen. It's actually going to be M-King to pick up Apilia. Aggressive play though. He's going to take quite a bit of damage. He's not going to be down, and Yoshingo actually ends up winning that out after a crazy spray from the SMG-11. M-King continues to attack on, but he will get traded out as a flurry of kills comes up from both ends. M-King will get down as well, as PX will be the last one remaining, as Nore-Rengo will come out on top. That was a lot of words at once. I have really no idea what in the hell just happened there. It was more or less just a flurry of a kill feed.
Yeah, I mean, Nore-Rengo just taking an incredibly active position against the push from inside of admin, and they're literally just able to frag their way to a win through trades. Really good stuff from them, and again, like I said before, I'm kind of a believer at this point.
Cyber, okay, well, you have to kind of lean this on a one person. You got to go, Cyber absolutely butchered that SMG-11 spray.
Yeah, that's true.
That was, I mean, in close range, I understand that the SMG-11 has quite a bit of kick. It's been recently patched where it doesn't have nearly as much as what it had, but it is still definitely prevalent on the weapon. But to miss that quick of a burst is definitely not something you want happening. This is starting to look a little bit like what we saw with the likes of Fnatic versus EG at the Rio final, or the Rio de Janeiro LAN for Pro League Finals. But again, that one was a lot more of, okay, Fnatic is just completely off the wall, and they really couldn't find a way to battle back. Right now it's a very, very close match. It just doesn't seem like MIBR really knows how to handle what Nore-Rengo is currently providing.
Oh, so by the way, I can see it on camera now. So Kizoku is having to do double duty here, by the way, because he's got a book. Like, look at all those papers in front of him right now. So he's definitely fulfilling some type of strat role, whether it's for the team. So that's even more pressure on him. Just to once again further explain what he's having to do here. Is he's having to look through all that on the pauses, figure out what may need to be brought in for the team, on top of having to play as well and think about what he may need to bring in from that sheet if there's another pause or something like that they need to talk about.
Well, tip of the cap to our boy Kazoku. I mean, he's a god. What else would you expect?
So bringing a lot to the table for this team here today, and of course a lot of pressure on him given the circumstances. And we're just now starting to see Nore-Rengo fight back into this. The pause, pretty sure came in from MIBR, in fact, as their coach had some strong words to say when we were looking at their perspective just a few moments ago.
Yeah.
So it seems like they're trying to figure out, all right, guys, let's, solidify this, because they just took the lead from you guys. And they're playing with their coach, so we got to fix this, and we got to fix it quick.
This isn't like the simulations.
Yeah.
Well, Nore-Rengo, as of right now, are actually looking extremely top-heavy. 6, 7, and 7 for them as their top 3 players frag-wise. So, as of right now, the last 2 remaining members, one Kazoku, the other one currently having 2 kills. So we'll have to see if we can possibly have that picked up as well. But as of right now, Nore-Rengo in the lead, despite the fact of the member down, the likes of arguably their best player on their team, which is Mario.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
So into the next round we do go, and off of that one, well, it's time for MIBR to wake up, and they need to do it soon. So otherwise, we've got NR seem to be awoken, seem to be...
What do you even say if you lose this game?
Yeah, I don't know. Don't say much, I guess.
Yeah, especially when, again, it's the coach that everyone knows and loves so much and likes of Kazoku. But as we've seen, Kazoku really doesn't play this game. And Nore-Rengo loses arguably, once again, their best player, and then you still lose the match. That would definitely not be something good for Made in Brazil.
Yeah, just really, like as we've seen with Kizoku, can we see if can we see the scoreboard real quick to check, see how he's doing? Yeah, so again, as you might expect, obviously not really dropping any frags or anything right here. It's pretty much the same thing from back over on Bank as well. I think he only got 1 kill. So you're not expecting him to frag. I did get 2, that's right. So, overall 2 kills across 2 maps is certainly not the record he wants to have. I think it's actually better than even he might have expected coming into that one, given the relative inexperience for him. But for the most part, he's only able to help his team out when it comes to support, when it comes to utility on either the defense or the attack. So considering that, you would expect him might be able to run through this, but it's not happening. The other 4 members of Nore-Rengo are fragging with them and playing so unpredictably that MIBR just aren't able to read into it. Perfect example right there with Yoshingo. Navi's, no way he was going to expect a run out the same time he was going to peek. So Yoshingo taking advantage upon that, and now once again the team is a man advantage.
It really just seems that MIBR is not really used to this amount of aggression on Consulate, which is a very strange thing to say, because we saw Nip performing relatively the same stunts as Nore-Rengo is, and MIBR just really don't have an answer for it. Nore-Rengo is in extremely random places and hasn't worked for him just yet. EMP will go down. Will it be down in time to try and get rid of that bandit battery? It won't, but PX isn't going to be allocated just yet to a specific panel. Yoshingo is going to pick wrong. PX will now be able to get the wall open if he does dedicate himself. I don't think he fully dedicated himself to putting that exothermic charge down on the panel, but will he now? This shuffle is just beginning to waste so much time, and if they would just dedicate to one of them, he would finally have it open. And appears that we will finally get the garage open now, as PX has finally chosen to blow open one of the panels. Now they have to try and get some more pressure on. Kazoku is still alive. He's actually playing the smoke now, and he's actually doing a pretty bang-up job. Perfectly placed Toxic Bay, but it will be Yoshingo to fall. His bullet will claim a life.
Yoshingo specifically getting forced away there is what ultimately killed it. I think there was a player that ended up pushing him through yellow stairs and ended up pushing him back, eventually leading to his death a few seconds later here. M-King, a little bit lost as he tries to find Raisel, but he does end up picking up the kill. Ramu, though, with an immediate trade, keeps us even in a 2v2, but now we need to see MIBR get the plan onto the ground. They're going to start it to try and force one of the 2 players out. It won't really work. You can see the lurk from behind the other car. PX is able to find Kizoku in the meanwhile. Now only 1 player left. Ramu picks up the kill, though. PX jumps off the plant, and that might be the end of it. No! It's so close to the kill, but he just barely dodges the fight, and with that, Nore-Rengo win it on the timer.
They're very excited, Nore-Rengo, as they're going to continue down this line, and we might be going to map number 3.
It's looking like it, man. 5-3,
wow.
They only need 2 more rounds, and it seems very doable after the last 2 rounds were won. And this is not MIBR playing over aggressive. This is not them kind of throwing them at. They're playing their serious game now, and it's still not proven to be enough against Nore-Rengo, who are essentially a man down right now for the most part, especially when it comes to fragging power.
It's not even essentially, like they are. They truly are. Again, they lost the best, statistic-wise, player on their entire team. And
they're winning.
They're winning, man. They're doing it. I'm kind of at a loss for words on what's happening right now. It just feels like MIBR is really asleep at the wheel.
Well,
a lot of late executes that really just aren't working out for them.
For their sake, let's hope they can start to spin this back around, as this is starting to snowball almost out of their control. One more round, and they may as well have it settled here. The defense starting to look very strong, but it should be noted that those were on the relatively strong sites for defense. It was upstairs on the second floor and downstairs in the basement. Now they've got to do the same thing from a lobby piano hold, which is not going to be anywhere near the degree of easiness that it was on the previous two sites. MIBR should be able to leverage a fourth round off of this due to the increased difficulty, but who knows? We continue to be surprised by Nore-Rengo on this map and their sudden resurgence here in the second half.
Attackers are heading out to
Alright, well, Yoshingo will now be playing inside of Anti-Chamber, going to allocate one of his black eye cams outside, and we need to see MIBR try and pick up something here. It seems like their executions really have not had a main focal point just yet, or really any main focus, and it's really started to just fall apart every single time they've went for it. Nore-Rengo, on the other hand, has been there every single step of the way, not giving up a single square inch of this map without having a gunfight. We'll see if that will continue here in round number 9. But as of right now, it's MIBR that needs to pick up these pieces. Seems like they will have full yellow control now, as MKing as well as Navi's will motion downstairs. Quick shots but from Yoshingo, though, will shut down PX right outside of the yellow doorway.
Attackers recovered the diffuser.
So PX going down. Another great start from NR here. Mainly Ramu taking that fight. He's also been brought down relatively low from it. You've got the attackers moving in. Hatch is going to end up getting reinforced, but MKing able to find Papilia, trying to rotate down into the server stairs. Catches him there. Brings it back into a 4v4. A little bit of a cheeky shot from Navi's, and he's actually right outside of this room. Trying to bait him into the open with it. It's not really going to work, however, but still able to wrap right in, and Navi's finds what seems to be an easy pick onto Ramu as he tried to counter him out with a punch roll. Did not work at all. However, players from NR also lost another one of their own a second beforehand. 2 Bullet moves in, picks up the frag onto Yoshingo, and now with that, MIBR seeming to take more consistent control of this round by bringing it down to a 3v2.
Razor's going to dock himself up, and he's definitely going to need it. Kazoku actually dodging bullets right there, does use one of his Toxic Babes, going to allocate another one, just trying to make it a little bit harder. Definitely not scared to use that utility, but they will recognize out that it is Kazoku inside of sight as he tries to challenge, but it will be Navi's to falter him. And then finally, it will be actually a trade between the two. MIBR seems to have woken up.
And so MIBR, like you said, waking themselves back up, playing a much more drilled execute at the end of the day here when it comes to their attack, and that re-solidifies their advantage. Ultimately, though, only necessarily for one round here, since it was a more difficult site. Nore-Rengo can now go back to those default sites. This round, of course, going up back to CEO and going back up the console and the long desk. And meanwhile, after this one, they go back into the basement as well. So we'll have to see. The execute needs to continue to improve here for MIBR on these more default sites.
All right, well, console mating allocated for the defense here, and Yoshingo is going to go from the mute to the smoke, so one kit to another amongst those operators. Kazoku going to don back his dock, and we were talking about earlier how their mustaches end up matching up, which is something that's truly incredible. Love it so very much, and honestly, I want to see a Doc cosplay.
Oh.
Monkey ass.
I just heard like I think it was the Japanese casters go, hey, hey, hey. I have no clue what just happened there.
Monkey ass.
Someone fat-fingered their left click and paid the price.
This is what.
Well, more his teammate paid the price, but you get it.
Oh no.
That's yeah. Now they're down 2 men. So yeah. Not much to say on that one. Back to you, Stokes.
5 seconds left.
Well, Randy, the weather over here is definitely something to behold, as there's apparently bullets falling from the sky and killing random people inside of the flag hallway. So
I think we need to turn reverse friendly fire on for him.
No reinforcements put down. No cameras, no nitro cell, no nothing. Ramu's just going to be sitting on the bench for round number 10.
Literally just bopped with a shotgun the second they spawn.
Yeah, and what's funny enough is that it was Yoshingo that did it, and it wasn't when Kazoku had smoke. Like, it wasn't Kazoku that actually, you know, just butchered things. It was actually someone that's routinely on the roster that just shoots Ramu directly in his head.
I guess we'll never know what happened there, to be honest.
How many licks does it take to get to the center of Ramu's head?
I'm gonna, like I said, I am assuming it was a misclick, and I
absolutely
hope to
it was.
God it
Either
was.
that or it wasn't, and that's why the Japanese casters were just like, hey!
That or we missed a reference, like, or something here. But yeah.
What a time to be alive, chat. All right, well, enough dwindling on that. Is
I'm just so
MIBR still, yeah, me too. MIBR still has to try and find a way to win this round. We've seen them lose them on man advantage as well, up against Nore-Rengo, so we'll have to see if that will happen once again. But again, we would assume that Kazoku would be the first to fall, but he's actually been doing an extremely good job of staying alive. They will be able to recognize out one of the players upstairs playing inside of admin as the drone work will come through now. Cyber not going to see any holes above the window, so we'll be able to recognize out that it is safe harbor inside of the teller's room. PX now on the balcony, trying to play out his life and contest inside of the connector. As of right now, again, no footing really on site. They have all the window play they could possibly want, but Nore-Rengo not showing any face.
And obviously Nore-Rengo having to play very passively after the very unfortunate circumstances. Yeah, Kazoku going to be the first to be caught out in the hallway run, as I think he's working his way back over towards long desk now. Kind of has to play aggressive. He's got a drone on him. He is going to get isolated out. Back turned as well as Navi's shoots him right in the neck.
I so badly wanted him just 180. I really did. Like, slam Navi.
You really hope for this man to just like show up with a clutch at some point.
Dude, I honestly do. I just hope he has one kill that's just truly insane. But as of right now, it's the MIBR show, and it seems like they have truly chosen to not slouch out anymore, as they will be able to tie things up here in round 10. It's MIBR, Nore-Rengo, 5-5.
And so, MIBR starting to look a lot more constant here as they try and take control of this matchup, try and close things down and give them that spot in the upper bracket. Just need to finish off this map, and they managed to have it, and they'll be able to push themselves forward. I think we got an update in the meantime over on our Bravo stream in the meanwhile, as we just managed to see, spoiler alert, by the way, so make sure you are muted if you don't want to know. FaZe just won the second map, I believe, of the series, and I think that's a 2-0 for them.
Actually, no, it's not.
Oh, it's 1-1.
Yeah, it was 1-1. Fours actually ended up winning. I believe it was Clubhouse, if I remember the map correctly. So it's currently 1-1 between these two teams. That's when I told you that Fours had a 5-1 half on
that's
offense.
right. I remember that now, yeah.
That was incredible. But they will be going to their third map, and Flynn's curse continues.
Now, he broke it today. So.
It doesn't matter. It started back up again.
You know, his had a brief respite from it.
Yeah.
For like 3 hours. Yep. Well, into our next round here on the mainstream game in the meanwhile. Well, once again, it does seem as though Nore-Rengo, there was some hope for them over the last few rounds, but some shenanigans, unfortunately, have thrown it away. So, not too certain on that comeback from them to take this map anymore. It is starting to look like things are shifting back into MIBR's favor, but we'll see if Nore-Rengo are able to kind of recenter themselves and finish off this matchup.
Well, it seems that Nore-Rengo might be going the route of, hey, this stuff really isn't working anymore, but you know what might? Let's just get stupid aggressive and see what happens with it. Ripping down both of the the projector windows towards the balcony, and we might see an aggressive take here or something happen, as actually we are going to have a little bit of a tech pause.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a tech issue for one of our players. They have called for it in-game. We'll figure out exactly how this ends up working out real quick, as it's looking like we are going to have to reset that round really quickly and then jump back into it. Still tied up, though, at 5-5 between these teams. And Nore-Rengo looking to continue to forge their way back into this matchup. Some way to push this to the third map, but obviously MIBR still bringing their full strategy to the table now after Nore-Rengo is suddenly awoken. It's making that a whole lot more difficult, as MIBR is still looking strong here.
So, real question: whose mustache is Kazoku's more like? Is he more like Warden's mustache, or is he more like Doc's mustache?
I think he's more like Doc's mustache. I need to see him again though. It's like thinner, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, he's got that nice.
Warden's got like the big bushy mustache.
Yeah,
like the 70s mustache.
Yeah, who's the guy from Parks and Rec?
Oh, Ron
Swanson?
No. Well, that's the character's name, I think.
Is it?
Nick Offerman is the actor.
Oh, fantastic.
So we've got everybody, or we're working on getting everybody back into the lobby here real quick. We should be able to start the game where it left off. We'll just jump back into it. In the meantime,
it seems like this is a candy because he is indeed chewing.
It looks like he's drinking it though.
Yeah, he's putting it up to his mouth. It's like Mentos, I guess.
I guess, yeah. We need to ask them where they're getting all this from.
Well, I'm pretty sure they bring.
Yeah, actually, I was like, yeah, that question has an answer. Ignore me. We've been going for too long at this point, folks.
Yeah, it's been 10 hours of casting between the two of us, so. It's been a long day, chat.
We're asking dumb questions to ourselves.
We've actually started at well, all of us were awake literally 12 hours ago.
Yeah.
We were actually downstairs preparing to cast 12 hours ago, so we've been going for 12 hours at this point.
Technically, it was upstairs.
Yeah, but still, we were doing warm-ups and everything else. It's been a long day, but it's been a lot of fun. Yeah, dude, I always do vocal warm-ups.
How do you warm up?
Do you really want to know?
Yeah, let's hear it.
I did the entire last verse of Gang Related from Logic.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a very fast verse, and I like it. It warms up very well. Some long words, some words that'll trip you up a lot. And
gotcha.
Yeah, I can do that. I can also do the fast part of Rap God. This is like the most white boy thing I've ever talked about in my life. God bless.
I can do that too.
Can you really?
Yeah, I can.
Oh God.
There's a video of me doing it, I think.
Somebody clipped it from my Twitch stream.
Nice.
It's not good.
There you go.
Not good, but. If you guys are just joining us, we are just waiting on a tech pause as of right now. It is map 2. It's Consulate, and MIBR just took the lead. It's currently 6-5 right now, so they are on...
It's 5-5, I think.
Is it 5-5?
I think it's 5-5.
Did they bring it back? Okay, so it's 5-5 right now between the two teams. I apologize.
So we'll jump back into it in just a second here, folks. Like I said, we're just waiting on everybody to get reconnected to the lobby. We should be able to start the match off right where it left off since we were at the beginning of a round, but we are indeed rehosting it, so apologize for any delay with just getting this one rolling once again here and working on getting back in as quickly as possible. If you just joined us, it's Nore-Rengo facing off against MIBR, formerly known as Immortals. There's no changes to the actual roster. They just did a quick org swap since technically both orgs have the same owner. MIBR, considering, hey, it's a Brazilian team, that makes a lot of sense. So they've now put them under that brand instead. But the roster itself is the same. They had a nice little photo op with like Fallen and all the guys from the CS team as well. So that was very cool to see about a week or two ago back at the BR6 finals. So yeah, moving over to this new org. And of course, looking to make an impact at the major as the first LAN, first international LAN anyway, under this new organizational banner.
Yeah, and as we were talking about before, especially with the likes of MIBR switching over, it is pretty cool because Immortals allocates all of their Brazilian rosters to MIBR, which if you guys don't know what that stands for, it's made in Brazil, which is actually a very, very cool thing.
It's actually a little bit of esports history for you. It's an incredibly old name.
Really?
It goes back to like, I want to say like early 2000s of Counter-Strike.
Really?
It's actually where it has its origins.
Okay, all right.
I don't remember the exact date because I wasn't around Counter-Strike back then, so I only know it through like hearsay and like Wikipedia articles and stuff like that. But MIB are a very, Titan-level name when it comes to esports history, and there's a lot of respect behind that, especially in Brazil itself.
But Titan's not an org anymore.
Well, yeah, that's
gotcha.
You're about 3 years late on that one.
All right, well, we'll be loading back into Consulate now, everyone. We will be getting it up on your screen for your beautiful faces to consume. Nore-Rengo versus MIBR coming at you now.
All right, guys, let's get into it, and let's see if MIBR can complete this little bit of a mini comeback they've had to make. Nore-Rengo, in the meantime, resurging, trying to take at least one map in this series for themselves and prove they are indeed a force to be reckoned with, even when they have to play with their coach, who has been unable to really pick up any potential fragging power, so is essentially just a utility player at this point, and is not able to do much else besides that. I say that, but he's going to be on mute this time, interestingly enough. Yushingo wants the dock, so they've had to switch it up.
Attackers need to locate
and
defuse bomb.
Kazoku now going to be over onto the mute. Feels that his prowess can be used there more and possibly claim his first frag. He's going to be rocking the MP5K, which we have not seen in, well, ever since the M590 and the SMG11 combo have come to Mute's kit. We have not seen the MP5K. It's still a pretty good gun, but the damage margin just is not the same, especially when you have the M590, which makes it to where you can break open a lot of rotations, makes it a lot easier for the smoke, especially where it doesn't have to make almost every single rotation for everyone unless they have impacts. Dons that a little bit, helps out with that chore, but we're not going to have that in Kazoku's kit, which probably is for the best, because you don't really want to try and walk them around and go, hey, I need you to break up on this, hey, I need you to break up on this, and I also need you to break up on this. So making things still a touch easier, but those mute jammers definitely will help out, at least on the information game.
He's got a lot of bullets, so if he needs to go start spraying, he's got quite a bit of it to throw out there, both the SMG-11 and the MP5K with both of those combined.
Yes, indeed. So MIBR now trying to find this map and match point here. So they are going to be on offense throughout this round. Could possibly still have overtime. All it's going to take is one round from each of them, which is definitely possible. We've seen Nore-Rengo keep things at a tie so far throughout this, and finally MIBR woke up. Nore-Rengo was actually in the lead there for just a minute, which is quite impressive, especially with, as we said, the detriment that is currently going on. If you guys are just joining us once again, we'll bring up this point just one more time. Kazoku is filling in for Mario, because Mario had to be rushed to the hospital due to some medical issues. We're once again wishing for a speedy recovery for him. We might be able to see him tomorrow if things are made out to be okay, but as of right now, it will be Kazoku filling in for him.
Then he will continue to fill in until it is appropriate for Mario to come back. So, just in case anyone was curious about how it's going to work out for potentially tomorrow and any following days as well, that Mario needs to be out. Pyjamas starts off this round strong, though, with an opening pick against the Thermite from, or excuse me, against the
Thatcher.
Thatcher, sorry.
Thatcher.
Jesus.
It's been a long day.
Against Bullet, at the end of the day, manages to pick up the Thatcher.
Bullet eats bullets.
Yeah, Bullet is going to eat a couple bullets there coming in. Is going to be able to take him out, and as a result of that, again, the 5v4 advantage goes by the way of Nore-Rengo. This is normally how they've been able to build quite a lot of success, but look at this aggression from MIBR, literally leaping in through toxic gas grenades to try and force a plant, and they're going to get it. PX found a slight, oh, never mind, it gets canceled at the last second by Yoshingo, spots it thankfully, but they found a slight hole through those toxic gas grenades and were able to nearly get a plant as a result of that. Navi's and M-King, though, find two nice picks in response, bringing this down into a 3v3. And hopefully reigniting the potential for MIBR to close it.
Oh no!
Oh boy!
Oh, what 180! Cyber! What in God's name was that? He's able to keep Navi's alive on yellow stairs, and that might spell disaster for the rest of the round. He is going to be able to pick him up as well. Raisel, though, with that M590, can definitely take both of them down with one quick shot. Only 30 seconds left. They're going to have to try and get aggressive somewhere, and they're going to rotate across over towards Spiral. No one's watching it. Raisel's going to have to try and rotate upstairs as well. This is one of the most exciting rounds that we've had so far between these two rosters. Yoshingo locked inside of bathroom. They have to try and get this diffuser down, but it's locked inside of a console office.
Look at how low everyone from MIBR is as well here. They can be picked in just one or two shots. There's Yoshingo with the first find against Navi's. Two more to go, and time is also running low. There is the second pickup for him. He's going to try to run downstairs and avoid the Blast player, eventually essentially trying to just dodge the fight as he knows he has to go for the plant, and it works out perfectly. Yoshingo should have an easy clutch, and there it is, right in front of him. The 1v3 puts Nore-Rengo up to map point first as they lead it 6-5 over MIBR.
I'm at a loss for words. Just, again, it's what we were talking about before. You still have to put some respect on the name of Nore-Rengo. You can't just try and go for these immediate executes onto site, just jump smokes through the doors and make it to where there's no line of sight. You still have 4 Pro League members on that opposing team, and they're this #2 team inside of the Japanese region right now.
Essentially 4v5, still holding on at the end of the day. Kizoku, what is that? Hello.
Papilia is just like, who literally destroyed my life?
That's what he wants to know. Last round. Yeah, see, we noticed it too. Yup. That was some great stuff. And it was Cyber, of course, that managed to pull it out. Even Papilia is impressed by it. And he was the victim to it.
It's where that happens, you just go, what? Like, what just happened to me?
Averted disaster, too, because, I mean, that could have been the end of the round right there, going into Nore-Rengo's
really didn't matter at the end of the day.
At the end of the day, like, Nore-Rengo still won it. They would have won it a little bit quicker if they pulled off that quick little 1v2 flank, however.
All right, well, Nore-Rengo now going to go downstairs, and it seems like we might be having overtime here unless Nore-Rengo is able to shut things out, which, again, would be truly incredible that they were able to push MIBR this far down a man.
Yeah, third map would be really interesting to see play out here, especially if they're able to actually take this the full distance and take out Mortals. We'll have to see, as of course, that's a little bit optimistic, but it's very possible, I would say, given what Nore-Rengo has done over the last, last half or so here. They've really brought themselves back into it and have been bringing a strong showing, despite the fact that they are missing their best player.
And again, it's very weird that MIBR has actually been pushed this far by this roster. Again, no hate on Nore-Rengo at all. Just that's exactly what should be happen, is that MIBR should be well in front, well in the driver's seat. There should be no way for Nore-Rengo to fight out of this. Yet Nore-Rengo is up on round count as of right now, and they continue to battle back. You really have to look at MIBR with a question mark and just go, okay, guys, really, what's going wrong with this roster?
And so now, we're going to have Navi's starting to push his way forward. First to lead for MIBR is going to walk directly down the server stairs and start to work their way into cafeteria. Navi's walks right up onto the back of Kizoku, takes him out quite easily. No smoke grenade usage going to be available for the early round as a result of that, as he cannot watch his own back. Now the remaining four still relatively spread out. This has given a large and somewhat dangerous amount of control over to MIBR this early on in the round, but they fail to account for the rotates working their way down Spiral, and that's not even really needed. Raisel just absolutely destroys Navi's. We see Yoshingo pick up one as well. Bullet's able to trade on a Papilia. In the meantime, Cyber still working to get camera access. He's got players right around the corner from him, whether he realizes it or not. Tries to get some damage out, but Mark 14, not necessarily going to be the easiest gun to work with, and just a peek duel. Ramu finds the next frag. Bullet to trade, and eventually Yoshingo shuts it down. That is Nore-Rengo winning the map against MIBR, tying up the series at 1-1 and sending us to our third and final map to decide our winner of this best of three. What in God's name is happening?
I'm lost. I don't even truly have any words for what's going on right now. That's been a truly incredible spectacle by, well, mostly Nore-Rengo right now. If again, I have to feel for the Brazilian fans at home, because you almost have to look at this with just the blank stare and go, I really have no idea how this is even happening.
It's absolutely incredible that Nore-Rengo are able to bring it back despite everything that's been thrown at them, all the unfortunate circumstances that they're currently dealing with. MIBR still not able to get the better of them, even after adjusting their strategies back and trying to bring everything they can to the table. It's not enough. Consulate goes to the Japanese squad.
Well, the funny thing is that Nore-Rengo has literally done the same thing on defense almost every single round, with how aggressive they've been and everything else. And every single time, MIBR falls into the exact same thing. Hey, we're just going to get really aggressive towards site, and then we're going to lose the gunfights. Every single time.
There is no explanation for it, but we have to find out the result, and we'll be figuring it out in just a few minutes, folks. Stick with us. The third map is coming up right after this break. And for the last time today, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. Welcome back to the 6th Major Rally, where what should have been a pretty straightforward 2-0 has turned into a full 3-map series. Nore-Rengo, who are currently missing their best player, Mario, due to medical issues, is currently tied 1-1 with MIBR in this team's opening match of the tournament. They have Kizoku playing for them right now as their 5th player due to the need to have a 5th player, but that has not stopped them. Especially after the first map, it seemed like they were just kind of falling apart at the seams and would give away the second map easily to MIBR, but that was not the case. They continued their fight to the bitter end and carried themselves all the way into a map win, not even in overtime, in regulation, to win that second map 7-5 over MIBR.
It seems like with Mario on the roster that map would have been an absolute stomp. It really does.
Like, at this point, it's looking like it could have been potentially a 2-0 in Nore-Rengo's favor if they had their full roster to begin with. They're looking incredibly strong now, coming off of that second map. And that has to cause worry for MIBR going on to our next map, which is going to be Cafe Dostoyevsky, a map that has not really been, the new version of it anyway, hasn't really been explored in international terms that much. So it's going to be a lot harder to predict what Nore-Rengo's going to do on a map like this.
It will definitely be interesting to say the least, especially because Cafe takes a lot of prowess on offense to try and get your executions to work, and Nore-Rengo is going to be down one of their members, and they've been mostly having Kizoku play hard breach, and that's a very, very big deal on Cafe. You have to really be smart on how you allocate yourself, where you're going, because a lot of nitro cells are played on this map, especially from underneath in that train section, to try and kill the thermite that is going to be more than likely trying to get the freezer wall. So we'll have to see exactly what they give him on this roster on Cafe. They might continue to keep him on hard destruction or just give him Thatcher or something like that.
We'll see how exactly they choose to plan it out. He didn't get a single kill in that last map, so we're not expecting any impact from him, but yeah, it didn't end up mattering.
Come on.
Well, he has impact in the utility department.
No, he just keeps up the mental fortitude of the team. Yeah. That's what he does. He's has the strongest mental will out of everyone.
Absolutely the case. So he's once again been looking to keep that strong, as here they go, ladies and gentlemen. Nore-Rengo, one more map away from knocking MIBR down into the lower bracket. MIBR looking to do the very same thing to them. Let's figure out who's going to come out on top of this so far very surprising best of 3, and a very fun one at that. The bans, let's get into them.
All right. Well, first people to ban will be MIBR here. We'll be seeing what they will remove from the field, and I'm going to assume it's going to be the rudimentary things like Capital, for instance, that we've seen all throughout the day. As you said, a little bit of a buff that's actually helped him out quite a bit, especially in the utility department. He also got that scope from the like of Gridlock on his M249 that's helped him out quite a bit as well. Nomad will soon be banned out by Nore-Rengo, so don't have to worry too much about those air jabs anymore, but we'll definitely still have to worry about those Gridlock's tracks that can be put on the staircases to lock down that roam game. Now we will be focused on the defender bans. Echo banned out, which you've seen him banned out quite a few times today. So much utility inside of this kit, as well as a fantastic ACOG weapon at his disposal. But last but not least, we'll more than likely be seeing the Mira banned out.
We'll actually see on that one, because we've actually had Mira been left in.
Cafe, she's nuts. I would be extremely surprised if she does get through here.
Well, it's MIBR's choice, so let's see. And they're starting out on the fence. Oh, they're going to go for it again. Okay. So yeah, I mean, I guess if they have the start, if they think they can kind of take this back to where we were on map number 1 and just kind of dominate in the opening portion of the half, maybe Mira can be a big part of that and allow for them to have a much greater advantage, especially when it comes to trying to play aggressive and things of that nature. But if not, that's a huge risk they're taking.
We go again. That's how it goes. We go again with the Mira, and you're going to see her almost every single round because she is insane on Cafe. She has, I believe, like a 90% ban rate on this map, even more than that, I believe.
Well, that's certainly conclusive to say the least, but as you expected, PX is going to be picking up Mira, and we're going to see her immediately used in the first round, something that Nore-Rengo will also have to deal with, of course, with their choice to leave it in the pool. A 6-pick will be utilized by Nore-Rengo. Shingo going to swap out from the Buck over to a Twitch instead. Not a huge amount of self-destruction we necessarily need to see from him, especially when it comes to the third floor attack, so I feel like they can bide away with that one and focus on dealing with the utility and getting that extra intel through the Twitch drones, along with having the very powerful F2 to be used there by Shingo, added into their roster instead.
All right, well, rudimentary setup so far by MIBR. I'm going to be interested to see where they allocate these mirrors, if they will be in the standard spots or if MIBR seems to have a better idea about it. Usually you're going to have that man playing inside of Freezer, then have some mirrors, as we see now, looking in towards it for once they open it up. And it seems like PX will be allocating that mirror in place. So that means that one of the MIBR members will have to play white stairs as well. And yeah, they are going to be in the rudimentary areas that we have grown to know and love over the course of Cafe being in the map pool.
And so coming off of that, let's see how exactly Nore-Rengo is looking to approach this attacking side. Probably the more difficult part. Actually, I would say attack's probably the easier side for them, considering that they can kind of handle the Kizaku situation a lot more efficiently by kind of keeping him out of the action for the most part in the early round.
He's done a very good job of staying alive, though. There's only been probably 2 rounds where he was the initial pick.
So coming off of that, with him staying alive, most importantly, now taking a support role once again by playing on the Hibana this time. Hopefully he's going to be able to be useful for his team, kind of getting to that point where they can use the utility and then building from there. Cyber tries to make a run out. It is caught by Racel, though, who is still hiding out downstairs. Cyber eliminated. And once again, an early 5v4 advantage goes by the way of Nore-Rengo with that early pick.
Still focusing their sights on Christmas and really haven't been able to get a foothold, though. Cyber, as you said, was the first one to fall, but not going to really gain them any more footing. It's really just going to make sure that they don't have to worry about too much more of a roam game. They do always have to worry about those nitro cells from underneath, though. We definitely still have those to worry about. Navi's could have one, as Bullet will more than likely have one. But with that being said, no real aggression outbound from Nore-Rengo just yet onto Christmas. Still trying to contest White Hallway and make sure that people can get in safely. Yoshingo will be the first one inside, as now they have to try and set their sights on this freezer wall. They will rotate Papilia upstairs to hold down the rotation, as I believe he's actually rappelling down the other side of the building.
Shingo still trying to figure out where he could potentially find an opening mark, or another mark, I should guess you could say at this point, for his team here. As they look to wrap around the corner over these next few seconds. You do have White Stairs presence along with a good setup on the inside of the site still. No opening into the bathroom, but as you can see, Yoshingo's going to be able to walk right in, take quick control here. Now has a staging ground to work off of. Trying to use his drone there, but it is going to get disrupted once again as he tries to push it forward even more, so he's flying blind right now.
Yeah, he hears that mute chamber, but he cannot peek. Has to try and get rid of this man on White Stairs, but he is being assisted as well, as Kizoku is also going to rotate inside with Yoshingo. He does not have any more X-Gyro, so as he will make a crawl hole through Freezer. Navi's to find one as Kizoku actually rotates up and takes out PX. What just happened? Trade's falling back and forth, though, as it will be MIBR to fall as Nore-Rengo wins round number 1.
I can't believe they're...
I cannot believe Kizoku got that aggressive on White Hallway. That was insane.
And stayed alive as well.
Yeah. That was crazy.
Absolutely crazy stuff from Nore. Like, crazy is just the name of the game here at this point for this series here. A lot of things that no one expected to happen is happening, and that includes Nore-Rengo winning the first round with 3 players still alive at the end of it.
Okay, look. I truly hate to say this because I don't like putting people in the fryer, but MIBR is legitimately losing a glorified 5 versus 4 right now.
Yeah. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. That's what's happening.
That is, wow. Okay, and as I hear Flynn yelling, it appears that FaZe is currently having quite a good show on Consulate with FaZe and Fours, which has to be absolutely confusing as heck because the spelling is extremely similar.
We were talking. I think there was like talking like, oh, what if they play each other? That's gonna be confusing. Literally the first match. Someone did that on purpose.
Yeah, an update, by the way, guys, for all of you at home that don't want to hear that, want to watch it later, please mute the stream. So I'm gonna wait for 3 seconds. 2, 1. It's currently Fours up 3-1 on Consulate over FaZe, who is currently trying to battle back. FaZe did just pick up their very first round, as it appears to be Cafeteria Garage next for Fours to be able to pick up. So if you guys are interested in that, make sure you guys go over to twitch.tv/Rainbow6Bravo or use the multi-Twitch link, which is multi-twitch.tv/Rainbow6/Rainbow6Bravo. And you'll be able to watch both the streams at the exact same time.
So, moving away from that now, we'll go into the next round and we'll see if, once again, the members of Nore-Rengo will be able to come out on top of the attack here. The site has changed. MIBR have not chosen to stick with the 3rd floor bar and cocktail lounge sites. Instead, they are going to work their way over towards the dining room, I believe, in order to play into the 2nd floor as well, where hopefully they're able to kind of extend their wings and be a little bit more aggressive, actually, I would imagine, against Nore-Rengo, as they, unfortunately, due to the nature of how the third floor site works out, you oftentimes can't directly contest against some of their immediate entry points and have to kind of wait out the round a little bit before you can really try any of those impact frags. Not so much the case when it comes to the second floor play, so we should see a bit more proactive play overall from MIBR, I think.
Well, we are going to have the Jackal get picked up by Pavilion now, so don't have to worry too much about the roam game. But hey, they really weren't worried about it before. They more just went for the site execute, and Kazoku actually has a kill initially, and it honestly feels like he might be warming up. It really does. Especially with that, the way that he played that. Like, again, we understand that Kazoku is, again, it's basically a glorified 5 versus 4, but it does feel like he's getting more of a, okay, this is how I should be handling this situation. But as soon as I say that, Caster's Curse will be enacted upon Kazoku, and he will falter.
That's going to knock out all of the hard breach potential their team had going into this round 2, as no one else is sitting on a Thermite or a Maverick right now, so nothing else to work with here. That's going to be a big loss. To be further, that's one of the few times that that's actually happened where Kazoku found himself getting picked in the early round. Not necessarily something that they're used to dealing with either.
Oh, what?
Apelia with a nice pick against Bullet, but Navi's trades it right back.
That made no sense that Yoshingo lost that. Navi's with an incredible shot. He was actually rotating out from the freezer door and won that through the skylight.
Wow.
Yeah. That on no planet does that happen.
No. So a nice adjustment there from Navi's to keep himself and the rest of his team in strong straights now at a 4v3 situation, looking to try and trade this back. Bring it back down into better straights for themselves, but ultimately he's working away. Oh, we're actually on the third floor. Excuse me, I thought we'd moved downstairs, so misread something at the beginning of the round. My bad.
No, Nore-Rengo's on attack. They're not on defense. I think that's the thing that you had flip-flopped in your head.
Oh,
obviously
maybe.
the rosters, but just in your head for a second on that last round, because they did basically flood the site and all of a sudden just had control. Yeah. So obviously you can always get misplaced, especially when you've been casting for 10 hours.
Yeah, I think I misread the silhouettes when we went down to the second floor, so that's my bad.
You're fine. It's all good. Nobody's going to blame you except for probably Reddit. It's all good. Oh, he's not going to be able to flip through as that's going to get destroyed, so Ramu is going to have to try and go for an alternate route. It's going to be Rayso, though, that continues to attack these things. On Papilia will actually falter underneath of the Skylight hatch, or excuse me, the Skylight drop, as Rayso continues to fight through over towards New Drop now, as Ramu will come up White Stairs, but it doesn't seem like they have any information on it, so this could come up massive, and it will. Cyber to fall as things suddenly become a whole hell of a lot easier for Nore-Rengo. Still 2 to worry about. They have the diffuser on Rayso. He's going to have to try and get it down as PX will get aggressive and wins that out. Sees one over near the new balcony, but Croc, hard place, has to try and battle things out. Only 4 seconds remaining. Is he going to go for the diffuser or is he going to go for the kill? He has to try and pick it up. He goes for the kill now, and he's not going to find it. It's going to be PX with the secondary shotgun to win this first round for MIBR.
All these rounds are so close at the end of the day. Regardless, though, MIBR still did the same thing that I was talking about in the pre-round situation when they were setting up there. They did get a lot more aggressive. They did try to deny some of the early control that Nore-Rengo was kind of gifted in the opening round, and as a result of that, made much more efficient work of this defensive side in order to actually take control of that third floor site. Now they can change it up and head back down to kitchen.
I honestly feel like MIBR needs to more or less take the TSM route where we saw them contest just the top floor or the mid floor and just not allow any presence on that floor that you're holding. That's what we saw TSM do, and it worked out really, really well. I really feel like MIBR could do the exact same thing, especially to a harmed roster of Nore-Rengo.
So let's see if MIBR are going to be able to continue on this trend here. That looked like a pretty consistent round for them. We'll have to see if they can continue to play into that, though, as consistency has not necessarily been what we've seen from MIBR throughout the course of the series so far. So, for Nore-Rengo, the ball now shifts into their court to try and change up this game plan and take control of yet another attacking round to keep them in the lead for this map.
I'm still just flabbergasted that we're even here.
Yeah, that like this actually ended up being like a real match.
Yeah. Especially after we just came off of that recent 2-0, I was like, oh, okay, yeah, this is going to be another 2-0. Yeah. I'm going to be, in the pool, and no, not the case. Nore-Rengo had something to say about my pool time.
I mean, if anything, this is very worrisome for MIBR going into like tomorrow and beyond.
Oh, dude, it's absolutely terrifying.
Because the winner of this plays, Empire. So even if MIBR close this out now, they've got to be ready to play Empire.
Oh my god. That's a nightmare. That's literally a living nightmare.
So you have to go from just barely winning a 4v5, basically,
to playing the best team, arguably, in the entire world.
Yeah. Playing the Russian machine.
GLHF, friends.
In my head, that's not working out too well for Immortals. But
oh no.
We'll have to see.
Well, That'll surely be a game to watch, I can tell you that. It's going to go one of two ways. Number one, it's literally going to be 2 7-0s. Or number two, it's going to be close for some ungodly reason because Brazil always seems to be able to make things close.
Yeah, that's true as well, to be honest. This game's no exception to that rule.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Brazil always makes it close. It's truly something to behold as Cyber will start things off here in round 3. Yoshingo will be the one to falter.
So picking up an early kill on Yoshingo here. He's going to be found out trying to work his way into the building. Rest of the team still pretty passively holding outside here at the moment for Nore-Rengo. Not necessarily maybe going to take a whole lot of control. Still a lot of roaming presence, you know, lurking around upstairs as well that they're going to have to try and deal with before they can actually execute on the site, most notably on the 2nd floor where you normally have the roamers set up to try and stop the control from being taken by the attackers, which enables that easy top-down play. So that'll be the focus right now for Nore-Rengo, is to take away that 2nd floor control. Actually, on the 3rd floor, we're going to see Ramu able to isolate out Cyber from that initial pick that he had found before, able to take him down, bringing this into a 4v4 situation. But they've used a lot of time just to get down to this point. And besides this, you can see they've got a little bit of control on the 2nd floor, but for the most part, they haven't really cleared out what they need to, let alone working the rest of their roster into the opening floor just to get them close to the site. So they're going to start running low on time here very soon. They need to speed up the pace on this take. Otherwise, they're going to find themselves with not enough time in order to work the site itself and put the diffuser onto the ground.
All right, well, still strong defense so far from MIBR. Bull has been tagged up just a little bit. They do also still have the god himself, Kazoku, alive. Actually, it's going to be PX with a shotgun playing inside of Coat Closet to take down Papilia. As Nore-Rengo now in a pretty dire situation. We have 2 remaining members that have been on the original roster, obviously. Then we have Kazoku still filling. Quick rotation downstairs now as they've recognized out that there is a man playing inside of Code. He's going to get immediately removed from the game. That's not something you want to do, especially when the man's playing a shotgun. Do not hop the window. As we might see the same fate. Is Racel also going to go for this? Racel, no.
Oh, come on.
No, guys. It's been the same window for 3 kills. Kazoku all by himself, only 11 seconds now, and more than likely this is not going to work out for him. Peeks through. Is he able to find the kill? Nope, it's going to be M-King to answer that. It's going to be round number 3 going towards MIBR's way.
So MIBR slowly starting to find some more consistency here after that bump in the road on the first round here. Nore-Rengo looking like they were going to be able to put up a full match fight. MIBR, of course, bringing it back much more so into their own favor, controlling both the 3rd floor site and the kitchen downstairs, heading into one of the 2 2nd floor sites now, and are going to go into the more popular one right now, which is the reading room and fireplace.
This is just truly insane to me. This truly is. MIBR finally finding some footing, as you were saying, but Nore-Rengo, it honestly seems like they might be faltering off. This might be the time where MIBR is finally able to just take the lead and just ride the gas pedal throughout the rest of this map here on Cafe. And again, we don't have too much data on either of these teams, on Cafe especially. Most of it's only been obviously within their own regions. So MIBR still on defense, and they're going to be able to play defense 2 more times after this round as well before we hit the split. So we are going to be going to reading room as well as the dining, which is more or less just rocked from that upstairs hole that we're more than likely going to be seeing from MIBR. I'm going to be interested to see if Nore-Rengo attacks us the exact same way with that Christmas clear that we've been allocated to before. That was the clear that worked out so very well for them on that first round, but later on faltered. So we'll have to see if they have the same general idea of it, or if they want to try and make an adjustment. But again, with the likes of Kazoku on the roster, I don't think they're going to be adjusting too much.
And so into the round we go. It's time to see once again how Nore-Rengo will look to adjust themselves and how they'll look to find a successful attack here onto the 2nd floor site. Did pretty good work with clearing out roaming presence in the early round, just couldn't really transition anything to a site execute, lost too many players in the process of clearing out the upstairs presence in the previous round, and as a result of that couldn't make their way onto the sites. Following that one up, we'll have to see how they approach this round. As I think in terms of their overall pathing, they should take it pretty much the same way they did in the previous round. 3rd floor control first, then slowly start working their way in. You can already see a little bit of pressure going on to the 2nd floor windows as the rest of the team is looking to flush out any roamers that might be present on the 3rd floor right now.
MIBR is doing a lot better job of chopping this map up and making it to where Nore-Rengo is going to have a lot harder time trying to get inside. They do get some presence over on red window, but you saw the amount of angles that they have that are cutting down the amount of rotates through mid-floor, and they have plenty of bodies upstairs as well, so it seems like that's going to be the pickup for MIBR, but no, it will be Navi's to try and hop out through the window. That's going to be the Mozzie who gets removed from the game. So MIBR, once again, actually down a man up against Nore-Rengo.
Kizoku gonna start opening up these walls, giving his team a
little bit too high. Is he? I believe he's just hip firing these. Oh, he does end up getting the mirror window open, but he was aiming a little bit too high because he was hip firing them.
So as a result of that,
okay,
we'll see Ramu next picking up the kill against M-King, and they're just going for a plant. They just walk right in, and it's probably going to happen too, despite the trade from Cyber. There you go, diffuser onto the ground. Until that point, we did have an advantage for Nore-Rengo, but that's now been traded back. However, they restore it with Kizoku actually getting a kill there against Bullet. PX, however, trades it back onto Kizoku a moment later. Racel now in post-plant position, though, finds the next pickup, brings everything down onto Cyber. It's looking good for Nore-Rengo. Cyber, in the meanwhile, trying his best to work back onto this site. Doesn't, should have been a dead man right there, but Papilia falters. His most important position. Cyber also able to find Racel, but Papilia finishes off the job from before, and Nore-Rengo take round number 4, tie us up at 2-2.
Let's go Kizoku, as he will be able to find his second kill of the game. And once again, a very nice flank from White Stairs, actually. I was quite impressed by that, to have enough game steps to be like, okay, if I hold down White Stairs, then someone's more than likely going to rotate down. Able to recognize out that there was no more pressure coming down from upstairs, so had free passage all the way over to the staircase. And really, that round was just more or less a blunder by MIBR. They gave up site presence quite early on, especially inside of the dining area. They didn't have anybody watching it. Nore-Rengo was just allowed to walk in through train, which made it extremely easy to get a diffuser down. Later on, establishing an angle from pillars, which again, just makes it a whole heck of a lot easier for them to really achieve anything. And they're actually going to be switching over to a Monty now, as well as Ramu will don that, switching off from the Twitch.
So as we move into the round, let's see what exactly MIBR is going to do as they shift back upstairs once again. Able to play into the third floor sites once more. Hopefully gives them a little bit more grounding to be able to pick up a third round to guarantee at least the tie at 3-3 for halftime. But we will have to see if even that's going to be a possibility. So remember, another attack round was won already here by the members of Nore-Rengo when they were given early access to places like Christmas and the Red Stairs Hatch. We saw a lot more aggressive presence come out from MIBR in the following round, however, and they were able to utilize that in order to pick up the successful defense. Their first round of the map that take us 1-1. The teams are now kind of going back and forth, so we'll have to see, as this is the first site we're returning to for a third time to really determine who the true winner of this site is for the half.
All right, we are going to update you guys just one more time before this match is over on our Bravo stream, so mute the stream if you do not want to hear it. It is currently FoR's up 5-2 versus FaZe on Consulate. They really seem poised to be able to take this third map, which means FoR's would start off things 1-0 in their group.
That would be very cool to see, in my opinion. Like I said, FoR's is a team that, especially after watching some of their VODs from the qualifier, I'm really interested to see go further into this event.
Apparently Russians are just the best team.
They're so fun to watch as well. Like, they're really aggressive. There's a lot like Nora here, at least at the start of the series, when they have Mario, like really aggressive play style, you know, even doing things like runouts and whatnot. Definitely probably really frustrating to play against if you're on the other team, or from a spectator point of view. Oh, it's a boatload of fun to watch.
I mean, FaZe should be used to it. They come from LATAM.
That's true.
Right, well, that being said, Nore-Rengo now currently has things tied up 2-2, and it seems like we're going to be going the way of Consulate and not the way of Bank, where we did see a 7-2 scoreline on Bank in favor of MIBR, but as of right now, Nore-Rengo might be poised to end up winning this series, which, if you would have told me that after we learned what was happening, I probably would have laughed in your face.
Yeah, I would have done the same exact thing.
But right now, this seems like a real thing, and it really seems like MIBR just does not have what it takes to stand up to even 4/5 of this Nore-Rengo roster.
So Yashingo looking for the opening pick here now. On Nore-Rengo's side, they've already managed to get Ram on the inside, but as you will have probably noticed, there is a lesion present for the defense, which is going to be a constant thorn in his side, especially with a lack of an IQ. Unable to find those as he tries to push down the White Hall. There should at least be one or two more potentially in position. We're going to see a few, at least one more of those will bloom into the open as Bullet just threw out another one, and it is Bullet who's the White Stairs player too. So not really any room for Ramo to negotiate, trying to push down this Cyber with a nice find though. Picks up 2 as he pushes into Cigar and stunts the attack here for Nore-Rengo.
No one's watching Red Stairs. There's absolutely no utility on it, no Claymore, no eyes, and Cyber's able to rotate up for absolutely free. Through Cigar, claims 2 kills, rotates back to site quickly, as the job has already been done. No more hard destruction, no more frag grenades. All they have is Ramu to possibly try and pick up the pieces here. They're trying to break open the softball here to try and get a diffuser plant down, but aggressive plays once again from MIBR from inside of Freezer is going to make this extremely difficult.
Yeah, they lost Kizoku in a position where he was just about to pop open the freezer wall as well, as they don't even have that wall primed open, and they've of course lost their only hard breacher. Montaine's basically just holding Whitehall right now, not necessarily trying to push for any sort of map control. So Nore-Rengo are at a bit of a loss here, trying to find some way to plant, but I don't think that opportunity is going to be presented to them. Navi's literally hip-firing that shotgun there. Papili actually able to trade it back quite well, but just doesn't have enough time to work it. So MIBR will pick up round number 5 here as they push back into the lead at 3-2.
Once again, this matchup is just something to behold.
Wild.
It's truly incredible that Nore-Rengo is still able to battle this out with MIBR down a man, using their coach that barely plays this game, and even Kazoku is still able to find some kills. So it's been working out quite well for them so far, and honestly, if I had to put my guess somewhere, I'm going to say that we're going to be going through to the transition at 3-3.
Well, let's see if that'll indeed be the case. It's back down over to Kitchen once again here, which we were able to see the guys from Nore-Rengo come close to winning, but were not able to close it out at the end of the day. They fell apart due to the late positions in sight, and again, the lack of time overall in the execute for Nore-Rengo, an issue that they just ran into again in the previous round here, as we did indeed see MIBR reasserting themselves as the dominant team on the upstairs site on the 3rd floor.
All right, well, we have the stats up on your screen now, as we will see Ramu as well as PX at the top of their respective teams. PX currently 7-2, and he's going to be on the forefront of the MIBR roster. Now we are going to be heading down to Kitchen, which, once again, mostly all of these sites are all poised with that vertical play, especially on Cafe. There's a lot of soft destruction on this map, all except for, obviously, upstairs, where you're not going to see any of that vertical play. You might see it from underneath, but you're definitely not going to see it from above.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and
So we've got Nore-Rengo out onto the field once again. Time to see what they can bring to the table here for the Kitchen attack. If they want to try something a little bit more straightforward, they can try to push in towards Bakery and then make things work from there. But they do kind of need to at least flush out the roaming presence on the 2nd floor. Otherwise, they'll be fish in a barrel even if they get site control. Raisel again finding that opening pick. Cyber has had no luck whatsoever with these window peeks, as once again, it's Nore-Rengo that find him instead, knocking him out this time in the dining room and giving the team a 5v4 edge.
Well, Nore-Rengo has done quite a bang-up job of being able to shut down Cyber throughout this Cafe map, and really overall over the last 2 maps, they've been able to find some initial frags that have helped them out quite a bit. It continues here on round 6 inside of Cafe. Recognize now that the Legion will be picked up by Bullet. Ramu will be able to shoot out one of those goo mines. Nabi's taking quite a bit of damage, but it's not going to be him to die. It will be Papilia who falters, as that will be the Jackal who falls for Nore-Rengo, making this a lot harder for them to possibly clear the upstairs if that is what they want to do. As of right now, it looks like they're just going to be going for a hard Bakery take, as Raisel has actually picked up the Thermite, and as I was talking about before, they might want to move Kazoku over to a Thatcher or something along those lines, which is a lot safer on Cafe.
Raisel working his way back in with that straightforward push, working their way through Prep Kitchen to the inside of the main kitchen itself, where they can hopefully find a plant. Oh, that's unfortunate. Thankfully, it's just a stun grenade, so they can very quickly deal with that. Yashingo missed the opening push and gave a warning to Navi's, which unfortunately leads to his death a couple seconds later when he actually breaches through the castle reinforcement. Now trading it back down and giving the guys on MIBR a man advantage to work with. Again, another missed flashbang going off the door is going to slow down this attack and destroy some of their utility potential. M-King able to push out with a toxic grenade, takes care of Ramu. Raisel trades it back onto Navi's. Only a small gesture at this point, though. They've got a lot of control, and the remaining members of Nore-Rengo are heavily injured. They can't really take any open fights, and there you go. When they do it, MIBR shut them out, as MIBR claims another round at the end of the half.
All right, well, MIBR going to be going into this 4-2, so definitely poised to take it, but the offensive side of Cafe has been something that's been a daunting task for a lot of teams in the past, whether it be this version or the old version of Cafe. It's always been a map that's quite difficult to attack, and it definitely has maintained that exact same prowess to try and gain any entry point to this map in the new updated version. So we'll have to see if MIBR can possibly gain any presence on site, or if Nore-Rengo will continue their reign on defense like we saw on Consulate and keep everyone shut out of the building.
Well, let's see if that will end up being the case here. Now that we've ended up switching sides, it's Nore-Rengo's time to try and show up with more aggressive tendencies here. See how they hold against what we would expect to be that straightforward Christmas push. But I think MIBR might have to bring out a little bit more potentially if they want to close this one out, as their standard strategies have ultimately, in most circumstances, not been enough to push past Nore-Rengo's setup in a lot of these defensive rounds here. So we shall see if Nore-Rengo once again will be able to bring their best to the table and keep pushing these round share a little bit closer to bargain for a way to get back into this map, as we do have MIBR pushing themselves further into the lead now.
All right, well, MIBR is going to be on the offense, and seems that Nore-Rengo has relatively the exact same idea, all except for the mirror placements that MIBR had on the upstairs. Instead of putting one on the freezer wall, they're going to actually put it inside of bathroom, which means that they're going to be playing something extremely aggressive up inside of bathroom, and actually have a soft wall to the left as well that somebody can peek off of. As well as Yoshingo playing inside of Christmas with Ramu and Cigar. It seems that Nore-Rengo, once again, as we saw with TSM, getting aggressive on Christmas, trying to lock them out of the entire top floor.
Yoshingo's going to end up falling back relatively quickly, though, to the white hole, as I think he realizes there's not going to be a whole lot that he can find in the early round here. At least cameras, as you could tell from his perspective, weren't providing a whole lot of intel. It wasn't really checking them, to be fair. But yeah, it doesn't really find a whole lot, and as a result of that, he's going to be peeled back into white hole instead, gifting Christmas over to the attackers here.
White Stairs now getting ripped apart, and it's going to be Kazoku on the receiving end, as Navi's will have the coach falter off now, as Kazoku had some very choice numbers and letters to say about that.
I think he literally hit his all key. I do that every time I play the game every once in a while.
That's why I moved mine all the way over to the other end of the keyboard.
Because it was like W, R, or for a second I thought he was typing a strat. Yeah, I thought he was typing a strat at first and just leaked his team's strat. But no, I think he just hit his chat key on accident.
This is why you move it all the way over to the enter key or something like that.
Oh, this game's great.
Truly is indeed. Bandit will be faltered off now, or is knocked off at this point in time, as MIBR is trying to get one step closer to map and match point. And again, it does call into question exactly what's going to happen tomorrow, because if MIBR ends up winning this, as you said prior, they have to play the Russian machine and the likes of Team Empire. And with what's currently going on, I don't see that going any way positive.
So Papelia and Bullet are going to trade blows on the inside of Christmas. It's actually not gifted over. We ended up seeing Yoshingo double down on it and reaffirm his position. It's not really going to end up working out too well, though, as now it's just Yoshingo and Papelia left in the round. Yoshingo will get dealt with by Bullet as well, as he picks up at least a second kill in the round, potentially more than that. And now everything left on Papelia. Yeah, he's got the mirror windows to work with, but positioning is a different story. He's been iced out from multiple spots as well, with Navi's being able to push down through Whitehall. And as a result of that, MIBR pick up yet another round, seeming to finally come back into control of this series after a long delay, including the loss of the second map.
Well, 2 rounds to go for MIBR to possibly win this, and it seems like we will be heading back up to Bar Cocktail, and this time around we are going to have a Bandit again, but it's going to be in the likes of Kazoku's hands, as it was the last time. As I did think it got adjusted down to Yoshingo there for a second. It's because of the lining upstairs for how the operators' insignias go comparative to the roster down low. But no, it will be in the hands of Kazoku once again. 6 pick from Legion to Valkyrie for Yoshingo, as there is no IQ, so it can possibly get some more information that's very needed at a point like this, where they really need to try and take this to MIBR.
So let's continue on with that play and see if the members of MIBR are going to be able to bring enough to the table this time in order to shut down the round. This is where we started to see things start to turn back into Nore-Rengo's favor as well. They still have this upstairs site to play with which is ultimately going to be the easiest site they'll be able to get. They can't get past this one. They're not going to be able to get past anything else, in my opinion. So this is where they need to start this off and then build from here. Immortals looking a lot more consistent now, at least when it comes to the attacking side of this one. They seem to have a good idea about how to counter out the strategy from Nore-Rengo, at least based on that opening attack anyway. That's what it seems like.
5 seconds to go.
Well, it seems like Nore-Rengo has relatively the same idea as they had last time. Try and contest Christmas and hope for the best. Last time did not work out as Kazoku did fall off on white stairs, and that's a very, very big pivotal place on this map. And managed where they had no cover as Bullet will rip the head off the shoulders of Yoshingo as he tries to go fishing out the window. Finds the black eye cam for good measure, then just to add insult to injury to the likes of Nore-Rengo.
As we continue on with MIBR trying to work their way into the site, of course, having found Yoshingo in the early round. Certainly going to be a nice boost here for MIBR. Same as they found in the last round, essentially, although Yoshingo specifically survived for a little bit longer. But the opening kill, once again, going in their favor, makes things a whole lot easier for this execute. Jerome going to go up on top of the perch here, giving them hopefully a little bit of intel, but not a whole lot to be seen from that current position, to be honest. So not going to gain a whole lot from that, at least not at the current moment, but should be able to catch rotations if they end up finding it a little bit later. And it's going to be Kizoku that goes down next on the Bandit this time. He's going to get knocked out by Navi, so already a 5v3 advantage going the way of MIBR once again. Just slowly picking these players out one by one. This round specifically, they haven't even really moved to the inside of the building just yet. Just kind of finding these guys from the roof and the windows. And it's already stunted the NR roster quite a bit. But they're doubling down. They're trying to get aggressive. You can see Ramu pushing all the way over to the bar to try to find a kill. It's not really going to work out, though.
Well, MIBR, plenty of time still to work through this. Breaching Torch now getting picked up by Navis as he will work on the bottom of the freezer wall. And once again, no counter can possibly handle that torch as it does just burn through the wall. Ramu, though, will definitely find an answer for it. It's going to be bullets. It's really the only counter to a Maverick is just kill him. But Belia will continue to tack on as well as Cyber will fall next. And all of a sudden, we have an equal playing field. Nore-Rengo still maintaining quite a bit of defense as well. Papilia as well as Racel still both alive, and it'll actually be Bullet to fall off. M-King, though, with a refrag, though. No one can possibly get outside unless someone to go to a window to possibly pick him up. I think PX will be going upstairs to get him now, as Bullet can definitely still help them out quite a bit. Does still have frag grenades as well that could definitely help them out, since Racel will be tucked in behind this Mira. Staring at art.
Yeah, client side, by the way, guys, so he's not actually looking at that. It's just a little bit of a weird way that the debris ended up working out from our side of things. Hello? Racel able to find another pick here. In the meantime, though, finds M-King trying to push his way in. That's going to drop the diffuser. PX looking to try and take an alternate angle in order to trade that back out, but again, not really going to be able to leverage that so easily. PX, in the meantime, also wrapping his way around the corner here for anything he might be able to get, but not going to be the case. We are locked in this 2v2, and ultimately, it's going to have to be MIBR that make the move. They're the ones running low on time here.
Oh, what a shot from PX. They're able to recognize that the last one's on Mira. Bullet's going to get aggressive. They do find Racel, but it's going to be Racel doing it with the SMG-11. What a shot. Such low mag capacity and still finds 2 kills.
What an amazing clutch coming out from Racel. And overall, again, Nore-Rengo, despite the early picks that we had seen from MIBR, it wasn't enough in order to get them into the site. So they hold it off. Like I said, they needed to find the start here on the Cocktail Lounge, and they do just that. I was going to start to get really worried if they lost that one and then shifted away to another site. Regardless, the sites only get more difficult to hold from this point forward. A good start indeed on this defensive half for Nore-Rengo, but now they still sit 2 rounds behind the overall scoreline from MIBR, and they've got to find a way to bring it back.
All right, well, MIBR once again has to try and pick up these pieces, and we've been talking about it almost every single round throughout this entire series. It just really doesn't make any sense that we're even sitting on map 3 between these two teams right now.
Makes no sense.
It makes absolutely no sense. Nore-Rengo, again, whether the stars aligned, the sun and the moon have collided, I don't really know what's going on, but it appears that MIBR just doesn't really have what it takes to stand up to a roster that is 4 versus 5. Again, I truly hate to bring any malice onto any team, but especially with what's going on right now, it's with good reason that we have to talk about this.
So, the guys on MIBR, a Another bump in the road for them as we do end up seeing Nore-Rengo take control of that first defensive round. Still with a solid lead though, so they can easily get over this if they correct it on the next attack here and take quick control of Kitchen. That would put them up onto map point once again. And they would have 3 in a row to try and shut this down against Nore-Rengo before we ended up at OT for yet another map here to determine the true winner of this series and who's going to be moving forward to face off against Empire tomorrow.
All right, well, Yoshingo's going to get aggressive from VIP. Not going to find too much, though, as it appears that someone's going to spray through the window. It will be Cyber on a random spray, as he will take down Yoshingo. It's going to be an extremely big pick to start things off, but we saw it really doesn't matter with the likes of Nore-Rengo. They might lose some early bodies, but it's all on MIBR to finally capitalize, and seems that Nore-Rengo at least has that number for the time being.
Yeah, you still have a lot of clutch capability built up on this team, especially from guys like Raleigh, who are pretty much always going to be hanging back and playing a little bit more defensively, although this round might be a bit of an exception to that since he's on mute. We'll have to see exactly where he's trying to play his position right now. But Ramu, in the meanwhile, also hiding out behind the bar here. Oh, he's going to accidentally, I think, shoot out one of his ADSs while trying to pick off, I think, a drone there. So he'll end up getting forced back. And also wrap around the corner here to try to take a new position, but he's been found out at this point, so he's got to be a lot more careful about the way he proceeds from this point forward. And meanwhile, for MIBR, they will start to clear out the majority of the second floor. Got a couple players roaming on the first floor here, too, to slowly start that push over towards the kitchen, primarily by working their way through the bar, where they just fished out at least one player from the defensive side.
You will hear the exothermic charge go off of M-King as they do finally gain some presence on site. They will be able to find Papilia this time around as he's going to pick himself up. Navi's waits for it. A little bit of insult to injury there, rubbing some salt in the wound, but it's all left up to Kazoku, Ramu, as well as Racel on site to try and hold things down, as now the verticality will come through from the likes of Navi's and Bullet as they have rotated themselves upstairs. Nitro Cell will get allocated from Racel, but it's not going to find anything just yet. This little punch hole that he's made down at the bottom of the wall here will not bear anything just yet, but it will be M-King who's now pressuring onto site as Kazoku will fall. Ramu rotates completely off over through Coat, as he has been in here prior to this as well. As you can see the ADS on the wall. Quick shot, so as Navi's will put him down, and it's all left up to Racel in a 1 versus 5. Claims one, but Bullet on the flank will take down Racel, and this will be a map, match, everything point here for the LATAM roster.
MIBR finally pushing this to its pivotal moment now, and this is the time for Nore-Rengo to bring everything they have back into this matchup if they still truly believe that they can win and close out this matchup. This is it right here. We need to see them fight to the bitter end. They're going to change up the site once again. Won't be sticking with the kitchen, as unfortunately things just went a little bit too much into the favor of MIBR for them to reattempt that one. So instead, it's up to the second floor, as their third floor site has not been unlocked just yet. We are going to end up in Reading Room and Fireplace for potentially the last round of the series and of the day here on the Alpha stream.
All right, well, it's got to come to an end at some point. It's been fun. I've had a lot of friends, met a lot of new people, you know, but at some point, we will come to the end of the road, and this might be it right here. MIBR on offense going to be attacking Reading Room / Fireplace Hall. Pulse has been picked up by Nore-Rengo. They've done a very good job of being able to start things off and even really been able to clutch up quite a few rounds that it seemed like all hope was lost. All the way down from 3v5, they've been able to find their way back through these woods. And actually, Kazoku has more kills than Yoshingo right now.
That's actually pretty crazy. It does explain why Nore-Rengo maybe not bringing as much of a strong suit to this matchup, though. When you consider that Yoshingo's been, at least in my opinion, a pretty important part of the puzzle for Nore-Rengo to work their way back into these rounds. So him, unfortunately, does not step, playing up to snuff in this one is probably a large part of the reason why they haven't been able to trade out at least close to the number of rounds they did back on the second map.
Just win your gunfights.
Attackers are heading out
Yeah.
to defuse a bomb.
I think that's the only option.
When you're basically counting one of your players out for fragging capability in general, you don't want to have another player missing from that puzzle either. Is at that point, you just don't have enough fragging power to win a round, in my opinion. You can have one player that's kind of like bad at getting frags, but still works as support, which is literally what they have in the form of Kizoku right now. There's a lot of teams, with support doesn't necessarily always find impact as frags, but is always good with the utility. But if you're now down 2 players and, 2 of them aren't able to frag out, I think that's stretching it a little bit too far.
Yeah, exactly. If I had to give a letter grade to Kazoku, especially with how much knowledge we know he has of the game, I would give him a C-, honestly. I think of anything, like obviously top of an A being like the absolute best that could possibly happen. Obviously inside, Kazoku is lost. I think this man was literally just like talking to his team or something. PX is also inside as all of a sudden this massive aggression is going to work out, and this seems like it's going to be the end. Shingo finally finding a kill, but will soon falter, and that's going to be it. MIBR finally putting a nail in the coffin, and they will be seeing Empire tomorrow on Tuesday.
MIBR wasting no time with that X-Kit after they find the opening pick against Kizoku as he falls short toward the end of it and is not enough to make up for the loss of Maryu due to his illness. So as a result of that, MIBR still close out. It takes 3 maps though, but they get the job done. And with that, we're going to see them push forward into their group to face off against Team Empire tomorrow. Whereas Nore-Rengo, not out of this event just yet, they go down to the lower bracket to face off against TSM.
Which again, you really have to feel for these guys because with that matchup, it's very, very hard. It really shouldn't even have gotten this far, as, again, we will be saying that for the last time here, but Nore-Rengo putting up a very good fight against MIBR, especially with what had happened.
Yeah, especially considering the loss of a player and having to slot in a coach who has never actually played on stream before, to my knowledge.
He played in a showcase match.
Wasn't he the coach of that team?
Oh, he was.
Yeah, he didn't actually play.
Right.
He was just.
Oh, he played 1 round.
Oh, did he? Right, they swapped him out as a joke or something. Yeah, okay, I remember that. So we did see him, so only playing 1 round on this channel prior to today, has to slot himself in, did as good of a job as he can and supported his team the entire way. Of course, you see, still fulfilling his roles as the coach in the process, as you could see with the pile of papers he just picked up there at the desk. But ultimately, yeah, missing that 5th player, missing their most impactful fragger was not, really stunted their ability to win out this series. And as a result of that, they will fall short here today and go down to the lower bracket. That still has to cause worry, and quite a bit of it for MIBR though, going into tomorrow.
Yes, it does indeed. And again, with MIBR stacked up against Team Empire, I don't see that going well at all. That's a very, very scary thing, especially with what MIBR just showed us. I mean, obviously they definitely still have the mechanical skill, but it seems like they just do not have team play at all right now.
Yeah, and that's going to have to be some VOD review tonight for the guys on MIBR. Otherwise, they're going to be looking at, in my opinion, a very quick series. As Empire looked on point today. Empire looked like they were really bringing their stuff to the table and looked like they were going to be holding nothing back. I mean, TSM themselves nearly able to take a win against them, but at the end of the day, I don't think that was necessarily, or I think the closest that series was due to how strong TSM was playing, not necessarily because of any mistakes we were seeing from Empire. So Empire still looking very strong, able to close out their own series. Immortals, as MIBR, excuse me, still a lot of work to be done here. Let's take a look at the bracket and see where exactly our teams are sitting right now. We've already talked about it, just to give you guys a bit of a picturesque position of this one. You can see it as Empire move forward, a 2-1 win over TSM. MIBR just barely squeaking out the win against the basically 4v5'd Nore-Rengo, knocking them down into the lower bracket against TSM and setting MIBR up to play against Team Empire tomorrow morning.
Well, if Nore-Rengo has to stay with Kazoku in, you can kind of see how this is more than likely going to go. It's going to be Team Empire versus MIBR. Team Empire wins that. MIBR goes down to play TSM. TSM wins that. And then all of a sudden, TSM is qualified for the playoffs, and it's going to be Team Empire and TSM making it through. But again, if Nore-Rengo are able to get Maryu back, then it could be completely different. Group B now up for you guys. Again, this was the last match today on this stream. The other stream is still going, actually, as it has just went to overtime, so make sure you guys go over there and catch that. But this will be Group B for you guys. You guys see G2 and Team Secret will be playing each other to see who will be qualifying first, and it's Cyclops versus Rogue on the elimination match.
Meanwhile, in Group C, as we switch over to that group as well, we can take a look at who is stepping up to the plate here, as both Evil Geniuses and Space Station found their own victories today. That means we've got NIP and Vodafone Giants in the elimination seat for tomorrow. They'll have to play each other in a best-of-3 to determine who goes on to Wednesday and who gets knocked out early. Meanwhile, in the winners match, EG will play Space Station for Group C's upper bracket slot coming into the playoffs.
All NA in the winners match in that one is we are still waiting on the victor from FaZe Clan versus Force, who will be facing off against DarkZero, who ended up beating Fnatic 2-0. It's in pretty handed fashion as well, as they're currently 48-1, if I remember correctly, on bank, which is, that's, wow.
Good luck beating them there.
Yeah, don't take them to bank. Don't do that.
Definitely not something you want to do. But that rounds out our groups, and that rounds out all of our mainstream matches for today here, ladies and gentlemen, on the Alpha channel. We once again want to encourage you. Overtime is still going on in its third map at the moment here between FaZe and Force. So feel free to go ahead over to our Bravo stream at twitch.tv or whatever your respective platform is, /Rainbow6Bravo, where you can find that final match and wrap up the rest of the day, of course, with Emzo and Flynn, who are currently casting that for you. For us today, though, that is going to be pretty much closing remarks for us. Now, anything else to say here, Stokes, before we kind of end things for the day?
Fantastic first day, a lot of incredible matches, just very sad for Nore-Rengo, but so far that is what the schedule is going to look like for tomorrow for all of you guys at home, so you know what matches you want to catch, or if you're going to be with us all day, make sure you guys stock up on drinks, stock up on beverages, stock up on some food, because you don't want to be leaving the house just yet. It's truly been incredible so far to be casting at the Raleigh Major, and it's going to continue throughout the week, so make sure that you guys are with us.
And once again, guys, that is the schedule right there. Those 2 empty slots will be filled in by the winner and loser, respectively, of the current Bravo stream game, which should be coming to a close within the next 5 to 10 minutes or so. So one more time, feel free to head over there and check that out. For us, though, that's the end of the stream for today. So thank you all very much for tuning in, and we'll see you tomorrow for 8 more games of Rainbow Six action here from the 6 Major Rally.
Attackers have dropped the bomb defuse.